Today, we are going through every game from Carlsen's run to the FIDE World Cup 2023 title. From the very first knockout round to the final move that sealed it, every match, every critical moment, and every mistake that could have changed everything. This is not just a collection of games. This is the full road through the bracket. A teenage giant killer once stunned the world, now it's Magnus Carlsen's turn to face the bracket. World Cup 2023, round of 128, Game 1 against Pantsulaia. Lose this match and Carlsen's tournament could end before it really begins. Pantsulaia opens by bringing his knight toward the center. It's a flexible first move, keeping options open for several different setups, though a more committal central pawn push was also available here. Carlsen mirrors with his own knight toward the center, developing naturally and refusing to reveal his structure too early. Both sides are still deciding what kind of game this will become. White pushes a queenside pawn forward, gaining space and preparing to fianchet his bishop. It signals an English-style setup, calm and flexible, though a sharper central strike was on the table too. Carlsen answers by preparing to fianchet his own bishop on the long diagonal. This is a Queen's Indian idea, eyeing the center from a distance rather than occupying it directly with pawns. Pantsulaia fianchettos, fixing his structure around a long diagonal bishop. It's solid and flexible, though it slightly loosens the squares right around his own king for the long term. Black follows the same plan, opening his own diagonal for the bishop. Now both sides will have bishops staring at each other from a distance, a quiet battle of long-range pressure beginning to form. White completes his fianchet, tucking the bishop onto the long diagonal where it eyes the center and the queen side. This bishop will become a long-term asset, pressing on dark squares all game. Carlsen places his bishop on the same kind of diagonal, aiming at the center and the king side. Two fianchet bishops now face off, each side building a quiet, patient structure. Pantsulaia claims the center with a two-square pawn push, grabbing space and supporting a future advance. This is the moment White stakes his claim to the middle of the board. Black completes his own fianchet, and with both bishops now active on long diagonals, this has become a Catalan-style structure. Each side will fight for central control from a distance rather than head-on. Pantsulaia castles, tucking his king safely behind the fianchet and connecting his rooks. A slightly more precise rook placement existed first, but castling here is sound and keeps the king out of danger. Carlsen castles as well, matching White's king safety. With both monarchs tucked away, the position is fully developed and the real strategic battle for the center and the open files can begin. White shifts a rook to the center file, preparing to support a future central push. It's a natural improving move, though there was a slightly more active rook placement available on this turn. Carlsen plants a pawn in the center, restraining White's space and opening lines for his pieces. This is a classic Catalan response, fighting for control rather than letting White roll forward unchecked. Pantsulaia develops his last minor piece to an active square, eyeing a key central diagonal. A more precise square existed for this bishop, but the development itself keeps White's position coordinated and flexible. Black supports his center with another pawn move, solidifying his structure before expanding further. A sharper central break was possible instead, but Carlsen chooses the patient, structurally sound approach here. White repositions his queen, clearing the back rank and adding pressure along a useful diagonal. It's a quiet improving move, the kind that doesn't announce itself but adds real coordination to White's setup. Carlsen breaks in the center with a pawn advance, challenging White's structure directly and fighting for key squares. This is the moment Black decides the position needs to open rather than stay closed. Pantsulaia captures in the center, trading pawns and opening lines. The structure now shifts, and both sides will need to recapture carefully to keep control of the key central squares. Black recaptures, restoring material balance while opening a file for his own pieces. The center has now changed shape entirely, and the middle game proper is about to begin in earnest. White brings his last knight into the game, completing development. A more challenging square existed for this piece, but full development means White's army is finally ready for the fight ahead. Carlsen repositions his queen, connecting his rooks and preparing to contest the center file. A more active square was available for the queen, but this keeps Black's position flexible and well coordinated. Pantsulaia centralizes his other rook, doubling his influence along the central files. White's pieces are now fully mobilized, and the question becomes which side can make better use of the open lines. Black matches with his own rook to the center, directly contesting the file White just claimed. Both sides now have rooks staring each other down, the tension along the center building with every move. White shifts his queen again, looking for the best square to support an eventual central or queenside operation. A more incisive queen move existed, but Pantsulaia continues to play it safe and solid. Carlsen retreats a knight to the back rank, an unusual-looking move that actually re-rounds the piece toward a better post. It's the kind of quiet regrouping that grandmasters use to improve their worst-placed piece. Pantsulaia swings his bishop toward the edge of the board, eyeing dark squares near Black's king. A stronger continuation existed, but this bishop sortie still creates some practical problems for Carlsen to solve. Black develops his remaining knight to a natural central square, adding pressure on the queen side and completing his piece development. Carlsen's army is now fully coordinated and ready to generate counterplay. White trades his wandering bishop for Black's fiancé bishop, a meaningful decision. Giving up the bishop pair removes Black's long-range diagonal piece, but it also surrenders White's own strong dark square bishop in return. Carlsen recaptures with his king, the only legal way to restore the material balance. It looks unusual, but the king is perfectly safe here, and Black's structure remains intact and healthy. Pantsulaia advances a queenside pawn, preparing to support his structure and open lines for his pieces on that side of the board. It's a modest move, but it keeps White's plans flexible. Black brings his knight back toward the center, eyeing key squares and adding flexibility to his position. A more ambitious square existed, but this keeps Carlsen's pieces working together smoothly toward the middle game. White repositions his queen once more, searching for the most useful diagonal. A sharper square was available, but Pantsulaia continues his methodical approach, slowly trying to build pressure without overextending. Carlsen tucks his king back to the corner, choosing maximum safety now that the position has settled. With his king secure, Black can focus entirely on activating his pieces in the center. Pantsulaia doubles his rooks on the center file, a natural and logical regrouping. A more dynamic plan existed, but doubling rooks here still keeps the pressure mounting along the contested central lines. Carlsen strikes in the center with a pawn advance, directly challenging White's structure and fighting for space. This is Black seizing the initiative, refusing to let White dictate the pace any longer. White supports his center with a pawn move, bracing for the coming tension. A sharper central response existed, but Pantsulaia chooses to reinforce rather than immediately resolve the growing central confrontation. Black captures in the center, opening the position and creating an outside-passed pawn structure. A different capture was arguably stronger, but this still hands Carlsen real structural chances on the queen side. Pantsulaia recaptures, restoring the pawn count but leaving his own structure slightly loosened. The position has now opened considerably, and the pieces left on the board will matter far more than before. Carlsen swings his knight toward the edge of the board, eyeing a key outpost. It looks passive, but this knight is actually heading toward a powerful square deep in White's position. Pantsulaia trades rooks with check, simplifying the position and forcing Black to recapture immediately. Trading down can ease pressure, but here it also removes some of White's own attacking potential along the file. Black recaptures with his other rook, restoring the balance and keeping a rook actively posted on the open center file. The position is simplifying, but the underlying tension hasn't gone anywhere yet. White brings his knight forward into the center, eyeing an aggressive outpost. A different central square was available, but this knight still adds real pressure on Black's position from up close. Carlsen trades his fiancé bishop for White's, removing a key defender near the White king. Giving up this bishop opens lines, and now White's king side begins to look noticeably more exposed. Pantsulaia recaptures with his king, the only way to restore material. But this pulls the White king out into the open, right where Carlsen's pieces are starting to gather for an attack. Black repositions his queen, lining it up for pressure along the queenside and center. With the White king now exposed, every piece Carlsen brings into play adds to the mounting danger. White shifts his rook back to the center file, trying to consolidate. A more active defensive setup existed, but this quiet retreat lets Black continue building pressure without facing real resistance. Carlsen trades rooks on the center file, simplifying but keeping the initiative. A more incisive option existed, yet even this simplification leaves Black firmly in control of the position's character. Pantsulaia recaptures with his knight, restoring material equality. The pieces are thinning out, but the white king's exposure remains the defining feature of this position, and that problem hasn't been solved. Black centralizes his queen, adding pressure on the long diagonal toward the white king. This is Carlsen tightening the net, every move now carrying a quiet threat against white's loosened king position. White retreats his knight back towards safety, trying to shore up his king's defenses. A far stronger defensive try existed here, and this retreat lets black's initiative grow even more dangerous. Carlsen captures the knight outright, winning material and ripping open lines around the white king. A more devastating continuation existed, but even this capture leaves white in serious, mounting trouble. Pantsulaia's queen swoops in and grabs a knight, trying to generate counterplay of his own. It's a desperate attempt to create complications, since simply sitting back would leave white completely lost. Black's knight leaps in and captures a pawn, adding yet another attacker near the white king while keeping material firmly in hand. White's position is now cracking under pressure from multiple directions at once. White pushes a central pawn forward, trying to create some kind of counterplay before his position collapses entirely. A more solid defensive try existed, but Pantsulaia is now fighting for survival, not advantage. Carlsen's queen infiltrates deep into white's position, a powerful and aggressive placement. A more immediately crushing move existed, but this still leaves white's king dangerously exposed with nowhere safe to hide. Pantsulaia brings his knight forward, trying to create threats of his own near black's king. A steadier defensive option existed, but white is searching for any complications that might offer practical chances. Black calmly retreats his queen, defending against any immediate threats while keeping full control of the position. There's no need to rush, Carlsen simply consolidates and lets white's problems continue to mount. White pushes a kingside pawn forward, trying to pry open lines toward black's king as a last resort. With the position otherwise lost, Pantsulaia is searching for any sliver of attacking chances. Carlsen blocks the advance with a pawn of his own, shutting down white's only real source of counterplay. A sharper response existed, but this still leaves black completely safe and firmly in control. White redirects his knight back toward the center, his attacking ideas having fizzled out. With no real threats left to create, Pantsulaia's position is simply running out of resources and time. Black repositions his queen, tightening the grip even further. A more direct strike existed, but Carlsen continues to play with total control, never giving white the slightest chance to wriggle free. Pantsulaia advances his kingside pawn again, one last attempt to crack open lines toward black's king before the position fully collapses around him. Carlsen's queen scoops up another pawn, adding to his material haul while keeping white's counterplay completely contained. Every exchange now favors black, the position simply falling apart move by move. White captures on the king side, opening a file near black's king in a final bid for complications. It's a desperate try, the kind of move a player makes when there's little left to lose. Black recaptures with his queen, neutralizing the threat instantly and remaining completely safe. White's last attacking gesture has been absorbed without difficulty, and the position remains hopeless for Pantsulaia. Pantsulaia's queen jumps forward, eyeing some tactical tricks. A more resilient defensive setup existed, but white is now playing on hope alone, searching for any way to complicate matters before the end. Carlsen's queen returns to the center, diffusing the tactics calmly and keeping every threat under control. A sharper continuation was available, but black's grip on the position never loosens for a moment. White throws his queen forward with check, the last real attempt at creating danger. A steadier option existed, but Pantsulaia is grasping at any tactical chance left in a position that's already lost. Carlsen simply steps his king aside, sidestepping the check without any difficulty. The danger evaporates instantly, and white's desperate attempt has accomplished nothing meaningful at all. Pantsulaia's queen grabs a pawn, picking up scraps of material in a position that's already strategically hopeless. It's the kind of move that delays the inevitable rather than changing the outcome. Black's knight leaps in with check, forcing white's hand and adding yet another attacking piece into the mix. Every black move now carries direct, concrete threats against the exposed white king. White is forced to capture the knight with a pawn, the only way to deal with the check. This further weakens the king's shelter, leaving even fewer safe squares for white's monarch to hide. Carlsen's queen swoops in with check, the net tightening around white's king with relentless precision. There is no good answer left, only a series of forced, increasingly desperate king moves. Pantsulaia's king is forced out into the open, walking directly into danger. A slightly more resistant square existed, but at this point every option leads to the same losing outcome for white. Black's queen captures another knight, stripping away white's defenders one by one while the king stands completely exposed in the center of the board with nowhere left to run. White pushes a queenside pawn forward, a final, almost symbolic attempt to create some kind of distraction. A steadier defensive try existed, but nothing now can meaningfully change the course of this game. Carlsen's queen delivers another check, chasing the white king further across the board. Each move tightens the noose, the king having no safe haven left anywhere near its own position. Pantsulaia's king is forced forward again, walking deeper into black's territory. There is simply no square left that offers any real safety from the relentless queen checks. Black delivers yet another check, the queen hunting the exposed king with surgical precision. An even more forcing line existed, but this still keeps the white king completely trapped and helpless. White's king retreats back, but there is no real refuge anywhere on the board. The king has been dragged out into the open and simply cannot find lasting shelter. Carlsen advances a queenside pawn, creating a passed pawn while the white king remains stuck dodging checks. A more immediately forcing option existed, but the position is already completely decided either way. Pantsulaia's queen returns to defend, trying to consolidate around his battered king. It's far too little, far too late, the kind of move that only briefly delays an already certain result. Black calmly repositions his king, tidying up his own safety before delivering the final blows. There's no rush left, Carlsen has total control and simply tightens the position at his own pace. White shuffles his king once more, searching in vain for any kind of stability. The position offers nothing, every square equally hopeless against black's overwhelming material and positional advantage. Carlsen's queen checks yet again, the relentless hunt continuing with no end in sight for white's beleaguered king, which has been wandering the board for what feels like an eternity now. Pantsulaia's king retreats once more, but the writing has been on the wall for many moves now. There is nothing left to defend, only the formality of watching the position finally collapse. And here it is, Carlsen's queen scoops up the last queenside pawn, and white's position simply falls apart. Pantsulaia resigns. Game 1 goes to Carlsen, and the road through the bracket continues. At the 2023 World Cup, one loose knight move was all Magnus Carlsen needed to turn a quiet middle game into a forced collapse against Levon Pantsulaia, and the finish, when it came, was instant. Carlsen opens with the pawn to c4, reaching for the English opening, a flexible system that avoids early confrontation and lets white decide later whether the center belongs to the pawns or the pieces. Pantsulaia answers with the pawn to c5, mirroring white's intentions and staking his own claim on the dark squares. This symmetrical structure often leads to a Sicilian-style fight with reversed colors. Carlsen develops the knight to f3, eyeing the central squares e5 and d4 without committing his center pawns yet. It's quiet, patient chess, building options before deciding on a structure. Black plays the pawn to g6, preparing to fiancé the bishop onto the long diagonal. This is the hallmark of a hypermodern setup, control the center with pieces rather than occupying it with pawns. Carlsen now stakes his claim with the pawn to d4, and suddenly this has transposed into something resembling a King's Indian structure, just with white holding the extra tempo of having played c4 first. The bishop swings to g7, completing black's kingside fiancé. From here it eyes the entire long diagonal toward white's queenside, a quiet but constant source of pressure for the rest of the middle game. Carlsen pushes the pawn to d5, locking the center and gaining space. This is a key strategic decision. It shuts the bishop on g7 out of the center for now, but commits white to a closed structure. Pantsulaia responds with the pawn to d6, accepting the closed center and preparing to develop naturally. The position now genuinely resembles a King's Indian defense, with black hoping to strike later with a kingside pawn storm. White claims the center fully with the pawn to e4, completing the classical pawn duo on d5 and e4. Carlsen now has a comfortable space advantage and a free hand to develop behind it. Black challenges immediately with the pawn to e6, striking at white's center before it can be reinforced further. This is the standard way to fight back against a big pawn center in these structures. Carlsen inserts the quiet pawn move to h3, taking the g4 square away from black's pieces and giving his own dark-squared bishop room to retreat later if needed. A small, Prophylactic touch. The knight comes to e7, heading towards c6 or f5 depending on how the center resolves. Black keeps his options flexible rather than committing the knight to g8's natural home on f6. Carlsen develops the queenside knight to c3, adding a defender to the d5 pawn and preparing to castle. Simple, sound development, nothing flashy yet, just steady improvement of every piece. Pantsulaia plays the pawn to h6, a useful little move that gives the king an escape square and prepares to expand with the pawn to g5 without allowing an awkward pin on the knight. Here Carlsen resolves the central tension, capturing on e6 with the pawn. This trade opens the position and hands black a bishop pair, but it also exposes black's structure and speeds up white's development. Black recaptures with the bishop to e6, recovering the pawn and placing the bishop actively. The position has opened up earlier than typical for this structure, and piece activity now matters more than the pawns. Carlsen brings the bishop out to f4, eyeing the d6 pawn and adding pressure down the long diagonal. A natural developing move that keeps the initiative without overextending. The knight on black's side jumps to c6, completing development and adding pressure to the d4 square. Black's pieces are coordinating nicely, and the position still looks roughly balanced on the surface. Carlsen grabs the d6 pawn with his queen, a sharp practical decision. It wins material temporarily but exposes the queen to tempo-gaining attacks, trading safety for a pawn in a position that demands precision. Pantsulaia strikes back immediately, swinging the queen to a5. This pins nothing directly but creates real threats against white's king and queen side, forcing Carlsen to find an accurate retreat under pressure. Carlsen calmly pulls the queen back to d2, sidestepping the pressure while staying connected to his own pieces. It looks modest, but it neutralizes black's initiative and keeps the extra pawn intact. And here comes the moment that changes everything. Pantsulaia sends the knight to b4, hunting for an entry point, but it's a genuine mistake. The pawn push to g5, hitting the bishop and gaining space, was simply stronger and kept black's position coherent. Carlsen meets the knight with the pawn to a3, asking it an immediate question. The knight has nowhere comfortable to go, and black's last move has started bleeding time and structure for very little compensation. Black pushes the pawn to g5 anyway, finally going after the bishop on f4, but a tempo too late. The idea that would have worked 2 moves ago now arrives without the same punch. Carlsen retreats the bishop to h2, tucking it safely onto the long diagonal where it still eyes the board from a distance. Patience over panic, the bishop isn't trapped, just repositioned. Pantsulaia centralizes with the rook to d8, applying pressure down the half-open file and creating some genuine activity to compensate for the awkward knight still stranded on b4. Carlsen shifts the queen to c1, stepping out of any potential discoveries and quietly preparing to deal with that wandering knight once and for all. Every white piece now has a clear job. Pantsulaia jumps the knight into d3 with check, the most aggressive square available to it. It's a desperate feeling intrusion, exciting on the surface, but it's about to be removed from the board entirely. Carlsen simply takes it, the bishop swooping in from f1 to capture on d3. The knight's entire adventure ends here, all that maneuvering for a piece that gets traded off for nothing extra. Black recaptures with the rook on d3, restoring material balance and landing the rook on an active central square. Still, white has emerged from the skirmish with a cleaner position and the safer king. Carlsen finally tucks his king away, castling to g1. With the king safe and the rook on f1 ready to join the game, white's structural and positional edge is no longer just theoretical, it's concrete. Black grabs a pawn with the bishop, landing on c4. It's a real pawn one, but it also pulls the bishop away from the defense of black's own king, a trade Carlsen will look to exploit. Carlsen brings the knight to d5, a powerful centralizing leap that can't easily be challenged. From here it eyes both e7 and c7, restricting black's king and rook simultaneously. Black trades it off, the bishop capturing on d5. A reasonable practical choice, removing white's best piece, but it hands Carlsen a free recapture that reshapes the pawn structure in his favor. White's pawn captures the bishop on d5. The rook grabs the pawn on d5, restoring rough material balance again. But notice the pattern, every exchange so far has left black's king a little more exposed and white's pieces a little more active. Carlsen brings the last rook into the game, swinging it to e1. This eyes the half-open e-file directly toward black's king, which still hasn't found real safety in the middle of the board. Black retreats the queen home to d8, regrouping to defend the king and coordinate the back rank. A necessary consolidating move, but it costs Black another precious tempo while Carlsen keeps building. Carlsen redeploys the queen to c4, eyeing both the f7 square and Black's king from a fresh angle. Every white piece is now pointed at the same target, the uncastled Black monarch. Pantsulaia finally tries to find safety, moving the king to f8. It's a sign of how serious things have become, shuffling the king sideways rather than castling, because castling is simply no longer available. Carlsen plants the knight on e5, a commanding outpost that can't be challenged by a pawn and supports ideas of jumping into d7 or f7. The pieces are closing in methodically. Black brings the knight back to c6, challenging the strong outpost directly. A sensible try, but trading off white's best piece here only invites a recapture that keeps the pressure exactly where it was. Carlsen lifts the last rook to d1, completing development with every single piece now pointed at the center and the king. There's no more setup left to do, only the breakthrough remains. Pantsulaia centralizes the knight on d4, looking for counterplay and trying to generate some activity of his own before white's pieces fully coordinate around the exposed king. Carlsen tucks the king to h1, a small precautionary move that removes any future back rank or diagonal tricks before launching the final phase of the attack. Black pushes the pawn to b5. Carlsen repositions the queen to d3, keeping flexible eyes on both wings while preparing to bring the knight back into the attack on the king side, where Black's king has been stranded all game. Pantsulaia plays the pawn to h5, gaining a touch more space but doing nothing to address the real problem, a king still stuck in the center of a board crawling with white pieces. Carlsen reroutes the knight to c6, harassing the queen and rook simultaneously. This is the kind of multi-purpose move that defines a great attacking player. One piece, two targets, no easy answer for Black. The queen retreats to b6, the only reasonable square that keeps an eye on things while staying connected to the rest of the position. Black is now playing almost entirely on the back foot. Carlsen pushes the knight further forward to e7, forking the rook on d8 and creating immediate, concrete problems. The pieces are no longer just well placed, they are actively winning material now. Black saves the rook, sliding it to d8, but the knight has already done its job, infiltrating deep into Black's position and forcing the defense into a passive, reactive posture. Carlsen redirects the knight to f5, eyeing the g7 bishop and the h6 pawn, squeezing yet another weakness out of a position that has been steadily collapsing for several moves now. And here is the critical error. Pantsulaia swings the queen to g6, but the bishop retreat to f6 was the move that held everything together. This single decision swings the enormously, and from here there is no way back for Black. Carlsen calmly drops the bishop back to c7, simply improving the piece while Black's position quietly falls apart on its own. No need to rush, the threats are already overwhelming without forcing anything. Pantsulaia moves the rook to d7, but by this point nothing holds the position together. The pawn push to g4 was the only try left, and even that wouldn't have saved the game. The defense has run out of resources entirely. And here it is, the rook crashes into e8 with check. There's no good response left on the board. Carlsen finishes the game cleanly, and with it takes a commanding 2-0 lead in the match against Pantsulaia. Magnus Carlsen sits down across from Tari at the 2023 World Cup, round of 64, game 1 of the match, and within 30 moves this position will collapse into a king hunt that has nothing to do with checkmate and everything to do with pure technique. Carlsen opens with the pawn to d4, staking a claim in the center immediately. This is the classical approach: control the middle squares first, develop everything else around that foundation. A slightly more flexible move was available, but Carlsen wants a position he can steer. Tari answers with the knight to f6, the most natural developing move in chess. It eyes the center, prepares quick castling, and refuses to commit the central pawns just yet. Tari is waiting to see what structure Carlsen builds before reacting. Carlsen pushes the pawn to c4, and now we have a queen's gambit structure. The idea is simple but deep: tempt Black into trading central pawns so white gets a wider footprint, or force Black to defend the center with extra pieces. Tari plays the pawn to e6, declining the gambit and opening a path for the dark-squared bishop. It is a solid, slightly passive choice. Tari is building a fortress rather than fighting for the center outright. Carlsen develops the knight to c3, adding pressure on the center and preparing to castle. A different setup was possible here, but Carlsen keeps things simple: get pieces out, keep the king safe, decide on a plan later. Tari pins that knight with the bishop to b4. This is the calling card of the Nimzo-Indian. Instead of fighting for the center with pawns, black attacks the piece that supports it, threatening to damage white's pawn structure entirely. Carlsen responds with the pawn to e3, a quiet but important move. It opens a path for the light-squared bishop and reinforces the center, accepting that the pin on his knight will need to be dealt with later rather than now. Tari castles, tucking the king to g8 and connecting the rooks. King safety always matters, though a more ambitious continuation existed here. Tari chooses calm development over an immediate fight, trusting the position to remain balanced. Carlsen brings the bishop to d2, directly addressing the pin and preparing to recapture cleanly if black ever takes the knight on c3. It is unglamorous but precise, removing problems before they become real ones. Tari pushes the pawn to c5, challenging the center directly. This is the critical break in the Nimzo-Indian. Black wants to undermine d4 before white finishes developing. A sharper move was available, but this keeps the position principled. Carlsen plays the pawn to a3, asking the bishop on b for a direct question: take the knight, or retreat. There is no middle ground left for black's bishop, and Carlsen is happy to recapture toward the center either way. Tari takes the knight, bishop to c3, capturing on c3. This damages white's pawn structure on the queen side in exchange for giving up the bishop pair, a fair trade, the philosophical heart of the entire Nimzo-Indian opening. Carlsen recaptures, bishop takes on c3, restoring material balance and keeping the bishop pair. White now has two bishops against bishop and knight, a long-term asset, even if the pawn structure on the queen side has taken on a slight scar. Tari jumps the knight into the center, f6 to e4, attacking the newly placed bishop on c3. It is an active, principled response: strike at the bishop pair immediately before white consolidates the advantage of owning both bishops. Carlsen retreats the knight from the back rank to e2 rather than losing a tempo elsewhere. A more testing option existed, but Carlsen keeps the structure intact and prepares to reroute this knight toward better squares later in the game. Tari plays the pawn to b6, preparing to fiancé the light-squared bishop. The idea is to put that bishop on a long diagonal aimed at white's king side, adding pressure from a distance rather than fighting directly in the center. Carlsen advances the pawn to d5, closing the center and gaining space. This locks the central tension in white's favor, restricting black's pieces, and signals that Carlsen intends to play on the wings rather than through the middle. Tari develops the bishop to a6, attacking the pawn on c4 indirectly and eyeing the long diagonal toward white's king. A more accurate square was available for this bishop, but the idea of pressuring c4 is sound. Carlsen plays the pawn to f3, a committal choice that shores up the center but slightly loosens the squares around his own king. A safer developing move existed. This is the first moment where Tari gets real chances to fight back. Tari's knight grabs the bishop, e4 takes on c3, picking up material and further wrecking white's structure. The position opens up sharply here, and for the first time in the game, real complications are on the board. Carlsen recaptures with the knight, e2 takes on c3, restoring rough material balance. This is a critical moment. The swings noticeably toward black, and Carlsen now has to navigate a position with real imbalances rather than a clean structure. Tari's bishop swoops in and grabs the pawn on c4, picking up material and centralizing the bishop on an excellent diagonal that points straight at white's king side, a real bite into Carlsen's position. Carlsen trades it off immediately. Bishop takes bishop on c4, simplifying the position and removing black's most active piece. Trading down when you're under pressure is a classical technique. Fewer attackers means fewer problems for the defending king. Now comes the first real spark. Tari fires the queen out to h4 with check, the most aggressive move available, forcing Carlsen to respond immediately and testing whether the king's side has been weakened enough to be exploited. Carlsen blocks calmly with the pawn to g3, the only sound way to meet the check without further damaging the king's shelter. It costs a tempo, but it is forced. The alternative would expose the king dangerously. Tari's queen grabs the bishop on c4, picking up another pawn and centralizing the queen aggressively. Material is now slightly in black's favor, and the position has shifted from a quiet opening into a genuine fight. Carlsen pushes the pawn to h4, gaining space on the king's side and preparing to harass the queen further if it lingers too long. Every tempo matters now. Carlsen is using these pawn moves to generate activity, not just defend. Tari captures in the center, pawn from e6 takes on d5, opening the position further and clearing lines for both sides' remaining pieces. The board is now wide open, which usually favors whoever has better placed pieces. And here is the turning point of the entire game. Carlsen's knight leaps into d5, recapturing the pawn and landing on a magnificent central outpost. The knight cannot be challenged easily, and suddenly white's activity outweighs the small material deficit. Tari develops the last minor piece, knight to c6, finally getting every piece into the game and preparing to castle the rook into play. Solid, necessary, but slightly slow given how active Carlsen's pieces have already become. Carlsen plays the pawn to b3, quietly preparing to develop the bishop and reinforcing the queen side before any tactics begin. A patient move in the middle of a sharp position, Carlsen is in no rush. Tari retreats the queen to a6, sidestepping any tricks involving the knight on d5 and keeping an eye on potential weaknesses in white's queenside structure. The queen stays active but out of immediate danger. Carlsen's knight jumps from d5 into c7, forking the rook on a8 and the queen's path back to safety. This is the consequence of that earlier outpost. The knight that looked merely strong now becomes a direct attacker. Tari answers with check, queen to a5, buying a tempo before dealing with the fork. It is a clever in-between move, force Carlsen to respond to the check first, and only then assess the damage from the knight on c7. Carlsen blocks with the pawn to b4, meeting the check while simultaneously attacking the queen. This is efficient defense. One move solves two problems, forcing Tari's queen to make another decision under pressure. Tari captures the pawn, c5 takes b4, keeping lines open and refusing to retreat the queen passively. Material remains roughly balanced, but the position is becoming increasingly complicated, with pieces hanging on both sides of the board. Carlsen's knight completes the fork, grabbing the rook on a8. It is a full point of material gained from that single outpost on d5, a direct reward for the patient central control Carlsen built several moves earlier. Tari strikes back with check, pawn from b4 takes a3, opening lines toward Carlsen's king and creating real danger. The position has become a genuine race. Both sides now have loose pieces and exposed kings. Carlsen retreats the queen to d2, defending and consolidating after the flurry of captures. A stronger continuation was available here, but Carlsen chooses the safer path, content to untangle the position rather than calculate every sharp line to the end. Tari's rook grabs the knight on a8, rook from f8 takes the knight, recovering some of the lost material. A more forcing option existed, but Tari simplifies, trying to reach a position with fewer tactical landmines. Carlsen trades queens, queen takes queen on a5, removing the most dangerous pieces from the board entirely. With queens off, Carlsen's structural and positional edge becomes far easier to convert. This is a calculated decision to head toward an endgame. Tari recaptures with the knight, c6 takes on a5, restoring the material balance roughly. We are now firmly in an endgame, and the question becomes whether Carlsen's better piece activity outweighs the pawns each side has scattered around the board. Carlsen's rook grabs a pawn on a3, cleaning up loose material and activating the rook on an open file. Small gains like this matter enormously in endgames. Every extra pawn shifts the balance of the position. Tari brings the knight to c4, an active post that eyes weaknesses in white's camp. A more precise square was available, but the knight still creates real problems, jumping into a position where it cannot easily be challenged. Carlsen shifts the rook to a6, attacking along the 6th rank and preparing to pick up additional pawns. Rook activity in endgames is everything. A rook on an open file behind enemy lines can decide the result on its own. Tari's knight grabs a pawn, jumping to e3 and picking up material while harassing Carlsen's king. A stronger square existed for this knight, but the grab is understandable. Every pawn matters when the position remains unsettled. Carlsen moves the king to f2, simply stepping out of the knight's range and preparing to centralize further. In endgames the king becomes an active fighting piece, not a target to hide. This is the first step of that transformation. Black develops the knight to d5. Carlsen brings the other rook into play, swinging it to a1 to join the fight along the open file. Doubling rook pressure on an open file is one of the oldest and most effective endgame techniques in the game. Tari moves the king to f8, beginning to bring his own king toward the center where it will be needed for the endgame. A more active square was available, but the principle is sound. Kings belong in the fight. not on the back rank. Carlsen's rook grabs another pawn, a6 takes on a7, continuing the methodical harvest of black's queenside structure. This is Carlsen at his most patient, not chasing fireworks, simply collecting small material gains one after another. Tari trades rooks, a8 takes the rook on a7, simplifying the position further. Trading pieces when you are down material is usually the wrong idea, but here it removes some of Carlsen's most active attackers from the board. Carlsen recaptures, a1 takes the rook on a7, leaving a single rook each on the board along with the knights. The position is heading toward a rook and knight endgame, where Carlsen's extra pawns should begin to tell. Tari brings the king to e7, continuing to centralize and preparing to support the knight and challenge Carlsen's rook. Every tempo in this phase is about activating the king as efficiently as possible. Carlsen shifts the rook to b7, staying active on the 7th rank where it continues to harass black's remaining pawns and restrict the king's movement. A rook on the 7th rank is famously one of the strongest pieces in chess. Tari pushes the pawn to h5, trying to create counterplay on the king side before Carlsen's queenside advantage becomes overwhelming. A steadier option existed, but Tari needs activity somewhere, and the king side is the only open battlefield left. Carlsen answers with the pawn to g4, challenging that advance immediately and refusing to let black's kingside play take hold for free. Precise pawn play here prevents any meaningful counterattack from developing. Tari plays the pawn to g6, reinforcing the kingside structure and preparing to support further pawn breaks. The position on that side of the board remains tense, with both sides probing for weaknesses. Carlsen swings the rook to b8, switching files and continuing to find new targets. This kind of rook maneuvering is the quiet of the whole endgame, always finding the next weakness rather than settling for what's already won. Tari brings the king to d6, continuing the march toward the center and trying to support the knight and create some active counterplay before the position fully collapses. Carlsen's king steps to g3, a slightly slower choice than available alternatives, but it keeps the king safe and continues the process of activating every piece for the final phase of the endgame. And here comes the real mistake of the game. Tari pushes the pawn to f5, weakening his own kingside structure significantly. The king to c5 was far stronger, keeping the position compact. Instead, this opens lines that Carlsen will exploit immediately. Carlsen captures at once, pawn from g4 takes on h5, ripping open the kingside files and creating concrete weaknesses in black's camp that simply did not exist a few moves earlier. Tari recaptures, pawn from g6 takes on h5, restoring material but leaving the kingside pawn scattered and difficult to defend. The structural damage from the previous mistake is already visible on the board. Carlsen's rook swings all the way to h8, infiltrating behind black's position and threatening to pick off the isolated pawns left in the wake of that earlier weakening push. Tari pushes the pawn to f4 with check, the most forcing option available, gaining a tempo by attacking Carlsen's king directly while trying to create some final complications before the position becomes hopeless. Carlsen steps the king back to f2, calmly absorbing the check and continuing to coordinate his pieces toward the weak pawn scattered across black's position. Tari's knight returns to f6, repositioning to defend and support the remaining pawns. The knight has covered a lot of ground this game, but its job now is purely defensive, holding together a structure under serious pressure. Carlsen brings the king to e2, a slightly less precise route than available alternatives, but the overall plan remains the same: march the king toward the queen side where the real targets remain. Tari's king advances to e5, trying to centralize and support both the knight and the remaining pawns. With so few pieces left on the board, king activity becomes one of the deciding factors in the result. Carlsen continues the march, king to d3, a touch slower than the sharpest continuation, but methodically closing in on black's weaknesses one step at a time. Tari pushes the pawn to d6, trying to create a passed pawn or at least some structural integrity on that side of the board before Carlsen's pieces arrive in full force. Carlsen's rook shifts to h6, continuing to hunt for the weak pawns along the king side. A sharper continuation existed, but the rook remains extremely active, never settling for a passive square. Tari advances the pawn to d5, gaining a small amount of space, though a more accurate continuation was available. The position remains difficult for black regardless, too many weaknesses have accumulated across the board by this point. Carlsen's rook slides over to g6, continuing to probe for targets. A more direct path existed, but the rook keeps finding new squares to pressure black's fragile structure from. Tari pushes the pawn to b5, trying to generate some activity on the opposite side of the board, hoping to distract Carlsen's attention away from the weaknesses already under direct attack. Carlsen fires the rook to g5 with check, the most forcing continuation available, driving the king and continuing to dictate the terms of the entire endgame with constant, relentless activity. Tari's king steps to e6, the only reasonable response to the check, though a different square existed that might have offered slightly more resistance going forward. Carlsen's king moves to c3, continuing its journey toward the queenside pawns. A faster route was available, but the technique remained sound, methodically closing the net around black's remaining weaknesses. Tari repositions the knight to d7, trying to find some defensive coordination, though a more resilient option existed. The pieces are running out of useful squares as the position continues to deteriorate for black. Carlsen's king advances to d4, taking another step toward the heart of the position and preparing to support a final push toward the remaining queenside pawns. Tari brings the knight back to f6, shuffling the piece between its few available squares, a sign that the position has become extremely difficult to hold with so little coordination left among black's remaining pieces. Carlsen's rook drops to g7, continuing to apply pressure from behind enemy lines. A sharper option existed, but the rook's presence alone is enough to keep black tied down defensively. Tari pushes the pawn to b4, the last gasp of counterplay on the queen side, trying to create a passed pawn of his own before Carlsen's attack reaches a decisive conclusion. Carlsen's rook drops back to a7, refocusing attention on that same queenside pawn that has been a target for much of the second half of this game. Tari's knight retreats all the way to g8, a defensive square with little activity. A stronger continuation was available, but black's position has very few good options left at this stage of the endgame. Carlsen fires the rook to a6 with check, continuing the relentless harassment of black's king and forcing yet another concession as the position edges closer to a clear winning conclusion for white. Tari's king steps to f5, the only square available, continuing to dodge the constant checks while the rest of the position quietly falls apart around it. Carlsen's king grabs a pawn, advancing to d5 and picking up material directly. With the king actively gobbling pawns in the endgame, the result is becoming increasingly clear. Black simply cannot defend everything at once. Tari pushes the remaining queenside pawn to b3, trying to create one last bit of danger, though a steadier defensive try was available. Time is running out for any real resistance. Carlsen's rook drops to b6, eyeing that advanced pawn directly and preparing to eliminate the last piece of black's counterplay before turning full attention back to the king's side. Tari's knight jumps to e7 with check, a desperate attempt to create complications, forcing Carlsen's king to respond immediately rather than simply continuing the methodical conversion. And here, almost in the shadow of victory, Carlsen stumbles. The king steps to c4 rather than the cleaner retreat to d4, allowing Tari one final, fleeting moment of complication in an otherwise completely controlled position. Tari's knight hops to g6, repositioning the piece yet again as black searches for any practical chance amid a position that remains lost regardless of the small inaccuracy. Carlsen grabs the knight, rook takes on g6, picking up material directly. A check on b5 first was slightly cleaner, but the difference is academic, the position remains completely winning for white either way. Tari's king recaptures, taking the rook on g6, the only way to regain some material, but by now the result of this fight is no longer in any real doubt. And there it is, Carlsen's king simply walks forward and takes the final pawn on b3. No fireworks, no combination, just a king calmly collecting the last resource on the board. Tari resigns. Carlsen wins game 1, and the match is his to control. Carlsen already leads this match, but holding a lead against Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces isn't the same as finishing the job. Aryan Tari needs a win. What follows is 40 minutes of chess that tells you everything about what separates these two players. Tari opens with the pawn to e4, the most natural claim to the center, and the invitation that shapes everything to come. In World Cup knockout chess, where a single loss can end your tournament, white's first move carries more weight than usual. Tari needs to press, and a central pawn on e4 signals intent from move 1. Carlsen responds not with the Sicilian or the French but with c6, the Caro-Kann. Given that a draw keeps Carlsen in the match and eliminates Tari, the choice speaks volumes. The Caro-Kann is solid, reliable, harder to crack. A more ambitious try like e5 or d5 immediately would have given black more dynamic counterplay, but Carlsen is not here to gamble, he is here to be immovable. Tari stakes out d4 as well, claiming the full center with 2 pawns abreast. This is exactly where white wants to be: his space, development options, the freedom to choose between multiple plans. The d4 pawn also supports a future e5 advance, which is the defining thrust in the advance Caro-Kann. Carlsen answers with d5, the natural and principled counter-strike. Black challenges the center immediately rather than allowing white to build unchallenged. This is the classical Caro-Kann tension: black's c6 pawn backs up the d5 pawn, so if white takes on d5, black recaptures with the c pawn and keeps a clean structure. And Tari chooses the advance, the pawn pushes to e5, closing the center and fixing the pawn on d5. This is a concrete, committal decision. White gains kingside space and a spatial advantage, but black now knows exactly where to put the light-squared bishop before it gets locked in, and that is the defining tactical problem Tari must solve immediately. Carlsen develops the bishop all the way to f5, an energetic diagonal where it eyes the entire queenside. The classic advance Caro-Kann recipe calls for the bishop to come to f5 before the pawn chain closes the c8 h3 diagonal permanently. A sharper try was the knight to h6 first, keeping the bishop home temporarily, but Carlsen opts for immediate piece activity, a practical choice that stays true to the position's demands. Tari plays g4, the towel variation, lunging forward to kick the bishop away. It is aggressive but comes with real costs: the kingside pawns become airy, and g4 can never be taken back. A more patient line with knight f3 followed by bishop e2 would have developed normally, but Tari wants a fight. He needs one. Carlsen retreats the bishop inward to e4 rather than back to d7 or all the way to e6. This is the point: the bishop finds an extremely active outpost in the heart of white's position, threatening to disrupt the pawn chain or the knight when it arrives on f3. The bishop on e4 is a piece that demands to be answered. Tari plays f3 to challenge it immediately, which is principled: you cannot leave a bishop planted in the middle of your position. A calmer treatment with knight h3, covering g5 and preparing to regroup, was worth considering. But f3 keeps things sharp, and at this stage Tari is making every effort to justify his aggression rather than retreat from it. The bishop steps back to g6, a fluid retreat that loses nothing. From g6 it still controls the long diagonal, keeps an eye on f5, and most importantly stays out of trouble. The position is already taking on a rich character: white has space but gaps on the king side, black has active pieces but a king that has not yet found safety. Tari pushes the pawn to e6, the most ambitious and thematic idea in this structure, a passed pawn rammed deep into black's position to f7. It is a gift that comes with complications, and both players know it. The pawn on e6 puts pressure on f7 immediately and forces Carlsen to decide how to handle this intruder. Carlsen develops the queen to d6, a sophisticated multi-purpose move. The queen watches f4 and f8 simultaneously, adds pressure to the center, and prepares to capture on e6 if needed while keeping flexibility. This is the kind of move that looks quiet but is doing several jobs at once, a Carlsen speciality. Now comes the tension: Tari's pawn advances to f7 with check, capturing the pawn and delivering a check in the process. This is the volcano erupting. The pawn on f7 is a monster: it forks the rook on h8 and the king on e8, but it also means Tari has invested a pawn that may or may not survive. Everything hinges on how Carlsen responds. Carlsen captures back with the bishop on g6, taking the pawn on f7, diffusing the check and removing the intruder. Now black has won back the pawn and the bishop is centrally posted on f7, controlling key squares and watching both sides of the board. White got activity and disruption, black got material equality and a well-placed bishop. The balance is delicate. Tari develops the knight from b1 to c3, bringing it into the game and pointing it toward the center. A more precise continuation here was knight f3 followed by knight g5, putting immediate heat on the bishop sitting on f7. Knight c3 is not bad, but it is the slower route, and in a position this sharp, tempo has value. Carlsen brings the knight from b8 to d7, developing it toward the center and keeping it flexible. It can go to f8, f6, or b6 depending on what the position demands. Routing the knight to f6 more directly would have been sharper, putting immediate pressure on d5 and e4, but Carlsen's approach retains maximum control over the unfolding pawn structure. Tari's pawn advances to f4, consolidating the kingside pawn chain and preparing to push further with g5. This looks natural but also signals that White's kingside ambitions are becoming more structural than dynamic. The pawn on f4 supports e5, gives room for pieces, but every advance also creates new weaknesses that a patient defender can target later. Carlsen strikes with h5 on the king side, beginning a campaign against White's pawn mass. The most direct continuation was to complete development by castling or playing the knight from g8 to f6 or h6, but h5 introduces immediate counterplay. Carlsen wants to destabilize White's pawn chain before it becomes too imposing. A logical choice for a player happy to complicate. Tari pushes g5 in reply, refusing to give ground and keeping the kingside pawns connected and aggressive. The structure is becoming extreme. White has a chain running from d4 all the way to g5, a spatial advantage that borders on intimidating, but the long-term question is whether those pawns can be supported and whether the king behind them is truly safe. Carlsen opens the center with e6, pushing the pawn from e7 to e6. This is a key structural decision. Black breaks the pawn chain symmetry, opens the diagonal for the dark-squared bishop on f8, and signals that the position is heading toward a pawn structure fight rather than a kingside storm. Active and well-timed. Tari finally develops the knight from g1 to f3, which was overdue given the open and dynamic nature of the position. The knight heads toward the center and immediately eyes e5 and g5. From f3 it also supports any future queen activity and keeps the rook on h1 connected to the action should the kingside open. Carlsen develops the other knight from g8 to e7, an unusual square, but one that keeps the knight flexible. From e7 it can swing to f5, to g6, or back to g8 if needed. The more direct knight f6 would have hit the center immediately, but placing it on e7 keeps the f-file clearer and avoids locking pieces prematurely. Tari places the bishop on d3, a natural developing square where it aims at the kingside and supports the pawn structure. Putting it on e2 first, then deciding later, might have kept more options open. From e2 the bishop could also travel to d1 or f3 to reinforce, but d3 is concrete and the intention is clear. The bishop will contribute to a kingside attack. Carlsen advances h4, pushing again on the flank and beginning to attack the g5 pawn directly. A case could be made for completing development first, perhaps rook to h8 to give the rook purpose, or king g8 to improve king safety, but h4 keeps the pressure on White's pawn chain and commits Tari to a decision about whether to defend or push further. Tari castles kingside, tucking the king away and activating the rook on f1. Given that the kingside pawn structure is so advanced with pawns on g5 and f4, castling there requires some nerve, but the king is not in immediate danger behind the pawn chain, and the rook on f1 becomes very useful once the f-file could open. Sound practical decision. Carlsen retreats the bishop from f7 back to h5, which is a provocative and interesting choice. Keeping pressure on the kingside by training the bishop on d1 via the h5, e2 diagonal makes long-term sense. A more energetic try was immediately activating the rook with rook h8 and h4 to h3, creating concrete threats, but Carlsen is content to improve pieces methodically. Tari slides the queen to e1, quietly stepping away from the d-file and preparing to reroute. From e1 the queen can come to e3 to support the center and either queenside, or swing to f2 to reinforce f4. The move also connects the rooks, which is important in any position where rook activity becomes the key endgame factor. Carlsen plays g6, opening the g-file slightly and creating a potential avenue for the rook. The structural cost is real. A pawn on g6 is weaker than one on g7, and a case could be made for a more patient approach like rook h8 or simply developing the dark-squared bishop, which is still sitting idle on f8. But g6 also prepares bishop g7, completing black's development. Tari jumps the knight from f3 to e5, a bold central posting that demands to be dealt with. However, a stronger continuation was available, the knight going to d4 via a sequence that would have placed it on an even more dominant central square while also threatening to invade on c6 or b5. The knight on e5 is active but not as clinically placed as it could have been, and Carlsen now has a target to attack. Carlsen finally develops the dark-squared bishop from f8 to g7, where it sits on a long diagonal aiming deep into White's queenside. A more aggressive reply was immediately taking on e5 with the bishop from g7, winning the centralized knight, but Carlsen first completes the fianchet development, which is logically sound and immediately threatens to execute that capture next move. Tari develops the bishop from c1 to d2, a quiet move that removes a passive piece from the starting square and prepares to contest the long diagonal or support the queen side. A more combative approach would have been to push ahead with c4 immediately, trying to open queenside lines before black can consolidate. Instead, bishop d2 is modest, setting up coordination between the rooks but losing the initiative slightly. Carlsen swings the knight from e7 to f5, a beautiful central outpost. The knight on f5 eyes d4, g3, and e3 simultaneously, sitting on a square where it is hard to dislodge without making some concession. This is the kind of piece placement that Carlsen makes look effortless. The knight on f5 is now a genuine problem piece for white. Tari retreats the knight from c3 all the way to a4, a remarkable decentralization that strips the knight of any central influence. The better square was d1 or e2, where the knight could have reorganized toward f4 or g3 to challenge the powerful black knight. Knight a4 wanders to the rim, where it is out of play, and objectively this is the moment where black's coordination begins to tell. Carlsen's bishop on g7 captures the knight on e5, a well-timed exchange that removes one of white's most active pieces. Taking with the bishop rather than the pawn keeps the g6 pawn in place and avoids opening the g-file for white's rook. A slightly stronger sequence involved first pushing c4 or d4 to destabilize white's queenside before taking the knight, but the immediate capture is fully justified and keeps black in charge. Tari recaptures with the f4 pawn taking on e5, bringing material back to equality but radically changing the pawn structure. White now has a passed pawn on e5, which sounds impressive, but it is also isolated and will require constant protection. More significantly, black's f-file is now open, and the black king, currently on e8, will eventually need to find safety on the king side, near that open file. Carlsen repositions the queen from d6 to e7, a multi-purpose square. From e7 the queen eyes e5, the passed pawn that now needs defending, and also prepares to coordinate with the rook once it comes to the king side. The queen on e7 is a quiet but instructive move. Carlsen is keeping maximum pieces trained on white's isolated advanced pawn. Tari's bishop from d3 captures the knight on f5, removing Carlsen's most active piece and eliminating a key defender of the king side. The bishop trade makes sense. White cannot allow the knight to sit on f5 indefinitely, but it also gives black a half-open g-file after the recapture, and that will matter when the rooks become active. Carlsen captures back with the g-pawn taking on f5, and now the g-file is semi-open with black's rook potentially aiming at white's castled king. The pawn structure has simplified considerably, both sides have passed pawns, the position is tense but balanced, and the critical question is who can activate the rooks more effectively. Carlsen's king still needs to find safety, that is the unresolved problem. Tari advances h3, a small but significant prophylactic pawn move that prevents the h-pawn from advancing further and causing problems. At this point both sides are maneuvering. White is trying to coordinate the rooks and stabilize, black is trying to find a way to bring the king to safety without walking into a tactical problem on the open files. Carlsen moves the king from e8 to f7, stepping toward the king side to activate it in the endgame and clear the back rank for rook coordination. A stronger try was king to d7, keeping it more central and away from the kingside files that could open. King f7 is not wrong, but it puts the king closer to potential danger, and objectively king d7 followed by rook h8 was slightly more precise. Tari plays king to h2, stepping away from any back rank concerns and preparing to support the rooks, but this is too modest. The stronger move here was rook g1, preparing to push g6 with check, splitting black's kingside and gaining serious winning chances. King h2 is passive, and the considers it a missed opportunity to seize the initiative that white had been working toward for several moves. Carlsen advances b6, preparing to push the c-pawn and open queenside lines. A more forceful continuation was rook h8, activating the final undeveloped piece and threatening h4 immediately. Instead, b6 prepares queenside counterplay, a practical decision, but one that allows Tari another move to organize. Carlsen is methodical where he could have been decisive. Tari pushes b4 in response, claiming queenside space and beginning to challenge black's pawn structure from the other side of the board. This is a logical plan. If black is going to push on the queen side, white should do the same. The b4 pawn prepares to advance or trade, and it also threatens to cramp black's queenside pieces with future c3 or a4. Carlsen redirects the knight from d7 to f8, improving its position significantly. From f8 it can swing to g6, e6, or d7 again depending on what the position demands. The knight was somewhat passive on d7, now on f8 it is poised to become active, and it eyes g6 as an excellent forward post. Tari retreats the knight from a4 to b2, beginning to reroute it back toward the center via d3 or c4. This is a straightforward attempt to rehabilitate the misplaced knight, but the maneuver costs time and white is not making progress. The position is heading toward equality, and every tempo spent regrouping is a tempo not spent creating threats. Carlsen pushes c5, which is the thematic queenside break, but this particular moment allows white to capture in a way that favors Tari. Keeping the tension with rook h8 or knight g6, which would have activated the knight while keeping the pawn structure intact, was the sounder approach. Pushing c5 immediately removes structural ambiguity but gives white a concrete decision point that creates small problems for black. Tari captures on c5 with the b4 pawn, which looks natural but was not the best follow-up. The stronger response was the rook to d1, applying pressure on d5 and using the newly open position rather than trading pawns. Taking on c5 is exchanging pawns in a way that gives black healthy recaptures and does not fundamentally disturb Carlsen's position. Carlsen takes back on c5 with the b-pawn, and now black has a useful passed pawn on c5 pointing into the heart of white's queenside. The pawn structure has clarified, black has an outside passed pawn, and that is a long-term endgame asset. The position is roughly equal, but it is the kind of equality where a grandmaster of Carlsen's caliber can probe almost indefinitely. Tari routes the knight from b2 to d3, finally getting the piece back toward the center. From d3 it threatens c5 and can hop to f4 or b4 with purpose. A stronger idea was immediately taking on c5 with the knight. Knight takes c5 would have won the pawn and gained material, even if temporary complications followed. nd3 is steady but passive given what was available. And here is the key mistake of the game. Carlsen pushes c4, which locks the pawn on an advanced square but allows white to play around it rather than fighting through it. The right move was to capture on d4, the pawn recaptures on d4, opening the d-file, activating the rook, and creating immediate and lasting pressure on white's isolated d4 pawn. That would have given Carlsen a clear advantage. Instead, c4 is a committal advance that actually concedes activity to Tari. Tari responds with the knight to f4, but here too he misses the moment. The correct and devastating reply was rook to g1 followed by g6 check, a pawn advance with check that would have split the black king away from the rest of the pieces and created immediate, concrete winning chances. Knight to f4 is reasonable, improving the piece, but it lets the critical tension evaporate. This double error, both players missing their moments in sequence, is what sends the game toward a draw. Carlsen brings the knight from f8 to g6, which is elegant simplification. The knight arrives on a strong central square, it targets the knight on f4, and it prepares exchanges that will ease any remaining pressure on black's position. From g6 the knight also supports the king if it needs to step back and defends key squares around it. Tari captures the knight on g6 with the f4 knight, reducing material and trying to simplify into a manageable endgame. Keeping the knight on f4 and playing rook g1 with pressure on the g-file would have maintained more tension and kept Carlsen under psychological pressure. The exchange on g6 is safe but gives black the chance to centralize the king, which is exactly what black wants in this type of position. Carlsen recaptures with the king takes on g6, and suddenly the black king is magnificently centralized in the endgame. An active king in the endgame is not a liability, it is a weapon. From g6 the king can press toward the center, support passed pawns, or attack white's weaknesses directly. This is the kind of endgame understanding that Carlsen has made his trademark. Tari moves the queen to e3, which keeps it active and maintains some pressure but was not the most precise path. A stronger try was rook d1, challenging the d5 pawn and creating an immediate tactical problem for black. Queen e3 is solid enough, it protects the third rank and ic5, but it allows Carlsen to continue organizing without facing any immediate crisis. Carlsen moves the rook from h8 all the way to b8, beginning queenside rook activity and eyeing the b-file. The more direct try was rook h8 to h5, targeting the g5 pawn and creating immediate pressure on white's pawn chain. Rook b8 is logical preparation, setting up queen b7 and rook b6 with a battery on the b file, but the more aggressive approach was available. Tari activates the rook to b1, contesting the b file before Carlsen can dominate it. This is sensible reactive play. White correctly identifies that the b file is about to become important and races to meet black there. The rooks will now contest the file directly, and whoever controls it will dictate the pace of the endgame. Carlsen pushes the rook forward to b6, occupying the 6th rank on the b file, a classic endgame technique where the rook on the 6th rank combines pressure down the file with pressure along the rank. A slightly stronger approach was the queen to b7 first, building the battery before committing the rook, but rook b6 is still very good and establishes black's presence on the key file. Tari moves the queen from e3 to c3, which looks active, but a more productive approach was queen d4, placing it on a strong central square where it attacks d5 and controls the queen side simultaneously. Queen c3 is not bad, it aims at g7 and contests the queen side, but it allows Carlsen a moment to organize the b-file battery without facing a concrete threat. Carlsen retreats the queen to b7, a precise, instructive move. The queen and rook now form a battery on the b-file pointing directly at white's back rank. This is powerful in principle, but a stronger immediate try was queen to d7, where the queen defends d5 while preparing to press on the queen side with more menace. Queen b7 sets up the battery but gives Tari one move to respond before the pressure lands. Tari's rook takes on b6, capturing the rook and trading off the most active piece in black's position. The stronger continuation was to avoid the trade and instead play rook to b3 or queen d4, maintaining tension and keeping all pieces on the board. By forcing the exchange, Tari simplifies into a queenless position, or rather a queen versus queen position, where holding a draw is the realistic outcome. Carlsen recaptures with the queen on b6, and now both sides have queen and rook against queen and rook, roughly balanced material with active pieces. The black queen on b6 is extremely well placed, it eyes the entire queen side, and c6, it threatens to press against white's king, and it anchors black's activity. Tari has survived the exchange but has not resolved his structural difficulties. Tari retreats the bishop from d2 to c1, a passive move that appears to seek simplification by vacating the d2 square or preparing to trade the bishop. The stronger try was to push a4, immediately creating a passed pawn on the queen side and giving white genuine counterplay before black can organize further. Bishop c1 is defensive and slightly concedes the initiative. At this level, passivity rarely goes unpunished, even if a draw is the likely outcome from here. What happens when a teenage prodigy from Germany gets white against Magnus Carlsen in a World Cup knockout? You're about to find out, and the answer is more instructive than you might expect. Keymer opens by advancing his pawn 2 squares to the center, the most classical of beginnings. The move stakes a claim on space and opens lines for both the queen and the light-squared bishop. One of pawn to king 4 was objectively the sharpest try here, giving white a more direct grip on the center from the first move. Carlsen responds immediately with his knight to the center, the most natural and flexible answer. The knight eyes the important central square and keeps black's options completely open, no structural commitment yet, just clean development. This is Carlsen at his most pragmatic, claim nothing you don't need to claim. Keymer pushes his second pawn into the center, creating a classic queen's pawn formation with 2 pawns abreast. The intention is to control as much of the board as possible early, and this pawn pair together forms the backbone of several major openings, the Queen's Gambit, the Catalan, and more. Carlsen stakes his own claim in the center with the pawn advancing to the 6th rank, a move that signals the game will likely enter Queen's Gambit territory. The move is solid, slightly cautious, it supports a later central challenge while keeping the bishop on the long diagonal unobstructed. Black is building methodically. Keymer develops his knight to the 3rd rank, adding pressure to the center and connecting naturally with the pawns already there. A fully sound move, though the most incisive continuation was probably a direct pawn push to extend the center. The knight on this square can sometimes feel reactive rather than forcing. Carlsen now strikes at the center with his own pawn, advancing it 2 squares to challenge white's structure directly. This is the classical response that defines the Queen's Gambit declined. The strongest choice here was arguably to castle first, but the central challenge is principled. Black wants symmetry and counterplay immediately. Keymer accepts the invitation and trades pawns in the center, a decision that will shape everything that follows. By capturing, he opens the position slightly and gives black a strong, centralized pawn majority. A slower approach, reinforcing without exchanging, was available and would have kept more tension in the position. Carlsen recaptures cleanly with his pawn, and suddenly black has a beautiful pawn in the very heart of the board. This is the exchange variation of the Queen's Gambit declined, a structure that has been fought over at the highest levels for over a century. Black now has clear plans: minority attack on the Queen's side, or direct central play. The white bishop swings across the board to an aggressive diagonal, pinning the knight on the other side and applying immediate pressure. This is a key strategic idea. The pin makes it harder for black to consolidate the center. Keymer is making sure this isn't a quiet, equal game. Carlsen replies with his own bishop, posting it on a very active diagonal, pointing toward the white queen side and pressuring the knight. A stronger alternative was available, planting that bishop on a square where it exerts more direct influence on the central pawn and restricts white's options. Still, Carlsen's choice is ambitious. Keymer advances a central pawn one square, shoring up the structure and making room for his king's bishop to develop. This is careful, solid play. White is building a compact formation before committing to any direct action. The pawn here also prevents black from placing a piece on a key central outpost. Carlsen nudges a flank pawn forward one square on the king side, an important prophylactic move. The idea is to give the bishop a flight square and deny white's bishop the chance to pin or harass. The most direct continuation was probably to complete development first, but Carlsen values the concrete prevention. Keymer retreats his bishop from the pin to a new diagonal, keeping it active while stepping away from potential complications. The critical alternative was to hold the bishop where it was, maintaining the pin and the pressure. Retreating here concedes some of the dynamic advantage white had built. That shift will cost Keymer slightly. Carlsen develops his second bishop to an active file, pointing it into the heart of the white position. This piece will become a recurring theme. Carlsen is aligning his bishops, coordinating them toward the white king's side of the board. Every black piece is now working toward the same idea. Keymer develops his king's bishop to a natural central square, pointing it toward the black queen side. The alternative, and objectively stronger, was to post it on a square where it could participate in the endgame from a more flexible angle. The bishop here is slightly passive, pointing at pawns rather than controlling open lines. Carlsen captures the bishop without hesitation. The trade is in black's favor. The bishop Carlsen removes was a potential defender, and the one he gives up was already doing much of its work. Simplification of this kind is typical Carlsen: exchange what you don't need, keep what gives you control. Keymer recaptures with the queen, centralizing it immediately on a very active square. The queen now surveys the board from the middle and eyes both sides. White has good piece activity, but the position is balanced. This is going to be a technical battle fought over small advantages and subtle maneuvers. Carlsen advances a pawn to support the center and restrict white's options on the queen side. The move is quiet but precise. It creates a pawn chain that will be difficult to break down and ensures black's central pawn is well protected. Every pawn Carlsen places is placed with a long-term plan in mind. Keymer brings his second knight into play, routing it toward the center via a more cautious path. This knight wants to reach a strong outpost eventually, but it will take a few more moves to get there. White is completing development efficiently, keeping the king safe and building toward castling. Carlsen maneuvers his knight to the edge of the board, an unusual destination that temporarily reduces its scope. The logic here is to provoke a specific response or reposition it via a different route. The most natural square would have kept the knight centralized and more immediately threatening, so this is a slightly deliberate detour. Keymer's bishop advances aggressively to occupy a powerful central square, exerting strong pressure across the board. From here, the bishop dominates several key diagonals and makes it awkward for Carlsen to bring his queenside pieces into play. This is Keymer playing actively, refusing to allow black to equalize easily. Carlsen finally develops his second knight, bringing it toward the center. This completes the development of both knights and gives black a much more coordinated position. The knight heads toward a useful central square where it can collaborate with the pawn chain and apply pressure on white's position. Keymer advances a kingside pawn one square, a prophylactic move designed to prevent black's bishop from jumping to an annoying square. It is sensible but slightly committal. the most incisive continuation at this point was to begin direct queenside operations or complete development more urgently. The small pawn move gives Carlsen time. Carlsen returns the knight to its natural central square, where it belongs. The detour to the edge was a brief provocation, now the knight comes back to influence the important central squares. A more direct continuation was available, but Carlsen is content to improve his pieces one step at a time. Keymer's bishop retreats to a quieter square, tucked on the back rank. The bishop is safe here but much less aggressive, it was more usefully placed forward. The superior plan was to keep the bishop active or to begin queenside play immediately. This retreat signals that Keymer is becoming more defensive in his approach. Carlsen castles, and his king is safely tucked away. The rook on the right side of the board now slides to a central file, eyeing important squares. This is the end of the opening phase, both sides have developed their pieces, and now the real strategic fight begins. Carlsen has a solid, well-coordinated position. Keymer advances a queenside pawn one square, preventing Carlsen from placing a piece on that square and staking a small territorial claim. This is the kind of quiet but precise move that defines high-level chess. It looks minor, but it shapes what is possible on the next 10 moves. Carlsen's bishop retreats, stepping back to maintain tension while escaping the threat of the pawn advance. The more energetic reply was to activate the rook instead, introducing immediate counterplay. The bishop on this new square is safe but slightly passive. Carlsen is being careful rather than aggressive. Keymer castles, bringing his king to safety. The rook slides into a central file, which is the standard benefit of castling. White should now begin queenside operations. A more forcing approach than simply castling was available, but king safety was a reasonable priority. The position remains roughly level. Carlsen slides his rook to the central file, a key defensive and offensive square. The rook eyes the half-open file and supports the central pawn structure. This is textbook rook activation in the middle game. Place the rook where it influences the game immediately, not where it sits passively behind your own pawns. Keymer's rook moves to the queenside file, preparing to apply pressure. However, the more effective plan was to seize the initiative on the kingside or to activate the rook more directly through a different route. The rook here is well placed in principle, but arriving a step too late to be truly threatening. Carlsen centralizes his queen, posting it on a very active square. The queen coordinates with the rook and the pawns, creating a harmonious setup. A stronger continuation was available, a move that would have immediately pressured the white queen side, but the queen's new position is flexible and hard to attack. Keymer advances a queenside pawn, trying to gain space on that side of the board and contest Carlsen's activity. The problem is that this move gives black targets. Pawns that have advanced can become weaknesses. A more restrained approach was the better choice, keeping the structure tight and minimizing black's counterplay. Carlsen retreats his bishop all the way back to its starting file, a patient regrouping move. The bishop has done its job on the long diagonal and now repositions to support different plans. This kind of willingness to put a piece back in order to redeploy it better is a hallmark of Carlsen's strategic patience. Keymer reroutes his knight, swinging it toward the kingside to look for a better square. A more direct plan, pushing to activate the queen or seize the open file, was probably stronger. The knight maneuver is slow, and Carlsen will use the tempi to improve his own position before white arrives anywhere useful. Carlsen tucks his bishop back to a snug, flexible square on the third rank. The piece is now pointing at the white knight and supporting the central pawn structure from behind. It is a quiet but deeply practical move. Carlsen is not rushing. He is making sure every piece is on its ideal square before he acts. Keymer's knight leaps forward to a powerful outpost square, and suddenly white has a very active piece planted in the heart of the board. From here the knight is difficult to dislodge. It is supported by the pawn chain and eyes several important squares. This is the kind of outpost that can decide an endgame. Carlsen strikes. The bishop sweeps across the entire board, captures white's bishop, and delivers check in one movement. This is a concrete tactical blow, not a positional subtlety but a direct piece trade that forces the white king to move. Carlsen has been building toward this exchange for several moves, and now it lands. Keymer must capture with the king, there is no other option. The white king steps out onto the second rank, taking the bishop. Material is level, but the white king is slightly exposed, and that exposure will matter. The king on the edge of the board is less comfortable than one tucked safely in the corner. Carlsen centralizes his queen, placing it on a square that controls several important diagonals and keeps the pressure on white's position. The queen now works in harmony with the rook, creating threats that Keymer must constantly monitor. Black is making the position uncomfortable, not dramatically, but persistently. Keymer's knight retreats from its outpost, stepping back to a safer square. The knight was doing good work on the forward square, so the retreat is slightly concessive. The position remains level, but white has given up some of the initiative that the outpost provided. These small concessions accumulate across a long game. Carlsen shifts his queen slightly, adjusting its position to cover different squares. The queen is still active and well placed, but a more direct plan was available, advancing a pawn to create an immediate threat on the queen side. Carlsen seems content to improve his position incrementally before committing. Keymer brings his king back toward the center of the board, a safety move after the earlier exposure. A more proactive continuation was available, one that would have kept white on the front foot. The king march is cautious, and Carlsen now has time to reorganize. These tempo losses are starting to add up for white. Carlsen advances his kingside pawn, staking space and trying to open lines on that side of the board. A more immediately effective plan was available, activating the rook further, but the pawn advance is natural and creates long-term targets. Carlsen is gently ratcheting up the pressure on multiple fronts simultaneously. Keymer retreats his queen to the back rank, a significant concession. The queen was active in the center and now finds itself passive. The better move was to keep the queen in a more aggressive posture, maintaining pressure on black's queen side. This retreat gives Carlsen a free hand to improve his position further. Carlsen's knight jumps to a new square, repositioning to a more active post on the queen side. From here the knight eyes important squares and can coordinate with the rook and queen. Black's pieces are all working together now, every one of them pointing toward Keymer's position, looking for the decisive entry point. White's pawn captures the pawn on a5. Carlsen's knight jumps into a powerful central square, a deep outpost in white's territory, right in the heart of the position. From there the knight controls key squares and is extremely difficult to remove. This is Carlsen exploiting the open file and the loose pawn structure that Keymer's last move created. Keymer activates his queen, bringing it forward to contest the queen side. The queen now threatens to win material and forces Carlsen to reconsider. This is Keymer fighting back. The queen is his most powerful piece and he needs it active if he wants to maintain any initiative. Carlsen swings the rook all the way across to capture the advanced pawn. Black is now winning material back. A stronger continuation was available, one that would have kept the rook on the more active queenside file, but winning the pawn is concrete and gives Carlsen material equality with a very active rook. Keymer's knight leaps into the center, capturing a pawn and landing on a powerful central square. White now has a knight in the heart of the board and has recaptured the material. This is a sharp sequence, both sides are grabbing what they can. The position is becoming tactical rather than strategic. Carlsen recaptures immediately with his knight, trading on that central square. Black removes the white piece before it can dominate proceedings. The position after the trade is roughly level in material, but the open files and active rooks mean there is plenty of fight left in this game. Keymer's queen sweeps into recapture, landing in the center of the board. The queen is now very active, and white suddenly has good piece coordination. The position has completely transformed from the quiet positional struggle of the opening into something sharp and concrete, with queens and rooks all over the board. Carlsen's rook glides along the open file and captures a pawn. Black is now winning material again. The rook is deep in white's territory, and Keymer must find a way to deal with it. This is Carlsen doing what he does best, patiently converting small advantages and winning material at exactly the right moment. Keymer's queen advances, pressuring Carlsen's position and eyeing pieces that need defending. White is trying to use the queen's activity to compensate for the material he has given away. The queen alone, though, can rarely hold a position when the opponent has an active rook and well-placed pieces everywhere. Carlsen captures the white queen. Just like that, queens come off the board, and Carlsen is happy with that trade because his rooks and pieces are better coordinated than white's. Endgames are Carlsen's domain, and entering one with active rooks and a solid structure is exactly where he wants to be. Keymer recaptures with the rook, which now lands on that central file. Material is approximately equal, but the structure heavily favors Carlsen. Black has active rooks, a central knight outpost, and a majority of pawns. Keymer will need to find very precise defensive resources to hold this endgame together. Carlsen repositions his second rook, placing it on an active file. The two rooks will now work as a team. This is the endgame coordination that Carlsen is celebrated for: patient, precise, methodical. Nothing flashy, just pieces being placed on their best squares and pressure applied from every angle simultaneously. Keymer's knight returns to an active square on the king side, looking to establish an outpost and perhaps create counterplay. A more direct defensive plan was available, consolidating the rook structure. The knight move is ambitious, but white is behind in piece activity and needs to find some way to complicate matters. Carlsen advances a kingside pawn, staking space and eyeing potential pawn breaks. The most direct continuation was probably to activate the second rook more aggressively, but the pawn advance serves a purpose: it restricts white's knight and creates long-term pressure. Every small advantage Carlsen accumulates counts in an endgame. Keymer pushes his own pawn forward aggressively on the king side, a bold decision that opens the position and creates immediate tension. The move makes sense if white can follow through, but pushing pawns in an endgame where you are under pressure is a double-edged approach. Those advanced pawns can become targets. Carlsen captures the pawn without hesitation. Black's pawn advances and takes material in one move. The position is now open on the king side, with both sides having passed or advanced pawns. Carlsen has removed a white pawn that might have caused trouble, and he does it with absolutely no drama or hesitation. Keymer recaptures, and the pawns have traded. The kingside structure is now simplified. White has managed to clarify the position, which is something, but black still has the more active rooks and the better coordinated pieces. Carlsen has more to work with, and he is going to make Keymer feel that for a long time. Carlsen's rook penetrates all the way to the second rank, a classic rook infiltration. A piece on the 7th rank in an endgame is worth its weight in gold. It attacks pawns, ties down the opponent's king, and dominates the entire rank. A more forcing continuation was available, but this is already very strong. Keymer activates his second rook, bringing it toward the action. The better plan was to coordinate the rooks more actively and challenge black's grip on the file. As it stands, Carlsen has a rook on the 7th rank and a dominant position. Keymer is responding to threats rather than creating them. Carlsen slides the rook all the way to the 1st rank, a move that, in isolation, looks like it gives up the 2nd rank. A more forcing plan was available. But the idea seems to be to force trades and penetrate with the other rook. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is create an immediate crisis. Keymer captures the rook, he has to. White takes the material on offer, but now Carlsen's other rook is ready to deliver a killing blow. This kind of rook trade, seemingly voluntary, is often a tactical device to expose the enemy king or gain a more powerful follow-up. And that is exactly what is about to happen. Carlsen's second rook captures on the 1st rank and delivers check in the same move. The white king is forced to respond immediately. Black now has a rook crashing into the back of white's position, and the white king has to scramble. This is the kind of sequence Carlsen sets up 10 moves in advance. Keymer steps his king forward to escape the check. The king is now exposed on the 2nd rank, not comfortable territory in an endgame. Black's rook commands the back rank, Carlsen's knight is active, and white's structure is starting to come apart. The defensive task ahead of Keymer is formidable. Carlsen moves his king toward the center, beginning the king march that characterizes every endgame Carlsen plays. In endgames, the king is a fighting piece, it needs to come forward and participate in the attack. A slightly more direct route was available, but the king is coming, and that is what matters. Keymer advances a pawn on the king side, trying to create counterplay and establish a passed pawn that might distract Carlsen. A stronger defensive plan was available, centralizing the knight immediately. The pawn push is risky, it can be a source of counterplay, but it also weakens squares around the white king. And here, finally, is the decisive error. Carlsen retreats his knight away from the center, and that is a mistake. The knight was ideally placed in the heart of the board. Moving it toward the edge, the correct move was to jump the knight to the king side, from where it would have dominated the position and kept all the pressure on white. The retreat here lets Keymer breathe. Keymer pounces. his knight leaps to a powerful central square, suddenly dominating the middle of the board. This is the outpost white has been looking for throughout the entire game. The knight here is powerful, centralized, and almost impossible to dislodge. One inaccuracy from Carlsen, and the game has completely turned. Carlsen advances a flank pawn, trying to create some space and prevent white's pieces from advancing further. A more direct defensive try was available, active piece play. The pawn advance is understandable under pressure, but it weakens the squares around the black king at a time when Keymer's pieces are becoming very active. Keymer's knight crashes in and captures a pawn, and now white is winning material. The knight has done what an outpost knight dreams of doing. It has become a weapon, reaching deep into black's position and taking concrete material. Carlsen is now a pawn down with an exposed king, and the momentum has completely shifted. Carlsen's rook repositions, trying to find the most active square from which to create counterplay. A more direct plan was available, one that kept more immediate pressure on white. But Carlsen is now in a difficult position and looking for any complication that might save the game. The clinical Carlsen of the endgame is now fighting for a draw. Keymer's knight retreats from its deep invasion, a slightly surprising decision. The knight had more active options, including maintaining its central dominance. The retreat gives Carlsen a small reprieve. Still, white is clearly better, up a pawn, with active pieces and a safer king. The question is whether Keymer can convert. Carlsen advances the rook to a more active file, a fighting response. The rook now threatens to create passed pawns or generate counterplay on the queen side. Carlsen never goes down without a fight. Even in a difficult position, his rook is pointed at white's structure, looking for the crack that might save the game. Keymer's rook captures Carlsen's active rook, choosing to trade. The rooks come off the board. A stronger plan was available, keeping the rook and maintaining more pressure, but the exchange simplifies to a position where Keymer still has a material advantage and a dominant knight. White is still firmly in control. Carlsen recaptures with his pawn, and suddenly black has a passed pawn on the queen side. This pawn, advanced and free to run, becomes Carlsen's most dangerous weapon. Even down in material, a passed pawn that advances can force white to divert pieces to stop it. Carlsen immediately seizes on this resource. Keymer's knight repositions to a central square, covering key squares and maintaining pressure. The knight is a versatile piece in this endgame. It can both attack and defend, and white is using it to control the position while the passed pawn on the queen side remains a concern. Keymer is playing carefully. Carlsen's king moves toward the center. In an endgame without queens, the king becomes an attacking force. By centralizing, Carlsen keeps his options open and maintains flexibility. The king will support the passed pawn's advance while also defending against white's activity. Every king move in an endgame has a purpose. Keymer's knight springs to an active square, gaining time and preventing Carlsen from coordinating effectively. A more direct plan was available, advancing the kingside pawns immediately. But the knight move is active and keeps black's king slightly off balance. White is trying to control the tempo of the endgame. Carlsen's king steps forward, continuing the march toward the center. A slightly more energetic king route was available that would have supported the passed pawn more directly. But Carlsen is finding the best practical path in a difficult position, keeping the game complex and giving Keymer maximum problems to solve. Keymer advances his king's side pawn, creating more space and potential passed pawns of his own. This is the right idea. In pawn endgames and near endgames, the side with more pawns should advance them and create multiple threats. White is pushing on both sides of the board, which puts Carlsen under real pressure. Carlsen's king marches forward, centralizing completely. This is the king entering the battle as a full piece. It now influences squares across the entire board. Black is fighting back with everything available. The king on this square threatens to advance further and support the passed pawn, which is still a significant weapon. Keymer's king steps forward, entering the endgame fight and beginning its own march. In an endgame like this, the player who can activate the king faster often wins. Both kings are now advancing toward the center, and the position is becoming a race whose king can influence more of the board more quickly. Carlsen's knight finally finds a useful central square, and suddenly black has an active piece. The knight is now coordinating with the king and the passed pawn, creating genuine threats. Carlsen is fighting back with the kind of tenacity that has made him the world's best endgame player for over a decade. Keymer's king continues its march, heading toward the center. The most direct plan was to advance the kingside pawns more aggressively, using the material advantage to create a passed pawn that can distract Carlsen. The king march is sensible but slightly slow. Carlsen has time to keep creating counterplay. Carlsen retreats his knight, a temporary repositioning to find a better square. A more direct plan was available, one that would have applied immediate pressure on white's structure. The knight shuffle costs a tempo, and in a tight endgame every tempo matters. Carlsen is fighting to stay in the game with limited resources. Keymer advances a central pawn, staking space and threatening to push further. The pawn on the 4th rank now eyes an advance that could create a powerful passed pawn of its own. White is expanding on both sides of the board simultaneously, which is exactly the right strategy when ahead in material. Carlsen's knight drifts to the edge of the board, a less than ideal destination. The most active squares were available in the center, where the knight could both attack and defend. Moving to the edge reduces the knight's options. Carlsen is under pressure and the position is becoming increasingly difficult for black. Keymer's king continues centralizing. It is now a powerful, active piece in the heart of the board. This king is directly influencing the outcome. It covers important squares, controls the advance of pawns, and applies pressure on black's knight and king simultaneously. The position is clearly winning for white at this point. Carlsen's knight shuffles again, back to a more central square, trying to find coordination. A more direct defensive move was available. The knight's wandering path in this endgame reflects the difficulty of black's position. There is no obvious good square, so the knight is searching for purpose. Carlsen is still fighting, but the position is slipping. Keymer's knight retreats to a safe central square, a slightly cautious decision. A more aggressive knight route was available, one that would have created immediate threats and shortened the game. The retreat is solid and keeps control, but Carlsen will use the extra move to try and create one last complication. Carlsen's knight moves again to the edge of the board, still searching for stability. A more active plan was available that would have centralized the knight and created genuine defensive resources. The repeated shuffling to the edge indicates that black's position is fundamentally difficult to hold. The endgame is slipping away from Carlsen. Keymer's king steps forward again, occupying a powerful centralized square. The king is now doing tremendous work. It controls critical squares and supports the advance of white's pawns. This is how endgames are won, not always with tactics, but with patient, precise king activation until the position becomes completely untenable for the opponent. Carlsen's knight finds a more active square at last, reaching into the center. It is still late, but the knight is now posting itself where it can threaten white's structure. Carlsen keeps pressing. Even in a lost position, the world's best player will find every last resource. White still needs to convert accurately. Keymer advances his central pawn to a powerful square, creating a very advanced passed pawn. This pawn is now deep in Carlsen's territory and will be extremely difficult to stop. White's strategy of pushing on multiple fronts is paying off. The position now has too many threats for Carlsen to deal with simultaneously. Carlsen's king retreats slightly, trying to get closer to the dangerous passed pawn. The king must stop that pawn from marching further. Black is using the king as the primary defensive weapon because there is nothing else available. This is survival chess. Carlsen is holding on with everything he has. Keymer's king advances to a dominant central square, taking control of the most important part of the board. This king is now a weapon in attack and defense simultaneously. White's position has the quality that grandmasters call the zugzwang potential. Any move black makes will weaken something, and Keymer only needs to improve methodically. Carlsen's king steps to the side, trying to remain active. A more direct move toward the passed pawn was available. The king is now slightly off the optimal path, which gives Keymer a small but important opportunity. In an endgame as precise as this, a single tempo is often the difference between drawing and losing. And here is the second critical error of the game, this time from Keymer. His knight jumps forward when the king itself should have advanced. The king marched to the active square, leading with the king rather than the knight, would have been immediately winning by dominating the entire board. The knight move is still good, but it gives Carlsen one extra chance to resist. Carlsen advances his passed pawn, and it is running now. The pawn is deep in white's half of the board and threatening to promote. White must respond immediately. This is Carlsen's last and best resource, forcing Keymer to divert his pieces to stop the pawn rather than advancing his own. It is a brilliant fighting move. Keymer's knight captures a pawn on the king side, picking up material while simultaneously threatening to create a passed pawn of his own. The knight is now on an active square behind black's lines. This is the right direction. Keymer is using his extra material to generate threats on both sides of the board. Carlsen pushes the queenside pawn further, one square from promotion. If white cannot stop this pawn, the game will be drawn by force. This is Carlsen's last fighting chance. The passed pawn is his only winning, or drawing, resource, and he is pushing it with everything he has. The tension is real. Keymer's knight retreats to the center from its deep foray, maintaining control and covering the queening square. The knight is now a defensive piece, stopping Carlsen's pawn from reaching the final rank. White has the right idea: use the knight's unique jumping ability to cover the promotion square from a safe distance. Carlsen's knight jumps to a powerful square and delivers check. The white king must move again. This check is not just a harassment move, it gains a vital tempo, allowing Carlsen to advance the passed pawn on the very next move while Keymer's king is forced to respond. Every tempo matters when a pawn is this close to queening. Keymer's king steps forward, the only legal move. And now look at the position. Carlsen's passed pawn is still there, one step from promotion, and white's king has been forced away from the defense. This is the kind of endgame that requires perfect precision from both sides. One slip from either player will change everything. Carlsen's king marches toward the active square. The king is now supporting the pawn's advance and trying to coordinate with the knight. Black is organizing the last push. But Keymer has the material and the more active pieces, and the central knight is covering the key squares. White just needs to remain calm and precise. Keymer's knight retreats to a central square, maintaining control over key squares and keeping the passed pawn firmly blockaded. The knight on this square covers the promotion square and coordinates with the king. White's plan is becoming clear: stop the pawn, advance the kingside pawns, and eventually march to victory. Carlsen's knight finds a very active square, threatening to create further complications. This is Carlsen refusing to go quietly. The knight is now applying pressure on white's structure and keeping the position complex. Every move in this endgame is a battle of wills as much as calculation. Keymer must stay precise. Keymer advances his central pawn, pushing it deep into black's territory. This creates a second passed pawn that now threatens to advance further and distract Carlsen's king and knight from stopping both pawns simultaneously. Having two connected passed pawns in an endgame is one of the most powerful advantages possible. Carlsen's king moves toward the central pawn. Black must try to capture it or at least blockade it before it marches further. A slightly different king route was available that would have been marginally more active. But the position is objectively very difficult for Carlsen, and the most direct path to any kind of resistance is the right priority. The pawn advances. And with that single, quiet step, the position becomes untenable for Carlsen. White now has two advanced passed pawns, a dominant knight, and a king that has marched deep into the endgame. Carlsen cannot stop both pawns and protect his knight simultaneously. Keymer wins Game 1. For a 19-year-old from Germany, defeating Carlsen, even once, is something you do not forget. Magnus Carlsen is trailing in this match. He needs a win with the white pieces, or his World Cup is over. Carlsen opens with the pawn to the center of the board, staking an immediate claim on the middle for squares. This is the most classical of all opening moves. It fights for space, opens lines for the bishop and queen, and announces that white intends to play actively from the very first move. Keymer meets it symmetrically, his own pawn stepping into the center. Black stakes an equal share of the middle ground right away, and we have the starting position of one of chess's oldest and most richly explored rivalries, the open game. Both sides are saying, we will not concede the center without a fight. The knight comes out toward the center on its natural square, developing quickly and already eyeing black's central pawn. This is Carlsen's standard tempo: get the pieces moving, don't waste time, build something concrete. The knight on this square also prepares to support the bishop's development and keeps maximum options open. Keymer develops his own knight to the other side of the board, mirroring Carlsen's logic. The knight defends the central pawn and eyes both the middle and the queen side. Black is playing principled, theoretical chess, no surprises yet, just solid development and a steady claim on equality. The bishop slides out to pin Keymer's knight against the king. This is the Ruy Lopez, one of the oldest and most prestigious openings in chess history, favored by world champions for over a century. The idea is subtle. White is not winning the knight immediately, but applying long-term pressure on Black's central pawn structure through that pin. Keymer plays the pawn to the side of the board on his next move, nudging the bishop away. This is the Morphy defense, specifically the invitation to the main lines of the Ruy Lopez. Black is essentially asking, are you going to take the knight now, or retreat? Carlsen retreats. The bishop steps back to maintain the diagonal pressure rather than accepting the exchange. This restraint is the whole philosophy of the Ruy Lopez. White keeps the tension alive, refusing to resolve it on Black's terms. The bishop on this square still eyes the knight, and the pawn structure remains flexible. Keymer brings his second knight out, developing naturally and contesting the center. The knight heads toward an active square from which it defends the central pawn and prepares to castle. A stronger alternative here was the pawn immediately to the center, seizing more space before completing development, but the knight is principled and solid. Carlsen chooses the closed variation of the Ruy Lopez, supporting his own central pawn rather than playing more aggressively in the center. The more ambitious continuation was to push the pawn forward immediately and challenge Black's center head-on. That would gain more space. But Carlsen opts for a slower, more positional game, keeping the tension. Keymer develops his bishop to one of the most active diagonals available, pointing it directly at the weakest point in White's position. This is a key idea in the Ruy Lopez. Black develops the bishop aggressively, pressuring the center and hinting at queenside counterplay. The bishop and knight are now coordinating well for Black. Carlsen develops his remaining bishop and places it where it pins Keymer's defending knight. The more circumspect move was to castle, getting the king to safety first. Developing the bishop here is playable but slightly loosens White's structure. It invites Black to challenge the pin immediately, and Keymer accepts the invitation on the very next move. Keymer advances the pawn on the edge of the board, forcing the bishop to make a decision. This is a thematic response to the pin. Black refuses to allow White to maintain pressure for free and insists on clarifying the position. Now Carlsen must declare his intentions with the bishop. The bishop retreats to maintain its diagonal while staying out of harm's way. White preserves the piece and keeps the positional tension, though the bishop has now used two moves to reach a square where it does less damage than before. The plan going forward is to use this bishop as part of a broader central and kingside build-up. Keymer moves his pawn forward to support his central structure and open lines for the bishop. A stronger option was to castle immediately and bring the king to safety. With both bishops and the queen still active, the king would have been better sheltered. Advancing the pawn instead keeps the king in the center a move longer than ideal. Carlsen strikes in the center now, advancing the pawn to challenge Keymer's structure. This is the critical moment in many Ruy Lopez lines. White breaks the symmetry and starts asking real questions. The pawn advance gains space, opens the position for the bishop on the long diagonal, and puts pressure on Black to respond accurately. Keymer captures Carlsen's pawn with his own, opening the position. The more assertive option was to close the center by pushing the pawn forward, keeping the position locked and denying White's pieces the open lines they want. By capturing, Black gives White a powerful knight recapture and allows the position to open up in Carlsen's favor. Carlsen recaptures with the knight, centralizing it powerfully. The knight on this square dominates the board. It sits in the heart of the position, controls multiple key squares, and threatens to jump to several active outposts. White has emerged from the opening with a beautifully placed piece and a stable central advantage. Keymer develops his bishop toward the queen side, completing his minor piece development. The more energetic option was to castle immediately, which would have activated the rook and removed the king from the center more efficiently. The bishop retreat is passive in comparison. It allows Carlsen to act decisively with his well-placed knight before Black has consolidated. Carlsen advances the bishop to capture Keymer's knight, giving up the bishop pair in exchange for doubling Black's pawns. The stronger move was to keep the knight centralized. It was magnificent on that square and could have supported a deeper attack. By trading, Carlsen simplifies but hands Keymer a structural improvement. It's a decision that slightly dilutes his advantage. Keymer recaptures with the pawn, accepting the doubled pawns but opening the file for his rook. This recapture is forced, but it creates a long-term structural weakness. The doubled pawns on the same file are hard to use in the endgame. However, in the middle game, Black now has the open file as compensation and plans to activate the rooks along it. Carlsen develops his final minor piece, bringing the knight into the game and completing his development. White has all the pieces coordinated now, both knights are active, both rooks are ready to enter the game, and the structure is solid. The position is roughly balanced, but Carlsen has slightly more harmony in his pieces. Keymer castles to the king side, tucking the king away and connecting the rooks. The more active choice was to advance the pawn immediately and start queenside counterplay before castling. That would have seized space and given Black more dynamic chances. Castling is safe but somewhat passive, and it allows Carlsen to dictate the terms of the middle game. Carlsen develops the queen to an active central square where it supports the knight and eyes the queen side. The queen is well placed here, it connects the two rooks, adds pressure to Black's doubled pawns, and prepares to participate in any central or queenside operation. White's position is clean, coordinated, and ready for the middle game. Keymer slides the bishop to an aggressive diagonal, pinning Carlsen's knight and introducing real tactical tension. The more precise option was to advance in the center immediately, using the pawn to gain space before committing the bishop. By pinning the knight, Black creates complications, but it also invites Carlsen to use the knight's mobility to escape and even profit from the pin. Carlsen moves the knight away from the pin and to a square where it supports the queen side and prepares further maneuvering. Breaking the pin this way is elegant, the knight heads toward a more useful square, and Carlsen avoids any tactical complications that might have followed from leaving it pinned. The position remains balanced, but White keeps a small, persistent pull. Keymer centralizes the queen, connecting his rooks and bringing the queen into the game. This is a logical regrouping. The queen defends the king side, eyes the center, and prepares to support whatever counterplay Black can generate. The position is entering the middle game proper with both sides fully developed. Carlsen castles queenside, choosing an ambitious setup. This means the white king will sit behind the queenside pawns while Carlsen uses the kingside pawns as a battering ram against Black's king. It is a high-stakes decision. It creates a dynamic, opposite-side castling situation where both players will be racing to attack. Keymer activates his rook toward the center, placing it on the open file and adding pressure to the position. The rook is now pointing directly at Carlsen's kingside structure and can participate in both defense and attack. This is good rook play, putting the heavy piece on the most active file immediately. Carlsen advances the pawn on the king side, clearing a path and supporting his central control. The move has a secondary purpose. It creates a solid pawn chain on the king side and removes the possibility of Black's pieces using that square as a gateway. White is slowly building a spatial advantage while keeping the position closed enough to control the pace. Keymer advances the queen to the center of the board, occupying a dominant square and posing immediate questions. From here the queen threatens several things at once and gives Black real counterplay. The queen in the center of an open position is a powerful weapon. Carlsen must respond carefully. Carlsen advances the edge pawn on the queen side, a somewhat committal choice. The stronger plan was to challenge the queen directly or advance in the center to limit Black's options. The pawn advance is slow, and it allows Keymer to execute a powerful simplifying sequence. This is the moment where Carlsen's slight edge begins to evaporate. Keymer uses the moment to capture the knight with the bishop, exchanging a well-placed defender and simplifying the position. The trade removes one of White's active pieces and reduces the complexity that was slightly favoring Carlsen. With queens and bishops still on the board, Black now has real chances to hold an even press. Carlsen recaptures with the queen, accepting the trade. The queen slides into the square and now both queens are in close proximity. An exchange of queens is imminent. Carlsen still has a tiny structural edge from Black's double pawns, but the simplification is working in Keymer's favor. Keymer takes the queen, forcing the exchange and simplifying the position into a pure endgame. With queens off the board, Black's structural weaknesses matter less. Passed pawns and pawn majorities become the key factors. The position is now approximately level, and Carlsen must find a way to convert his subtle advantages. Carlsen recaptures with the knight, a centralized piece with excellent scope. The knight is well placed, but without queens it has less destructive potential. Both sides are entering an endgame where every pawn and every piece placement will carry weight. Carlsen is the better technician in this type of position, but Keymer, a talented young player, is holding his own. Keymer retreats his knight to the edge of the board, temporarily pulling it away from the center. The knight on the edge controls fewer squares, it's a concession of sorts. The plan appears to be to reroute it, but during those moves the knight is passive, and Carlsen uses the time to improve his own pieces. Carlsen advances the kingside pawn, staking more space on that side of the board. The advance creates a strong pawn presence on the kingside and limits black's options for counterplay there. White is beginning to build a spatial advantage, the pawns are becoming a slow, grinding pressure that will demand precise defensive play from Keymer. Keymer advances his own pawn on the kingside, challenging Carlsen's space. The stronger option was to focus on the queen side immediately, where black has more counterplay potential. By matching Carlsen's kingside pawns, Keymer makes the position more symmetrical but also slightly weakens his own king's shelter. Those pawn moves don't come without cost. Carlsen adds another pawn to the kingside structure, supporting the advance carefully. The more direct approach was to push the advancing pawn immediately rather than this preparatory move. The measured approach keeps things solid, but the pawn would have been more forceful. Every extra move gives Keymer time to organize his defenses. Keymer reroutes the knight from the edge back toward the center, finding a better square. A more active approach, pushing a pawn on the queen side immediately, would have created real counterplay. The knight maneuver is natural and improves the piece, but it is somewhat passive when compared to generating active play on the other wing. Carlsen repositions the bishop, tucking it to a more useful diagonal. The stronger option was to advance the kingside pawn further and increase the pressure immediately. The bishop move is solid but delays the attack slightly. Throughout this game Carlsen has been precise but not spectacular, he is managing the position carefully rather than forcing events. Keymer brings the knight to a central outpost, improving its scope and adding coverage of important squares. The knight on this square defends against the kingside advance and participates in any counterplay on the queen side. Keymer is organizing his defense intelligently, pieces on active squares, structure intact. Carlsen pushes the kingside pawn further, extending his space advantage step by step. The march of this pawn has been steady and methodical, it is going to demand a response from black eventually. White's king on the queen side is safe, and Carlsen can push without fear of an immediate counterattack. Keymer moves the king forward, an unusual decision in this type of position. The stronger move was to keep the king on its safe square and instead advance on the queen side, generating the counterplay black needs. Activating the king this way is premature, it walks the king closer to the action rather than away from it. Carlsen continues the pawn advance, pushing it further up the board and cementing the spatial advantage on the king side. A more concrete approach, like an immediate central push, would have been even more forceful. But the patient advance keeps building pressure that Keymer must constantly address. Keymer activates a rook toward the center of the board. A more ambitious choice was to push on the queen side immediately, creating counterplay before Carlsen's king side becomes overwhelming. Moving the rook is sensible, it is a natural improvement, but it is still primarily a defensive move rather than generating real winning chances for black. Carlsen activates his rook toward the center, centralizing it and preparing to use it aggressively. A more direct option was to push the central pawn immediately and open lines. The rook centralization is correct in principle, but the pawn break was available and would have created more immediate pressure on Keymer's position. Keymer retreats the bishop, pulling it back from its active square and regrouping. A more ambitious choice was to keep the bishop on its aggressive diagonal and maintain pressure. The retreat is slightly passive, Keymer is choosing solidity over activity, which can be correct in defense, but it gives Carlsen more freedom to maneuver. Carlsen activates the rook on the d-file, placing it on an open file and improving its scope. The more incisive choice was to use this tempo for a direct central break. The rook move is useful but slightly slow, the position called for more concrete action. Still, White's pieces are all well placed and coordinated. Keymer redeploys the bishop to the long diagonal, pointing it across the board. A stronger option was to advance on the queen side immediately and create genuine counterplay. The bishop relocation improves the piece but does not generate immediate threats. Carlsen retains the initiative and can continue improving his position without being rushed. Carlsen retreats the knight, a somewhat unusual decision. The stronger plan was to use the knight's central position to support a direct break. Pulling it back costs a tempo and reduces white's piece activity. It appears Carlsen is planning a knight reroute, but this is the moment where the game becomes a genuinely balanced endgame struggle. Keymer advances the pawn on the queen side, creating his own space. A more energetic option was to immediately launch active operations rather than this modest advance. The pawn move is sensible, it gains space and improves black's pawn structure slightly, but the more dynamic choice would have given Keymer more counterplay. Carlsen advances the pawn on the other side of the queen side, establishing a space-gaining chain. The stronger option was to push more energetically in the center, where white has a natural target. The pawn advance is correct in style, but the more forcing continuation would have been more challenging for Keymer to handle. Keymer activates the bishop to a strong diagonal, where it controls a long stretch of the board and puts pressure on white's queenside structure. This is a well-timed improvement. The bishop is now genuinely active, pointing at key squares and tying down white's pieces. Keymer's counterplay is beginning to feel real. Carlsen supports the queenside pawn chain with another advance, keeping the structure intact. The pawn is doing important work. It prevents black's pieces from infiltrating on key squares and anchors white's space advantage. Simple, solid moves like this reflect Carlsen's endgame philosophy: improve the position incrementally and never allow counterplay for free. Keymer repositions the rook to a more active file, improving its coordination with the bishop. The rook is now pointing along a potentially dangerous file and is better prepared to participate in active play. Black's pieces are becoming more coordinated. Keymer is doing a good job of keeping the position tense. Carlsen retreats the bishop, aiming for a different diagonal. A more direct option was to activate the rook more aggressively or push a pawn in the center. The bishop retreat is slightly passive. A stronger continuation was available that would have kept more pressure on black's position. The edge is there, but Carlsen is not finding the most forceful way to press it. Keymer activates the rook along the 7th rank, placing it on an extremely powerful square. A more active choice was available, advancing immediately to challenge white on the open file. Still, the 7th rank is traditionally the most dangerous rook posting in the endgame, and Keymer has seized it. The position is now genuinely complicated. Carlsen reroutes the knight toward the center, beginning a regrouping maneuver. A more direct continuation was available to press the advantage immediately. The knight reroute makes sense in principle. It is heading for a better square, but it is slow, and during these moves Keymer has time to further consolidate and activate his pieces. Keymer moves the rook back to consolidate and bring both rooks into better coordination. The rook is now on a more useful file, and black's position is beginning to look sturdy. The endgame is roughly balanced, both sides have active pieces, and the result will depend on accuracy in the moves ahead. Carlsen repositions the bishop to a more active diagonal, pointing toward the queen side. The bishop is useful here. It controls important squares and supports the advancing queenside pawn. White is still steering the position, even if the advantage is minimal. In Carlsen's hands, even small advantages tend to matter over a long game. Keymer moves the king back to its original castled square, consolidating the king position. The king is safer on this square than on its earlier adventure, and this retreat suggests Keymer recognized that the active king walk was not generating the expected counterplay. Black is reorganizing sensibly. Carlsen advances the king forward, activating it in the endgame, a classic Carlsen maneuver. A more precise route was available to get the king to its ideal square more quickly. The king in the endgame is a fighting piece, and Carlsen knows it must be centralized. The question is whether he can find a way to convert with such a small edge. Keymer retreats the knight, regrouping it toward the queen side. A more active alternative was to leave the knight centralized and use it to support counterplay. The retreat is slightly passive. Black gives up the central outpost voluntarily. But Keymer may be planning to redeploy the knight via a different route. Carlsen finally advances the kingside pawn, pushing it forward and threatening to open files toward black's king. A more direct continuation was available, but this advance is still significant. It breaks the pawn tension and creates real structural questions for Keymer. The position is becoming sharp, and both players are low on safe moves. Keymer advances the queenside pawn, trying to create counterplay on the other wing. A more accurate move was available. Keeping the pieces more active would have better chances. The pawn advance is understandable, but it commits the structure on the queen side, and Carlsen now has a clear target in the advancing pawn chain on the opposite side. Carlsen advances the pawn further forward, a bold lunge into black's territory. This pawn is threatening to cause real disruption. It advances into territory Keymer must defend and demands an immediate response. White's spatial advantage on the king side is now undeniable, and Keymer must act carefully. Keymer captures the advancing pawn, accepting the trade and opening the file. This is the critical decision. By taking, black opens lines that cut both ways. Carlsen immediately recaptures and the pawn structure is transformed. White has a centralized pawn majority, and the game enters its most decisive phase. Carlsen recaptures with the pawn, establishing a powerful passed pawn in the center of the board. This pawn is now a serious long-term threat. It is supported, advanced, and pointed toward black's position. The endgame has shifted. White has a structural advantage that will require precise defensive work from Keymer. Keymer repositions the knight to defend the position and cover key squares. The knight is heading toward the center, blocking the advance of White's passed pawn and adding defensive coverage. Keymer is defending actively. He is not simply waiting for Carlsen to improve but is creating his own piece's activity. Carlsen develops the bishop to an aggressive diagonal, pointing it toward the queen side. The bishop is now covering important squares and adding to the pressure on black's position. White has a powerful passed pawn and active pieces. The elements for a Carlsen endgame squeeze are all in place. Keymer captures a pawn in the center, relieving some of the central tension and simplifying the position. The recapture opens the file and reduces White's central pawn majority somewhat. It is a practical decision. Fewer pawns in the center means fewer targets for Carlsen's advancing pawns. Carlsen recaptures with the bishop, maintaining his active piece placement. The bishop is excellent here. It controls a long diagonal and supports the remaining passed pawn. White's material balance is good and the passed pawn on the advanced square is a genuine weapon. The game is in its critical phase. Keymer advances the queenside pawn, trying to create a passed pawn of his own. A stronger option was to activate the bishop immediately, which would have more concrete counterplay against White's king. The pawn advance is understandable. Both sides are racing to create passed pawns, but the piece activation was more urgent. Carlsen repositions the bishop to cover the queenside while maintaining piece activity. A more direct option was to use the rook more aggressively and press the passed pawn forward. The bishop move is useful. It covers key entry squares, but the timing slightly reduces White's winning chances. The position remains complex and fascinating. Keymer's pawn captures toward the king's position and delivers check, a sharp tactical blow. The pawn is suddenly threatening to cause real damage. It forces the White king to move and disrupts Carlsen's coordination. This is Keymer fighting back, introducing concrete complications at the worst possible moment for Carlsen. Carlsen steps the king aside, getting out of check and maintaining the structural balance. The king has to move. There is no other option, and Carlsen chooses the most active direction. White retains the advantage of the passed pawn, but the king's position is now slightly exposed and Keymer's counterplay is real. Keymer moves the rook to an active central file, directly contesting control of the key open file. Black now has real counterplay. The rook is pointing at White's pieces and the advanced queenside pawn is alive. The position requires Carlsen to be exact. Carlsen's rook captures the opposing rook with check, forcing a rook exchange. This recapture immediately checks the black king and simplifies the position. Trading rooks when ahead is often a classic endgame technique, removing the defender and clarifying the position in favor of the more active side. Keymer recaptures with the bishop, getting rid of the checking rook and restoring material balance. The bishop is now on an active square in the center of the board, eyeing Carlsen's pieces. Both sides have lost a rook each in this exchange, but White still has the passed pawn and the more active pieces. Carlsen advances the remaining rook to a dominant central square, placing it with tremendous scope across the board. From this square the rook controls the entire rank and puts pressure on Black's pieces. White's positional advantage is clear. The rook and bishop combination, supported by the passed pawn, is a formidable force. Keymer retreats the bishop, trying to regroup and find a more stable defensive setup. A stronger option was to activate the bishop more aggressively, creating immediate counterplay against the White king. The retreat is passive, but improves the bishop's safety but gives Carlsen another tempo to improve his position. Carlsen's rook advances and captures a pawn, winning material and further simplifying the position in his favor. The rook has been a constant source of pressure, and this capture is the reward for correct positioning over many moves. White now has an extra pawn and a dominant rook. The conversion looks within reach. Keymer repositions the bishop again, regrouping to find the best defensive diagonal. The bishop is trying to cover as many key squares as possible and limit the damage from White's advancing pawns. Keymer is defending with precision. The position is difficult but not yet lost, and every accurate defensive move keeps the game alive. Carlsen repositions his own bishop to a strong central diagonal, adding pressure and controlling key squares. A more direct continuation was available that would have pressed the advantage more concretely. The bishop move is correct in principle, it improves the piece, but the more forcing approach would have shortened the game. Keymer advances the bishop to capture a pawn, winning back some material and introducing complications. This is sharp, active defense. Black is not just waiting but creating real tactical threats that Carlsen must address. The position is now genuinely double-edged, and both kings are exposed to potential activity. Carlsen pushes the queenside pawn forward, starting a march that will become the decisive factor in this game. The pawn is heading up the board with serious intent. It is going to demand Black's full attention and force Keymer to split his defensive resources between multiple threats. Keymer moves the knight to an aggressive square, threatening to use it as an attacking piece. A stronger move was available that would have dealt with the advancing pawn more directly. The knight jump is dangerous in its own right. It creates immediate tactical threats, but Carlsen handles it calmly. Carlsen repositions the bishop to a strong defensive and active square, where it covers the key entry points and adds support to the advancing pawn. The bishop and the marching pawn are now working in tandem, and White's position looks increasingly coordinated. Keymer is running out of good defensive resources. Keymer pushes the knight into the heart of White's position, a bold and aggressive foray. A stronger option was to activate the bishop against the advancing pawn. Bishop to the 7th would have been far more disruptive. The knight leap is dangerous but not the most precise, and Carlsen captures it immediately. Carlsen captures the knight with his own knight, simplifying the position. The exchange removes a potential attacker from Black's forces and consolidates White's extra pawn advantage. With fewer pieces, the advanced pawn on the queen side becomes more and more dangerous. There are fewer defenders to stop it. Keymer recaptures the knight with the bishop, maintaining material balance but leaving the position with only bishops of different colors. This is an important structural element. Opposite-colored bishops in the endgame are a major drawing mechanism, because each side's bishop controls squares the other cannot. Keymer is steering toward this endgame deliberately. Carlsen advances the queenside pawn yet again, sending it further up the board with purpose. The pawn is now deep in Black's territory, and it is becoming a genuine passed pawn threat that Keymer cannot ignore. The clock is ticking for Black. Keymer activates the rook aggressively, placing it on a powerful rank where it creates immediate counterplay. The rook is now threatening White's pieces and applying pressure on the queen side. This is spirited defense. Keymer is not going quietly, and the rook activity introduces real complications for Carlsen. Carlsen repositions the bishop to a different diagonal, anticipating the future pawn structure and placing the bishop where it will be most useful in the upcoming endgame. This quiet improvement is typical of Carlsen's technique, always making sure every piece is on its best possible square before pushing for the win. Keymer moves the rook again, shifting it to attack the advanced queenside pawn. The rook is now directly challenging one of White's most important assets. Carlsen must decide whether to defend the pawn or push it further and allow the rook to become active. The position is a tense cat-and-mouse battle. Carlsen's king steps forward and captures the pawn, consolidating material. The king is now active in the endgame, exactly where it should be. With the extra pawn secured and the king centralized, White's advantage is real and tangible. Carlsen is converting with the quiet confidence of a player who has been in this position countless times. Keymer's bishop strikes deep, delivering check from an unexpected diagonal. The bishop has appeared from nowhere to disrupt White's king and buy Black more time. This is Keymer fighting with every resource available. The check forces Carlsen to move the king and recalculate from scratch. Carlsen steps the king forward, escaping check and moving toward the center. The king is now in a somewhat exposed position, but Carlsen has assessed that the material advantage and the advanced pawn are sufficient to win despite the king's exposure. Accurate calculation is required, and Carlsen provides it. Keymer advances the pawn, trying to create a passed pawn of his own and complicate the position. A stronger option was to activate the bishop more aggressively, targeting White's king directly and creating more urgent threats. The pawn advance is understandable under pressure, but it gives Carlsen time to consolidate. Carlsen advances the king further, marching it toward the center with confidence. A slightly different route was marginally more precise, but the king advance in the right direction is the key idea. Both kings are now marching toward the center. This is turning into a pure king and pawn endgame battle that suits Carlsen's exceptional technique. Keymer's bishop returns to an active diagonal, threatening and introducing fresh complications. A stronger option was available. A more direct attack on White's pawn chain would have been more disruptive. The bishop is still dangerous wherever it goes, and Carlsen must track its movements carefully. Carlsen repositions the bishop to cover the key central squares, maintaining defensive coordination while the queenside pawn advances. A stronger option was available to activate the rook more aggressively at this moment. The bishop move is solid, it blocks potential entry points, but the more direct continuation might have shortened the game significantly. Keymer activates the bishop to a long diagonal, pointing it across the board toward White's kingside. A stronger option was to use the rook more aggressively and create immediate threats. The bishop placement is useful but not the most urgent. It does not threaten to stop White's advanced pawn, which is the critical factor. Carlsen shifts the rook to a more active file, preparing to use it to support the advancing queenside pawn. The rook's activity is crucial. It can both defend and threaten, and placed well it will support the promotion run of the advanced pawn. White is maneuvering carefully to convert the extra pawn. Keymer repositions the bishop, swinging it to cover a different diagonal. A stronger option was available, keeping the bishop more actively threatening White's pieces rather than repositioning to a more passive square. The bishop is still a dangerous piece, but each quiet move gives Carlsen another tempo to improve his own pieces. Carlsen slides the rook to a powerful rank, where it covers multiple key files and supports the advancing pawn. A more direct option was available, but the rook on this rank is already tremendously strong. White's rook and bishop are coordinated beautifully, and the pawn march continues relentlessly. Keymer repositions the bishop once more, finding a diagonal that covers key promotion squares and creates counterplay against White's king. This is precision defensive play. The bishop is doing important work on the long diagonal, blocking Carlsen's pawn march and maintaining counterthreats. The endgame has been complicated and well fought. Carlsen advances the king yet again, marching toward the queenside pawn to support its promotion. The king is now active in the most important area of the board. It will escort the pawn toward promotion and deal with any threats from Black's pieces. This is the moment the endgame begins to crystallize. Keymer moves the rook to a passive square, and this is the critical mistake. The correct response was to advance the bishop to the 7th rank immediately. Bishop to the 7th would have blockaded the advanced pawn and created severe problems for Carlsen. Instead, the rook steps away from active play, and White's pawn is suddenly very close to promotion. The swings decisively. Carlsen moves the king forward, pursuing the queenside pawn with purpose. With the king advancing and the rook well placed, the pawn is nearly unstoppable. Keymer's defensive resources are running low, and every move now requires exact calculation from Black to delay the inevitable. Keymer drops the rook back, trying to get it active again and create rook threats. The rook is now targeting White's 2nd rank, which introduces some practical complications. But the advanced pawn is the dominant factor. Carlsen's technique must be precise to convert cleanly. Carlsen steps the king back, a subtle defensive move that also maintains the king's activity. The king is consolidating, ensuring that Black's rook cannot create decisive threats on the 2nd rank while the queenside pawn continues its march. Technique at its finest, one eye on the attack, one on defense. Keymer infiltrates with the rook, placing it on the 7th rank and trying to generate the maximum possible counterplay. The rook is now creating real threats and asking White difficult questions. Carlsen must convert under pressure. This is exactly the kind of testing situation that separates great technique from average. Carlsen pushes the queenside pawn to the 6th rank, one step from promotion. The pawn has marched the length of the board and is now a massive threat. Keymer must deal with it immediately. If the pawn reaches promotion, the game is over. Every defensive resource Black has left is now focused on this single pawn. Keymer moves the bishop, trying to cover the promotion square and keep the pawn blocked. A stronger option was to use the rook immediately to deal with the pawn more directly. The bishop repositioning makes sense defensively, but the pawn is so advanced that only perfect play will hold. Carlsen now needs one accurate sequence. Carlsen pushes the pawn to the 7th rank, one step from promotion. The position is almost won. Black must now sacrifice material to stop the pawn from queening, and whatever Keymer does from here will cost him dearly. The pawn march that began many moves ago is about to deliver the decisive blow. Keymer moves the rook to defend against the promotion, the only practical try. The rook is contesting the promotion square and attempting to delay the inevitable. Carlsen now needs to find the most efficient way to deal with this defense and push the pawn home. There is still precision required. Carlsen repositions the rook to an active rank, preparing to support the pawn's promotion and deal with black's defensive resources simultaneously. The rook and the advanced pawn are working together now. They are creating more threats than black can handle with the remaining material. Keymer moves the rook to the back rank, the last defensive try against the promotion. The rook is doing its best to cover the queening square and maintain resistance. But the combination of white's advanced pawn, active rook, and king is simply too much. The position is objectively lost for black. Carlsen's rook slides to the 7th rank, inserting itself between black's king and the promotion square. The rook is now cutting off the black king and attacking from behind. This is precise endgame technique. The rook dominates the most important ranks simultaneously while the pawn stands ready to queen. Keymer advances a queenside pawn, a last attempt to create a counter-promotion threat. A stronger move was available that might have prolonged resistance. The pawn advance is understandable as a practical try, but it comes too late. White's rook controls the critical squares and the situation is hopeless. Carlsen slides the rook to the 7th rank on the other side, and the position is completely won. The rook dominates the entire rank, the advanced pawn on the 7th is about to queen, and black has no way to stop both threats simultaneously. Keymer resigns. Carlsen levels the match and survives elimination. His World Cup continues. One slip and you're out. This is Game 3 of a World Cup knockout tie, and Magnus Carlsen, playing white, needs a result against a young German prodigy named Vincent Keymer. What unfolds is a masterclass in slow pressure, rook endgame precision, and, ultimately, the fine line between winning and drawing at the highest level. Carlsen opens by advancing his pawn to d4, staking a claim in the center right away. The queen's pawn opening is one of the oldest and most reliable in chess. It controls the heart of the board and gives white flexibility to build in several directions. A stronger first move was available, but the differences at this stage are academic. What matters is that Carlsen signals he wants a positional, structured game. Keymer responds immediately with his knight to f6, the most natural and principled reply. The knight jumps into the center, challenging white's pawn and developing a piece simultaneously. This move is the cornerstone of countless opening systems. It says I will contest every central square you try to control, and it invites a conversation about the pawn structure that will shape the whole game. White advances the c-pawn to c4, and now we have the queen's gambit formation, two pawns aiming at the center from d4 and c4. The idea is to control as much central space as possible while keeping options open for the pieces behind. Carlsen is comfortable in virtually any resulting structure, which is precisely why these moves are so dangerous at the top level. Keymer pushes his pawn to e6, a calm and solid response that prepares to reinforce the center. By keeping a pawn on e6, black supports any future advance to d5 and keeps the position flexible. It is the choice of a player who wants to build a sound foundation before committing to a plan, rather than immediately grabbing space or sharpening the position. Carlsen develops his knight to f3, pointing it toward the center and preparing to castle short. The knight on f3 is multipurpose. It guards against any early tactical tricks, controls the key east 5 square and works in harmony with the pawns on d4 and c4. Development with a purpose. Every move should do at least two things, and this one does three. Now Keymer strikes in the center with his pawn to d5, the classical response that immediately challenges white's duo. Black stakes his own claim in the middle, and we have the exchange variation of the queen's gambit declined emerging. This is fundamentally a battle about who controls the central files after the pawns clarify, and both players know this territory very well. Carlsen captures on d5 with his c-pawn, exchanging pawns and releasing the central tension. This is the exchange variation proper. White's idea is to create a symmetrical pawn structure and then try to use the open c-file and a queenside majority for long-term pressure. A stronger move was available to maintain more tension and keep black guessing, but the exchange is a perfectly respectable practical choice. Carlsen has won many games from this structure. Keymer recaptures on d5 with the e-pawn, restoring the pawn balance and opening the diagonal for his c8 bishop. This recapture is the key decision. Black chooses a central pawn on d5 over an isolated pawn, accepting a symmetrical structure where the game will be decided by piece activity rather than pawn breaks. The position is level, but it is far from boring. White develops the knight to c3, pointing it directly at the d5 pawn and preparing to contest the center. The knight on c3 is a powerful piece here. It pressures d5, supports any eventual e4 pawn push, and keeps black's pieces from comfortably occupying the center. Piece coordination is the name of the game in these symmetrical positions. Keymer advances his c-pawn to c6, reinforcing the d5 pawn and solidifying the center. This is a key positional move. It removes any danger of white winning the d5 pawn, stabilizes black's central structure, and prepares to develop the queen and bishop smoothly. The c6 pawn is a small but meaningful statement of intent. Black is not going to be pushed around. Carlsen moves his queen to c2, an interesting and slightly unusual square. The queen eyes the h7 pawn diagonally and clears the path for the bishop on f1 to develop. However, a more direct approach was available. The queen is slightly passive on c2 in this structure, and white misses an opportunity to seize a more meaningful initiative at this stage. Keymer develops his bishop to e7, a safe and sensible square that prepares short castling. This is solid, but a more ambitious placement was possible. The bishop is somewhat passive on e7, where it merely guards the king rather than actively influencing the center or the queen side. A bishop on a more aggressive diagonal could have put white under greater pressure to justify the queen's unusual position on c2. White develops the bishop to f4, staking out an active diagonal pointing toward b8. The bishop on f4 is well placed in this structure. It controls the important c7 and b8 squares, limits black's queenside expansion, and supports any eventual rook activity on the c-file. Carlsen is building a coherent plan around controlling the open files and diagonals that arise from the symmetrical pawn structure. Keymer advances his g-pawn to g6, which is a defining structural decision. This prepares to reroute the bishop on f8, or the knight, to a more active post via g7, creating a fianchet-like setup. The trade-off is real. The g6 advance slightly weakens the squares around black's king, particularly f6 and h6, and white will keep those weaknesses in mind throughout the middle game. Carlsen plays his e-pawn to e3, supporting the d4 pawn and keeping the position solid. A more energetic approach was available here. The e-pawn push could have come with more ambition, perhaps targeting black's central pawn or opening lines for white's pieces. The e3 move is perfectly sound, but it is the choice of a player willing to maneuver patiently rather than force the issue immediately. Keymer's bishop emerges to f5, an excellent square where it actively controls the c2 and d3 squares. This is a significant moment. Black's bishop is now doing real work, aiming into the heart of white's position and limiting Carlsen's options. The bishop on f5 gives black a slight initiative in piece activity, and Carlsen must now decide how to respond to its pressure. Carlsen develops his bishop to d3, a natural square where it bears down on the h7 pawn and supports the center. By placing the bishop on d3, white also invites black to exchange on d3, which would give white the queen on d3, active and well centralized. This is a small but telling point about how these positions work. Piece exchanges can either relieve pressure or transfer it. Keymer captures the bishop on d3, which is a logical follow-up to his own bishop's active sortie. By trading the bishops, black removes white's potentially dangerous piece and simplifies the position slightly. The exchange also opens the c-file for black's pieces indirectly, and leaves white to decide how to recapture. Both players are playing with precision here, no gifts, just clean positional chess. Carlsen recaptures with the queen, landing on d3, a very active central square. The queen on d3 controls a wide range of squares, threatens to join the action on either wing, and keeps the pressure on black's d5 pawn. This recapture is preferable to the pawn recapture because it centralizes white's most powerful piece immediately, which is the kind of detail that separates very good chess from excellent chess. Keymer develops the queen's knight to d7, a modest but functional square. The knight supports the d5 pawn and prepares to reroute, but it blocks the c8 bishop's development temporarily. A more direct route for the knight was available that would have put greater pressure on white's position, so this move is a small concession. Black is playing carefully rather than boldly, which may reflect the pressure of the knockout format. Carlsen advances his h-pawn to h4, a probing move on the king side. The idea is to gain space, fix or challenge the g6 pawn, and keep black's king from feeling too comfortable after castling. The h4 push also prepares long-term attacking ideas involving h5, expanding the space advantage and making it harder for Keymer to generate counterplay on that wing. Keymer activates his queen to a5, a counter-attacking sally that puts pressure on the white knight on c3 and eyes the a2 pawn. This is ambitious, but a more effective queen deployment was available, perhaps centralizing it more directly. The queen on a5 has potential but also risks becoming exposed to tempo-gaining attacks, and Carlsen will now look to gain time by forcing the queen back. Carlsen steps his king to f1, manually tucking the king away without castling. This keeps the rook on h1 available for the h-file and avoids the commitments of short castling. A more direct plan was available, including moves that put immediate pressure on black's position, but the king step is a practical choice. Carlsen is a renowned expert at deploying his king actively in complex endgames, and leaving the rooks flexible is very much part of his style. Keymer responds with his h-pawn to h5, a sharp reply that immediately contests white's kingside space. By advancing to h5, black prevents the pawn from advancing further to h5 itself and stakes out territory. This move also signals black's intention to keep the kingside dynamic. Both sides now have advanced h-pawns facing each other, and the resulting pawn structure will influence every subsequent decision. Carlsen plays his g-pawn to g3, a quiet but important move. White is creating a stable pawn structure on the king side, preparing to activate the king toward g2 and keep control of the f4 and h4 squares. The g3 move does commit Carlsen to a specific pawn formation, and it slightly opens the long diagonal toward the white king, but at this stage those are distant concerns. Keymer castles short, his king stepping to g8 and the rook landing on f8 in one smooth motion. With the king tucked away, black can now focus on activating the rooks and pursuing plans in the center and on the queen side. Castling here is completely natural. The king is much safer on g8 than in the center, particularly given white's active queen on d3 and the open files that may emerge. Carlsen continues his king's journey, stepping it to g2. This completes a kind of manual castling. The king is now sheltered behind the g3 pawn, the rooks are ready to be activated, and white's position is fully developed. Keeping the king on g2 rather than castling formally is a Carlsen signature. The king is a fighting piece in endgames, and leaving it centrally placed gives him more flexibility as the position simplifies. Keymer places the rook on e8, centralizing it along the e-file. This is sensible development. The rook eyes the e3 pawn and prepares to contest the central files. However, a more aggressive rook deployment was available that would have created more immediate pressure, so this move, while not wrong, is perhaps a touch cautious given the nature of the position and the stakes of the match. Carlsen leaps his knight to g5, an aggressive outpost deep in black's position. The knight on g5 threatens the f7 pawn and looms over the entire kingside. A different knight maneuver was slightly more effective according to deeper calculation, but the g5 leap creates concrete problems for Keymer to solve and puts white on the front foot, exactly what Carlsen prefers in a knockout game where he needs a result. Keymer retreats the knight to f8, defending the f7 pawn and blocking the g5 knight's threats. This is solid but passive. A more active response was available that would have kept the knight more centralized and contested white's initiative more directly. The knight on f8 is doing defensive work rather than contributing to any active plan, which tells you something about the pressure black is under. Carlsen advances the pawn to a3, a flexible prophylactic move that prevents any bishop or queen from landing on b4 with tempo. However, a more direct plan was available. This is perhaps the most quiet move in the position, and white misses an opportunity to press harder while black is in a somewhat passive setup. Patience is a virtue, but sometimes the clock is ticking. Keymer retreats the queen all the way back to d8, a significant concession of activity. The queen had ventured to a5 several moves ago and now returns to the starting square, having accomplished little. This quiet repositioning suggests black is content to consolidate and wait for white to reveal his hand, rather than seeking active counterplay, a pragmatic choice in a difficult position. Carlsen reroutes his rook from h1 all the way to e1, placing it on the central e-file and eyeing the e3 pawn as a potential launch pad. The rook on e1 is well placed to support a future e3 to e4 central break, which would dramatically open the position and give white's pieces maximum activity. This is patient, purposeful rook play, building the position move by move. Keymer pushes his pawn to a5, staking out queenside space. This prevents white's b-pawn from advancing to b4 and gaining queenside territory, but a more aggressive response was available that would have created genuine counterplay. The a5 push is solid but slightly committal. It fixes the pawn where it can become a target, and it doesn't actively solve the problem of black's passive pieces. Carlsen transfers the rook to d1, doubling rooks on the d-file and creating pressure on the d5 pawn. A more accurate rook placement was available that would have increased the pressure even more, but the d1 rook is very sensible. It ties black down to the defense of d5 and prepares the e3 to e4 central advance that has been Carlsen's strategic goal for several moves now. Keymer moves the knight to h7, a surprisingly passive retreat to the edge of the board. The knight on h7 controls almost nothing of importance and is a long way from the action. A far more active square was available. Keeping the knight closer to the center would have given black more defensive resources and more potential for counterplay. This is a significant positional concession that Carlsen will be quick to exploit. Carlsen immediately captures the knight on h7, exchanging his g5 knight for Keymer's h7 knight. This is clean and efficient. White removes an admittedly passive black piece, but more importantly the exchange opens the possibility of advancing the h-pawn and activating white's rook on the h-file. The trade also means black's king will be slightly more exposed on the g-file going forward. Keymer recaptures with the king, stepping to h7. This is forced. There is no other way to take the knight back, and the king on h7 is somewhat exposed. Carlsen has now managed to relocate the black king to the edge of the board while keeping his own position fully intact. The king on h7 is not immediately in danger, but its marginal position will be a factor in the coming rook endgame. Carlsen advances the e-pawn to e4, the central break he has been building toward. This is the key strategic moment of the opening phase. The e4 push challenges black's d5 pawn directly and opens the position for white's active pieces. A stronger continuation was available that would have given white a more significant edge, but e4 is still a direct and logical execution of white's plan. Keymer captures on e4 with his d-pawn, taking the pawn and opening the d-file fully. This recapture is forced. Allowing white to maintain the e4 pawn for free would be too passive. Now both the d-file and the e-file are open, and the game will be decided by who can control those files more effectively with rooks and minor pieces. Carlsen recaptures with the knight, landing on e4, a dominant central square. The knight on e4 is a magnificent piece. It sits in the heart of the board, controls d6 and f6, cannot easily be challenged by black's pawns, and can swing to g5 or c5 at will. White has obtained a beautiful centralized knight as the reward for the patient build-up over the last 15 moves. Keymer activates his queen to d5, centralizing it and challenging white's dominant knight indirectly. A more effective queen placement was available that would have more counterplay, but moving to d5 is at least active. The queen takes the central square that was vacated by the d5 pawn and prepares to exchange queens, which might ease some of the pressure black is under. Simplification is often the defender's best friend. Carlsen maneuvers his queen to f3, a smooth and active repositioning. On f3 the queen keeps an eye on the a8 square, supports the knight on e4, and prepares queen exchanges that would actually favor white by leaving the knight on e4 unchallenged. There is a quiet confidence to this move. Carlsen is not forcing anything, just improving his pieces one step at a time. Keymer captures the knight on e4 with his knight, trading off white's dominant central piece. This exchange is almost inevitable. The knight on e4 was too strong to leave on the board indefinitely. By capturing it, black removes the immediate threat but also invites white's rook into the e-file with tempo, so it is a trade with a cost attached to it. Carlsen recaptures with the rook, landing powerfully on e4. The rook on e4 is enormously active. It threatens to swing to g4, it controls the entire e-file, and it supports white's queen. A slightly different recapture was available that would have maintained a fractional extra edge, but the rook on e4 creates immediate practical problems for Keymer and keeps the pressure firmly on black. Keymer retreats his bishop to f8, stepping back rather than finding a more active square. A significantly more challenging move was available. Keeping pieces active is generally the right philosophy when defending a difficult position, and the bishop on f8 is contributing very little from that square. This retreat gives Carlsen an opportunity to seize the initiative more decisively, and the swing here is meaningful. Carlsen plays a stunning rook lift to e8, capturing black's rook on that square and driving a rook deep into the 7th rank area. This is forcing and crisp. By exchanging rooks on e8, white forces black's a rook to recapture, placing it on a passive square. The move is also a tempo-gaining operation. It activates white's position while forcing black to react rather than generate counterplay. Keymer recaptures with the rook, taking on e8. Black must retake, but note that the rook has now been rerouted from a8 to e8. It is more central, but also more committed. Meanwhile, all the queens are still on the board, and white's queen on f3 is eyeing d5, where black's queen is currently sitting. The tension is building toward a series of forced exchanges. Carlsen captures black's queen on d5 with his queen, exchanging the queens. This simplification is entirely on white's terms. The resulting position after the queens come off will be a rook endgame where white retains the more active pieces and a slight structural advantage. Trading queens when you are better is a classical technique. It removes the opponent's counterplay without removing your own advantage. Keymer captures back with the c-pawn, recapturing on d5. The pawn on d5 is now a passed pawn. It can march down the board without being stopped by a black pawn. This is a significant structural detail. Carlsen now has a passed pawn in the center, which becomes a long-term trump card as the endgame develops. Every rook endgame with a passed pawn is a potential win for the side that holds it. Carlsen centralizes his d1 rook to c1, pointing it at the c-file and preparing to attack from the queen side. The rook on c1 is well placed to support a potential queenside pawn advance and to contest the open c-file. White is reorganizing all his pieces around the passed d5 pawn. That pawn is going to be the spine of Carlsen's endgame strategy. Keymer develops his bishop to g7, finally activating it along the long diagonal. This is an improvement, but a more precise move was available that would have created greater counterplay. There was a concrete defensive resource that Keymer missed here, and the swing of 67 is not trivial. Missing the best defensive move in a rook endgame against Carlsen is an especially costly oversight. Carlsen repositions his bishop to e3, stepping away from the f4 diagonal and taking up a new post where it supports the d4 square and prepares to influence the endgame. The bishop on e3 is solid and flexible. It stops black's bishop from ever capturing on d4 without white recapturing cleanly, and it keeps options open for white's king to advance in the endgame. Keymer places his rook on e4, an active-looking move but not the best available defense. A more accurate rook placement was available that would have contested white's passed pawn more directly and given black better drawing chances. The rook on e4 is threatening but slightly misplaced. It sits in front of the passed pawn rather than behind it, which is a well-known endgame principle worth noting. Carlsen advances his rook to c5, an ambitious sortie into the 5th rank. The rook on c5 eyes the a5 pawn and prepares to swing toward the kingside or support the d5 pawn from the flank. A more accurate placing was available, but c5 is an energetic choice. Carlsen is looking to generate concrete pressure on multiple fronts simultaneously, which is always difficult to defend against. Keymer's bishop sweeps down to d4, capturing the pawn that had been anchoring white's position. This is a bold and intelligent try. Black takes the d4 pawn, disrupting white's pawn chain and creating counterplay on the d-file. The bishop on d4 is now a powerful piece, and Carlsen must respond accurately or risk allowing black to equalize completely. Carlsen recaptures with the bishop, taking on d4. White must take back. Leaving a black bishop on d4 would be too strong. By recapturing with the bishop rather than the rook, Carlsen keeps his rook on the 5th rank, maintaining its active role. After the exchange, the position has simplified further, but white still retains better coordinated pieces and the more active rook. Keymer recaptures the bishop on d4 with his rook, and suddenly the material is balanced again, rook versus rook, with pawns on both sides. The position is now a pure rook endgame, and these are notoriously the hardest endgames to win. Carlsen is the world's finest endgame technician, but Keymer is fighting resourcefully, and the swing here suggests black has in fact equalized or close to it. Carlsen's rook captures the f5 pawn, picking up material on the queen's side. White snaps off the pawn that had been sitting on a5 since move 34. It was always a slightly weak advance by Keymer, and now Carlsen collects the reward. With the rook on f5, white has a passed a pawn in prospect and real winning chances, though converting these in a rook endgame remains a serious technical challenge. Keymer advances the f-pawn to f6, an important defensive and counter-attacking move. Pushing f6 activates the king, prepares g5 to gain space, and importantly provides a potential escape square for the black king. The pawn chain on g6 and f6 also creates a more solid defensive perimeter. Keymer is not going down without a fight, and this move shows genuine defensive understanding. Carlsen moves his rook to b5, keeping it active on the 5th rank and preparing to swing along it or advance the b-pawn. A more direct plan was available here. The rook on b5 is good but perhaps not the optimal square, and white misses a chance to press more concretely. In rook endgames, precision matters more than in any other endgame type, and small inaccuracies compound over time. Keymer pushes his g-pawn to g5, an aggressive space grab on the king side. Black is creating a passed pawn pair of his own with the h5 and g5 pawns marching forward, and the king on h7 will potentially become active in the ensuing pawn race. Both sides now have passed pawns on opposite wings. This is the classic tension of rook endgames, where the result often hinges on which pawn queens first. Carlsen strikes with his rook to b7, capturing the b-pawn and giving check in the process. The rook is now on the 7th rank, the golden rank in endgames, attacking black's pawns from behind and keeping the black king from centralizing. The check forces Keymer to spend a tempo on a king move, which in a fast-moving endgame can be the difference between drawing and losing. Keymer steps his king to g6 in response to the check. The king moves toward the center, which is exactly what both sides want their kings to do in a rook endgame. Centralized kings are active kings, and active kings win endgames. But the king on g6 is also marching toward the passed pawns on f4 and h4, so this is an important moment of piece activity for black. Carlsen retreats the rook to b4, pulling back from the 7th rank. A more accurate move was available here that would have kept the pressure on black more effectively. The rook on b4 is not as active as it was on b7, and this retreat gives Keymer a moment to breathe. In these fine-margined rook endgames, even a single imprecise rook placement can shift the balance from winning to drawing. Keymer's rook slides to d1, an excellent central placement. The rook on d1 occupies the only open file and threatens to become active along the entire d file. From d1, the rook can also swing to a1 to support the passed a pawn or harass white's king. This is strong, energetic rook play from Keymer. He is finding the best practical chances and making life difficult for Carlsen. Carlsen steps his king to f3, a more direct king centralization. A slightly better king route was available, but f3 is natural. The king is heading toward the center where it can support the pawns and limit black's rook activity. In rook endgames, the defending king must be active. A passive king loses almost automatically against accurate opposition play. Keymer's king advances to f5, a magnificent central square. The king on f5 is extremely active. It controls e4, e6, g4, g6, and exerts influence across a huge portion of the board. Black's king has gone from being slightly exposed on h7 to being one of the most powerful pieces on the board. This is fine defensive and counter-attacking technique. Activate the king the moment the queens come off. Carlsen retreats his king to e2, a step away from the ideal path. A more accurate king route was available. Moving toward d3 or maintaining the f3 square would have kept better coordination. The king on e2 is safe but slightly passive, and the swing here suggests Carlsen has given away a meaningful amount of his winning chances with this single king move. Keymer's rook slides to b1, a threatening move but not quite the most precise available. A more effective rook placement would have created even greater counterplay. From b1, however, the rook threatens to advance behind white's b-pawn or create back-rank pressure. This is a fighting attempt to create counterplay and keep white's king busy defending against threats rather than centralizing. Carlsen advances his pawn to a4, pushing toward a passed pawn on the queen side. A more direct plan was available. but a4 is a principled pawn advance. It prepares a 5, creating a dangerous queenside passer that Keymer will have to monitor. White is trying to create multiple threats, forcing black to defend on two wings simultaneously, which is the classical way to convert a small endgame advantage. Keymer captures on h4 with the g-pawn, taking the pawn and creating a passed h-pawn on that wing. A more controlled pawn advance was available that would have kept the position simpler, but taking on h4 gives black a dangerous passed h-pawn that can race toward promotion. The game has now entered a mutual pawn racing phase, where precision from both kings and rooks is essential. Carlsen recaptures with the g-pawn on h4, accepting a slightly weakened pawn structure but maintaining the rook's activity. The pawn on h4 is now an outside passed pawn for white, and combined with the a4 pawn, Carlsen has two potential queenside and kingside passes to work with. The doubled pawn islands are a cost, but the passed pawns are potential winning ammunition. Keymer's rook retreats to a1, taking up a position behind the a-pawn to restrain it from advancing. A more active rook placement was available, but the rook on a1 is a solid defensive choice. In rook endgames, the rook belongs behind passed pawns, whether your own or the opponent's. By placing it on a1, Keymer makes it much harder for Carlsen to advance the a-pawn without it being captured. Carlsen steps his king to e3, centralizing further. A more precise king path was available, moving to d3 or f4 would have been more active. The king on e3 is fine but slightly indecisive, and white is burning moves in an endgame where every tempo counts. Against accurate defense, slight imprecisions in king activity can mean the difference between a win and a draw. Keymer's king marches to e5, an outstanding central post. The king on e5 is almost as strong as a second rook in this endgame. It controls f4, f6, d4, d6, and supports both of black's potential passed pawns on the king side. A slightly more accurate king route was available, but e5 is tremendously active. Carlsen is under real pressure now, and the draw is very much in view for Keymer. Carlsen pushes the f-pawn to f4 with check, an energetic attempt to drive black's king back and gain tempo. The check forces black to react, but a stronger continuation was available here. The f4 push with check is double-edged because it gives black's king a target to capture if the pawn advances further. Carlsen is looking for practical complications rather than quiet precision at this stage. Keymer steps his king back to f5, accepting the check and retreating only one square. The king on f5 maintains a central post while keeping pressure on the f4 pawn. Black is not running. Keymer is playing for the draw by maintaining his active king and denying Carlsen any clean pawn advances without a battle. This is exactly the spirit required in a knockout tiebreak. Carlsen advances his king to d4, moving toward the center himself and eyeing the d5 pawn. A more accurate king route was available, and the d4 step gives away another sliver of advantage according to precise calculation. The two kings are now locked in a dance around the central squares, both trying to find the winning path while neutralizing each other's activity. Keymer's king jumps to g4, reaching the kingside and threatening to gobble up the h4 pawn. The king on g4 is now extremely dangerous. It eyes h4 and h3, and if it captures those pawns it will be racing with black's h-pawn toward promotion. This is first-rate defensive play turned into counterattack. Keymer has gone from being under pressure to being the one generating threats. Carlsen captures the d5 pawn with his king, arriving on d5 and picking up the pawn. White takes a passed pawn on d5 in exchange for allowing black's king to eat the kingside pawns. This is a critical pawn trading sequence, and both sides are gobbling up whatever material they can while their own pawns race forward. The question is which passed pawn will prove more dangerous. Keymer's king takes the h4 pawn, eating it. Now black's king is on h4 with the h-pawn already at h5, the h-pawn is ready to roll toward promotion. Meanwhile, Carlsen's king is on d5 eyeing potential passed pawns on the queen side. This is a genuine race, and both players must calculate very precisely whether their respective pawns can queen before the opponent's does. Carlsen's king steps to e6, advancing toward the f-file and trying to support the f4 pawn while also staying connected to the central action. The king on e6 is active and menacing, threatening to march toward the f and g files to escort a pawn home. Both kings are now racing across the board in opposite directions, a remarkable sight in what began as a quiet positional struggle. Keymer's king advances to g3, pressing forward behind his h-pawn. The king on g3 will shepherd the h-pawn from h3 to h2 to h1, and every step closer to promotion increases the pressure on Carlsen to make something concrete on the other side of the board. This endgame has reached its most critical phase. The next handful of moves will decide the result. Carlsen captures on f6 with his king, taking the pawn. A more accurate king move was available. There was a route that would have given white better winning chances. The king on f6 is well placed to support the f and g pawns, but by spending the tempo capturing on f6, Carlsen may have allowed Keymer's h-pawn to advance just far enough to create an unstoppable threat. These are the finest margins. Keymer's h-pawn advances to h4, and the race is intensifying. The h-pawn is now just 3 steps from queening, h3, h2, h1, and black's king on g3 is perfectly placed to support it. Carlsen must either queen a pawn of his own or find a way to stop the h-pawn with his rook while simultaneously converting on the other side of the board. Carlsen advances his f-pawn to f5, a powerful push that creates a dangerous passed pawn. A more accurate continuation was available, but f5 is direct. The pawn is now threatening to advance to f6, f7, and eventually queen. The f5 pawn is Carlsen's answer to the h-pawn race. He will queen on f8 or thereabouts and force Keymer to deal with promotion on both sides. Keymer's h-pawn reaches h3, 1 step closer to the queening square. The pawn is now at h3 with the king on g3, threatening to advance to h2 on the next move. Carlsen's rook is still on b4 and must find a way to intervene in this race or the h-pawn will queen. The tension of the position is now at its absolute maximum. Carlsen's king steps to g5, keeping pace with the action and trying to stay relevant in both the f-pawn advance and the attempt to slow black's h-pawn. The king on g5 controls h5 and f5, supporting the f-pawn chain and potentially threatening to intercept black's king. Every square counts at this point in the game. Keymer's h-pawn races to h2, now just 1 step from queening. The pawn on h2 is almost unstoppable. Carlsen's rook must sacrifice itself to stop it, or black will queen first. This is the critical moment of the entire game. All the patient positional chess, all the subtle rook maneuvers, has come down to whether Magnus Carlsen can deal with a pawn on h2 while also queening his own pawn. Carlsen swings his rook across the board to h4, preparing to capture on h2 and stop the queening pawn. The rook on h4 is directly attacking the h2 pawn and simultaneously covering the h-file. This is the rook's critical intervention. Without this move, black's pawn would queen without any resistance. Carlsen sacrifices the b4 position to stop the immediate threat. Keymer's rook captures the a4 pawn, taking it and removing white's queenside passer. With the a4 pawn gone, black's rook is now active on the a-file and white has lost one of the trump cards that was supposed to compensate for the kingside pawn race. The game is balanced on a knife's edge. Both sides have passed pawns but the material is level, and the draw looks increasingly likely. Carlsen captures the h2 pawn with his rook, eliminating the immediate queening threat. White removes the most dangerous black pawn before it can promote, and the rook on h2 is now centrally active on the h-file. The material balance remains approximately even, but the immediate danger of Keymer queening the h-pawn has been neutralized. Now both sides regroup for the final phase of the fight. Keymer's king captures the rook on h2, eating the rook. Now black is up material, a rook for nothing, but white has the f5 pawn marching forward and the king heading toward f8. Material alone doesn't decide rook endgames. It's the activity of the remaining pieces and the advancement of the pawns that matters most. This is a completely drawn position according to accurate play. Carlsen advances his f-pawn to f6, creating an unstoppable march toward promotion. The pawn on f6 will become f7 and then f8, where it will promote to a queen. Carlsen is showing that even without the rook, the advanced pawn provides sufficient counterplay. The race between black's king and rook versus white's pawn and king is now the defining dynamic. Keymer's king steps to g3, heading back toward the center to try to intercept the f-pawn or coordinate with the rook. The king on g3 is active and will try to reach e5 or f4 to challenge white's advancing pawn. Both players are down to purely king and pawn technique now, and the theoretical question is whether black can prevent promotion or queen simultaneously to force a draw. The f-pawn marches to f7, 1 step from the queening square. Carlsen is just one move from promoting. f7 to f8 is imminent, and black must respond immediately or lose by promotion. The rook on a4 must sprint to f4 to capture the queen the moment it appears, which is exactly the scenario the game is heading toward. This is famous endgame theory playing out in real time. Keymer's rook races to f4, pre-positioning to capture the queen the moment it appears on f8. A slightly more accurate rook post was available, but f4 is the key move. By placing the rook on f4, black ensures that when the pawn promotes, the queen will be immediately captured and the game will simplify to a drawn king and pawn ending. This is the drawing mechanism Keymer has been aiming for. Carlsen steps his king to g6, escorting the pawn toward promotion and trying to keep his king involved in the fight. The king on g6 supports the f-pawn from behind and prevents black's king from approaching via f5 or h5. This is elegant and precise. Carlsen is ensuring the promotion goes as smoothly as possible, even knowing that Keymer has the rook waiting on f4. Keymer's king advances to f3, an important centralizing step. The king on f3 is heading toward e4 and ultimately d4 or e5, where it will become a powerful piece in the ensuing pawn endgame after the piece exchange. A slightly more accurate king route was available, but f3 is perfectly natural and keeps black in the fight for the draw. Carlsen steps his king to g7, maintaining the escort of the f-pawn and keeping the king active as promotion approaches. A slightly more precise king post was available, but g7 is perfectly sensible. The king is close to the action and ready to deal with whatever Keymer throws at it after the pawn promotes and the resulting position clarifies. Carlsen is calm and unhurried. Keymer's king reaches e4, an excellent central post. From e4, the king is poised to support any pawn advance on the queen side or contest white's king in the center after the upcoming piece exchange. The king on e4 is one of the most active squares on the board. This is why activating the king in endgames is so fundamental to endgame technique. Carlsen's f-pawn promotes to a queen on f8. The pawn that started on f2 has made the full journey to the queening square. But both players know that Keymer's rook on f4 will capture the queen immediately. This promotion is a forcing move designed to strip one piece from each side and enter a simplified ending. The promotion is not the end, it is the prelude to the final act. Keymer captures the new queen on f8 with his rook. The rook takes the queen immediately, and now the position has clarified massively. White has a king and pawn, black has a king and rook. In these king, rook versus king and pawn endgames, the result depends entirely on the pawn's advancement and king positions. Theoretical knowledge says this is a draw with best play on both sides. Carlsen captures the rook with his king on f8, taking the last major piece off the board. We now have a pure king and pawn endgame. White has a king on f8 and a b4 pawn, black has a king on e4. This is the simplest possible material, and at the top level this ending is known to be drawn if both sides play accurately. The outcome depends on whether Carlsen's b-pawn can outrun Keymer's defense. Keymer's king marches to d4, heading directly for the white pawn on b4. The king on d4 is perfectly centralized for the endgame. It is close to the b-pawn, connected to the c and d files, and ready to escort a potential counterplay. Carlsen's king must race from f8 all the way across the board to support the b-pawn or defend against the opposition, and the distance is significant. Carlsen advances his b-pawn to b3, beginning to push it toward queening. A slightly more accurate move was available, perhaps a different tempo move that kept the king more involved, but b3 is direct and natural. The b-pawn is Carlsen's last trump card. If it can advance to b8 unmolested, white wins. But Keymer's king on d4 is well placed to intercept it. Keymer's king steps to c3, directly attacking the b-pawn. The king on c3 will capture the b-pawn on the next move unless Carlsen defends it. A slightly more accurate king route was available. Moving to c4 first would have been subtly stronger, but c3 achieves the main objective of capturing the pawn and resolving the endgame into a known theoretical draw. Carlsen pushes the b-pawn to b4, trying to advance it while the king challenges it from c3. A more accurate pawn move was available. Holding the pawn back or maneuvering differently might have kept very slim winning chances. But at this point both players and their seconds know the position is drawn. The b-pawn cannot queen without being captured, and the ensuing bare-king position offers nothing for white. Keymer's king captures the b-pawn on b4, and with that capture, the game is over. The position is completely drawn. White's king on f8 has no pawns left and cannot stop the draw. The two players will have agreed to split the point shortly after. After 110 moves of chess stretching across the full range of the game, opening preparation, middle game maneuvering, rook endgame technique, and pure king and pawn play, the match ends in a draw. Carlsen survives the World Cup round of 32, and Keymer, despite the draw, showed the world that he is capable of holding the greatest player of his generation to a split point under knockout pressure. One slip, and Magnus Carlsen's World Cup is over. He's playing with black, in a tiebreak, against a teenager who has nothing to lose. Keymer opens by advancing his pawn to d4, claiming space in the center and inviting a fight over the most valuable real estate on the board. It's a solid, classical choice, though a case can be made for a more ambitious setup with the pawn to e4 from the start, seizing space immediately and giving white more options in the middle game. Carlsen responds by developing his knight toward f6, the most natural square in chess, active, central, immediately putting pressure on whatever white builds. The knight on f6 contests e4 and d5, the two squares that will define the whole game, so this is exactly where black wants to be this early. Keymer expands with the pawn to c4, the English Queen's Gambit complex taking shape. Now white controls d5 and e4 jointly, threatening to build a broad pawn center that could suffocate black if Carlsen lets it go unchallenged. Both players are already signaling their long-term intentions. Carlsen advances the pawn to e6, a quiet but meaningful choice, keeping the center flexible, supporting d5, and preparing to develop the bishop to d6 or b4. This is the Nimzo-Indian territory, where black trades structural solidity for piece activity, a style Carlsen handles with particular authority. Keymer brings the knight to c3, developing naturally and reinforcing the grip on d5 and e4. The alternative worth noting is an early pawn to e4 here, immediately staking out maximum central space and forcing Carlsen to react at once, but Keymer prefers measured, piece-first development. Carlsen pins the knight immediately, sliding the bishop all the way out to b4. This is the Nimzo-Indian defense, one of the most respected openings at the highest level. The idea is elegant. By pinning the knight, black threatens to double white's pawns on the c-file the moment that bishop captures, trading a bishop for a knight while disrupting white's structure. Keymer plays pawn to f3, an ambitious and somewhat provocative move, signaling an intention to eventually build with e4 and assert full central control. The cost is real. f3 weakens the east 3 square and, more significantly, the long diagonal pointing toward the king. A more comfortable alternative was a simple piece development, keeping the kingside intact. This is a defining moment of Keymer's opening philosophy. He is playing for space, not safety. Carlsen develops the second knight to c6. The would note that a more incisive response exploiting the weakened diagonal, perhaps an immediate pawn advance in the center, was available, but Carlsen chooses clean piece coordination first. The knight on c6 backs up the bishop on b4 and adds pressure to d4, asking Keymer a direct question about how he plans to hold the center. Keymer answers by pushing the pawn all the way to e4. The center is now fully occupied, two pawns side by side on d4 and e4, the classical white ideal. But those pawns need defending, and the weaknesses created by f3 earlier mean the king will need to find safety soon. White has committed to an aggressive, space-hungry game. Carlsen strikes back in the center with the pawn to e5, directly challenging d4. This is the sameish Nimzo territory, sharp, double-edged, both sides with pawn majorities in different sectors. An immediate bishop exchange on c3 was perhaps slightly more precise, creating those double pawns before releasing the central tension, but Carlsen's choice keeps maximum complexity on the board. Keymer advances the pawn to a3, the classic anti-Nimzo nudge, asking the bishop on b4 to declare its intentions immediately. Will it exchange on c3 and double the pawns? Retreat and admit the sortie to b4 was premature? Or hold its ground? It's a small move with a precise purpose, forcing black to make a structural decision right now. Carlsen obliges, and does so with a check. The bishop takes the knight on c3 with a ringing capture that leaves white's king momentarily exposed. This is precisely what the Nimzo-Indian promises, a bishop that trades itself for a knight and leaves behind real structural damage. White now has double pawns on the c-file, and it's not merely cosmetic, those pawns are harder to mobilize and easier to target. Keymer must recapture with the pawn from b2, dragging it to c3. The upside is a half-open b-file for the rook and a solid pawn chain. The downside is the pair of pawns on c3 and c4 are awkward to push forward together. Carlsen has traded his bishop for a knight and extracted a structural concession, a perfectly clean Nimzo transaction. Black advances the pawn to d6, reinforcing e5 and completing the central picture. Carlsen's pawn structure now mirrors his opponent's ambition, two central pawns on d6 and e5 staring across at white's pair on d4 and e4. The question becomes who can mobilize their center first without it collapsing. Keymer's knight reroutes via e2, an unusual square, but with purpose. From e2 it can go to g3, supporting f5, or to d4 if the center opens. More importantly, it bypasses the congested f-file created by that early f3 push. It's a patient, structural move that acknowledges the bishop pair white now carries. Carlsen advances the pawn to b6, preparing to develop the light-squared bishop to b7, activating it along the long diagonal pointing toward white's kingside. The would prefer an immediate pawn push in the center or a more direct piece activation, but Carlsen is building his position methodically, ensuring his bishop gets a useful diagonal before the position clarifies. The knight on e2 hops out to g3, heading toward f5, a powerful outpost square in white's favor, deeply embedded in black's half of the board. Once a knight reaches f5, it threatens squares like d6, h6, and e7, forcing black to spend energy dealing with it. Keymer's pieces are beginning to find their destinations. Carlsen redirects the knight from c6 all the way to the edge, landing on a5. Knights on the rim are generally inferior, the old chess saying holds, but Carlsen's plan is specific, the knight c4, where it can pressure the weak c3 pawn and potentially infiltrate. A more centralized square like d7 was also available, keeping the knight more flexibly placed while still targeting c5. Keymer develops the bishop to d3, a sturdy diagonal pointing toward h7. From d3 the bishop supports e4, eyes the king side, and prepares to assist the knight if it lands on f5. The more ambitious choice would have been a quick push to prepare castling or to challenge the center, but Keymer prioritizes solidity and prepares to castle short. Carlsen pushes the h-pawn all the way to h5, a provocative advance, aiming to deny the knight on g3 a comfortable home on f5 and to begin long-term pressure on the king side. A more natural piece development was available, but Carlsen is choosing confrontation. If that knight wants f5, it must contend with this pawn bearing down on it. Keymer castles, securing the king and connecting the rooks. It's the right moment, the position is about to sharpen significantly, and the king needs to be off the central files. A slightly more active alternative was available to challenge black's knight or advance in the center immediately, but king's safety first is sound judgment under these circumstances. The h-pawn rolls forward again to h4, locking the kingside pawn structure and fixing the knight on g3. This is a declaration. Carlsen intends to create real play on that flank, hemming in white's pieces and restricting options. The pawn cannot be easily chased away, and white's knight is suddenly less mobile. Keymer advances the knight to f5, the ideal square white has been building toward for several moves. From f5 it eyes d6, e7, h6, and g7, radiating threats in multiple directions. Black must respond to this piece immediately, as leaving it on f5 unchallenged would allow white to dominate the position. Carlsen takes the knight, the bishop sweeps from c8 to capture on f5. Trading a somewhat passive bishop for an active, deeply posted knight is a fine exchange. Black now has space on the long diagonal, and white must decide how to recapture. The position is entering sharp middle game territory with both sides having made concessions. Keymer recaptures with the pawn, advancing it from e4 to f5. The center is fracturing and white now has a passed pawn on f5, but at the cost of opening the e-file and leaving the pawn chain somewhat overextended. Both sides have pawn advances in different sectors, white on the king side, black controlling the central files and the c-pawn weakness. Carlsen activates the queen, stepping it to d7, clearing the back rank for castling and connecting the rooks while eyeing the f4 square and keeping the f5 pawn under indirect pressure. The queen on d7 is well centralized and flexible, able to swing to either flank depending on where the game opens up. Keymer places the rook on b1, seemingly preparing to push b4 and challenge black's queenside knight, but missing a more incisive continuation. The immediate push b4 was worth considering, activating the rook with tempo. Instead, this feels slightly slow given how quickly the center is clarifying. Carlsen will use this tempo efficiently. Carlsen castles queenside, a bold, principled decision. The king travels to c8, activating the rook and placing it directly on the d-file, which is about to open. Queenside castling in sharp positions is a statement. Black is not hiding, he is centralizing the king's rook and planning to fight for every open file. Keymer develops the bishop to g5, a natural pinning move, bearing down on the knight or creating pressure along the diagonal. A more direct idea was available, preparing to advance the d-pawn to d5 immediately, locking the center to white's advantage. Instead, the bishop development, while sensible, gives Carlsen another tempo to complete his plans. Carlsen advances the c-pawn to c5, directly challenging white's d4 pawn and trying to undermine the center before it becomes a fixed, powerful chain. The slightly prefers a different approach to generate counterplay along the e-file, but Carlsen's choice is natural and principled, fight for central pawn breaks while the position is still fluid. Keymer advances the d-pawn to d5, closing the center with a thud. This looks dynamic, but the flags it as a significant mistake in direction. Taking on c5 immediately and maintaining central tension was far stronger, keeping black's counterplay limited. By locking the center with d5, white allows Carlsen to plan a kingside attack with total clarity. The half-open files and black's active pieces now have clear targets. Carlsen swings the h-rook to h5, a spectacular rook lift that threatens to swing to f5 or g5, directly harassing the kingside structure. An immediate attack on white's weak pawns with a piece toward e5 or centralizing the knight was marginally more accurate, but this rook maneuver is visually imposing and creates real threats that Keymer must address. Keymer advances the f-pawn to f4, supporting the pawn chain and trying to bolster the advanced pawns, but further weakening the e-file and the squares around his king. It is a principled reply given his pawn structure, but every white pawn advance in this sector creates new weaknesses that Carlsen's active pieces will target in due course. Carlsen retreats the rook to h8, seemingly backwards, but with intent. The rook has completed its reconnaissance, evaluated the position, and now prepares to return along the h-file or swing to the e-file depending on how the pawn structure evolves. Patient rook maneuvering like this is a hallmark of elite play. White's pawn on f4 captures on e5, taking the pawn and opening the f-file with tempo. It's a structural decision that creates a passed pawn on e5 in exchange for relieving some central tension. The pawn on e5 is advanced and powerful, but it also needs defending, and the f-file opening gives black's pieces a route to exploit. Carlsen recaptures with the d-pawn, taking on e5, keeping the center balanced and activating the rook on the d-file. Both sides now have passed pawns, white on d5 and f5, black contesting with the e-pawn pair and the open files. The position has crystallized into a rich, complicated middle game where both kings are under latent pressure. Here Keymer plays the queen to e1, and this is a genuine mistake. The queen retreats to a passive square, ostensibly preparing rook lifts along the e-file, but misses the critical moment entirely. The correct idea was the pawn advance to h3, immediately threatening to break through on the kingside while the position was ripe. By stepping back with the queen, white hands Carlsen the initiative he needs to launch his own counterplay without interruption. Carlsen's pawn rolls to e4, a powerful central advance, occupying space and threatening to march further. The e-pawn is now passed and mobile, and it immediately gives Carlsen's pieces new avenues. White's pieces are somewhat tangled in the back rank, and the e4 pawn will demand attention on almost every subsequent move. Keymer's bishop captures the knight on f6, eliminating one of black's active pieces and forcing a recapture. By trading the bishop for Carlsen's knight, white relieves some pressure but concedes the bishop pair, which is often advantageous in open positions. The question is whether the e4 pawn becomes a monster, or whether white can organize a blockade. Carlsen centralizes the rook, swinging it to e8, doubling down on the e-file and eyeing the e-pawn's path forward. With rooks and queens poised along the e-file, white's king is suddenly under serious long-term pressure. Every piece Carlsen owns is pointing inward, toward the heart of white's position. White's bishop captures the pawn on g7, grabbing a pawn and threatening the rook on h8. It's a forcing continuation, extracting material while driving the game toward tactical complications. Carlsen cannot ignore the bishop on g7, the rook is directly en prize, and the response must be immediate. Carlsen's e-pawn captures the bishop on d3, a stunning counter, sacrificing the rook on h8 to eliminate white's strong bishop and plant a passed pawn deep in white's position on d3. The pawn on d3 is now just one square from the second rank, staring down at white's pieces, a constant thorn that must be watched every single move. Keymer moves the queen to d2, the only way to deal with the d3 pawn, connecting with it and preparing to blockade or eliminate it. The queen on d2 is reactive rather than active, a sign of how Carlsen's combination has inverted the position's logic. White was the aggressor for the first 20 moves, now it is Keymer who is scrambling. Carlsen shifts the rook from h8 to g8, calmly picking up the bishop on g7 in the next move and restoring material balance. The combination has resulted in a passed pawn on d3, a rook about to recapture, and white's queen pinned to defending duties. The position is rich and roughly balanced, but Carlsen's pieces are harmoniously placed. White's f-pawn advances to f6, the bold push, trying to create a passed pawn deep in black's position and disrupt his coordination. The pawn on f6 becomes a genuine threat if supported, cutting black's pieces off from each other. Both sides now have advanced passed pawns and the position demands precise calculation from both players. Carlsen sends the rook to e4, a strong centralizing move, placing the rook on the fourth rank where it eyes the e-file and puts pressure on white's exposed position. A more forcing continuation was available, perhaps targeting the f6 pawn directly, but this rook is powerfully placed and immediately generates threats that white must address. Keymer moves the rook to e1, and this is a second serious mistake. Taking the pawn on d3 with the queen would have been the correct move, eliminating the dangerous passed pawn and removing a major source of black's counterplay. Instead, the rook shuffles to e1 on a passive mission, allowing Carlsen to simplify on his own terms. A pawn worth roughly a rook's value in influence is left standing. Carlsen's rook takes the rook on e1, cleanly winning the exchange of rooks and simplifying while leaving the d3 pawn intact. Black has traded into an endgame where the passed pawn and more active remaining pieces give real winning chances. This exchange was available because white missed the queen recapture on d3 one move ago. Keymer recaptures with the f-rook on e1, the only move, clearing the back rank and maintaining a rook in the game. The position after the rook trade is approximately balanced in material, but Carlsen has the more active structure. The d3 pawn is still on the board, the knight is well placed, and black's king is safely tucked away. Carlsen plays the rook to e8, and this is a mistake, the first significant inaccuracy from black in many moves. The correct idea was queen to f5, directly targeting white's weaknesses and keeping maximum pressure on. By moving the rook to e8 instead, Carlsen eases the pressure and allows Keymer a chance to stabilize. The assessment swings noticeably, a rare slip from the world's best. Keymer's rook invades to e7, suddenly active and threatening. The rook on e7 is a powerful piece, attacking black's back rank and preparing to support the passed f6 pawn's advance. This one move transforms white from defender to co-aggressor. The position has flipped its character entirely within 2 moves. Carlsen's rook captures on e7, forced, eliminating the dangerous intruder before it can cause more damage. The position after this exchange is dramatically simplified, both rooks are gone, it's a queen and minor piece endgame, with both sides' passed pawns still very much alive. This is pure endgame technique territory. White's f-pawn captures the rook on e7, advancing and capturing simultaneously, the pawn now sitting on e7, one square from promotion. A pawn on e7 is a near queen, an enormous threat that must be answered immediately. Carlsen cannot allow it to promote. Carlsen's queen captures on e7, eliminating the pawn before it promotes and restoring material equilibrium. Queens are now the only major pieces remaining, with a knight for black and a bishop for white as supporting minor pieces. The endgame is sharp, Carlsen's d3 pawn is still alive, and the knight and queen will work together to push it forward. Keymer's queen finally claims the pawn on d3, eliminating the long-standing thorn that has haunted white's position for over 10 moves. The game is now materially level, queens and a minor piece each, with pawn structures that both sides must navigate carefully. From here it is a test of endgame understanding and precise technique. Carlsen's queen drops to e1, check. A forcing sequence begins, the king must move, the queens will continue to clash, and black uses the initiative to drive the game toward the endgame of his choosing. Checks in queen endgames are not merely harassment, they gain tempo and restrict the king's movement for what follows. Keymer's queen retreats to f1, blocking the check and keeping the king shielded. The queen on f1 is somewhat passive, but it maintains contact with key squares. Carlsen now has a free move to press further, and the question is whether he can convert the activity into something concrete or whether Keymer can hold the balance. Another check, Carlsen's queen swoops to e3, maintaining the pressure. A second consecutive check drives the king to the corner and disrupts white's coordination further. Carlsen is not fishing for a random perpetual, he is using these checks to improve his position and reduce Keymer's options, a classic technique in queen endgames. The white king steps to h1, the only safe square. The king is now tucked in the corner, slightly cramped, and white's pieces are on the back foot. Carlsen has used the checking sequence to take control of the game's rhythm, a subtle but important advantage in this kind of technical endgame. Carlsen repositions the queen to e4, stepping out of the checking mode and placing the queen on a dominant central square. From e4 it targets both flanks simultaneously, keeps the king pinned to the corner, and supports any future pawn advance on the queen side. Black is in no hurry, the position allows him to improve methodically. Keymer advances the h-pawn to h3, creating breathing room for the king and trying to loosen Carlsen's grip on the king side. With the king on h1 and the h-pawn on h3, white has a little air, but the structural weaknesses on the king side remain and will continue to be targets in the queen endgame. Carlsen advances the pawn to f5, a sharp queen side break that opens lines and keeps white's pieces off balance. The f-pawn threatens to roll forward and create a passed pawn of its own, while the knight can maneuver to support it. Black is demonstrating one of the endgame's great truths: active pawns matter as much as active pieces. Keymer plays the queen to f3, and this is a third significant mistake, arguably the most consequential of the game. The correct move was the bishop to h6, threatening the queening square on g7 and creating an immediate passed pawn threat with the h-pawn. Instead, the queen steps to f3 with no forcing threat, and Carlsen is immediately handed a clean, winning sequence. Queens are exchanged on black's terms, leaving a knight versus bishop endgame that Carlsen can control. Carlsen takes the queen on f3, the simplification he was angling for. Exchanging queens dramatically reduces Keymer's defensive resources and leaves a pure knight versus bishop endgame. Carlsen's knight is flexible and mobile. White's bishop, while not without merit, faces a pawn structure that limits its scope. The endgame conversion is now black's task. Keymer recaptures with the g-pawn on f3, forced, opening the g-file, but that matters little at this stage. The queens are gone. What remains is a bishop versus knight endgame with both sides' pawns fixed in various states of advancement. White still has the f3 and h3 pawns, creating some structural questions, while black's knight and king will march into the center. Carlsen's knight sweeps from a5 into the board, capturing the c-pawn on c4. An elegant return, the knight that has been sitting on the periphery all game finally strikes into the heart of white's position, winning a pawn and establishing a dominant outpost. From c4 the knight is perfectly placed to support a queenside advance or swing to d2 and e4. Keymer pushes the pawn to a4, and this is another mistake, when the bishop retreat to f6 would have been more active, keeping black's knight under pressure and limiting its mobility. The pawn advance achieves little structurally and hands black an improved tempo to centralize the king without interruption. Active piece play was the correct remedy, not passive pawn shuffling. Carlsen's king strides to d7, active king play, heading toward the center where it can support the knight and assist the queenside pawns. An even more direct path centralizing immediately was available, but the king march to d7 is purposeful and clear. Carlsen intends to use his king as a weapon in the endgame, as all endgame masters do. Keymer's bishop repositions to f6, finally pressuring black's advanced pawns and trying to create complications. The bishop on f6 eyes the b-pawn and threatens to cause havoc if it catches black's king or knight out of position. With both sides maneuvering for endgame dominance, the bishop is finding its best diagonal. Carlsen's king advances to d6, but here he identifies this as a mistake. Moving the a-pawn to a5 immediately would have been far more precise, activating the queenside pawns and creating a runaway passed pawn that the bishop could not easily stop. The king centralization, while natural, gives white a tempo to regroup. In endgames, pawn timing can be everything. Keymer's bishop captures on h4, taking the pawn and removing a target while gaining material. It's a good practical decision: eliminate what you can, reduce black's resources, and try to hold the remaining structure. The bishop on h4 is active and well placed, watching over important squares on both wings. Carlsen's king captures the d5 pawn, recapturing and now sitting on d5, right in the middle of the board. A king on d5 in an endgame is a dominant, nearly unstoppable piece. From here it controls c4, c6, d6, e6, and e4 simultaneously, coordinating perfectly with the knight and threatening to support passed pawns from the front. Keymer's bishop retreats to d8, attempting to reposition to a more active diagonal. It's a patient regrouping move, but the bishop is temporarily clumsy and will need several moves to find its ideal post. Meanwhile, Carlsen's king and knight are perfectly coordinated and the queenside pawns are beginning to look menacing. Carlsen's knight maneuvers to b2, a subtle repositioning, heading for a 4 and then perhaps c3 or d4, further restricting the bishop's mobility. The knight is like water in this endgame: it finds the gaps, seeps into the weaknesses, and forces the bishop to chase it rather than operate on its own terms. Keymer advances the h-pawn to h4, trying to create a passed pawn on the kingside to counter black's queenside advances. A pawn race in the endgame adds urgency to both sides' calculations. White is betting that the h-pawn can become dangerous enough to divert Carlsen's attention from the queenside, where the real battle lies. Carlsen's king steps to e6, maintaining central control and preparing to shuttle between d5 and f5 depending on how white's pawns advance. The king on e6 eyes f5, d5, and d6, keeping all avenues open. In these maneuvering endgames, Carlsen's instinct for king placement is impeccable. The h-pawn rolls to h5, white's kingside passed pawn is accelerating. Keymer needs this pawn to be a real threat or the queenside pawns will simply overwhelm him. The position is becoming a race. Can the h-pawn become a queen before Carlsen's queenside avalanche arrives? Carlsen's knight circles around to a4, capturing the a-pawn, winning another pawn and eliminating a queenside defender. The knight is gobbling up white's resources one by one while remaining actively placed. Material count is mounting in black's favor, but more importantly the knight's mobility is stifling the bishop at every turn. Keymer advances the c-pawn to c4, pushing forward in an attempt to create a passed pawn of his own on the queenside. A more accurate continuation was available, targeting black's knight more directly and limiting its reach. The c-pawn advance is understandable but slightly imprecise, and Carlsen will simply continue his own plans. Carlsen's king moves to f7, a slightly imprecise choice according to the, which preferred a more direct route toward the kingside to deal with the h-pawn. Nevertheless, the king is heading toward g6 and the h-pawn, which must eventually be stopped before it queens. Carlsen is making practical decisions under pressure. Keymer's king walks to g2, activating it and preparing to escort the h-pawn toward promotion. A slightly more efficient march was available, but the king is moving in the right direction. Endgame kings must be active, especially when pawns are racing. White's king will try to clear a path for the h-pawn. Carlsen's knight hops back to b2, a quiet regrouping, repositioning for another assault on white's remaining pawns. The knight's journey has been a masterclass in activity. It has captured 2 pawns, harassed the bishop, and restricted white's options throughout the endgame. From b2 it prepares to swing towards c4 or d3 on the next move. Keymer's king advances to g3, another step toward escorting the h-pawn. The endgame is now a delicate balance. White's h-pawn is pushing, black's queenside pawns and knight are threatening, and both kings are active. Whoever miscalculates the pawn race by even one tempo could find themselves in a lost position. Carlsen's knight captures the c-pawn on c4, winning yet another pawn and placing the knight on a dominant central square. Black now has a significant material advantage in terms of pawns on the board, and the knight on c4 eyes d2, b2, and e3. The bishop, in contrast, looks increasingly out of sorts trying to handle threats from all directions. Keymer's king marches to f4, continuing toward the h-pawn and trying to create a shelter for it. A slightly more precise route was available, but the king is on the right diagonal and the intent is clear. Both kings are now deep in the position, and the game has taken on the character of a classical endgame race with one critical question: who gets there first? Carlsen advances the b-pawn to b5, a fresh queenside passed pawn, now rolling forward to support the knight and threaten to queen on the opposite wing from white's h-pawn. This is textbook endgame technique, create threats on multiple flanks simultaneously, so the opponent cannot stop everything at once. The bishop cannot cover both wings. Keymer's king captures the b-pawn on f5, stepping onto b5 and taking a pawn, but a more accurate continuation was available with a different king march that maintained better coordination with the h-pawn. Even so, this is a natural pawn grab, and white needs every pawn possible to counterbalance the queenside threats. Carlsen pushes the b-pawn to b4, relentless queenside pressure. The b-pawn is now just 4 squares from the promotion square, and Carlsen's knight stands ready to support its advance. White's bishop is stretched thin, asked to watch the h-pawns advance and simultaneously intercept the queenside pawns. Keymer's king steps to e4, retreating slightly toward the center to try to control more squares and stay relevant in the endgame coordination. The king on e4 watches d3, d5, and f5, maintaining some influence. The position is an extraordinarily complex dance of king, bishop, and multiple passed pawns. Carlsen advances the a-pawn to a5, creating a second queenside passed pawn, adding to the bishop's impossible task. The notes that a slightly more accurate sequence was available, but this move does the right things. It marches a pawn forward and forces white to make additional defensive concessions. 2 connected passed pawns on a5 and b4 are a serious winning threat. Keymer pushes the h-pawn to h6. The h-pawn is now on the 6th rank, just 2 squares from queening. White's counterplay is real and concrete. This pawn must be stopped, and stopping it costs black precious tempo on the queen side. The pawn race is entering its final, critical phase. Carlsen's king moves to g6, but here he identifies a mistake. The knight check on d6 was the correct move, forking the king and threatening the h-pawn simultaneously, which would have forced white into an immediate crisis. Instead, the king moved to g6, while heading toward h6 to stop the pawn gives white a tempo that should not have been conceded. Keymer responds by moving the bishop to e7, but this is also a serious mistake. Pushing the h-pawn to h7 immediately was the only winning attempt, promoting the pawn race to an acute crisis. The bishop step to e7 is passive and gives Carlsen exactly the breathing room he needed after his own inaccuracy. Both players are now navigating an incredibly complex endgame under time pressure, and errors are beginning to compound on both sides. Carlsen's knight drops to d2 with check, an attacking move, but also a mistake. Advancing the b-pawn to b3 was the superior choice. A passed pawn on b3, supported by the knight, would have been devastating, forcing the bishop away from its defensive duties immediately. The check on d2 has some practical merit but releases the tension at a critical moment. Keymer's king steps to d3, escaping the check and centralizing, now directly attacking the knight on d2. The king on d3 is suddenly active, pressing the knight and trying to regain initiative. The position has become deeply complex and mutual mistakes are shaping this into one of the most turbulent endgames in recent World Cup history. Carlsen's knight retreats to b3, backing away from the advancing king and repositioning. The notes that a more active square was available, but the knight on b3 still guards important squares and keeps the a-pawn and b-pawn covered. Carlsen is trying to hold his technical advantage while Keymer's king becomes increasingly active. Keymer's king advances to c4, capturing the knight's best retreat square and challenging black's coordination directly. The king is deep in enemy territory now, fighting alongside the bishop for every square. This is king activity at its most dramatic, a monarch striding forward when it should, refusing to be passive. Carlsen advances the a-pawn to a4, keeping the queenside pawns rolling. The a-pawn on a4 and b-pawn on b3 are a formidable pair, and they will need constant attention from white's bishop and king. With both sides' plans fully engaged, the game has reached its most critical phase. Keymer's bishop swings to g5, repositioning to a new diagonal, watching over the f6 and h4 squares and trying to interfere with black's king coordination. The bishop is working hard in this endgame, forced to shuttle between diagonals to address threats on multiple flanks. Its work is far from done. Carlsen's king retreats to h7, stepping away from g6 and the h6 pawn, avoiding any bishop checks that might disrupt the plan. The king on h7 keeps the h-pawn under observation while the queenside pawns are expected to advance autonomously. Every king move in this phase requires precise calculation of what the opponent can do next. Keymer's bishop retreats to e3, the only square that maintains coverage of both the queenside and the kingside simultaneously. The bishop is being asked to do the work of two pieces, watching the b and a pawns while simultaneously monitoring black's king and the h-pawn. It is a difficult task for a single piece. Carlsen's king returns to g6, back toward the h-pawn, maintaining the blockade. The king's oscillation between h7 and g6 is calculated. It keeps the h-pawn stopped while black's queenside pawns advance. Neither side can afford to blink. A single miscalculation will determine the result. Keymer's bishop moves back to g5, a repetition of position, maintaining the watch on f6 and h4. The bishop is cycling through the same squares, which suggests white cannot make progress without repeating. A slightly more ambitious square was available, trying to activate the bishop toward the queenside where the real danger lies. Carlsen's knight swings to d4, a more central posting, eyeing e2 and b3, and supporting the a-pawn advance from afar. A slightly more direct continuation was available to advance the queenside pawns immediately, but the knight centralization is fundamentally sound. From d4 the knight dominates the board and covers key defensive squares as well. Keymer's king captures the a-pawn on c5, gobbling up a pawn and reducing the queenside threat. The king on c5 is deeply embedded in black's territory, fighting for every resource. This active king play is Keymer's best practical chance. Eliminate pawns, reduce the material imbalance, and try to reach a fortress or a drawn position. Carlsen advances the a-pawn to a3, relentlessly pushing, keeping the pressure on the bishop, which must watch this pawn's advance. An even more accurate continuation was available, but the a-pawn on a3 is still a real threat. One more push and it is within striking distance of the promotion square, demanding an immediate bishop response. Keymer's bishop retreats to c1, the only square covering the a-pawn's advance to a2. The bishop on c1 is now purely defensive, pinned to stopping the pawn from queening. Its scope is dramatically reduced, and the position has become one where white is permanently on the back foot, reacting rather than creating. Carlsen's knight hops to e2, another improvement, heading towards c1 or f4 depending on how the position evolves. The notes that a more direct route to support the a-pawn was available, but the knight on e2 keeps all options open and continues to restrict the bishop, which cannot leave c1 without allowing the a-pawn to advance. Keymer's king captures the b-pawn on c5, eliminating yet another queenside threat. Both players are now relentlessly reducing material in a race toward what looks increasingly like an inevitable draw. The king is active but running out of targets. The knight and bishop are engaged in a slow dance of restriction and counter-restriction. Carlsen's knight captures the bishop on c1, winning the bishop, but at a cost. The exchange allows Keymer to simplify dramatically. A slightly more accurate route was available, but taking the bishop is natural and keeps black ahead in pawns. The position after this capture is nearly drawn, knight and pawn versus king, with so few pawns left that precision is everything. Keymer's king captures the a-pawn on a3, and with queens long gone, rooks traded, bishop eliminated, and pawns dwindling, both players recognize what the position has become. A draw is agreed. Carlsen survives the round of 32, advancing on half a point to maintain his path through the bracket. It was a bruising, complicated game, a tiebreak that asked the maximum of both players and delivered the minimum of certainty until the very last move. The 2023 FIDE World Cup, round of 32, the match is tied one game apiece, and now Magnus Carlsen must hold his nerves with the black pieces in a sudden death tiebreak. One mistake, and the greatest player in the world goes home. Keymer opens by pushing his pawn to the center of the board, claiming space on the fourth rank. The queen's pawn opening invites a battle of ideas rather than brute tactics. White wants to build a broad pawn structure and develop smoothly. Interestingly, a slightly more ambitious first move was available, but this is a perfectly sound and principled beginning from the young German. Carlsen replies symmetrically, placing his own pawn directly in the center. Black immediately contests the space Keymer just claimed, signaling that this will be a fight for the middle of the board from move 1. An early flank pawn push was also possible, but meeting the center with the center is Carlsen's way of saying he wants a real game. White advances another pawn to challenge the center from the side, the classic queen's gambit. The idea is subtle. If black captures it, white will have an easier time dominating the central squares. If black refuses, white's extra space becomes a long-term asset. This is one of the oldest and most respected openings in chess. Rather than accepting the gambit or pushing forward, Carlsen reinforces his central pawn with a quiet advance, choosing the Slav defense. The Slav is one of black's most solid answers to the queen's gambit. It keeps the central pawn firmly supported without blocking in black's light-squared bishop. Pushing a different pawn to directly contest white's structure was also possible, but Carlsen opts for solidity. Keymer develops his knight toward the king side, heading for a natural central post. Knights belong in the game early, and this one eyes the important central squares. An immediate pawn break would have been slightly more testing, creating tension before black fully settles, but Keymer prefers steady development, which is entirely reasonable. Carlsen mirrors the development, bringing his own knight out to mirror Keymer's. This knight defends the central pawn and prepares to participate in the coming fight. Both sides are playing classical, principled chess. The position is balanced and the real decisions are still ahead. White shores up the center with a modest pawn advance, reinforcing his structure and opening the diagonal for his dark-squared bishop. This is the backbone of many queen's gambit systems, solid and flexible. Keymer is not in a rush, he is simply completing his development one piece at a time. Carlsen plays another central pawn, completing a compact but sturdy pawn chain. Black now has pawns on the 3rd and 5th ranks, forming a classic Slav formation. Advancing differently to challenge white's structure more directly was a touch more ambitious, but Carlsen at this stage is content building his position brick by brick. White's second knight comes out, heading to the center via a slightly unusual route. The standard path, developing it to a more central square immediately, would have been a shade more precise, allowing white to coordinate faster. Still, Keymer's choice is flexible. The knight can reroute and supports potential pawn advances in the center. Carlsen now pushes his pawn forward, confronting white's center directly and opening lines for his own pieces. This is the Slav's most principled pawn break. It challenges the tension rather than waiting. Keeping the pawn back and developing a piece first was also thematic, but Carlsen wants activity now. Keymer accepts the confrontation, capturing with his pawn and creating an asymmetrical pawn structure. The position now opens toward what is known as the exchange Slav, a system associated with long, grinding equality. White's structure is solid but contains no immediate attacking chances. It is the kind of line you choose when you prefer not to lose. Carlsen recaptures from the side, using his pawn to take back. This choice opens his bishop's long diagonal and creates a passed pawn in the center. Black now has a pawn that white cannot easily blockade. Recapturing with the knight was the main alternative, keeping the structure more compact, but Carlsen activates his pieces by choosing the bolder recapture. Here is a small spark of energy from Keymer. His bishop leaps out to a long diagonal, delivering check. It seems aggressive, but there is calculation behind it. He wants to force black to react, disrupting Carlsen's intended development. The check means Carlsen must deal with the bishop immediately rather than continuing his plan. Carlsen interposes his bishop on the diagonal, blocking the check and simultaneously developing a piece. A clean, efficient response. Black does not lose time and simply places the bishop where it might want to go anyway. Now the position is symmetric in spirit. Both sides have developed their bishops and the central tension remains. Keymer's bishop captures, giving check a second time and simplifying the position. White is exchanging bishops, trading a piece he had to withdraw for the one Carlsen just developed. It is a forcing sequence that clears pieces off the board, but it also removes some of white's own dynamic potential in the bargain. Carlsen's knight recaptures, coming to a strong central post and developing naturally in the process. He picks up the bishop for free and completes a smooth development. The material is even, both kings still need to castle, and the position retains its symmetrical, solid character, exactly what black wants in a must-not-lose tiebreak. Keymer pushes a pawn on the queen side, preparing to develop his bishop to a long diagonal. The strategic intention is to place the bishop pointing at the center and black's position. Completing castling first would have been slightly more accurate, king safety before bishop placement, but the move is not a mistake, just a slight change of priority. Carlsen develops his remaining bishop to a safe central square, pointing it toward the king side. The bishop on this square is a classic defensive piece in the Slav. It guards the king when it castles and supports the central pawns. Black's development is nearly complete. Carlsen is one step from safety. White's bishop takes up its diagonal, creating a long-range battery pointing through the center. Keymer's position is now fully coordinated. The bishop on this diagonal can be a powerful attacking piece if lines open in the center or on the queen side. It is a calm, confident move that completes White's development. Carlsen slides his rook across to the open file, connecting his pieces and claiming a useful column. Rooks belong on open files, and Carlsen wastes no time placing his where it can exert immediate pressure. The position is level, both sides have developed well, and the game is about to enter its strategic middle game phase. Keymer captures in the center, simplifying the pawn structure further. White's passed pawn on the 5th rank is exchanged away, releasing the central tension that had built up. The exchange Slav character of the position becomes even clearer. Symmetric pawns, open files, and a likely endgame are the landscape from here. Carlsen's knight swoops in, recapturing on the central square and landing on a superb outpost. Knights love central squares where they cannot be challenged by enemy pawns, and this one sits comfortably in the heart of the board. Carlsen's pieces are active and well placed. He is already more comfortable than the pawn count suggests. Keymer castles, tucking his king away and connecting his rooks. After the early piece exchanges, the position is open enough that king safety is a real priority. The rook on the back rank is now ready to swing to whichever file becomes most important, a routine but necessary consolidation. Carlsen castles as well, mirroring Keymer's decision and completing his development. Both kings are now safe, all pieces are developed, and the game enters a pure positional phase. The structure is symmetric, the material is even, and the question becomes who can find a plan, or who slips first. Keymer centralizes his queen to support further piece activity. The move prepares to double rooks or contest the central files. A more direct challenge in the center was available and would have been slightly more testing, but Keymer is building pressure methodically. The queen here keeps options open for multiple plans. Carlsen drives his knight deep into the center, placing it on a powerful outpost where it attacks pieces and controls key squares. An immediate queen move to activate Black's own queen would have been equally strong, but the knight centralization is thematic and forceful. Any piece Keymer uses to challenge it will have to give something up. White's rook steps to the central file, contesting the open column and eyeing the center. Rooks on central open files create pressure along the whole board, and Keymer is applying it. This is a sensible regrouping that will make it harder for Black to operate freely in the middle of the board. Carlsen repositions his bishop to a long diagonal, pointing it toward White's king. The bishop on this diagonal is an active, threatening piece. A knight retreat to consolidate Black's central outpost was also very strong here, keeping the powerfuller placed knight rather than allowing it to be challenged, and may have been slightly more precise. But the bishop move is sharp and purposeful. Keymer brings his knight to the center, a natural regrouping to a strong square. However, pushing his knight to a different square, maintaining more pressure on Black's pieces immediately, was the more testing option here. Knights in the center are strong in principle, but the precise square matters, and White concedes a little ground with this choice. Carlsen develops his queen, swinging it to a useful central square where it coordinates with his rooks and knight. The queen steps into the game without overextending. It is active but not exposed. Black's position is harmonious, everything is working together, and Carlsen controls the tempo of the game. White's rook moves to the open file on the queen side, competing for activity. Immediately doubling rooks or centralizing differently was a shade more dynamic, but Keymer is building pressure steadily. The rook here contests an important file and makes it harder for Carlsen to occupy it without a fight. Carlsen places his rook on the central file, reinforcing his control of the open column. Doubling rooks or activating the queen more aggressively would have been the most energetic option, pressing the advantage of his better placed pieces. Still, the move is sensible. Black keeps a grip on the center without creating any weaknesses. Keymer's knight reroutes, looking to improve its position and connect the two rooks. A more direct centralization of the knight, heading to a stronger outpost, would have maintained more pressure. This repositioning is a little cautious, but it keeps coordination intact and prepares to challenge Black's active pieces. Carlsen nudges a pawn on the king side, a small but important prophylactic move. By advancing this pawn, Black prevents a white piece from landing on an annoying square. It also gives the king a tiny escape square if needed later. These small preparations are the hallmark of elite positional play. They cost almost nothing and prevent future problems. Keymer responds with a similar preparation on the king side, also preventing future intrusions. Both players are taking a moment to tidy up loose ends before committing to a plan. The position is still balanced and requires patience. This is the kind of chess where the details matter more than the grand gestures. Carlsen expands on the queen side, advancing a pawn to gain space. This small advance prepares future queenside activity and makes it slightly harder for white to operate on that side. Pushing a different pawn or activating a piece was also reasonable, but Carlsen is slowly accumulating small positional advantages. Keymer retreats his queen, stepping back to a less active square. This is a significant inaccuracy in terms of tempo. Keeping the queen more centralized or looking for a more active regrouping was clearly better. By stepping back, white cedes the initiative and allows Carlsen to dictate the pace of the game from this point. Carlsen's rook swings across to a more active file, taking up a strong post and doubling rooks laterally. The rook on this file puts immediate pressure on white's position and threatens to penetrate. Carlsen is slowly but unmistakably tightening the grip. Every black piece is moving toward its ideal square. White's rook counterattacks on the same file, meeting black's rook directly. Immediately challenging black's active pieces in the center was the more proactive choice, but this is a reasonable defensive reaction. Keymer is trying to hold the balance by matching Carlsen's rook for rook, file for file. Carlsen slides his second rook to join the pressure, doubling on the open file. With two rooks bearing down the column, black's coordination is impressive. Both rooks are active, the knight is centralized, and the queen is ready. Keymer's position, while not yet critical, demands very accurate play from here. Keymer ventures his queen to the queen side, looking for counterplay. This is a significant decision, and the shifts noticeably against white. A more centralized queen placement was clearly stronger. This sortie takes the queen away from the main action and hands Carlsen an opportunity. The queen on the edge can become a spectator. Carlsen calmly repositions his knight, moving it to a new central outpost where it is beautifully coordinated with the rooks and queen. The knight here participates in multiple threats simultaneously. This is patient, masterful redeployment. Carlsen simply improves each piece in turn without giving Keymer anything to attack. Keymer's rook enters the 7th rank, capturing Carlsen's rook and penetrating deep into black's position. The 7th rank is traditionally powerful for rooks. It attacks pawns and cuts off the enemy king. This exchange sacrifices material equality for activity, a practical decision in a difficult position. Carlsen recaptures, taking back the rook and keeping material parity. His rook now occupies the same aggressive file, matching Keymer's activity. The position after this exchange is roughly level in material, but Carlsen's pieces remain better coordinated. Black's knight and queen are more active than their white counterparts. Keymer pushes his queen to an aggressive post, looking for immediate counterplay. But this is another step in the wrong direction. A more active queen centralization was clearly the better option, maintaining coordination between all white's pieces. With the queen here, it is slightly disconnected from the main defensive and offensive needs. Carlsen swings his queen to a new post, but a more energetic queen move, targeting white's exposed king position directly, was available and would have pressed harder. The choice Carlsen makes is still solid and keeps all advantages intact. The position remains very comfortable for black. Keymer's knight leaps forward, capturing Carlsen's knight on a central square. This is a forcing exchange that removes one of black's most active pieces. Keymer is willing to simplify to reduce the pressure, and capturing the powerful centralized knight makes sense. Leaving it in place would only allow it to cause more problems. Carlsen's rook steps back to a new file, taking up a powerful defensive and offensive post. The rook on this file supports the passed pawn and controls an important column. Carlsen is regrouping calmly after the knight exchange. No panic, just clean repositioning. White's queen retreats to a safer square, stepping back from the exposed post it occupied. The position is around equal, but Keymer must be careful. His queen is still slightly out of the game, and Carlsen's pieces are all working harmoniously. Keymer is navigating carefully to hold the balance. Carlsen recaptures the knight with his pawn, opening the file in front of his king. This is a dynamic decision. By capturing this way, black creates a pawn majority in the center and opens lines for his pieces. The pawn structure shifts in black's favor, and Carlsen now has an active pawn pointing toward the white king's vicinity. Keymer's bishop captures, taking the bishop on the diagonal and accepting the exchange of bishops. White is simplifying, trading off active black pieces to reduce the pressure. The exchange of dark squared bishops removes one of black's most dynamic pieces, but it also leaves certain squares in Carlsen's position easier to use. Carlsen's knight recaptures the bishop, returning to a strong central square. The knight is back on one of the most powerful squares on the board, staring down multiple directions. Black has lost a bishop but gained a superb knight in return, not an unfair trade, and the position remains dynamically balanced. Keymer reactivates his knight, moving it back to the center to contest the key squares. The knight here creates counterplay against black's pieces and prevents Carlsen from operating freely in the center. Both knights are well placed now, and the position tightens into a close-range positional battle. Carlsen's rook advances deep into white's position, invading through the open file. This rook penetration is extremely powerful. Once a rook reaches the back ranks, it attacks pawns and creates immediate threats. Keymer must deal with this intrusion precisely or risk material loss. White's rook captures, trading rooks and clearing the dangerous penetrating piece. By exchanging rooks, Keymer reduces the immediate danger. The position simplifies further, with fewer pieces on the board, drawing chances increase, which is precisely what white needs in this tiebreak game with Carlsen applying the pressure. Carlsen's queen swoops in, capturing the rook and delivering check in one move. This is a wonderful double-purpose move. Black wins material and forces the white king to move immediately. The position swings sharply in black's favor. Carlsen has converted his positional pressure into a concrete material advantage. Keymer's king steps to the edge of the board, the only escape from the check. The king on the edge is less safe than in the center of the board, and Carlsen will use every tempo to create new threats. White is now fighting to hold a position that has turned materially and structurally against him. Carlsen delivers another check, pursuing the white king with relentless precision. The queen chase forces Keymer's king to keep moving, preventing it from finding safety. Each check also controls squares, limiting the white king's options and keeping Carlsen firmly in the driver's seat. Keymer advances a pawn on the king side, creating a little space around his king and trying to stabilize. The pawn advance also prepares to support the king's escape. It is a practical defensive idea. White needs to stop the checks and find some coordination before the position deteriorates further. Carlsen's king steps forward, taking a more active role. Kings become powerful pieces in the endgame, and Carlsen is already looking beyond the immediate position to the long-term plans. Moving the king forward also removes it from any potential back rank pressure and prepares it to support pawns. Keymer pushes a queenside pawn, seeking space and potential counterplay on that flank. Activating a piece or finding a more direct defensive resource was available and arguably more precise, but the pawn advance stakes out space. It is a practical choice in a difficult position. Create something to fight for rather than wait passively. Carlsen drives his central pawn forward, claiming more space and threatening to push further. This advance is energetic and purposeful. The pawn in the center becomes a direct threat. Keymer must deal with it carefully, as an uncontrolled passed pawn can become an endgame nightmare. White's knight retreats from the center, moving back to a defensive square. Keeping the knight more active was slightly better. Staying more central maintains coordination and defensive coverage. The retreat feels passive, but Keymer has to prioritize king's safety and pawn defense as the position grows increasingly complicated. Carlsen advances another queenside pawn, pressing on a second front. This is the strategic hallmark of Carlsen's endgame play. He creates problems on multiple flanks simultaneously, forcing the opponent to defend in two places at once. Keymer must decide where to focus his attention. Keymer re-centralizes his queen, bringing it back toward the center of the board. After the earlier excursion to the edge, the queen finds a more active post. This is a necessary improvement. With the queen in the center, white can participate in defending against both Carlsen's queenside pawn advance and the central pressure. Carlsen's central pawn captures the white pawn on the king side, opening the file in front of white's king. This exchange eliminates one of white's kingside pawns and leaves Keymer with fewer defensive resources. The resulting open file benefits black's queen, which now has direct access toward the white king. Keymer recaptures, taking back with his pawn and keeping the kingside structure. With pawns exchanged, the kingside is relatively open. White has preserved some pawn coverage, but the weakened squares around the king will be a long-term concern. Carlsen will target those squares in the moves ahead. Carlsen repositions his queen to a powerful central diagonal, increasing the pressure on white's position. A slightly more aggressive queen placement was also available, posting it where it would attack multiple pawns simultaneously, but this square is still very active. The queen here controls important diagonals and supports the queenside pawn advance. Keymer moves his queen to a more defensive post, trying to cover the key weaknesses. Keeping the queen more active and centralized was the better approach. This retreat feels slightly passive. White is struggling to find an active plan and is largely reacting to Carlsen's steady pressure. Carlsen steps his queen back slightly, maintaining tension without overcommitting. A more forcing continuation was available that would have directly pressured White's kingside weaknesses, that might have been the most incisive. But Carlsen keeps all options open. The position is still strongly in Black's favor. Keymer's knight leaps to a central square, delivering check. The check is forcing and creates a tactical complication, but the best square for the knight was slightly different. A more aggressive jump would have both checked and attacked more targets simultaneously. Still, the check forces Carlsen's king to move and gives Keymer a moment to breathe. Carlsen's king steps back to safety, calmly sidestepping the check. There is no panic here. The king simply retreats to where it is most comfortable. Carlsen's position remains excellent, better placed pieces, active queen, and multiple long-term plans. The check has not changed, only interrupted Black's flow momentarily. Keymer centralizes his queen, looking to create counterplay and defend simultaneously. Choosing a more aggressive queen post, directly targeting Black's exposed pawns, was available and would have been more testing. Instead, White is still reacting. The queen here defends but does not threaten anything that forces Carlsen to change his plans. Carlsen moves his queen to a new square, keeping it active while avoiding unnecessary confrontation. A more direct queen placement, immediately targeting a weak pawn or creating a mating threat, was the most forceful continuation. Carlsen, however, is content to maintain the pressure without taking risks in a game where a draw still advances him. White's queen moves to an aggressive post deep on the king side, suddenly creating threats around the black king. This is an energetic defensive idea. By threatening to invade, Keymer forces Carlsen to react and relieve some of the pressure. The position becomes more dynamic as both queens hover menacingly over each other's king. Carlsen posts his queen on a strong central diagonal, where it both defends and threatens. A slightly different queen placement was available that would have maintained more initiative, but this square is also very active. The queen here covers multiple files and diagonals simultaneously, keeping the black position tightly coordinated. Keymer moves his queen away from the kingside incursion, retreating to a more defensive square. This shows that the earlier aggressive queen sortie did not fundamentally change the position, it was temporary activity. White is still on the back foot, and Carlsen has successfully managed the tactical complications without conceding anything. Carlsen repositions his knight to the edge of the board, an unusual choice, as knights are generally less powerful away from the center. A more central knight post was available and would have maintained more control over key squares. Carlsen may be probing for a specific plan, but for now the knight is temporarily less active than it could be. White's queen repositions, trying to maintain coordination and keep all options open. A more direct queen move was available that would have challenged Black's pieces more actively, but Keymer is navigating carefully. With the queen still on the board, precision is essential. One slip either way could decide this tie-break game. Carlsen advances a queenside pawn, adding further pressure on that flank. This pawn advance is part of a slow but clear strategy: accumulate space, push pawns, and force Keymer into passive defense. With each pawn advance, Carlsen squeezes the position slightly tighter and gives White one more thing to worry about. Keymer's queen moves to the center of the board, reaching for activity. A slightly different square was available that would have coordinated better with the knight, but the queen here does contest key diagonals. White is looking for counterplay. Sitting passively would only allow Carlsen to continue strengthening his position at leisure. Carlsen's knight returns to the center from the edge, correcting the earlier excursion and resuming a more active role. The knight back in the game is a small but tangible improvement for Black. Carlsen acknowledges that the edge was not the right place for it and simply fixes the error, the mark of a composed, confident player. White's queen steps back slightly, repositioning to a different central post. A more direct challenge against Black's active pieces was available, targeting the knight or pressuring a pawn more forcefully would have given Keymer more practical counter chances. This retreat keeps the queen active but does not create immediate threats. Carlsen moves his knight back to the edge again, a curious back and forth. A more assertive central posting for the knight was clearly available and would have maintained black's positional advantages more effectively. This knight shuffle reduces black's grip on the center momentarily and gives Keymer a small reprieve. Keymer's queen returns to its central post, maintaining the seesaw character of the position. A different square was available that would have coordinated the queen and knight more actively, creating real threats. Instead, both players are probing, the position is dynamically balanced, and neither side wants to commit to something irreversible. Carlsen brings his knight back to the center once more, completing another oscillation between the edge and the center. The knight is best placed centrally, and Carlsen settles it there again. The repetitive knight maneuvers suggest both players are feeling their way through a complex, finely balanced position under significant time pressure. Keymer moves his queen back again, and with this the game agrees to a draw by repetition. The position has been reached multiple times. In a tiebreak with so much at stake, a draw still means the match must continue to further games. Carlsen survives with the black pieces, Keymer holds his nerve under enormous pressure, and the round of 32 battle goes on. The match is level at 1.5 each, and this is the tiebreak. One slip, and you go home. Carlsen has the white pieces, and he is not here to draw. Carlsen opens with the pawn to the center, claiming space on the fourth rank immediately. In a knockout tiebreak, tempo and clarity matter enormously, and nothing announces intention more directly. This is a Ruy Lopez game in the making, one of the oldest, most deeply analyzed structures in all of chess. Keymer answers with his own pawn to the center, staking equal ground. The symmetry is deliberate. Black is saying he will fight for equality in the classical way rather than sidestep into something sharp. Both sides have established a foothold, and the real conversation is about to begin. White's knight comes to the natural central square, developing a piece and pointing at the opponent's pawn. This is the standard first step in the Ruy Lopez. Every piece has a purpose, and the knight here eyes both the center and the king side. Development with tempo is the philosophy of this opening. Keymer brings his own knight to defend the pawn, the textbook response. The knight on the 6th rank is well placed, supporting the center and preparing further development. Both players are following a written over centuries. The interesting question is always when somebody departs from it. Here it is, the bishop slides out to the 5th rank, pinning the knight to the king. This is the Ruy Lopez move, the defining idea of the entire opening. White is not yet winning the pawn, the point is pressure. The bishop sits on a diagonal where it exerts quiet, persistent influence over black's coordination. Black pushes the pawn to a6. Carlsen retreats the bishop to the 4th rank rather than exchange or advance. The bishop stays on the board, maintaining its diagonal and watching the center. This slightly less common retreat is perfectly sound. The bishop is still effective, and white keeps the tension in the position without committing to an early trade. The second black knight enters the game, developing to the natural central square from the king side. Black now has both knights out, the position is coordinated, and normal Ruy Lopez development continues. Castling would have been equally natural here, tucking the king away and connecting the rooks, but this keeps more pieces active for now. Carlsen chooses a modest pawn advance, supporting the center from behind rather than pushing assertively. The more ambitious thrust to the 4th rank in the center immediately was available and would have seized more space at once. This slower approach is characteristic of certain Ruy Lopez systems, building a solid foundation before expanding, but it does give black a slightly easier time equalizing. Keymer's bishop comes to an active diagonal pointing at white's king side. This is a confident developing move, placing the bishop on a sharp diagonal where it participates in both attack and control of the center. The position now mirrors the classical structures that world champions from Lasker to Fischer studied in exhaustive depth. White advances the flank pawn to support the bishop's retreat square and prepare to build a pawn chain. Castling immediately was a natural alternative, but Carlsen opts to stabilize the pawn structure first. The pawn on the 3rd rank will later support a central advance and keep the bishop on the board rather than trading it away. Keymer pushes his flank pawn forward, a committal space-gaining move on the queen side. Castling first was more solid, committing this pawn early fixes the structure and can leave the rook's pawn exposed later. It is not a mistake by any measure, but it slightly reduces black's flexibility on that side of the board. The bishop retreats to the third rank, maintaining the long diagonal toward the king's position and avoiding an exchange that would give black a comfortable structure. From here the bishop eyes the central and kingside squares with quiet persistence. Carlsen keeps the tension, the bishop is alive, and it will matter later. Keymer advances the central pawn to shore up the center and give the bishop on the diagonal some support. Castling was the more natural next step. The king's side is slightly exposed and the rooks are not yet connected. The pawn move is solid but delays safety. The position is still fully playable for both sides. Carlsen castles, tucking the king to safety and activating the rook toward the center. Completing development with the knight before castling was a reasonable option, keeping more dynamic potential in the position. But connecting the rooks and securing the king in a tie-break game is sound chess. Carlsen takes no unnecessary risks. Keymer advances the rook's pawn, a useful prophylactic move preventing white's bishop from ever arriving on the 6th rank with check or threats. Castling was arguably more urgent. The king is still in the center. This pawn move is sensible but does leave Keymer's position slightly more committal. White transfers the rook to the central file, placing it behind the pawn and preparing to support a future central advance. A more immediate central pawn push was available, claiming space at once, but this rook placement is flexible and useful. The rook on an open or semi-open file is always a long-term asset. Keymer castles, finally bringing his king to safety and connecting the rooks. Both kings are now tucked away and the game enters a more strategic middle game phase. The position is balanced, with both sides having solid pawn structures and well-developed pieces. The subtleties of maneuvering will decide which plan prevails. Carlsen develops the remaining knight into the game, heading toward the center. This knight is heading somewhere useful, possibly toward the 4th rank eventually, or rerouting via a square where it supports the central pawn advance. It is a quiet, constructive move that simply completes white's development and prepares a plan. Keymer retreats his bishop to the 6th rank, slightly reducing its activity. The bishop was more active on the 5th rank, and stepping back here concedes a small amount of initiative. Keeping the bishop more central or preparing to trade it for white's active knight were stronger options. This move gives Carlsen a free hand to improve his position. The knight maneuvers to the 1st rank, which looks odd but is a well-known Ruy Lopez regrouping idea. The plan is to reroute the knight via the 2nd or 3rd rank to a more active outpost on the king's side. Ruy Lopez players know this knight journey. It often ends up centralized with tremendous effect. Keymer moves his knight back from the 6th rank to the 7th, a repositioning move aiming to redirect toward kingside activity. Advancing in the center directly was a more confrontational option. This knight will look for a better square, but the retreat does ease some of the pressure it was putting on the center momentarily. Carlsen's knight completes its short journey to the 3rd rank on the king's side, where it eyes both the 4th rank outpost and potential future kingside pressure. A more direct central pawn push would have created immediate tension, but this knight placement builds long-term structural pressure. The position remains rich with strategic possibility on both sides. Keymer advances his pawn, gaining space on the queen side and staking a claim in the center. Castling or activating a rook was also reasonable, but Keymer chooses to challenge the pawn structure. This creates interesting imbalances. Both sides now have pawn chains to consider, and the tension is building. Carlsen advances the flank pawn, beginning queenside operations that will determine the pawn structure. A central pawn push was available and more direct, creating immediate confrontation. White chooses instead to probe on the wing, which is consistent with white's overall plan but slightly delays the moment of central decision. Keymer slides the rook from its starting square to a more useful file, activating it and connecting it to the queenside play. Advancing the central pawn directly was more confrontational and possibly stronger, grabbing space while the position was still fluid. The rook move is solid and safe, but it allows Carlsen to continue building at his own pace. Carlsen advances the flank pawn, a prophylactic move preventing any bishop intrusion and giving the king a little more breathing room. This is a characteristic world champion habit, dealing with small long-term nuisances before they develop into actual threats. The position is still balanced, but these tiny decisions accumulate over many moves. Keymer's knight slides to the 3rd rank on the king's side, a natural square from which it guards key central squares and prepares to join any kingside counterplay. Both sides are now maneuvering, looking for the right moment to create imbalances. The position has the feel of two experienced players taking careful stock of the terrain. White captures the pawn on the 5th rank, accepting the structural change in exchange for opening the flank. An immediate central pawn break was the more thematic option, creating direct central confrontation where White had a slight advantage. The capture is not wrong, it opens lines and creates new pawn tensions, but it changes the nature of the fight. Keymer recaptures with the flank pawn, keeping the structure as clean as possible. The pawn on the 5th rank now anchors Black's queenside and gives Keymer some territory on that side. Material is level, the game is very much alive. Carlsen advances the central pawn, finally creating the pawn tension that had been building for many moves. This thrust challenges Black's entire central setup. The pawn on the 5th rank is now under direct pressure. Carlsen is opening the game up, which suits White's better coordinated pieces. Keymer's queen becomes active, stepping to the 7th rank where it eyes the 5th rank and prepares to support the central pawn's defense. Recapturing or defending more directly was also an option. The queen move is flexible but does take a somewhat passive role. A more active centralized queen placement would have maintained more counterplay. White's last undeveloped piece, the light-squared bishop, finally comes into the game. It settles on an active diagonal pointing toward the king side and supporting the central tension. Every piece is now developed, the king is safe, and Carlsen has a harmonious position. This is what the Ruy Lopez is supposed to look like for White. Keymer activates the rook, placing it on the central file where it eyes the pawn tension. The rook on the 5th rank file directly reinforced the central pawn, which was arguably more useful. Still, placing the rook centrally is sensible. It may become very active once the center opens, which it is about to do. Carlsen brings the queen to the 2nd rank, connecting the rooks and preparing to channel her toward either wing. The queen on this rank is flexible, she can swing left or right depending on how the center resolves. It is a quiet, multi-purpose move that keeps all options open while tightening White's coordination. Keymer captures the central pawn, resolving the tension he had been sitting on. This is the critical decision. Once the pawn structure changes, the middle game character shifts entirely. Black has opened the position in the hope that his pieces are active enough to take advantage of the resulting dynamics. Carlsen recaptures with his own pawn, keeping a strong central presence. White now has a proud pawn in the middle of the board, well supported and difficult to challenge. The pawn advance here is a structural asset, it controls key squares and could become a powerful pass pawn if the endgame approaches. Keymer's knight leaps to the center, capturing the pawn and placing itself on a powerful central outpost. A knight in the middle of the board, supported and difficult to dislodge, is worth serious attention. This is a bold decision. Keymer is not retreating, he is fighting for the center directly. Carlsen captures the knight with his own knight, simplifying the central tension. The knight recapture is clean and practical, eliminating the outpost and avoiding any further complications from that square. With the center now more open, the rooks and bishops gain scope, and the position enters a fluid tactical phase. Keymer recaptures with the rook, placing it on a magnificent central square. The rook in the very center of the board is a formidable piece, it controls the entire 4th rank and threatens to become a pivot for Black's activity. Carlsen must address this rook or find a way to profit faster elsewhere. Carlsen advances to capture the pawn on the 5th rank, sidestepping into a structural decision. Keeping the central pawn and simply developing was more forceful, it would have maintained the space advantage and kept Black's rook more restricted. The capture here changes the pawn landscape and gives Keymer new paths to activity. Keymer recaptures with the pawn, opening the diagonal for his bishop and expanding his pawn chain. Retreating the rook to a safe square first was possibly cleaner, it would have kept the rook active without committing the pawn structure. But the pawn recapture is aggressive and confident, claiming the square and activating the bishop diagonal. The white bishop retreats to the 2nd rank, repositioning onto the long diagonal. From here it may eye the king side with quiet but persistent pressure. This bishop is patient, it is looking for the right moment to become a real force rather than rushing into activity prematurely. Keymer shifts the rook to the 4th rank, a deeply active square where it applies lateral pressure and may support further queenside operations. Retreating to a safer position was more cautious. The rook on the 4th rank is bold, but it also carries some risk. If White can organize an attack on it, time will be lost. Carlsen captures the knight on the 6th rank with his bishop, a sharp decision that rips open Keymer's kingside pawn structure. A more centralized capture was also available and arguably stronger, but the bishop trade initiates immediate structural damage. The kingside pawns in front of Keymer's king are about to be compromised. Keymer recaptures with the pawn, as expected, but this creates doubled pawns on the king side and a potentially loose structure around the king. A rook recapture, if possible, would have preserved the structure, but the pawn recapture was forced here. The resulting pawn on the 6th rank gives white something to target. Carlsen will probe this weakness methodically. The white bishop sweeps across to capture the pawn on the 6th rank, winning material and simultaneously placing the bishop on an aggressive square near black's king. This move is direct and forceful. White has won a pawn, kept pressure on the king's side, and rerouted the bishop to a more active diagonal in one move. Keymer activates his remaining undeveloped bishop, placing it on a strong diagonal and adding another defender toward the king's side. The bishop on the 5th rank is well positioned. It supports the center, controls open diagonals, and gives black some counterplay. Keymer is making the most of his remaining pieces, not conceding quietly. Carlsen steps the bishop back to the 5th rank, keeping pressure without overcommitting. A more direct kingside assault was available, pushing pieces forward aggressively, but the bishop here maintains a watching brief, keeping Keymer's king uncomfortable while Carlsen decides on the most accurate continuation. The bishop is beautifully placed. Keymer repositions the queen to the 7th rank, centralizing it and connecting the queen's activity with the rook. The queen on this square eyes both flanks and supports the central pawns. Keymer is doing everything right in terms of coordination. His position is under some pressure, but he is not disorganized. Carlsen's queen moves to the 3rd rank, applying pressure along the diagonal and eyeing Keymer's bishop. A more direct strike, targeting the rook or advancing on the king side, was available and would have maintained a larger advantage. The queen here is active, but Keymer is given a moment to regroup and coordinate his defenses. Keymer's rook retreats to the 4th rank, keeping it active and centralized. Advancing the queen's side pawn was arguably more productive, creating a passed pawn and generating concrete counterplay. The rook move is solid but perhaps too passive. Keymer needs counterplay, and quiet rook repositioning does not create it fast enough. Carlsen advances his knight to the 5th rank, a central outpost that commands enormous territory. A queenside pawn advance was more accurate and would have built a decisive advantage more directly. Still, the knight on the 5th rank is powerful, threatening to participate in kingside pressure and supporting any push of the central pawns. Keymer's queen springs to the 6th rank, immediately threatening and creating counterplay. Pushing the queen's side pawn was the more controlled option. But this queen move puts direct pressure on white, and Carlsen must now respond carefully. The position has sharpened, both sides are calculating. Carlsen trades rooks on the 4th rank, a practical decision that removes one of Keymer's active pieces. Keeping more tension with a different continuation was available, but simplifying into a position where white's extra pawn and active queen do the work is a reasonable choice. Carlsen is content to grind. Keymer recaptures with the bishop, an excellent recapture that activates the bishop, centralizes it, and maintains black's fighting chances. The bishop on the 4th rank is a strong piece, controlling key diagonals and giving Keymer real counterplay. This is not a position where black is simply defending. Keymer is playing to win. Carlsen's second rook swings to the central file, maintaining control. The rook on the central file is a long-term asset, watching over the center and ready to support any endgame ambitions. White still holds the extra pawn advantage, and Carlsen is building patiently. Keymer retreats the bishop to the 7th rank, which is a passive square where it largely sits behind its own pawns. Keeping the bishop more central or activating the queen with a check was significantly stronger. The bishop needed to stay active to compensate for the pawn deficit. This retreat eases the pressure Keymer had been generating. Carlsen steps the knight back from the 5th rank, repositioning it. The knight on the 5th rank was dominating, and moving it gives Keymer some relief. But the retreat is deliberate. Carlsen may be anticipating a reroute or simply preparing a more precise plan with the queen and remaining pieces. Keymer's queen springs to the 4th rank, a threatening and active square. From here it eyes both wings and keeps Carlsen honest. The queen is a dangerous fighter in the open position, and Keymer is using her to maintain tension and prevent Carlsen from consolidating comfortably. Carlsen advances his queen to the 5th rank, a powerful centralization. The queen here threatens multiple things at once and maintains kingside pressure while eyeing the queen side. This is the kind of confident, multi-purpose placement that makes strong players' positions feel almost effortless, every piece doing more than one job. Keymer brings his rook to the king side, activating it and placing it on a potentially useful file. A more confrontational move, pushing the queen side past pawn or centralizing the queen more aggressively, would have created immediate counterplay. The rook move is solid but perhaps too quiet in a position where Keymer needs to generate threats. Carlsen's queen advances to the 6th rank, deeply penetrating into Keymer's position. The queen here threatens multiple pieces and pawns and puts Keymer under serious practical pressure. A more forcing continuation was also available, but the queen on the 6th rank creates enough problems to keep Keymer's defense very busy. Keymer's bishop captures the knight, giving up the strong bishop for the knight. Retreating to keep both bishops and maintain the long-term bishop pair was a stronger alternative. The trade gives Carlsen a half-open file and removes one of Keymer's most active pieces from the board, a decision that arguably hurts Black's defensive resources. Carlsen recaptures with the pawn, and this is a defining structural moment. The pawn recapture opens the king side and gives White a powerful passed pawn potential in that direction. Yes, it weakens the pawn structure near White's own king, but Carlsen judges that his attacking chances more than compensate. Keymer's bishop retreats to the 5th rank, keeping it active and eyeing the queen side pieces. This is a composed, practical response. The bishop is not a passive piece on the 5th rank and still participates meaningfully in the position. Keymer is keeping his defensive resources alive. Carlsen moves the rook to the 4th rank, building laterally. A more direct kingside march or queen activation was available and would have pressed harder. The rook on the 4th rank is useful, but Keymer gets a moment to breathe and address his queen's position, which he does immediately. Here Keymer makes the game's first genuine error. The queen steps to the 3rd rank on the queen side, looking active, but this is the wrong direction. The queen to the 7th rank was the correct move. It would have challenged Carlsen's queen directly and kept counterplay alive on the king side. With the queen misplaced, White's advantage becomes concrete and significant. Carlsen's bishop retreats to the 3rd rank, freeing it from any pin and improving its coordination with the queen and rook. The bishop on the 3rd rank is a resilient piece. It supports the center, watches the king side, and is difficult to challenge. Every white piece is now coordinated with quiet precision. Keymer advances his bishop to the 4th rank, pinning White's knight and applying some pressure. Advancing the queen side passed pawn was more concrete, creating a genuine outside passed pawn that would demand attention. The bishop move is active but does not generate the same kind of urgent counterplay that advancing the pawn would have. Carlsen's king steps forward from its starting square, a calm, purposeful move that breaks the pin on the knight and consolidates. The king is safe here, and by stepping forward Carlsen removes any tactical nuisances and prepares to use every piece in the coming phase. In complex positions, eliminating threats before they materialize is wise. Keymer's queen jumps to the 7th rank, threatening and applying pressure toward the king side. This is the move Keymer should have made 2 turns earlier. The queen here is much more dangerous than it was on the 3rd rank. With the queen on the 7th rank, Black has real threats and forces Carlsen to calculate carefully. Carlsen smoothly regroups the rook to the 4th rank on the king side, shifting the battlefield. The rook on this rank is well placed to support either a kingside push or to defend actively. Carlsen is repositioning rather than overcommitting, maintaining control before executing the decisive plan. Keymer retreats the queen to the 8th rank, eyeing the back rank and keeping the queen in the game defensively. The queen on the 8th rank has defensive value, covering potential back rank issues and remaining poised to counter. Both sides are now maneuvering carefully, and the position remains delicate. Carlsen captures the rook on the king side, giving check, a sharp decision that forces the black queen to react. A different continuation was available and would have maintained a larger advantage, but the rook capture with check forces an immediate response and Carlsen clearly judges the resulting queen ending to be winnable. This is decisive action. Keymer must recapture the rook with the queen, forced, and now the game becomes a pure queen ending. Queens are among the most complex and counterintuitive endgames in chess. The material count has simplified, but the game is far from over. Keymer still has defensive resources, and he will need every one of them. Carlsen's queen captures the pawn on the 6th rank, winning material while maintaining pressure. The queen is now deep in Keymer's camp, threatening pieces and controlling critical squares. This is a very practical winning technique: take the pawn, keep the queen active, and force Keymer to find precise moves under pressure. Keymer's queen retreats to the 7th rank, defending and keeping the king sheltered. Pushing the queen's side pawn was the more ambitious defensive resource, creating a counter-threat that would have complicated Carlsen's task. The queen retreat is solid but passive. It allows Carlsen to continue pressing without urgency. Carlsen's queen eases back to the 5th rank, maintaining pressure without overreaching. A more direct forcing continuation was available, pressing immediately before black can organize. The queen on the 5th rank still watches the king's side, but it gives Keymer a moment that could be used to create counterplay or stabilize. Keymer's queen steps to the 7th rank, again repositioning. Pushing the queen's side pawn was more active and would have created a genuine outside passed pawn. The queen move is understandable under time pressure, but it cedes the initiative to Carlsen at a critical moment. Carlsen's bishop captures the pawn, winning another pawn and placing the bishop on an aggressive diagonal. The bishop on the 5th rank is a powerful piece now. It controls key squares, threatens to penetrate further, and adds to the mounting material advantage. White's extra pawns are beginning to feel decisive. Here Keymer commits the second major error of the game. Recapturing with the bishop allows Carlsen's queen to activate dramatically. The correct defense was the queen to the 2nd rank. It would have kept pressure on White's position and made Carlsen's task significantly harder. By capturing with the bishop instead, Keymer allows the queen to become irresistible. Carlsen's queen sweeps to the 5th rank, capturing the bishop and placing itself on a dominant central square. The queen is now perfectly centralized, controlling the board, threatening multiple pieces, and working with the rook and king in beautiful coordination. This is the kind of position Carlsen converts with quiet efficiency. Keymer's queen moves to the 3rd rank, checking in the hope of disrupting White's king. Advancing the queen's side pawn was the more resilient option, creating a passed pawn that could demand Carlsen's attention even as the position deteriorated. The queen check is understandable, but it does not fundamentally change the balance. Carlsen advances his queen side pawn, staking further territory. A direct winning continuation was available, pressing with the queen immediately in a more forcing manner, but this pawn push claims space and supports future pawn advances. The position is strategically won for White. The question is execution. Keymer's queen delivers check on the 6th rank, forcing Carlsen to react. This is the fighting spirit one expects from a strong player. Even in a difficult position, Keymer looks for checks and counter-threats. The check gives the king no peace and forces Carlsen to calculate every response precisely. Carlsen's king steps to the 2nd rank, the most natural response to the check. A different king move was available and possibly slightly more precise, but the king on the 2nd rank is safe enough. Carlsen is happy to maneuver, confident in the position's fundamental soundness and his technique in queen endings. Keymer's queen retreats to the 3rd rank, maintaining the checks and watching the position. Activating the queen on a more threatening diagonal was stronger. Keeping the queen on the 6th rank file was a better defensive attempt. This retreat gives Carlsen the initiative to consolidate before the next check arrives. Carlsen fires back with a check of his own. The queen strikes to the 8th rank with tempo. This is the counterattack. Instead of running from checks, Carlsen creates his own threats. The queen check forces Keymer to react, and suddenly it is black's king that must find safe squares. Keymer's king steps to the 7th rank, the only safe square. The king is now in the open, which in queen endings is always a concern. Stepping to the 6th rank was a slight alternative, but the position is fundamentally difficult regardless. Carlsen has the material advantage and the more active queen. Carlsen's queen retreats to the 4th rank, maintaining central control and keeping options open. A more direct queen penetration was available, pressing into a winning position more forcefully. But Carlsen often takes the safe, logical approach in technical positions: keep the queen centralized and improve the position incrementally. This is Keymer's 3rd significant error. The queen check on the 6th rank looks active, but the correct defensive try was the queen to the 1st rank, staying closer to the king and maintaining better defensive coverage. After this check, Carlsen is given a cleaner path to convert the advantage, and the margin for black begins to close rapidly. Carlsen's king steps back to the 2nd rank, escaping the check efficiently and maintaining the king's central influence. The king in the endgame is a fighting piece. Carlsen is not afraid to walk his king forward when needed, and stepping away here keeps white's position entirely intact. Keymer's queen settles on the 6th rank, combining defensive duties with some potential counter-threat. Pushing the queen side pawn was more concrete and would have tested Carlsen more directly. The queen move is solid but reactive. It allows Carlsen to continue building with his own plans without disruption. Carlsen's pawn marches to the 4th rank on the king side, beginning a slow but relentless advance. A direct queen activation was slightly more accurate. But the pawn advance is thematic. In queen endgames with extra pawns, passed pawns are the currency. The further these pawns advance, the more restrictive the position becomes for black. Keymer's queen retreats to the 8th rank, regrouping. Pushing the queen side pawn was a more active try, generating counterplay before Carlsen's pawns become too threatening. The queen retreat is logical for defense, but it also allows Carlsen to push further on the king side at his leisure. The pawn advances again to the 5th rank, relentlessly. A direct queen-based attack was a slightly stronger winning try, but the pawn march is logical and difficult to stop. Each advance restricts Keymer's options and brings the endgame closer to a decisive moment. Carlsen is playing with complete confidence. Keymer's king retreats to the 8th rank, seeking shelter. There were slightly more active defensive setups available, but in a fundamentally lost position, king safety is understandable. The king on the 8th rank is at least away from immediate checks and behind the queen for now. Carlsen's queen centralizes to the 5th rank, menacing and watching the king side. The queen here covers multiple diagonals simultaneously and prepares to support the advancing pawn or switch to a kingside attack. Every white piece is in perfect harmony, queen, pawn, and king all pulling in the same direction. Keymer's queen retreats to the 8th rank, abandoning the central post. Keeping the queen more active was necessary, but defending against a well-coordinated opponent with an extra pawn in a queen ending is a task that grows more difficult with each move. Keymer is holding on, but the position is relentlessly grinding down. The pawn advances to the 6th rank, one step from promotion territory. This pawn is now a genuine threat, and Keymer cannot ignore it. A pawn this advanced in a queen ending demands the opponent's constant attention, and that attention is exactly what Carlsen wants to redirect away from king safety. Keymer captures the pawn with his pawn. He cannot allow it to advance further without some response. But capturing here opens the 6th rank file and gives Carlsen a new avenue of attack. The pawn structure around black's king is now further weakened, and Carlsen's queen will exploit every new opening. Carlsen's queen swoops to the 6th rank, capturing the pawn with check, a forcing continuation that keeps the king under immediate pressure. Every check in a queen ending matters, because every forced king move is a tempo conceded. Carlsen is not allowing Keymer a moment of calm to organize his defenses. Keymer's king moves to the 8th rank, stepping away from the check. The king is now deep in a corner, which limits its own defensive mobility. In queen endings, a kingpin to the back ranks is vulnerable to a wide variety of attacking patterns, and Carlsen knows exactly how to exploit this. The queen gives check again, now from the 5th rank, a relentless pursuit. A slightly more accurate attacking continuation was available, but Carlsen is happy to give checks and maintain the practical pressure, which serves him equally well. Keymer's king has nowhere comfortable to go. Keymer's king steps back to the 8th rank once more. The king is caught in a loop. Every square it moves to is covered by Carlsen's queen. There were marginally better defensive setups available, but in practical terms, black is running out of viable hiding places. Carlsen delivers check from the 6th rank, cutting off the king's options. A slightly more accurate continuation was available, but this check maintains the pressure and forces Keymer's king to move again. Each successive check builds the cage tighter around the black king, and Carlsen is in no hurry. Keymer's king retreats to the 8th rank, the only square available. Stepping to the 7th rank was marginally more active, but the fundamental problem remains unchanged. The king has limited mobility and Carlsen's queen commands the most important squares. Black is running on survival mode. Carlsen's king advances, a significant moment. In queen endings, activating the king is often the key technique that converts a positional advantage into a decisive material or mating advantage. The king on the 3rd rank is safe and ready to march toward the center if Keymer's checks run out. A slightly more direct path was available, but this is entirely sound. Keymer's queen slides to the 2nd rank, creating a counter-threat and applying pressure to white's position. This is the most active try left available. The queen on the second rank threatens to generate dangerous checks and create back-rank threats. Keymer is fighting with everything remaining. A more forceful defensive try was available, but this keeps the queen alive. Carlsen's queen delivers check from the 6th rank once more, and this queen simply refuses to let Keymer's king settle. The check forces an immediate response, and every forced move for black is a move not spent on the counterplay Keymer needs to generate. Carlsen is applying pressure with the precision of a surgeon. Keymer's king retreats to the 8th rank, forced. The king is completely restricted, unable to find an active square. In this configuration, black's position is close to zugzwang in a practical sense. Any move Keymer makes either loses material or worsens the king's situation. Carlsen's control of the position is absolute. The queen shifts to the 5th rank, another check, another forced reaction from Keymer's king. Carlsen is systematically eliminating every potential escape square before pressing for the final blow. The precision here is remarkable. Each check is not random aggression but a calculated step in a methodical sequence. Keymer's king walks to the 7th rank, slightly extending its range. A different king move to the 8th rank was marginally more stubborn, but all paths lead to the same conclusion. The material disadvantage and restricted king position are too much to overcome against this level of technique. Carlsen's queen retreats to the 4th rank, a quieter move that maintains pressure without overreaching. A more direct forcing continuation was available, pressing the kingside pawns toward a decisive passed pawn. But the queen on the 4th rank is still very strong, and Carlsen retains full control of the position. Keymer's queen springs to the 1st rank, pressing for counter-activity. This is a resourceful try. A queen on the 1st rank can create threatening checks along the back rank and may find perpetual check possibilities if Carlsen is not careful. Keymer is playing for every remaining chance. Carlsen advances the pawn to the 4th rank, but this weakens the kingside pawn structure slightly. A more precise queen activation was stronger. Still, the pawn advance is logical. It pushes toward creating a passed pawn and keeps the endgame moving in white's favor. Carlsen accepts the small structural concession for practical progress. Keymer's king marches forward to the 6th rank, a bold decision, activating the king and placing it in a position where it can both escape checks and potentially create threats. An active king in a queen endgame can be a powerful weapon, and Keymer is right to centralize it now. Carlsen delivers check from the 4th rank, forcing the king to react. A more precise continuation was available, pressing from a different angle. But the check disrupts Keymer's king march and forces an immediate decision. In mutual time pressure, keeping the opponent reacting is always a practical advantage. Keymer's king retreats to the 7th rank, stepping away from the check. Staying more central was possible, but the king here keeps options open and positions itself near the queen's side. The position is still alive. Keymer has the outside queen, an active king, and is looking for the perpetual or a way to create his own decisive threats. Carlsen advances the pawn to the 5th rank, a decisive thrust. The pawn is now deeply advanced, threatening to push forward and create unstoppable promotion threats. A more accurate queen maneuver was available, but the pawn advance is the most concrete thing on the board. This pawn is becoming a real problem for Keymer. Keymer gives check with the queen from the 1st rank, a counterpunch. This check forces Carlsen's king to move and gives black a tempo in which to breathe. In these knife-edge queen endgames, a timely check can completely change the complexion of the position, and Keymer needs every opportunity. Carlsen's king moves to the 4th rank on the king's side, a confident step toward the center. The king is not afraid to march forward when all checks have been calculated as harmless. Centralizing the king in queen endings is standard technique. It supports the pawns and limits the opponent's counterplay simultaneously. Keymer delivers another check, this time from the 2nd rank. These checks are not desperation, they serve a purpose, driving the king toward specific squares where its position may become weaker or where Keymer can find a perpetual. Carlsen must count moves carefully to ensure the king can safely escape the checking sequence. Carlsen's king advances to the 4th rank in the center, striding forward with remarkable confidence. The king in the middle of the board during a queen endgame can feel counterintuitive, but Carlsen has calculated every check and found that none are dangerous. This is extraordinary technique and nerve. Keymer delivers check from the 2nd rank, maintaining the sequence. A different checking angle was marginally more testing. But the position's fundamentals are unchanged. White's extra material and Carlsen's precise calculation make the win a matter of technique. The Czechs are slowing progress, but they cannot stop it. Carlsen's king steps to the 5th rank, advancing boldly toward the heart of the board. The king here is almost paradoxically safe. The queen can easily escape any fork or back rank issue, and the central king supports both the advancing pawns and any future queen maneuvers. This king march is a masterclass in endgame confidence. Keymer's queen sweeps to the 8th rank, giving check and keeping Carlsen on his toes. This back rank check is a well-known defensive technique, forcing the king to decide between different squares, and Keymer is using it expertly. Every check is another forced calculation for Carlsen, who must get every move right. Carlsen's king advances to the 5th rank, moving forward, not away. This king is not retreating from checks, it is marching through them. By moving toward the queenside pawns, the king creates the possibility of supporting a decisive pawn advance or escaping the check corridor entirely. Keymer delivers check from the 8th rank again, this time on the other file. The queen is chasing the king with persistence and discipline. These queen checks are Keymer's last meaningful weapon. Without perpetual check, the extra material will eventually tell decisively. Carlsen must maintain his calculation. Carlsen's king captures the pawn on the 5th rank. The king takes material in the middle of a checking sequence, which is an extraordinary sight. This is cold-blooded technique. Carlsen has calculated that after the capture, the checks run out, and the resulting position is won. The king is a fighting piece, and here it fights. Keymer gives check once more, now with a pawn capture as well. The queen on the 5th rank is checking and winning a pawn in return, which adds material to the equation and gives Keymer something concrete. A different checking sequence was slightly more testing, but Carlsen had calculated all of this. Carlsen's queen repositions to the 5th rank, maintaining centrality and cutting off Keymer's king. The queen here covers key escape squares and prepares to coordinate with the advancing pawns. White is now winning cleanly. The extra pawn, active queen, and centralized king form an irresistible combination. Here Keymer makes the final decisive error. The queen check from the 3rd rank loses on the spot. The correct try was the queen to the 7th rank with check, which would have prolonged the game by forcing Carlsen to find one more precise response. After this, there is no escape. The game is effectively over. Carlsen's queen steps to the 4th rank with check, and with that, Keymer resigned. The checking pattern forces the king into a mating net from which there is no escape, and the material advantage makes any further defense pointless. Magnus Carlsen survives the tiebreak, advances from the round of 32, and reminds everyone precisely why he is still the most feared player on the planet. Magnus Carlsen vs Vasyl Ivanchuk, a World Cup round of 16 clash that pits the greatest player of the modern era against one of the most creative and unpredictable minds the game has ever produced. The question isn't whether Carlsen is the favorite. The question is whether Ivanchuk, at his brilliant and erratic best, can find something that disrupts the machine. Carlsen opens with the pawn to d4, the queen's pawn, the foundation of an entire strategic universe. This is Carlsen's preferred territory, closed or semi-closed positions where small advantages compound slowly. A pawn to c4 was also perfectly natural here, going straight into the English, but there's nothing wrong with this move order, it keeps every option open. Ivanchuk answers symmetrically, pushing his own pawn to d5. Black stakes an equal claim to the center immediately, declaring that he will not be pushed around from move 1. A more fighting reply like the King's Indian or the Nimzo Indian was available, but Ivanchuk chooses clarity over complexity, at least for now. The knight comes to f3, developing naturally toward the center and preparing to support the coming pawn structure. This is textbook opening play, bring out your pieces to active squares before committing to a pawn formation. A quick pawn to c4 could have been slightly more ambitious here, seizing central space before developing, but the knight move is solid and keeps the tension. Ivanchuk advances the pawn to e6, the Slav or Queen's Gambit decline territory begins to take shape. This move is principled, it supports the d5 pawn and opens the diagonal for the dark-squared bishop on f8. The slight cost is that it locks the light-squared bishop on c8 behind the pawn chain, a structural motif that will matter throughout the entire game. Carlsen pushes to c4, finally declaring the Queen's Gambit. Now the central tension is explicit. White offers a pawn to black on c4, hoping to dissolve black's grip on d5 and establish central dominance. This is one of the oldest and most respected opening systems in chess, and Carlsen has used it his whole career to grind down opponents precisely and patiently. Out comes the black knight to f6, developing, contesting the center, and preparing to castle. Ivanchuk is following established queen's gambit decline principles: reinforce d5, complete development, connect the rooks. There is nothing reactive about this move, it is confident, classical chess from one of the game's most experienced practitioners. Carlsen plays pawn to g3, and here the game takes a distinctive turn. This signals the Catalan opening. White will fianchet the bishop on g2, building a long-range diagonal battery aimed squarely at black's queenside. The Catalan is Carlsen's weapon of choice at the highest level. It creates long-term positional pressure that is nearly impossible to neutralize completely. The main alternative was the more direct pawn to e3, keeping the bishop on c1 active, but the Catalan is richer and more ambitious. Ivanchuk strikes with a bishop check to b4, an important practical decision. By placing the bishop on b4 with check, black forces white to react immediately and gains a tempo. The idea is to trade this bishop for whatever white uses to block, disrupting Carlsen's smooth development. A more restrained option was to simply castle, but Ivanchuk is already probing, already looking for friction. Carlsen interposes the bishop to d2, the most natural and principled reply. Rather than block with the knight on d2, which could have been fine, Carlsen chooses to offer a bishop trade that keeps his structure clean and his knight free for the center. The bishop on d2 also has latent activity along the c1 to h6 diagonal once the pieces rearrange. Ivanchuk retreats the bishop to e7 rather than capturing on d2. This is a key decision. Black declines the trade, preserving the bishop pair and admitting that the check on b4 was more a probing gesture than a deep plan. The bishop on e7 is solid but passive. It will need to find a purpose as the middle game develops. The white bishop glides to g2, the Catalan bishop takes its ideal post. From g2 it bears down the long diagonal towards c6, d5, and ultimately black's queenside. This piece will be one of the most important in the entire game. It quietly exerts enormous pressure that black must constantly account for. Carlsen's setup is now almost complete. Ivanchuk advances the pawn to c6, reinforcing d5 and solidifying the center. This is the Semislav or Catalan decline formation taking shape, a sturdy, compact pawn chain that resists white's diagonal pressure. The cost is that black's position becomes slightly cramped, with pieces competing for space behind the pawns on c6, d5, and e6. Carlsen repositions the queen to c2, a subtle but important move that clears the d1 square and supports a future pawn to e for central break. The queen on c2 also eyes the h7 pawn in some lines and keeps the c file under observation. A more direct approach with castling first was equally reasonable, but Carlsen prefers to improve the queen before committing the king. Ivanchuk brings the knight to d7 from b8, not the most active square, but a solid, flexible one. The knight on d7 supports the e5 pawn advance and can reroute to f8 or b6 depending on how the position evolves. A more active option was to develop the bishop on c8 first, seeking counterplay, but Ivanchuk is still consolidating. The bishop moves to f4, Carlsen gives it an active post, eyeing the c7 pawn and the long diagonal toward b8. This is a slightly unusual choice. The more common continuation was to castle immediately, and in fact completing king's safety first was arguably the sharper option here. Nevertheless, an active bishop is never wasted, and Carlsen likes to provoke reactions. Ivanchuk castles kingside, entirely correct. King safety is the priority, and with white's bishop now staring at the queenside, tucking the king away on g8 is prudent. The rook on f8 becomes available to the e-file or f-file, adding long-term defensive and counter-attacking resources. Black's position is solid, if a little passive. Carlsen advances the pawn to h4, an ambitious and committal idea. This signals a possible kingside expansion. h4 followed by h5 could force open lines on the kingside or cramp black's pawn structure. However, a stronger move was available. Completing development with castling was more accurate, maintaining white's edge without the slight structural cost of advancing the h-pawn prematurely. Ivanchuk takes the pawn on c4, the classical reaction to the Catalan. Black accepts the gambit pawn, knowing white will win it back, but tries to extract a tempo or a concession in the process. The most critical continuation was to push the pawn to c5 instead, challenging the center more aggressively. Taking on c4 is solid but somewhat passive. It cedes the initiative without creating real problems for Carlsen. Carlsen recaptures on c4 with the queen, direct and natural. The queen lands on a strong central post where it pressures black's position along the fourth rank. Now white has regained the pawn and the queen is active. The Catalan bishop on g2 remains a powerful long-term weapon. The opening has gone comfortably for Carlsen. Ivanchuk centralizes the knight to d5, a strong-looking outpost, but the knight can be challenged and the move allows white's queen to maintain its activity. A more combative option was to push the pawn to e5 immediately, challenging the center and trying to activate the bishop on e7. The knight on d5 looks impressive, but a stronger move was available. Activating the bishop first would have more dynamic counterplay. Carlsen shifts the bishop to g5, pressure against the e7 bishop and a subtle threat to double black's pawns if the bishop is exchanged. This is typical Carlsen, layer upon layer of small pressures, forcing black to make defensive decisions. The bishop on g5 also restricts the black knight's options, since capturing it would open the h-file toward black's king. Ivanchuk pushes the pawn to h6, asking the bishop to declare its intentions. This is a sensible practical decision. If white exchanges on e7, black recaptures with the queen, keeping the structure intact. If white retreats, black has gained a tempo. The pawn on h6 does create a slight weakness, but at this stage the benefit of clarifying the bishop's role outweighs the cost. Carlsen takes the bishop on e7, exchanging. This simplifies the position and removes one of black's defenders. After the exchange, black must decide whether to recapture with the knight or the queen. Each choice has structural consequences. Carlsen is content to reduce complications and trust his long-term positional advantage with the Catalan bishop still alive on g2. Ivanchuk recaptures with the queen to e7, keeping the knight on d7 available for central duties. The queen on e7 is reasonably placed, eyeing the e-file and covering the e5 advance. Black's position remains compact and defensible, but white's piece coordination is smoother, and the bishop on g2 continues to exert quiet but real pressure. Carlsen advances the pawn to e4, the central space grab that the whole setup has been preparing. This pawn move gains space, threatens to push to e5, and begins to crowd black's pieces. A stronger move was available, however. Capturing on d5 immediately with the pawn on c4 would have created concrete problems, opening lines toward black's position and making the Catalan bishop even more powerful. Ivanchuk retreats the knight to b6, moving away from the powerful central outpost on d5. The knight on b6 is less active, but from there it can threaten to come to c4 or d5 again, and it eyes the a4 pawn if Carlsen advances it. Still, voluntarily abandoning d5 is a concession, and Carlsen's center now looks more imposing. The white queen steps to c3, a multipurpose move that keeps the queen central, maintains pressure on the long diagonal, and prepares to potentially advance on the queen side. The queen on c3 connects nicely with the Catalan bishop on g2 and the rook when it arrives to d1 or c1. Carlsen is building pressure methodically. Ivanchuk strikes with the pawn to e5, black's most important counter-attacking idea finally arrives. This breaks up white's central pawn structure, opens lines for the queen on e7, and gives the black position some dynamic possibilities. If black can establish a passed pawn in the center, the position changes character entirely. This is Ivanchuk showing his legendary creative instincts. Carlsen castles kingside, sensible king safety, and the rook on f1 becomes available to the e-file just as the center opens. With the pawn structure about to be clarified after the e5 advance, placing the rook on e1 is the obvious next step. Carlsen tidies up his king position before deciding how to handle the central tension. Ivanchuk captures on d4, exchanging pawns and opening the position significantly. The d-file is now open, the e-file will follow, and both sides have passed pawns or potential passed pawns to consider. This is the critical moment where calculation becomes important. The position is no longer purely maneuvering. Carlsen recaptures with the queen to d4, central and active. The queen now dominates the d-file and eyes the g7 pawn. A stronger continuation was to recapture with the knight on f3, which would have centralized the knight powerfully, pressured the position on d5 and f7 simultaneously, and avoided placing the queen on a square where it might be challenged later. The queen recapture is still playable, but the knight was more accurate. Ivanchuk brings the knight to c5 from d7, a more aggressive deployment. The knight on c5 attacks the white bishop on b1 if it goes there, and prepares to jump to d3 or e4 in some lines. A stronger move was available, though, the knight to e5, centralizing fully and putting immediate pressure on white's queen, would have more active counterplay. Carlsen activates the rook to c1, placing it on the c file where it pressures the c6 pawn and supports any future queenside operations. This is calm, purposeful rook activity. Carlsen is not chasing tactics but simply improving his pieces one by one, a method he executes better than almost anyone in chess history. Ivanchuk moves the knight to a6, and here is a genuine misstep in planning. The knight on a6 is a rim piece, far from the action, and does not control any important central squares. A stronger move was to keep the knight on c5 where it was active and pressuring, or to advance the pawn to a5 instead, securing queenside space. The knight on a6 will need several moves to become useful again, losing valuable time. Carlsen develops the knight to d2 from b1, a patient regrouping. The knight on d2 prepares to reroute via f1 to e3 or g4, or alternatively to support a future advance with the b-pawn. Carlsen never rushes, every piece finds its best square before action begins. This is the essence of his style. Ivanchuk deploys the bishop to g4, finally activating the problem piece that has been dormant on c8. The bishop on g4 pins the knight on f3 against the queen on d4, creating a concrete tactical threat. This is a sharp practical try. If white is not careful, the pin can become genuinely uncomfortable, and Ivanchuk is seeking complications. Carlsen retreats the bishop to f1, a calm, unhurried response to the pin. Rather than break the pin by moving the queen or inserting the pawn to h3, Carlsen simply sidesteps. The bishop on f1 will be redeployed to a better diagonal, and the pin on f3 is diffused without structural cost. This is the kind of quiet, accurate move that distinguishes elite players. Ivanchuk activates the rook to d8, centralizing along the d file and putting pressure on the white queen. The rook on d8 is now an active piece, contesting the open file and preparing to support black's counterplay in the center. This is good, principled play from Ivanchuk. He is trying to generate real activity before white's positional pressure becomes overwhelming. Carlsen transfers the queen to e3, a smooth repositioning. From e3 the queen coordinates with the rook on c1, controls the important e5 and b6 squares, and prepares to support the pawn advance. Carlsen's pieces are all on ideal squares now. It is black who must scramble to find active roles for the pieces on the rim. Ivanchuk retreats the knight to c7 from a6, admitting the rim placement was time-wasting and trying to bring the piece back into play. The knight on c7 is more useful, supporting the d5 square and potentially going to e6 or d5. A stronger move was available in the immediate pawn to b5, challenging white's queenside pawns, but the knight regrouping is the more cautious choice. Carlsen advances the pawn to a4, a queenside space grab that restricts black's b5 advance and begins to clamp down on the queenside. This quiet pawn push is deeply strategic. By denying black the b5 break, Carlsen ensures that his minor pieces will have more room to maneuver and that Ivanchuk's position becomes progressively more constricted. Ivanchuk retreats the knight to c8, the knight continues to wander. c8 is not an active square. Ivanchuk is trying to reroute the piece to a more useful post, perhaps via e7 to d5 or f5. But each move spent on this rerouting is a move not spent generating counterplay. Black's position is becoming uncomfortable. Carlsen advances the pawn to a5, locking the queenside structure and preventing any future black counterplay with a6 or b5. The pawn on a5 is a space-gaining move that will support a rook on a4 later. A slightly more active continuation was available, but fixing the queenside pawn structure suits Carlsen's long-term squeeze perfectly. Ivanchuk captures the knight on f3 with the bishop, breaking the pin he created and removing white's important knight. This exchange simplifies the position. A stronger move was available, however. The pawn to b5, challenging white's pawn on a5 directly, would have created genuine queenside counterplay and given black active chances. Taking on f3 is solid but somewhat passive, and it concedes the two bishops to white. Carlsen recaptures with the knight on f3, taking with the knight rather than the pawn keeps the structure clean and reactivates an important central piece. The knight on f3 is well placed, it controls key squares, pressures d4 and h4, and supports a future e5 advance if the pawn returns. Carlsen has maintained his piece quality throughout. Ivanchuk advances the pawn to a6, stopping white's a5 pawn from advancing further and creating a potential passed pawn on a6 in the future. This is a logical queenside decision. A stronger try was to play the pawn to b5 immediately, opening lines and creating dynamic counterplay, but Ivanchuk seems content to fortify rather than attack. Carlsen lifts the rook to a4, a powerful rook maneuver. From a4 the rook can swing to d4, e4, or c4, doubling on the c-file or joining the attack in the center. This kind of rook lift is a hallmark of Carlsen's style. He transforms rooks from passive pieces into active attackers without any obvious tactical justification, just clean positional logic. Ivanchuk centralizes the rook to e8, fighting for the e-file and putting pressure on the white pawn on e4. The rook on e8 is now an active piece, and with the e-file semi-open it creates real counterplay. A stronger move was available, the rook to d2, invading white's second rank immediately, but the e8 rook is still a meaningful improvement. Carlsen advances the pawn to e5, a critical and committal decision. This pawn grabs space, restricts black's pieces further, and prepares to advance to e6, creating a powerful passed pawn deep in black's territory. The trade-off is that the e5 pawn can become a target if black organizes counterplay against it. Carlsen judges that his piece coordination is strong enough to support the advance. Ivanchuk centralizes the knight to d5, the best available square, fighting back. The knight on d5 is a powerful piece, blocking the advance of the e-pawn and controlling several key squares. A stronger move was available, the knight to e6, going straight to the ideal blockading square of the e5 pawn, would have been more active and harder for white to challenge immediately. Carlsen transfers the queen to b3, eyeing the b6 and a6 pawns and preparing to support a b for pawn advance. However, a much stronger move was available here, knight to e4, centralizing the knight with tempo and attacking the knight on d5, would have put immediate pressure on black's best piece and significantly improved white's attacking prospects. The queen to b3 is a reasonable move but a missed opportunity. Ivanchuk retreats the knight to a7, the piece goes to the rim again, avoiding exchanges but losing activity. This is a difficult position, black has no comfortable square for the knight, and a7 at least prevents immediate threats while keeping options open. But a knight on the rim in a complex position is rarely good news. Carlsen repositions the bishop to d3, a more active diagonal, preparing to either king on g7 or the f5 square. The bishop on d3 also connects the queen on b3 with the kingside, hinting at future attacking ideas. A stronger move was knight to e4, centralizing powerfully and challenging black's knight on d5, but bishop to d3 is a natural developing choice. Ivanchuk brings the knight back to b5, attacking the bishop on d3. The knight on b5 creates immediate tactical threats and forces white to react. A stronger move was available, the pawn to b5, challenging the a for rook and creating a queenside pawn majority, would have more concrete counterplay. The knight to b5 is energetic but can be answered precisely. Carlsen retreats the bishop to b1, a cool, unhurried response. The bishop on b1 stays safe, maintains its diagonal toward the kingside, and the knight on b5 gains nothing concrete. This kind of calm retreat is characteristic of Carlsen. He never panics, never overreacts, always finds the most composed answer. Ivanchuk advances the pawn to h5, a counter-attacking gesture on the kingside. With the white pawn already on h4, this move challenges for space and hints at opening lines on the kingside. The idea is to unsettle white's king position and create practical complications in a game where black is under steady positional pressure. Carlsen swings the rook to e1, threatening to advance the e5 pawn to e6 with devastating effect. The rook on e1 directly supports this advance and increases the pressure on the e-file enormously. Ivanchuk now faces a critical decision about how to handle the e6 threat, and his options are narrowing. Ivanchuk retreats the knight to c7 from d5, giving up the central outpost. The knight abandons d5, presumably to cover the e6 advance by rerouting to e8 or d5 via another path. But retreating from the best square in the position under pressure is always a concession, and Carlsen's e5 pawn is about to become very dangerous. Carlsen repositions the queen to c2, a subtle regrouping that connects the queen with the rook on e1 and prepares to support the e5 pawn advance more directly. The queen on c2 eyes the h7 pawn in some lines, adding another dimension to white's attacking possibilities. Every white piece is pulling in the same direction now. Ivanchuk pushes the pawn to g6, creating some space for the king and preventing a potential knight intrusion on h5. However, advancing pawns in front of your own king always carries structural cost, and g6 weakens the h6 and f6 squares. Black is starting to show signs of real defensive difficulty. Carlsen repositions the bishop to a2, a long-range diagonal aimed directly at the f7 square and toward black's king side. The bishop on a2 is a sleeper, quiet, distant, but suddenly very threatening if the position opens. A stronger, more immediate attacking move was available, but Carlsen chooses to improve the bishop and maintain maximum flexibility. Ivanchuk advances the king to g7, a risky decision, walking the king into the center of the board and toward the tension. A safer option was to activate the rook to d5 or bring the knight back into play. The king on g7 looks exposed, and with white's e5 pawn threatening to advance to e6, Carlsen now has genuine attacking chances. Carlsen advances the knight to g5, suddenly a very aggressive and threatening piece. The knight on g5 attacks the h7 square, threatens to land on f7 or e6, and gives white's attack a concrete dimension. A slightly more accurate continuation was available, knight to h4, preparing to jump to g6, but the knight to g5 is a strong practical try. Ivanchuk retreats the rook to f8, protecting the f7 pawn and covering against the knight on g5. The rook on f8 is doing important defensive work. But with the white knight on g5, the bishop on a2 staring at f7, and the e5 pawn ready to advance, black's defenses are under serious stress. Carlsen advances the pawn to e6, the moment the whole game has been building toward. The pawn drives deep into black's position, disrupting coordination and threatening to promote or fork black's pieces. A stronger continuation existed, taking on f7 with the knight first, but advancing the passed pawn is a powerful and direct decision that immediately creates enormous practical problems for Ivanchuk. Ivanchuk responds with the pawn to f6, attacking the knight on g5 and trying to drive it back. This weakens the g6 pawn and opens lines toward the black king, but black has no good choice here. The e6 pawn is a monster and something must be done about the knight. A stronger move was to retreat the knight to e8, blockading the e6 pawn, rather than advancing the f-pawn and weakening the kingside further. Carlsen retreats the bishop to b1, a deep and calm repositioning move. The bishop on b1 eyes the h7 pawn via the long diagonal and prepares to support the attack from a distance. Rather than rush, Carlsen improves one more piece and increases the pressure. The bishop on b1 is deceptively powerful in this position. Ivanchuk pushes the pawn to f5, an aggressive response, trying to create counterplay on the king side. The pawn on f5 threatens to advance and open lines, but it also further weakens the g6 pawn and creates targets for white. Black is fighting, but the pawn weaknesses are accumulating. Carlsen moves the queen to c1, a subtle retreat that prepares to bring the queen to h6 via d2 or directly, targeting the weakened g6 and h5 pawns. A more aggressive continuation was available, but Carlsen is patient. He improves his queen's diagonal while keeping all threats in reserve. The position is winning for white, the question is only how. Ivanchuk advances the rook to d5, and this is the decisive mistake. The rook leaves the d file and lands on d5, where it will be captured or driven away with tempo. The correct move was to centralize the knight to d4, activating black's most powerful remaining piece and fighting back in the center with real energy. After knight to d4, the game would remain complex. After the rook to d5, Carlsen has a clear and direct path to victory. Carlsen repositions the bishop to a2, once again aiming at the f7 square, now with added intensity since the rook on d5 is temporarily misplaced. The bishop eyes the whole diagonal from a2 to g8. A more immediate attacking move was available, but Carlsen uses this moment to improve the bishop and set up a devastating combination. Ivanchuk retreats the rook to c5, moving away from d5 and trying to keep the rook active. A stronger option was to go to the d2 square, invading white's territory and generating counterplay. The rook on c5 is useful but not as dangerous, and it allows Carlsen to consolidate his attacking formation before delivering the decisive blow. Carlsen moves the queen to e3, coordinating all the white pieces toward the king side. The queen on e3 pressures the a7 knight, supports the e6 pawn, and prepares to swing to h6. A stronger continuation was available here, direct action on the king side, but the queen centralization is another step in the methodical squeeze. Ivanchuk recentralizes the knight to d5, trying to activate black's best piece and fight back. The knight on d5 controls important squares and poses some threats, but with the white pieces all coordinated and the e6 pawn still alive, black's counterplay is insufficient. White's advantage is structural and material, and the clock is ticking for Ivanchuk. Carlsen retreats the queen to d2, a calm defensive offensive move that keeps the queen flexible and supports the east 3 square. The queen on d2 ties together white's rooks and prepares to go to e3 or g5. In a position this complex, keeping the pieces connected and the king safe is essential before delivering the final blow. Ivanchuk activates the rook to f6, attacking the e6 pawn from the side and creating some pressure. The rook on f6 is more active than on f8, and it threatens to take the e6 pawn or pressure white's king side. A stronger move was available, the rook to d6, attacking the e6 pawn directly while keeping the file, but this is Ivanchuk fighting to the last. Carlsen advances the pawn to b4, attacking the rook on c5 and gaining queenside space simultaneously. A stronger move was available, doubling the rooks on the e-file would have been more direct, but the pawn to b4 creates an immediate concrete threat that forces Ivanchuk to react, and it ties down black's rook and knight on the queen side. Ivanchuk invades with the rook to c3, a bold counterthrust. The rook on c3 threatens the white knight on f3 and creates real tactical complications. This is Ivanchuk at his most dangerous, finding the sharpest counterplay even from a difficult position. Carlsen must now navigate carefully. Carlsen captures the knight on d5 with the bishop, a precise tactical decision. By taking the knight on d5, white clears that square and creates an immediate material threat. The bishop captures a key defensive piece, and now black's pawn structure is further damaged. This exchange is the beginning of the final combination. Ivanchuk recaptures on d5 with the c6 pawn, opening the c-file and pushing white's pieces back momentarily. The pawn on d5 looks strong, but Carlsen has seen further. The queen will immediately take on d5 with gain of tempo, and black's position collapses under the combined pressure of the e6 pawn, the bishop on a2, and white's dominant queen. Carlsen captures the pawn on d5 with the queen, and now the queen is on a terrifying central square, attacking from d5 into the heart of black's position. The queen threatens multiple captures and supports the e6 pawn's advance. Ivanchuk is running out of answers, and the material deficit is about to grow. Ivanchuk advances the pawn to f4, one final counter-attacking gesture, trying to create threats on the king side. The pawn threatens to advance to f3 and disrupt white's king position. But the position is already beyond saving. Carlsen has too many threats and too much material dominance for this pawn lunge to change anything fundamentally. Carlsen captures on f4 with the g3 pawn, taking back and eliminating the threat while opening the g-file toward black's king. This pawn capture is accurate and keeps the material balance tilted in white's favor. The g-file opening is another element added to an already overwhelming position. Ivanchuk repositions the rook to f5, the last defensive effort, trying to contest the f-file and keep the rook active. A stronger defensive try was to bring the rook to g6, blockading the potential g-file attack and shielding the king. But with a knight on c7, a rook on c3, and the position crumbling everywhere, there is no good defense left. Carlsen moves the queen to e4, and it is over. The queen on e4 simultaneously eyes the f5 rook, threatens the c7 knight, and keeps the e6 pawn protected. Black cannot defend all of these threats at once, and Ivanchuk resigns. Carlsen has won game 1 of the round of 16 with a masterclass in patient positional pressure, the Catalan bishop, the passed e-pawn, and the steady improvement of every piece combined into a result that felt inevitable from the moment black's knights began wandering to the edges. Magnus Carlsen already leads this match 1-0, and now, with the black pieces, he's coming to finish the job against one of the most creative players of his generation, Vasily Ivanchuk, at the 2023 FIDE World Cup. Ivanchuk opened with the pawn to e4, the most direct claim on the center, announcing immediately that white intends to control the board's most important real estate. At the highest level, this move is a declaration of intent: occupy space, develop freely, and put black under pressure from the first move. Carlsen answers symmetrically, matching the pawn to e5. Black stakes an equal claim in the center, and the position is already balanced on a knife edge. This is the starting signal for one of the oldest and most theoretically rich battlegrounds in chess history. The knight comes to f3, developing with tempo, immediately threatening the e5 pawn and forcing black to make a decision. Ivanchuk is playing principled, classical chess: develop quickly, fight for the center, keep the options open. Carlsen brings his own knight out to c6, the natural defender of that e5 pawn. Two knights facing each other across the divide, both sides completing their first development steps with clean, purposeful play. The bishop slides to b5, and just like that, we are in the Ruy Lopez, arguably the most studied opening in the entire history of the game. White pins the c6 knight indirectly, because if the knight moves, the e5 pawn becomes vulnerable. Ivanchuk is steering toward well-charted waters where white has been trying to win for over 150 years. Carlsen nudges the pawn to a6, the defining move of the Morphy defense, named after the 19th century American genius Paul Morphy. The question is simple: are you going to take my knight, or retreat? This little poke has been played millions of times, and it still poses white a genuine choice. Ivanchuk retreats the bishop to a4, declining the exchange. Taking on c6 and doubling black's pawns was the other serious option, but retaining the bishop on the long diagonal keeps more tension in the position. The bishop on a4 still exerts indirect pressure on the c6 knight and, through it, on e5. Black develops the second knight to f6, a normal and solid move, contesting the center and preparing to castle. A stronger try was available here, the immediate pawn to b5, chasing the bishop to b3 and then launching counterplay on the queen side before white can consolidate. Knight to f6 is still perfectly playable, but the more aggressive option would have given Carlsen a livelier game earlier. Ivanchuk castles kingside, tucking the king away and connecting the rooks. This is the textbook Ruy Lopez prescription: develop, castle, then begin the slow strategic battle. White's rook on f1 is now active on the e-file the moment it opens. Carlsen places the bishop on e7, solid, unambitious, preparing to castle. A sharper path was available, the martial attack, launched by immediately advancing the pawn to b5 and then e5 after castling, sacrificing a pawn for a fierce kingside assault. Carlsen opts for a quieter, more strategic approach, but the martial would have been the more dangerous weapon. The white rook moves to e1, eyeing the e-file and reminding black that the e5 pawn is still a target in the background. Ivanchuk is building his position methodically, every piece moving to its most natural square before committing to a plan. Carlsen advances the b pawn to b5, driving the bishop off the a4 diagonal. This is a standard thematic move in the Ruy Lopez. Black gains space on the queen side and forces white's bishop to declare its intentions. The bishop retreats to b3, still pointing at the f7 square and maintaining its diagonal influence. Ivanchuk keeps the bishop active rather than trading it off. In the Ruy Lopez, this bishop is a long-term asset. Carlsen castles, and both kings are now safe. The opening phase is essentially complete. Black has a solid structure, a well-coordinated setup, and is ready for the middle game battle. Ivanchuk pushes the pawn to a4, probing on the queen side and trying to undermine black's b5 pawn. A stronger try was available, the immediate pawn to d4, striking at the center before black can reinforce. The a4 push is not wrong, but it slightly loosens the queen side without immediately challenging black's central control. Carlsen repositions the a rook to b8, reinforcing the b5 pawn and preparing to push further. An even more precise reply was available, the immediate pawn to b4, securing the advanced pawn without giving white any options. The b8 move is a subtle inaccuracy, allowing Ivanchuk a small opportunity that he will not take. White's pawn captures on b5, Ivanchuk decides to clarify the queenside tension rather than allow black's pawns to advance freely. The position now opens slightly on the a and b files, which will suit both sides' rooks in due course. Carlsen recaptures with the a pawn, restoring his pawn count and now having an open a file for his rook. The structure is becoming more complex, with both sides having passed or advanced pawns to navigate. Ivanchuk plays pawn to c3, reinforcing his center and preparing the thematic d for advance. This is standard Ruy-Lopez strategy: build a pawn center, push d4, and challenge black's grip on the east 5 square. Carlsen advances the d-pawn to d6, solidifying his central pawns. Black is now building a compact pawn chain. e5 and d6 together form a fortress that is difficult to break down, and the d6 pawn eyes both c5 and e5. White pushes the pawn to d4. Carlsen captures on d4 with the e-pawn, removing the central tension on his own terms. This is a classic Ruy-Lopez decision. By exchanging here, black eliminates the d4 pawn that was challenging his center, and now the c3 square becomes a potential outpost for a black knight. White recaptures on d4 with the c-pawn, and Ivanchuk now has a broad pawn center. The d4 pawn controls both c5 and e5, and white has clear ambitions to push this pawn further. Carlsen counters immediately with the d-pawn to d5, a bold central thrust, challenging white's newly created d4 pawn and staking out space. This move demands that Ivanchuk make a critical decision: how to handle the collision of pawns in the center. Ivanchuk advances the pawn to e5, closing the center and gaining space, but this is a committal decision. A stronger approach was to exchange on d5 first, because taking en passant or otherwise keeping the position fluid would have maintained more tension. By advancing to e5, white creates a fixed pawn chain, and Carlsen, who is an absolute master of maneuvering in closed structures, will now know exactly what plan to pursue: attack the e5 pawn's base. The black knight hops into e4, a beautiful outpost, sitting on a central square that the white pawns cannot easily challenge. From e4, the knight controls multiple important squares and puts real pressure on the white position. This is Carlsen claiming the most important square on the board. Ivanchuk brings his second knight to c3, developing and defending, threatening to dislodge the e4 knight. A stronger approach was available, playing the knight to d2 first, rerouting it toward the king side and avoiding the trade that is about to follow. Knight to c3 walks directly into what Carlsen is planning. Carlsen's knight snaps off the c3 knight, trading his centrally placed e4 knight for white's defensive piece. This is a principled decision. By removing the c3 knight, black weakens the d4 pawn's defender and opens lines toward Ivanchuk's position. Ivanchuk recaptures on c3 with the b-pawn, and now white has a doubled pawn on c3, a structural concession that Carlsen will aim to exploit in the long run. The white pawns on c3 and d4 are both potential targets. Carlsen develops the light-squared bishop all the way to f5, an active diagonal, pointing directly at the d3 and c2 squares. This bishop is immediately productive, and it connects to black's broader plan of pressuring the queenside structure. Ivanchuk advances the pawn to h3, making left for the king and also preparing to push g4 if the bishop becomes a nuisance. A more direct option was available: bishop to e3, developing and challenging black's bishop immediately. The h3 pawn move is a small tempo investment that allows Carlsen to complete his development smoothly. Carlsen brings the queen to d7, a multi-purpose move, connecting the rooks, eyeing the h3 pawn on the diagonal, and preparing potential queenside activity. The queen on d7 also keeps open the possibility of targeting the d4 or c3 pawns in coordination with the bishop on f5. Ivanchuk develops the light-squared bishop to e3, finally activating this piece, which had been dormant on c1. However, a far stronger continuation was available here. Bishop to e3 should have come earlier, and at this specific moment, playing pawn to g4 first, chasing the f5 bishop, would have gained a critical tempo and forced black into a less comfortable setup. The bishop arriving on e3 with the f5 bishop already beautifully placed is a missed opportunity for Ivanchuk to disrupt Carlsen's coordination. Carlsen retreats the c6 knight all the way back to d8, a curious-looking move, but there is a clear idea behind it. The knight is being rerouted, likely via e6 or f7, to a better square. A more aggressive option was available, playing bishop to d3 immediately, centralizing with tempo, but Carlsen is taking his time and choosing a maneuver that will ultimately improve his coordination across the whole board. The white knight retreats from f3 to d2, regrouping, perhaps heading for f1 and then g3 or e4. Ivanchuk is reorganizing his pieces, trying to find more active posts. The middle of the board is becoming quite fluid, with both sides maneuvering carefully. Carlsen pushes the b-pawn to b4, advancing on the queen side and trying to gain space. A more precise continuation was available, centralizing with bishop to d3 first, putting maximum pressure on the d4 pawn immediately. The b4 advance is not wrong, but it allows Ivanchuk some breathing room to reorganize his pieces. Ivanchuk responds with pawn to c4, striking back in the center, trying to challenge black's d5 pawn and gain some space on the c-file. This creates a more dynamic structure where both sides have passed or advanced pawns to manage. Carlsen captures on c4 with the d-pawn, taking the offered material and opening the d-file. Black now has a pawn on c4, deep in white's territory, and the d-file is semi-open, which will suit black's rooks. Ivanchuk's bishop captures on c4, recovering the pawn with a well-placed piece. The bishop on c4 is actively placed, pointing at f7, but a stronger alternative was available, recapturing with the knight on d2 to c4, keeping the bishop for long-term pressure. With the bishop on c4, Ivanchuk's b3 bishop becomes redundant. Carlsen advances the pawn to c6, a quiet but important move, controlling the d5 square and preventing the white bishop from ever using d5 as a transit square. Black is also preparing potential queenside counterplay with the c-pawn as a battering ram. Ivanchuk activates the queen to a4, a natural square, putting pressure on the c6 pawn and eyeing a7. A far stronger continuation was available, playing bishop to e6 or continuing development with rook to d1, taking control of the d-file. The queen to a4 is slightly misplaced, and Carlsen finds a very clever way to use the queen's presence as a tactical resource. Carlsen moves the rook to b7, reinforcing the c7 square and preparing to double on the a-file. A stronger continuation was available, bishop to d3 immediately, threatening the east2 square and creating real pressure. The rook to b7 is solid but slightly passive. Ivanchuk retreats the knight from d2 to f1, a reorganizing move, heading toward g3 or e3. However, a much stronger option was available, playing bishop to e6, sacrificing the e3 bishop to expose black's king or simply keeping the bishop on e3 as an active piece. The retreat to f1 loses a precious tempo and allows Carlsen to consolidate his advantage. Carlsen brings the d8 knight to e6, a magnificent outpost. From e6, the knight targets d4 and c5, sits on a square the white pawns cannot attack, and cooperates beautifully with the bishop on f5. A stronger square was also available, namely d5 via the same route, but e6 is excellent, the knight becomes a long-term fixture. The white knight travels from f1 to g3, finally settling on an active diagonal square, where it eyes the f5 bishop and prepares to potentially enter via h5 or f5. Ivanchuk is trying to generate counterplay against black's bishop pair. Carlsen moves the bishop back to g6, a calm retreat, keeping the bishop safe and maintaining its diagonal toward d3 and c2. The bishop on g6 also keeps watch over the h5 square, preventing the white knight from landing there aggressively. Ivanchuk repositions the rook from e1 to d1, targeting the d-file. A stronger option was available, playing pawn to f3, immediately challenging the e4 knight and generating counterplay in the center. The rook to d1 is a logical move but does not create immediate problems for Carlsen. Carlsen reroutes the knight from e6 to c7, a flexible move, eyeing the d5 and b5 squares as potential destinations. The knight is being repositioned to find the most active post available, and the c7 location keeps options open across the board. Ivanchuk shifts the queen from a4 to b3, maintaining pressure on the b-file and eyeing f7. The queen on b3 also keeps a subtle watch on the b4 pawn and creates some tension in Carlsen's camp. The knight jumps from c7 to d5, a superb centralization. From d5, the knight attacks the e3 bishop and the b4 pawn simultaneously, and it sits on one of the most powerful squares on the board. Carlsen is steadily tightening his grip. Ivanchuk plays the rook to a5, an aggressive-looking move, eyeing a7 and c5. But a much stronger continuation was available, playing bishop to e6, disrupting black's coordination and opening the position. The rook to a5 heads to an awkward square, and Carlsen's response will reveal just how well-placed black's pieces already are. Carlsen retreats the b-rook from b7 to a7, a calm, precise response, defending the a-file and preparing to double. The black pieces are now beautifully coordinated, with both rooks targeting the open A file and the queen ready to support from any direction. Ivanchuk transfers the D rook back to A1, trying to double on the A file and contest the rook's activity. A stronger approach was available, playing bishop to E6, putting the bishop on an active diagonal and creating real threats. The A1 rook is a defensive, reactive move. Carlsen brings the F rook all the way to A8, a precise and elegant doubling. Both black rooks now dominate the A file completely, and white has no good way to contest this pressure. The question is whether Ivanchuk can generate counterplay elsewhere before Carlsen converts. Ivanchuk's rook captures on A7, forcing the issue, swapping one pair of rooks. This is a practical decision. By entering these exchanges, Ivanchuk is trying to simplify and relieve some pressure on the A file. Carlsen recaptures with the A8 rook, and now both sides rooks square off on A7. The tension on the file continues, and Carlsen has fully maintained the pressure. The second white rook captures on A7. Ivanchuk goes all the way, trading another pair of rooks. After this second exchange, most of the rooks come off the board, and the game enters an endgame-like structure with queens and minor pieces remaining. Carlsen recaptures with the queen, landing powerfully on A7. The black queen is now extraordinarily active, centralized, connected to the bishops, and threatening to infiltrate at multiple points. Carlsen has converted the rook activity into queen activity seamlessly. Ivanchuk retreats the knight from G3 to E2, a passive-looking move, but he is trying to regroup and create some harmony between the knight, bishop, and remaining pieces. A stronger continuation was available, playing bishop to E6, creating immediate threats, rather than retreating. The knight on E2 is a bystander rather than a participant. Carlsen's queen swings to A3, a probing move, eyeing the B3 bishop and creating indirect pressure on the queen side. The queen on A3 also cooperates with the D5 knight to form a powerful duo targeting multiple white weaknesses simultaneously. Ivanchuk retreats the E3 bishop all the way back to C1, a concession, moving this bishop to a completely passive square to avoid immediate material loss. The bishop on C1 is doing almost nothing, and this is a sign that black's pressure is beginning to tell. Carlsen's queen captures the white queen on B3, simplifying into an endgame where black's bishop pair and the magnificent D5 knight give him a clear structural advantage. A stronger continuation was technically available, keeping the queens on and pressing with the queen to A2, but Carlsen's approach is completely sound. He trades the queens and wins the resulting technical phase through superior piece coordination. Ivanchuk recaptures on B3 with the C4 bishop, the queens are off the board, and we are now in a pure piece endgame. White has a bishop on B3 and a knight on E2, while Carlsen still has the knight on D5 and the bishop pair. The assessment is clear, black is better. Carlsen slides the bishop from G6 to D3, an incisive move, targeting the E2 knight directly and putting immediate pressure on white's pieces. A slightly sharper option was available, advancing the C-pawn to C5, attacking the B3 bishop and the D4 square, but the bishop to D3 creates an immediate, concrete threat that Ivanchuk must address. Ivanchuk's knight moves from E2 to F4, attacking the D3 bishop and forcing a decision. This is white's best practical chance, create complications and try to simplify into a structure where the extra pawns are less relevant. Carlsen captures on F4 with the D5 knight, removing the attacking piece and maintaining the bishop pair. Black is now ahead in material terms, up a pawn, with two bishops against bishop and knight in an open position. That combination overwhelmingly favors the bishop pair. Ivanchuk's bishop recaptures on F4, and now the C1 bishop that looked so passive is suddenly an active piece. White has some activity, but the material deficit remains, and Carlsen's remaining bishop on D3 is a monster. Carlsen advances the C-pawn to C5, attacking the B3 bishop and forcing it to move. A stronger continuation was available here, playing king to E7 first, activating the king for the endgame earlier. The C5 advance is still effective, but the king march would have been more accurate in terms of technique. Ivanchuk captures on C5 with the D-pawn, accepting the pawn exchange and opening the D-file slightly. White is now a pawn down, and the resulting endgame is going to test Ivanchuk's defensive resources significantly. Carlsen's bishop captures on C5, a powerful recapture, placing the bishop on an active central square where it controls the entire A3 to F8 diagonal. The bishop on c5 is eyeing both e3 and the kingside in the background. Ivanchuk plays pawn to e6, an ambitious push, trying to create a passed pawn and generate counterplay. A stronger option was available, retreating the bishop and consolidating, rather than creating a potentially weak advanced pawn. The e6 advance is a practical try, but Carlsen handles it precisely. Carlsen moves the king from g8 to f8, stepping toward the center and preparing to support the position around the e6 pawn. A more accurate response was available, playing bishop to e3 first, attacking the f4 bishop and maintaining more pressure, but the king move is a solid and reasonable choice. Ivanchuk's pawn captures on f7, a committal decision, creating an advanced passed pawn on f7 but also giving Carlsen access to the e and f files for his king. This pawn will prove to be a weakness rather than a strength. Carlsen repositions the bishop from d3 back to g6, keeping it active and targeting h5 and f7 simultaneously. The bishop on g6 is well placed to deal with the advanced f7 pawn while remaining connected to the rest of the black position. Ivanchuk moves the king from g1 to f1, bringing it toward the center, which is the correct endgame instinct. A stronger path was available, however, playing bishop to e3 first, reinforcing the position before marching the king. The king to f1 is not wrong, but it allows Carlsen to activate his own king even more freely. Carlsen's bishop captures on f7, removing the dangerous advanced pawn and simultaneously activating the bishop on the long diagonal. This is clean, efficient technique, eliminate the passed pawn before it becomes a real problem, and simplify with better piece activity. Ivanchuk's bishop captures on f7, removing the black bishop, but now the kings are heading toward each other on the f-file, and black's remaining bishop pair will dominate the endgame. Carlsen's king captures on f7, centralizing the king with tempo in the endgame. The black king on f7 is not exposed, it is powerful, sitting between the two remaining pawns and ready to support further advances. Ivanchuk's king steps to e2, marching toward the center to try and contest Carlsen's king activity. This is a race to see who can activate their king more effectively, but black's bishop pair gives Carlsen all the long-term winning chances. Carlsen slides the bishop from c5 to d4, a strong central posting, controlling the e5 and g7 squares and preparing to support the c-pawn advance or target any weak white pawns. A slightly more accurate continuation was available, activating the king further first, but the bishop to d4 is still excellent. Ivanchuk advances the king to d3, an active move, but a stronger continuation was available, playing bishop to d2, reinforcing the position before marching the king. The king on d3 is slightly exposed, and Carlsen immediately finds a concrete way to exploit this. Carlsen's bishop snaps off the f2 pawn, material gain, and now black has a second extra pawn with the bishop dominating on f2. Ivanchuk is a pawn down and his king is slightly exposed, the endgame is increasingly difficult to hold. Ivanchuk retreats the bishop to d2, a regrouping move, trying to bring more coordination to his position. A stronger option was available, playing bishop to g5, threatening to create counterplay with the bishop pair on open diagonals. The d2 retreat is passive and allows Carlsen to consolidate comfortably. Carlsen retreats the bishop from f2 to c5, a precise and patient move, keeping the bishop safe while preparing to reactivate it on the best diagonal. Black is in no rush, 2 pawns ahead with the bishop pair. Carlsen simply needs to avoid any white tricks and convert methodically. Ivanchuk's king marches to c4, an aggressive approach, trying to use the king actively in an attempt to create counterplay. A stronger try was available, bishop to e3, creating threats before the king march, but Ivanchuk is running low on good options. The king on c4 is a desperate attempt to generate activity. Carlsen retreats the bishop from c5 to f8, and with that single quiet move, the game is effectively over. The bishop swings to f8, covering all the critical squares, sheltering the extra pawns, and presenting Ivanchuk with a completely lost endgame. There is no counterplay, no tricks, no escape route. Carlsen wins this game, takes the match 2-0, and advances through the bracket of the 2023 World Cup, a performance of calm, relentless technical precision against one of the game's true legends. The year is 2023, the FIDE World Cup quarterfinals. A teenage prodigy from India gets the white pieces against the greatest player who ever lived. Magnus Carlsen is one match away from a World Cup final. What happens next is a masterclass in patient, suffocating chess. Gukesh opens by advancing his pawn to d4, staking a claim on the center. It is a classical beginning, calm and principled. A stronger first move would have been to push the pawn directly to e4 instead, seizing even more space and keeping options wider, but d4 is entirely respectable. It plants a flag and invites a fight. Carlsen responds immediately with his knight to f6, a move that has been played millions of times and never goes out of fashion. The knight leaps toward the center, eyeing the d5 and e4 squares, and signals that black is not going to sit back. Development first, that is Carlsen's way in the opening. Gukesh brings his bishop out to f4, an ambitious choice that defines the London system. The idea is elegant: develop the bishop before the pawns hem it in, then build a solid, controlled structure. A more critical try at this point was to push the pawn to e3 first, keeping the bishop's options open, but f4 is a principled and popular choice at the highest level. Carlsen advances a pawn to b6, a quiet, preparatory move that begins to signal his intention to fianchet his queenside bishop. By nudging the b-pawn forward, he clears a path for the bishop to reach b7, where it will bear down on the long diagonal toward white's center. A more direct response like pushing to d5 immediately was available, but Carlsen is in no hurry. Gukesh develops his knight to c3, bringing a second piece off the back rank and reinforcing control of the d5 and e4 squares. There was a stronger option here. Pushing the e-pawn to e3 would have kept the London pawn structure cleaner and avoided giving black any central targets. Still, the knight belongs in the game, and Gukesh is building methodically. Now Carlsen completes his idea. The bishop swings out to b7, settling on that long diagonal that cuts across the board toward g2. This is the fianchet he prepared with b6, and the bishop is well placed here. It watches the center and pressures white's potential pawn advances. Black's opening concept is now clear, flexible, solid, and subtly active. Gukesh plays his pawn to f3, a move characteristic of certain London system setups. The idea is to support a future pawn push to e4, giving white a strong center. The drawback is real though. The f3 square was a natural home for the knight, and placing a pawn there instead means the kingside knight will need to find another route into the game. Carlsen advances a pawn to e6, reinforcing his center and opening the diagonal for his dark-squared bishop on f8. It is a solid, restrained move. Black is building a sound fortress rather than lashing out early. A more ambitious alternative was to push to c5 immediately, challenging white's d4 pawn before Gukesh can consolidate, but Carlsen chooses calm development. Gukesh executes the plan he prepared with f3, the pawn drives forward to e4, establishing a powerful pawn center. With pawns on d4 and e4, white controls the heart of the board and has genuine space advantage. This is the reward for the London system setup. If black does not challenge this center precisely, it can become suffocating. Carlsen nudges the a-pawn to a6, a waiting move that carries a subtle strategic message. He is considering a queenside pawn advance with b5 at some point. More direct options were available, such as pushing the d-pawn to d5 at once to contest the center head-on. Carlsen instead preserves flexibility, keeping multiple plans alive simultaneously, a hallmark of his style. Gukesh repositions his queen to d2, connecting the rooks and preparing to castle queenside. It is a logical move in the London, where the king often seeks safety on the queenside. However, a more active continuation, like pushing the pawn to e5 to lock the center and gain space, was the sharper try. The queen on d2 is solid but somewhat passive at this stage. Carlsen strikes at the center with his pawn to d5, finally contesting white's space. This is a critical moment. Black challenges the pawn duo on d4 and e4, forcing Gukesh to make a decision. Either white captures and opens lines, or closes the center and a positional battle begins. Carlsen is choosing the moment to fight, and it is a well-timed challenge. Gukesh castles queenside, moving his king to c1. It is a reasonable plan. The king steps towards safety and the rook on d1 becomes active. However, a stronger continuation was available, advancing the pawn to d5 at once, closing the center and giving white a space advantage on both flanks. By castling first, Gukesh allows Carlsen to shape the pawn structure on his own terms. Carlsen develops his bishop to b4, pinning the knight on c3 against the king. This is a sharp and direct move. It creates immediate tension and threatens to double white's pawns if the bishop takes the knight. A slightly more patient alternative was to castle first and consolidate, but Carlsen opts for active piece play and applies pressure straight away. Gukesh responds with the pawn to a3, kicking the bishop and forcing it to make a decision. It is a practical choice. White wants to clarify the situation and avoid the nagging pin. A more ambitious option was to push the pawn to d5 at once, advancing in the center before dealing with the bishop. By playing a3, Gukesh invites an exchange that will reshape the pawn structure. Carlsen takes the knight on c3 with his bishop. He is accepting the trade, giving up his active bishop for White's knight. The compensation is structural. White must recapture with the queen, and the resulting pawn structure will tell a story for the rest of the game. Carlsen has been steering toward this moment for several moves. Gukesh recaptures with his queen, taking on c3 with the queen. The queen is suddenly a dominant piece in the center, but it also risks becoming a target if black can generate activity. More importantly, the pawn on d4 is now slightly less secure, and the open files on the queen side mean both sides will need to be precise about piece coordination going forward. Now Carlsen strikes with pawn takes on e4, capturing the pawn. This is the critical decision. Carlsen grabs a pawn and opens the center simultaneously. White's pawn structure is disrupted, and the game becomes sharper. The queenside pawn majority that Carlsen is beginning to build will be a long-term asset in the endgame, and he is already thinking several phases ahead. Gukesh responds by pushing the d-pawn forward to d5, closing the center and advancing with tempo. The pawn marches forward, gaining space and cutting across the board. It also challenges black's knight on f6, which will have to move. Gukesh is not going down quietly. He creates a passed pawn in the center and complicates the position. Carlsen's knight captures the pawn on d5, a natural recapture that places the knight on a dominant central square. From d5, the knight radiates control over c3, b4, e3, and f4. It is a genuinely powerful piece. Carlsen has traded his e4 pawn for White's d5 pawn, and in return he has this beautifully centralized knight. Gukesh's queen swoops to g7, capturing the pawn there. It is an opportunistic grab. White picks up a pawn and threatens the rook on h8. Carlsen has allowed this, which means he has calculated that the resulting position with his rook displaced is acceptable. The queen on g7 is aggressive but also slightly offside, and Carlsen will use that to his advantage. Carlsen brings his queen out to f6, a purposeful development that achieves several things at once. The queen attacks the queen on g7, forces an exchange, and centralizes black's queen in a single move. Carlsen is not trying to keep queens on the board. He is streamlining toward an endgame where his centralized knight and extra pawn options can tell. Gukesh takes the queen on f6, the trade is forced and both queens come off the board. This is a crucial transformation. The game enters an endgame with rooks and minor pieces. Carlsen has exchanged queens with his pieces better coordinated, his knight dominant on d5, and a clear plan: activate the rooks and use that knight to dictate the game. Carlsen's knight captures the queen on f6, recentralizing immediately. The knight moves from d5 back to f6, and it is a strong and active piece from there too. It eyes d5 again and the squares around the king. Piece activity is everything in rook endgames, and Carlsen is already winning the battle for well-placed pieces. Gukesh retreats his bishop to e5, repositioning it to a more central square. From e5 the bishop controls important diagonals and threatens to target black's pawn structure. It is a sensible choice. White keeps the bishop active and avoids it becoming a spectator. Gukesh is trying to hold the balance with clean, principled moves. Carlsen walks his king to e7, centralizing it immediately. In the endgame, the king is not a liability, it is a piece, and one of the strongest. By marching the king toward the center, Carlsen is following a fundamental endgame principle: activate everything, including your king, and do not leave it hiding on the back rank. Gukesh's bishop captures the pawn on c7, winning material and threatening the rook on d8. White picks up a pawn and creates some immediate problems for black. Carlsen must deal with the bishop on c7, but he has clearly prepared for this possibility. His king is already centralized and his pieces are ready to coordinate. Carlsen develops his second knight, bringing it to d7. This move both blocks the bishop on c7 from causing further damage and begins to activate the knight toward the center. From d7 the knight can travel to e5 or f6, reinforcing black's control of the key central squares. It is a patient, purposeful development. Gukesh retreats his bishop from c7 back to g3, stepping away from the knight that just arrived on d7. The bishop is safer on g3 and still covers useful diagonals. White is beginning to look slightly passive here. The bishop is reactive rather than threatening. Carlsen, by contrast, has a coherent plan and better coordination. Carlsen repositions his rook to g8, placing it on the half-open g-file. This is a subtle preparatory move. The rook will become active on the g-file and can later support pawn advances or create pressure against White's kingside structure. Every piece is being given a useful role. Carlsen's endgame technique at this stage is textbook. Gukesh develops his remaining bishop to e2, completing his minor piece development. The bishop is solid on e2, defending the king and supporting the center. However, compared to Black's pieces, White's are slightly passive. The bishop on g3 and the bishop on e2 are both safe but not particularly threatening, while Carlsen's pieces are poised to become very active. Carlsen retreats his king to e8, stepping back from e7. A more active continuation was available. Keeping the king on e7 and preparing to activate it further would have been slightly more efficient. This small hesitation costs nothing materially, but Carlsen will need to re-advance the king shortly. The endgame balance remains in Black's favor. Gukesh captures with his f-pawn, taking the pawn on e4. The move opens the f-file but also removes a pawn from the king side, which is not without risk. Gukesh is trying to simplify and clarify the position, but by recapturing on e4 White slightly weakens the kingside pawn structure and opens lines that Carlsen can exploit with his rook. Carlsen's knight takes the pawn on e4 immediately, capturing with the knight. The knight is now deep in White's position, on e4, a superb centralized square where it attacks d2, f2, and c3 simultaneously. This knight is becoming the dominant piece on the board, and White must deal with it carefully to avoid material loss. Gukesh advances his bishop to f3, attacking the knight on e4 and trying to drive it away. It is a logical response. White cannot allow the knight to sit on e4 forever, exerting pressure. The bishop to f3 simultaneously activates White's dark squared bishop, which had been somewhat passive since the early middle game. Carlsen's knight captures the bishop on g3, taking on g3. This exchange removes one of White's two remaining bishops, and the recapture will slightly damage White's pawn structure on the king side. Carlsen is systematically eliminating White's better pieces and converting small advantages into something more tangible. Gukesh recaptures with his h-pawn, taking the knight on g3. White is now left with an isolated h-pawn and a slightly fractured kingside. The pawn on g3 is now a structural weakness. It is not easy to defend and it limits the mobility of White's pieces. Carlsen has traded a knight for a bishop and given White a long-term structural problem. Carlsen's bishop sweeps across the board, capturing the bishop on f3. With this exchange, Carlsen removes another of White's active pieces. The bishop had been doing useful work on f3, and now it is gone. Black has a rook, a knight, and a bishop remaining against White's equivalent, but Black's pieces are better placed and the pawn structure favors Carlsen. Gukesh recaptures with his knight, taking the bishop on f3. The knight is activated and comes to a reasonable central square, which is something White needed. From f3 the knight can jump to d4 or e5 in future moves. Gukesh is trying to consolidate and ensure his pieces become active enough to hold the endgame. Carlsen's rook becomes immediately aggressive, capturing the pawn on g3. The rook swings to g3, winning a pawn and penetrating deeply into White's position. This is the reward for the series of exchanges. Carlsen has a passed pawn majority on the queen side, a rook invading White's king side, and total control of the plan going forward. Gukesh activates his rook, capturing the pawn on h7. The rook swings to h7 and wins a pawn in return. Both sides are raiding pawns, but the critical question is whose rook is more active after the dust settles. White's rook on h7 is on the 7th rank, which is powerful in principle, but Black's coordination is superior. Carlsen moves his king to e7, centralizing it once more. Bringing the king to e7 was more active than some alternatives. The king heads toward the center of the board where it can support the pawns and coordinate with the rook. A marginally better path may have existed, but centralizing the king in an endgame is almost always correct. Gukesh's knight hops to d4, a strong centralizing move. From d4 the knight exerts influence over b5, c6, e6, and f5. This is Gukesh trying to fight back, place the knight on its best square and make it as difficult as possible for Carlsen to convert the endgame. The position is still challenging for white, but the knight on d4 gives real resistance. Carlsen brings his knight to e5, posting it on the most powerful square available. The knight on e5 is a colossus, it attacks c4, d3, f3, and g4, and it is almost impossible for white to dislodge without making further concessions. Two knights controlling the central squares in an endgame, Carlsen is conducting this perfectly. Gukesh activates his rook, moving it to e1. The idea is to contest the e-file and potentially offer some counterplay. An active rook on the e-file supports the knight on d4 and threatens to become aggressive. Gukesh is fighting for every inch of activity, as he must. Passivity in an endgame against Carlsen is simply a slower way to lose. Carlsen moves his rook from g3 to g4. A stronger continuation was available, keeping the rook on g3 and pressing directly against white's king would have been more incisive. The rook on g4 is still an active piece and controls the fourth rank, but the immediate pressure of g3 was slightly more threatening and would have accelerated Carlsen's advantage. Gukesh's rook takes the knight on e5, capturing it. This is a significant exchange. White eliminates black's dominant knight on e5 at the cost of the rook. Gukesh decides that removing that powerful knight is worth the material trade. Now the position simplifies, and white hopes the reduced material will make defense more manageable. Carlsen's rook swings to d4 and captures the knight there. With this move, black has won white's second knight in a rook exchange sequence. The material count has shifted, both sides have a rook, but Carlsen has retained his active rook and white's position is structurally weaker. This is the endgame Carlsen was building toward from the queen exchange. Gukesh retreats his rook from e5 back to e2. A stronger option was available, pressing with the rook more actively, perhaps challenging on the d-file, would have complicated matters more. The retreat to e2 is passive and allows Carlsen to consolidate without urgency. In endgames against Carlsen, passivity is the one luxury you cannot afford. Carlsen brings his other rook to d8, seizing the d-file. A slightly more active placement existed, but the rook on d8 is well placed, it eyes the d-file and prepares to coordinate with the rook on g4. Two rooks working in concert, one controlling the fourth rank and one controlling the d-file, the coordination is becoming overwhelming. Gukesh advances a pawn to c3, a structural move that shores up the queenside slightly and gives the king a potential escape square. It also stops any knight from landing on that square. The move is sensible, white is trying to create a solid defensive perimeter. But the problem is that with rooks, pawn advances can create new weaknesses as easily as they close old ones. Carlsen repositions his rook to f4, activating it on the fourth rank. A stronger continuation was available, pressing along the d-file or penetrating to the seventh rank would have been more immediately threatening. The rook on f4 is active and controls an important rank, but Carlsen is perhaps being slightly patient when a more direct approach would have forced white to respond to concrete threats. Gukesh's king steps forward to c2, centralizing and supporting the rook. The king is needed in the endgame, and moving it toward the center while connecting with the rook on e2 makes sense. This is good king technique from Gukesh. He is not going to win by keeping his king hiding, and activating it gives white's position extra defensive resources. Carlsen moves his rook to g8, repositioning. By swinging back to g8, black keeps options open on the g-file and can later decide whether to invade on the seventh rank or coordinate differently. Carlsen is maneuvering carefully, keeping multiple threats alive rather than committing to a single line, a classic technique to tire and confuse the defender. Gukesh pushes his pawn to b4, advancing on the queen side. A stronger try was available, placing the rook more actively or improving the king's position would have been more precise. The pawn to b4 does create a small space advantage on the queen side, but it also gives Carlsen a target to attack and fixes the pawn on an exposed square. Sometimes advancing pawns creates more problems than it solves. Carlsen responds by pushing his pawn to b5, immediately challenging Gukesh's advance. A more patient approach was available, but b5 is natural and aggressive, it contests the queen side immediately and prevents white from gaining a meaningful foothold there. The pawn tension on the queen side is now acute, and every exchange will have structural consequences. Gukesh moves his king to b3, bringing it to bear on the queenside pawn tension. This is active king play. The king heads to b3 where it can support the b4 pawn and influence the queenside pawn battle. Moving the king forward in the endgame is always correct when pawns are about to be traded, and Gukesh is doing the right thing. Carlsen shifts his rook from f4 to g4, maintaining pressure on the g-file and keeping the rook active. The rook on g4 controls the fourth rank, supports potential pawn advances, and retains the option of swinging to g2 to create back rank pressure. Carlsen is never letting his pieces become passive. Constant rook activity is essential in these endgames. Gukesh repositions his rook to f2, bringing it to the f-file. The rook is now active on the second rank and can support the kingside pawns or swing across to defend. The f-file also gives white the option of counterplay against black's kingside structure. Gukesh continues to fight with principle, defending with active pieces rather than passive waiting. Carlsen moves his rook from g8 to g7, occupying the 7th rank. A stronger option existed, pressing immediately on the second rank or combining both rooks more aggressively would have been marginally better. Nonetheless, a rook on the 7th rank is a powerful weapon. It eyes the enemy pawns along the 7th rank and restricts white's king freedom significantly. Gukesh exchanges rooks, taking the rook on g7 with his own. The trade is forced in a sense. Allowing Carlsen a rook on the 7th rank without challenge would have been very uncomfortable. By exchanging, white simplifies to a rook endgame with just one rook each. The question now is whether white can hold a single rook endgame against Carlsen's technique. Carlsen recaptures on g7, taking the rook back with his own rook. The material is now equal, rook versus rook, with pawns on both sides. But equality in material does not mean equality in position. Carlsen has a more active king, better placed pawns, and, above all, a passed pawn potential on the queen side. The endgame technique required now is what separates Carlsen from everyone else. Gukesh advances his a-pawn to a4, trying to create counterplay on the queen side. With the position simplified, white looks for active pawn play as compensation for the slightly inferior structure. Moving the a-pawn forward is logical. It challenges Carlsen on the queen side and begins a potential pawn race. Both sides will now push their passed pawns as far as they can. Carlsen pushes his f-pawn to f5, a strong advance that creates a passed pawn on the king side. The pawn charges forward, and now Carlsen has potential passer threats on both wings simultaneously, the queenside pawn structure and now this kingside advance. Defending against threats on two flanks simultaneously is one of the hardest things to do in rook endgames. Gukesh's a-pawn captures on b5, pushing through and winning the pawn there. By advancing the a-pawn to b5 and capturing, white creates a passed pawn of its own on the queen side. The pawn race is now genuinely on. Both sides have advanced pawns racing to promotion. But the critical factor is whose rook supports the pawns more effectively. Carlsen recaptures on b5 with his a-pawn, taking the pawn with the a-pawn. Black now has a passed pawn on b5 that will advance down the board, supported by the rook. The pawn on b5 is a genuine threat. It is only 4 squares from promotion. Carlsen now has a passed b-pawn on the queen side alongside the advanced f-pawn on the king side, and white cannot deal with both. Gukesh moves his rook to a2, a natural defensive move that cuts off the passed b-pawn and attempts to slow its advance. The rook behind the enemy passed pawn is the classic defensive technique in these endgames, and white is applying textbook defensive principles. But Carlsen has been in this territory many times before, and he knows how to overcome the standard defenses. Carlsen repositions his rook from g7 to g5, a more active square. A slightly more direct approach was available, perhaps cutting the king off immediately or pressing the b-pawn, but the rook on g5 is well centralized and retains flexibility. It eyes the 5th rank, can swing laterally, and keeps Gukesh guessing about where the main threat will come from. Gukesh plays his rook to a7, giving check, and this is a mistake. The check forces Carlsen's king to move but achieves little else, and a stronger move was available. The rook to a5 would have been far more effective, cutting off Carlsen's king laterally and making the passed b-pawn almost impossible to advance. Rook to a7 is an inaccuracy that allows black to maintain full control of the initiative. Carlsen's king steps to f6, escaping the check calmly. The king is comfortable on f6, it is centralized, it supports the f-pawn, and it is heading toward the advanced pawns. Nothing has been disrupted by White's check. Carlsen simply sidesteps and continues his plan. The initiative remains entirely with Black. Gukesh retreats his rook from a7 back to a2. The check accomplished nothing, and the rook returns to its defensive post behind the b-pawn. White has lost a tempo and must now defend exactly where he was before, but with Carlsen having used the moment to improve his king's position. In precise endgame play, losing a tempo can be significant. Carlsen advances his f-pawn to f4, pushing further forward. The pawn on f4 is now deeply advanced and beginning to create real promotion threats. White must monitor the b-pawn and the f-pawn simultaneously. Every pawn advance by Carlsen tightens the vice. Gukesh has to defend two fronts with limited resources. Gukesh moves his rook to c2, repositioning to the c-file. The rook on c2 gives White some flexibility. It can swing to c5 to cut off Black's king, or press on the c-file, or shift back to defend the queen side. Active rook play is White's only practical hope for counterplay, and Gukesh keeps looking for the right defensive posture. Carlsen's rook swings from g5 to g3, pressing down the third rank toward White's king. The rook on g3 cuts across important squares and begins to threaten the king on b3. It also supports the advancing pawns from behind. Carlsen is coordinating rook and king and pawns with the kind of quiet precision that makes his endgame play look almost inevitable. Gukesh walks his king from b3 to a2, stepping back to the corner to avoid further kingside pressure and support the rook on c2. The king is on a2, it is not a comfortable post, and it has surrendered activity to stay out of immediate danger. White's options are narrowing with every move. Carlsen centralizes his king to e5, an outstanding square for the endgame. The king on e5 supports both the f-pawn and the b-pawn, controls d4 and d6, and is ready to march toward either flank as needed. This is the king as an attacking piece. Carlsen understands that in a rook endgame, the king must fight. Gukesh steps his king to b2, trying to become more active. The king on b2 is closer to the action than a2 was, and it supports the rook's defensive work on the second rank. Gukesh is doing everything right in terms of defensive principles, but the problem is not technique, it is that Carlsen's position is simply too good. Carlsen advances his king to d5, pressing forward. The king marches to d5, directly supporting the b-pawn's advance and increasing the coordination between king and passed pawn. From d5 the king threatens to press to c4 and escort the b-pawn home. White must deal with this kingside march while also watching the f-pawn. The pressure is relentless. Gukesh fires a check with his rook, swinging to d2 and giving check. Rook checks in these positions are often the defender's last weapon, forcing the king to move and hoping to disrupt the coordination. Carlsen will simply step out of check and continue his plan. These harassment checks rarely change the outcome when the defending side lacks genuine counterplay. Carlsen's king steps to e4, escaping the check and maintaining its central position. The king does not go back, it goes forward. From e4, Carlsen can press to d4 or f3, and the king remains an active participant in the attack. Every check from Gukesh merely costs a tempo without improving White's defensive setup. Gukesh moves his king to b3. A stronger continuation was available. Pushing the c-pawn to c4 to create some activity would have complicated matters more. The king on b3 is fairly passive, and White is running out of useful moves. When a player is reduced to shuffling pieces without a clear plan, in an endgame against Carlsen, the result is usually not long in doubt. Carlsen pushes his e-pawn to e5, opening a second front and creating yet another advancing pawn. Now Black has three advanced pawns, the b-pawn on b5, the e-pawn on e5, and the f-pawn on f4, all bearing down on White's position. It is too many threats. Gukesh cannot stop all of them with a single rook and a passive king. Gukesh gives another check with his rook, moving to e2 and checking the king. These checks are becoming increasingly futile. They displace the king momentarily, but Carlsen finds safe squares with ease. White is essentially playing for time, hoping Carlsen will make an inaccuracy. Against any other player, that might be a reasonable hope. Against Carlsen in an endgame, it is not. Carlsen's king steps to f5, staying on the king side and keeping close to the f-pawn. A slightly more centralized path existed, but the king on f5 is perfectly well placed. It supports the f-pawn, keeps pressure on the king side, and is close enough to swoop back to the queen side if needed. Carlsen navigates the checks without losing focus on his own plan. Gukesh retreats his rook to d2, backing off from the king side. A more aggressive option was available, but the rook on d2 at least covers the d-file and can respond to Carlsen's king and pawn advances. White is running out of active ideas. The position is strategically lost. It is now a question of technique, and Carlsen's technique in these situations is almost without parallel. Carlsen advances the e-pawn again, pushing to e4. Now the e-pawn is deep in White's territory, on e4, and it threatens to push to e3 and e2, queening with devastating effect. White's rook is the only piece standing between this pawn and promotion. Carlsen has created a passed pawn that cannot be stopped by normal means. Gukesh's rook swoops to d5, giving another check. The checks keep coming, but they are essentially disruptions rather than genuine threats. Carlsen has safe squares available wherever the king is chased. White is spending moves on checks that do not improve the defensive setup. The pawns keep advancing regardless. Carlsen's king moves to f6, stepping calmly away from the check. The king is not troubled, it walks to f6 and continues its work. The f-pawn is supported, the e-pawn continues to advance, and the b-pawn on b5 is still very much alive as a second threat. White is in a vice, and Carlsen closes it one careful move at a time. Gukesh's rook captures the b-pawn on b5, winning the pawn. A slightly more active defensive try existed, but taking the b-pawn is understandable. White removes one of Black's passed pawns. The problem is that the e-pawn and the f-pawn are still very much alive and advancing, and Carlsen does not need the b-pawn to win from this position. Carlsen pushes the e-pawn to e3, now it is on e3, just 2 squares from queening. The pawn is becoming a mortal threat. White's rook on b5 cannot reach the e-file in time to stop both the e-pawn and coordinate against the f-pawn as well. Carlsen is calmly accelerating toward the finish. Gukesh gives another check, pushing his rook to b6 and checking the king on f6. The check displaces the king once more, and White takes a brief moment of activity. But the respite is fleeting. The e-pawn on e3 and the f-pawn on f4 are both advancing, and no amount of checks will reverse the fundamental imbalance. Carlsen's king retreats to f5, stepping back from the check on f6. The king moves to f5, it supports the f-pawn directly from there and remains close to the action. Carlsen is not bothered by the disruption. His plan is clear, his pawns are advancing, and he simply needs to navigate the checks with the same patience he has shown throughout. Gukesh's rook gives check again from b5. A stronger continuation was available to White, perhaps exchanging the rook for the dangerous passed e-pawn before it reaches e2 would have been a more resourceful try. Instead the checks continue, but checks without a follow-up plan do not change the verdict. Carlsen will step out and continue his march. Carlsen steps his king to e4, pressing forward yet again. The king walks directly into the center, to e4, which is both brave and technically correct. From e4 the king is ideally placed to shepherd the e-pawn and coordinate with the f-pawn. The king is fighting, not hiding, and that is the defining characteristic of Carlsen's endgame mastery. Gukesh moves his rook to b8, perhaps the last attempt to find some backrank activity or to threaten a rook on the 8th rank. But with the e-pawn on e3 and the f-pawn on f4, White is out of time. Carlsen's next move will decide the game. The rook on b8 watches from a distance but cannot reach the pawns in time. Carlsen advances the e-pawn to e2. The pawn is now on e2, 1 square from queening, and there is nothing Gukesh can do. The rook on b8 cannot stop it, the king on b3 cannot reach it, and White has no checks that matter. Gukesh resigns. Carlsen wins Game 1 of the quarterfinal with the kind of deep, patient, technically immaculate chess that reminds you why he has spent the better part of 2 decades as the best player in the world. Magnus Carlsen is already leading the quarterfinal. One more win here, and Gukesh is done. What happens instead is a 117-move journey that neither player, nor anyone watching, will forget easily. Carlsen opens with the pawn to e4, the most natural move in chess and still the most ambitious. It stakes a claim in the center immediately, opens lines for the bishop and queen, and announces White's intention, to fight for space and initiative from the very first move. Against a young talent like Gukesh, Carlsen rarely plays quietly. Gukesh responds with the Sicilian, the pawn to c5. It is the most popular and combative reply to e4, chosen by players who want to fight for the win as black rather than simply hold. The Sicilian says, "I accept an asymmetrical game." Developing the knight to c6 or f6 first was arguably more precise, keeping black's options open slightly longer. Carlsen plays the pawn to c3, signaling the Alapin variation. Rather than diving into the sharp open Sicilian with the knight to f3 and pawn to d4, he steers into a structure he controls completely. The idea is to establish a broad pawn center with d4 on the next move. Knight to f3 first was a touch more flexible, keeping the c3 square available for a piece, but the Alapin suits Carlsen's style when he wants a clear, structured fight. Gukesh counters immediately in the center with the pawn to d5, the principled response to the Alapin. Challenging white's e4 pawn at once is precisely the correct plan. If black allows white to achieve pawn to d4 uncontested, the center belongs to Carlsen. Pawn to d6 or developing the knight first were viable alternatives, each keeping the tension a bit longer, but d5 is the sharpest and most direct. Carlsen captures, pawn takes on d5. This is the most critical line. White clears the center on his own terms, forcing black to make a decision about how to recapture. Taking with the pawn would give black a solid structure but a slightly passive game. Taking with the queen brings the queen out early, which is exactly what Gukesh does. The queen recaptures on d5, a perfectly standard move in this variation. Black gains a tempo by developing the queen early and puts pressure on white's position immediately. The slight risk is that the queen can become a target for white's pieces. Each developing move Carlsen makes will come with gain of tempo. Experienced players know how to handle this, and Gukesh is not uncomfortable here. Carlsen advances the pawn to d4, completing his central vision. Now white has pawns on d4 and the open structure typical of the Alapin, good piece activity and a small but tangible space advantage. Knight to f3 was available and perhaps more flexible, developing a piece before committing the pawn, but d4 is thematic and sound. Gukesh develops the knight to f6, a natural and excellent move. The knight heads for the center, attacks nothing immediately but controls key squares and prepares black to castle. Recapturing the pawn on d4 with the queen might have been considered here to create immediate complications, though it would have over-centralized the queen further and given white more tempo. Carlsen brings his own knight to f3, developing with tempo. The knight eyes d4 and e5, and more importantly, it begins white's piece coordination. With pawns on c3 and d4, and a knight on f3, Carlsen is building the standard Alapin formation, solid, well-organized, and full of long-term potential. Gukesh plays the pawn to e6, consolidating his structure. This move shores up the d5 square. If the queen must eventually retreat, e6 makes sure the pawn chain is stable. The slight downside is that it closes the diagonal for the dark-squared bishop, which now needs a route out. Pawn to g6, developing toward a fiancé setup, was an interesting alternative that would have solved the bishop problem differently. Carlsen develops the bishop to e2, a calm, solid choice. It prepares to castle kingside and keeps the bishop on a safe square where it supports the pawn structure. Knight to a3 was a strong alternative here, heading toward b5 or c4 with immediate pressure on the queen, but Carlsen is content to complete development methodically before increasing the tension. Gukesh strikes, the pawn captures on d4. Black opens the position and forces white to make a choice. This trade in the center is a common theme in the Alapin. Black eliminates white's space advantage at the cost of potentially activating white's pieces. Knight to c6 first, developing and keeping the tension, was also reasonable, but Gukesh prefers to resolve the central situation now. Carlsen recaptures with the c3 pawn, restoring his pawn to d4. White keeps the strong central pawn and maintains pressure. Knight takes d4 was the more dynamic recapture, centralizing a piece with tempo against the queen, which would have put Gukesh under more immediate pressure. The pawn recapture is solid but perhaps just slightly less ambitious. Gukesh develops the knight to c6, a critical developing move. The knight attacks the d4 pawn, forcing white to make another decision. Queen to d5 was worth considering, centralizing the queen while attacking d4, but the knight to c6 is more principled, developing a piece and creating real pressure on the pawn. A stronger move was actually available. Queen to d5, combining development with an immediate threat, would have complicated Carlsen's task considerably. Carlsen castles kingside. The king steps to safety and the rook joins the game on the f-file. This is reliable and correct. Knight to d2 or bishop to e3, keeping the initiative, offered slightly more punch, since active pieces matter more than king safety when black's queen is still somewhat exposed. Gukesh develops the bishop to e7, a quiet and solid choice. Black prepares to castle and completes the kingside setup. The bishop on e7 is not spectacular, but it is safe and functional, supporting the king and keeping the structure intact. With this move, Gukesh is essentially saying, I'll complete development, castle, and then find my counterplay. Carlsen brings the knight to c3. Development is complete on white's side, both knights are active, both bishops will find good diagonals, and the rooks are ready to join. The knight on c3 adds pressure to d5 and eyes the e4 outpost, reinforcing white's grip on the center. Everything is coordinated beautifully. Gukesh retreats the queen to d6. After the center clarified, the queen needed to find a more stable home, and d6 is sensible. It stays active, eyes the d-file, and avoids direct attacks from white's pieces for now. The queen on d6 is flexible. It can go to c7 to either kingside, or drop back to d8 if needed. Carlsen swings the knight to b5, aiming it at d6 where the queen sits, and also eyeing the c7 square as a potential outpost. This is a slightly provocative move, nudging the queen and asking Gukesh to reveal his intentions. Knight to e4 or bishop to e3, both developing with natural pressure, were objectively a touch more precise, but Carlsen is searching for concrete problems to set. Gukesh retreats the queen all the way back to d8. At first glance this looks passive, but it is actually quite shrewd. The queen returns to the most flexible square, waits to see how white's knight on b5 intends to prove itself, and leaves black's setup completely intact. Carlsen's knight has used two moves and achieved little so far. The bishop slides to f4, finally emerging from the back rank. It eyes the d6 square and the long diagonal toward the queen side. This is smooth and natural. White continues to post pieces on good squares and gradually increases the pressure. The coordination of knight, bishop, and the pair on the long diagonal gives Carlsen's position a quiet authority. Gukesh centralizes the knight. It jumps to d5, one of the best squares on the board. The d5 outpost is superb for black. The knight sits in the center, cannot easily be attacked by white's pawns, and exerts influence in all directions. This is an excellent equalizing move and demonstrates that Gukesh is playing with real confidence. Carlsen retreats the bishop to g3. Rather than exchange on d5, which would have handed black the beautiful recapture with the e6 pawn, reinforcing the center, Carlsen preserves his bishop and keeps the tension alive. The bishop on g3 eyes the east 5 square and will support long-term plans involving the center and queenside. Gukesh castles, completing his development. With the king safe and all pieces developed, black's position is solid and compact. The pieces are well placed. Knight on d5, bishops waiting to become active, rooks ready to connect on open files. Gukesh has weathered the opening phase successfully. Bringing the rook to d8 first, contesting the d-file immediately, was arguably more dynamic. Carlsen repositions the rook to c1, aiming it directly at the c-file, which could open in many variations. The rook pressure on the c-file ties down black's pieces and prepares the possibility of doubling rooks or supporting a piece invasion on c5 or c7. This is the kind of quiet, purposeful rook placement that separates elite players from the rest. Gukesh develops the bishop to d7. The last minor piece finds a functional square. It connects black's rooks, eyes the b5 square where Carlsen's knight currently sits, and prepares to activate along several diagonals. With all pieces developed, Gukesh now has a fully coordinated position. The light-squared bishop's long-term destination is unclear, but d7 is a sensible temporary home. Carlsen retreats the knight from b5 back to c3. The knight's excursion to b5 achieved nothing concrete. Gukesh defended patiently and the knight returns to the same square it came from. This is not a loss. Carlsen was probing for weaknesses. Now both sides have fully developed, equal material, and the real strategic battle begins. Gukesh advances the queen to b6. This is interesting. The queen eyes the b2 pawn and also keeps watch over the d4 pawn from a different angle. The queen on b6 creates some pressure and asks Carlsen to show his hand. However, a stronger move was available. Recapturing on d5 and then organizing with the knight on c6 would have been more active and structural. The queen journey to b6 is slightly artificial. Carlsen repositions the bishop to c4, pointing it directly at the d5 knight and toward the f7 square. This is a classic bishop placement in these structures. It creates immediate tension and forces Gukesh to consider the safety of the d5 knight. Bishop to d3 was also natural, supporting the center differently, but c4 is more aggressive and characteristic of Carlsen's style. Gukesh retreats the knight from d5 to f6. Rather than maintain the outpost under pressure, he concedes the d5 square and repositions the knight to the more natural f6 post. The knight on f6 is solid, defends the king side, and keeps the position balanced. With the knight gone from d5, White's bishop on c4 becomes less threatening immediately. Carlsen maneuvers the knight to a4, targeting the queen on b6 and eyeing the c5 outpost. The knight on a4 is unusual. It sits on the rim where it is generally less effective, but the plan is concrete: threaten the queen, force it to move, and then jump the knight into c5, a powerful outpost deep in black's half of the board. Gukesh slides the queen to a5, stepping away from the threat while keeping the queen active on the queen side. The queen on a5 eyes the a4 knight and the d2 square, maintaining some counterplay. This is resourceful defense. Gukesh does not allow Carlsen's maneuver to achieve its goals for free. Carlsen executes the plan. The knight lands on c5, an outpost of real significance. From c5 the knight attacks the bishop on d7, controls key squares on both flanks, and will be very difficult to dislodge. If black cannot trade it off, white gains a permanent positional advantage. This is the type of piece placement that wins games slowly but surely. Gukesh retreats the bishop from d7 to c8. Faced with the annoying knight on c5, black pulls the bishop back rather than trade it. Keeping the bishop pair is logical, though it means passive play for a moment. A stronger move was available. Bishop to e8, stepping aside and preparing to contest with rook to d8, would have kept the position livelier. The retreat to c8 is safe but concedes the initiative. Carlsen plays the pawn to a3, a small but meaningful move. It prevents any knight or bishop from landing on b4, which could have challenged the c5 knight. It also prepares the slow pawn advance with b4, expanding on the queen side where Carlsen's knight already dominates. Patience is one of Carlsen's greatest weapons. He improves his position inch by inch. Gukesh retreats the queen all the way back to d8. The queen has been shuffled around the queen side without achieving much, and now it returns to the starting position. A stronger move was available. Rook to d8 immediately, seizing the d file and contesting the position actively, was much more purposeful. The queen retreat gives Carlsen another free move to improve his already comfortable position. Carlsen advances the bishop to b5. He is now eyeing the c6 knight and increasing the pin pressure. The bishop on b5, combined with the knight on c5, creates a very uncomfortable situation for black's pieces. Bishop to d3 or a direct knight maneuver was perhaps cleaner, but b5 applies real pressure on the c6 square. A stronger move was available in developing the rook to d1, preparing to contest the d-file decisively. Gukesh brings the queen to b6, pressing on the bishop on b5 and also defending the c6 knight from a distance. The queen's return to b6 makes sense now. She pins Carlsen's bishop to the defense of the c5 knight, or so it seems. Both sides are jockeying for the most active pieces while keeping the position structurally sound. Carlsen pushes the pawn to a4, giving space to the a-file rook and preparing further queenside expansion. The pawn advance also rules out any black piece coming to b4 or b5. Rook to d1, seizing the d-file, was the more energetic choice here and would have created more direct pressure, but Carlsen opts to expand on the board rather than open files immediately. Gukesh repositions the rook from f8 to d8, finally contesting the d-file. This is the natural and correct plan. The rook behind the half-open d-file will give black meaningful counterplay. With both sides now organizing their forces along central files, the game enters a more dynamic phase where concrete calculation matters. Carlsen centralizes the queen to e2, a multipurpose move. The queen supports the d4 pawn, eyes the east 5 square and keeps the rooks free to operate on the c and d files. It also prepares the rook lift to d1, doubling on the d file in response to Gukesh's rook. The queen on e2 is a very comfortable, flexible post. Gukesh advances the rook to d5, a bold, active move. The rook slides to the 5th rank, threatening to become very dangerous on the queen side or as an attacking piece. Rook to d6 was another active option, potentially swinging across to the king side, but d5 is principled and combative, and it contests the vital d file on Gukesh's terms. White's bishop captures the knight on c6. Gukesh recaptures with the queen on c6. Rather than take with the b pawn, which would have created a passed pawn potential but left the queen misplaced on d8, Gukesh centralizes the queen. The queen on c6 is active, attacking the a4 pawn and controlling the long diagonal. This is excellent practical decision-making. Carlsen plays the pawn to b3, a solid defensive move. It shores up the queen side and prevents any pieces from landing on c4 or b4. The pawn on b3 also supports a future bishop on b2 along the long diagonal. Bishop to e3, developing with purpose, was a stronger option that would have contested the long diagonal and activated White's pieces more effectively. Gukesh retreats the rook from d5 to d8, consolidating. The rook returns to the d file where it supports the queen and keeps the d file contested. Black's position has stabilized, the doubled c pawns are not an immediate weakness, and the queen on c6 is actively placed. The position remains balanced with both sides maneuvering carefully. Carlsen repositions the bishop from g3 to h4. The bishop heads to h4 where it eyes the f6 knight, creating a potential pin along the h4 to d8 diagonal. This is a subtle probing move. If Gukesh does not resolve the pin carefully, Carlsen can gain control of the knight on f6 and create threats. Bishop to e3, directly contesting the long diagonal, was the more active choice. Gukesh centralizes the queen from c6 to d5. The queen moves to one of the most powerful central squares, exerting control in all directions and removing any pin issues. The queen on d5 is well placed, it eyes both flanks, supports the back rank, and keeps Carlsen honest. Rook to d6 first, preparing to activate the rook aggressively, was perhaps slightly more energetic. Carlsen shifts the rook from f1 to e1. The rook moves to the e file where it supports the east 3 square and prepares to participate along the open file. Rook to d1 was the more direct option, doubling on the d file and challenging the queen on d5 head-on, which would have created more concrete tension. The rook to e1 is safe but less confrontational. Gukesh advances the pawn to b6, a useful pawn move that creates space for the bishop on c8 to develop, secures the queenside pawn structure, and prevents White from ever playing the knight to c5 again. Small improvements like this are important, every move should do something, and b6 does several things at once without weakening anything. Carlsen retreats the knight from c5 to e4, a central redeployment. The knight gives up its impressive c5 outpost, it has served its purpose in holding territory, and leaps toward e4 where it becomes a powerful central piece. From e4, the knight threatens f6 and eyes the d6 square. This is Carlsen reconfiguring his forces for a new phase. Gukesh finally develops the bishop from c8 to b7. The bishop had been dormant all game and now finds the long diagonal where it points directly toward Carlsen's kingside. With the bishop on b7, Black suddenly has a very active long-range piece. The position feels more dynamic, and Gukesh's 2 bishops give him real compensation for whatever positional concessions he has made. Carlsen takes the knight on f6 with the bishop captures on f6. This trade eliminates one of Black's active defenders and leaves Gukesh with a broken pawn structure on the kingside if he recaptures with the g-pawn. White is willing to give up the bishop pair to create permanent structural targets. The calculation is precise. Gukesh recaptures with the bishop on f6. Rather than allow the g-pawn to become split and weakened, Gukesh takes back with the bishop, keeping the pawn structure intact. This is sound, yes, he loses the bishop pair, but his kingside remains solid. The bishop on f6 is actually very well placed, controlling long diagonals and keeping the king position secure. Carlsen plays the knight to f6, capturing the bishop and delivering check. This exchange sacrifice, giving up a knight for a bishop while inflicting check, forces Gukesh's king to deal with the threat immediately. The check does not win material by force, but it disrupts black's coordination and forces a structural decision. Watch how Gukesh handles the king position. Gukesh recaptures with the g-pawn on f6. The king stays on g8 for now, but the f6 pawn creates a slightly weakened king zone. The g7 and h6 squares around the king are a touch more exposed than before. That said, the pawn on f6 is also a potential asset, controlling e5 and giving black central presence. The structure is double-edged. Carlsen repositions the queen to e3, connecting it to the queenside rook and eyeing both the a7 diagonal and the h6 square. The queen on e3 is flexible. It can swing to the king side, support the endgame, or put pressure on black's queenside pawns. Carlsen is reorganizing smoothly after the piece trades. Gukesh activates the rook from a8 to c8. With the c-file now the most logical battleground, the rook joins the fight. Gukesh is preparing to contest the c-file and counteract any rook pressure Carlsen might generate. Both sides now have rooks on c-file, the position is becoming more concrete and the endgame approaches. Carlsen plays the quiet pawn to h3. It is a small prophylactic move, preventing any back rank tricks and providing the king with a flight square. This move also preserves options. It does not commit to any plan but simply makes the position slightly safer. Rook to d1, doubling on the d-file and pressing the queen on d5, was a stronger and more direct continuation. Gukesh relocates the queen from d5 to f5, an active redeployment that aims the queen toward the king side. The queen on f5 eyes the h3 pawn and keeps options open, threatening to become very annoying on the king side. Rook to d2, bringing a rook to the 7th rank idea, was potentially more concrete, but the queen to f5 is energetic and creates real threats. Carlsen retreats the knight from f3 to h2, a somewhat awkward-looking move, but it does have a plan. The knight heads toward g4 where it will defend the king side and potentially attack the queen on f5. Knight to e5 was a much stronger option, centralizing with tempo and offering real activity, rather than tucking the knight to the rim where it controls very little. Gukesh pushes the queen to g5. Now the queen is aimed very aggressively at the king side, targeting g2 and h4 and keeping the threat of e3 alive. Carlsen's king is not yet in danger, but the queen on g5 is a persistent irritant that will require attention. Gukesh has created real counterplay from a position that looked slightly passive earlier. Carlsen returns the knight to g4, exactly as planned. The knight challenges the queen on g5, and also defends the h2 square and the kingside more broadly. Gukesh now must decide, trade the queen for the knight, or step away again. The knight on g4 is well placed and threatens to jump to f6 or e3 with serious effect. Gukesh moves the king to g7, a very interesting decision. Rather than shuffle the queen away, Gukesh is activating the king, preparing to use it as an active piece in a potential endgame. The king steps off the back rank and toward the center. This is a commitment to a simplified endgame, which black feels is objectively fine. Rook to d2, maintaining piece activity, was the sharper option. Carlsen advances the pawn to a5. This stake on the queenside secures the a-file for future rook activity and limits black's queen movement. Rook to c7, infiltrating the 7th rank, was the more direct and threatening option here. It would have created immediate pressure on black's back rank. The pawn advance is slightly less energetic but still meaningful. Gukesh takes the queen with the queen, capturing on e3. The queens come off the board. This is a significant moment. By trading queens, Gukesh simplifies the position and removes Carlsen's most dangerous attacking piece. The position enters a pure endgame where both sides will fight with rooks and minor pieces. Gukesh assesses the endgame as holdable, perhaps even slightly better for black with the active king and two mobile pawns. Carlsen captures back with the knight on e3. The knight sits on a beautiful central square, from where it eyes c4, d5, f5, and g4. With the queens gone, the endgame begins, and knights on strong central squares are formidable in endgames. They control many squares and cannot be attacked by pawns easily. Gukesh's rook captures the d4 pawn, a material gain, and a meaningful one. Carlsen loses a pawn and must compensate with active piece play. A stronger move was available. Rook to d2 first, forcing the rook to deal with the 7th rank infiltration, would have been more powerful and harder to meet. But taking the pawn is still excellent practical play. Gukesh is a pawn-up entering the endgame. Carlsen swings the rook from c1 to c8, capturing the rook on c8. This is a forced exchange that eliminates one of Gukesh's active rooks and simplifies the position. With less material on the board, White's pawn deficit becomes relatively more manageable. Carlsen is fighting to reduce material and reach a position where his activity compensates for the material. Gukesh recaptures with the bishop from b7 to c8. The bishop takes back, and now black has a bishop and rook versus Carlsen's rook and knight, and a pawn up. In theory, being a pawn up in this endgame should be enough to win, but Carlsen's activity and the presence of opposite-colored bishops create enormous drawing chances. This is exactly the kind of technically difficult endgame Carlsen has escaped from countless times. Carlsen repositions the rook to c1. The rook returns to the c-file, aiming to contest the open file and prevent Gukesh's bishop from becoming too dominant. Rook activity on open files is the primary weapon in these endgames. Carlsen needs to keep his rook as active as possible to compensate for the pawn deficit. Gukesh retreats the bishop from c8 to d7. The bishop moves to a better diagonal, eyeing the a4 pawn and preparing to become more active on the queen side. The bishop on d7 coordinates well with the rook on d4, both pieces control the d-file and the long diagonal. Gukesh is methodically improving his pieces before pushing his advantage. Carlsen infiltrates with the rook to c7. The rook on the 7th rank is one of the most powerful positions in any rook endgame. It attacks pawns from behind and ties down the opponent's pieces to defense. Carlsen will use this rook to create problems for Gukesh's pawns even while a pawn down. This is Carlsen's trademark technique, find maximum activity even in worse positions. Gukesh captures on a5 with the b6 pawn. Black grabs the a5 pawn, taking material but also potentially weakening the a-file structure. Carlsen now has an active rook on c7 and queenside pawn complications to deal with. Gukesh is trying to convert his pawn advantage, but Carlsen's activity makes this endgame far from simple. Carlsen's rook swings across from c7 to a7, capturing the a5 pawn in return. The material is equalized on the a-file, but Carlsen's rook remains on the 7th rank, extremely active and threatening to pick off more pawns. The position is now approximately level in material once the dust settles, but there are still complications ahead. Gukesh advances the a-pawn to a4, pushing the passed pawn down the board. A passed pawn on the 4th rank is already creating real winning aspirations. If it continues to advance, it can become a massive threat. Carlsen must react carefully. Passed pawns are dangerous in endgames, especially when supported by active pieces. Carlsen captures the a4 pawn with the b3 pawn. The pawn trade eliminates the passed pawn, but now White has a passed pawn of his own on a4, the result of taking with the b pawn. The position is sharp. Both sides have active pieces and the pawn structures are asymmetric. Carlsen has prevented the immediate threat and created his own counterplay. Gukesh's bishop sweeps from d7 to a4, capturing the pawn. The bishop grabs material and now sits on a4, an active square from which it eyes the c2 and d1 diagonals. Black has won back the pawn and is again slightly up in material, though with opposite-colored bishops. Black's bishop is on a4, White's has been traded off. The drawing tendencies of this endgame grow stronger. Carlsen repositions the rook from a7 to a5, an interesting post but perhaps not the most active choice. Rook to d7, seizing the 7th rank again with the rook, would have been much more dangerous, threatening to pick off pawns on the 7th rank and tying down Gukesh's king. The rook on a5 has less immediate impact. Gukesh brings the king forward to g6. In endgames, an active king is a powerful weapon. It can escort pawns, support pieces, and attack enemy pawns. The king to g6 is a strong move that begins Gukesh's king march toward the center, where it can have real influence in the endgame. Rook to d3, placing the rook more aggressively, was perhaps even sharper. Carlsen pushes the g-pawn to g4, creating kingside space and beginning to expand on the other flank. This move slightly weakens the king side. The f4 and h4 squares become targets, but it also gives Carlsen space to maneuver his king and creates potential for counterplay. Sometimes in worse endgames, creating complications is the best drawing technique. Gukesh retreats the bishop from a4 to c6. The bishop repositions to a more central and active diagonal, where it controls important squares and keeps the rook on a5 passive. The bishop on c6 is excellent, it eyes both flanks, restricts Carlsen's pieces, and coordinates with the rook on d4 to dominate the position. Carlsen swings the rook from a5 to c5, a more active post, pressing on the c-file and keeping the rook central. The rook on c5 is more threatening than on a5, contesting the c-file and potentially helping the knight on e3 spring to active duty. Carlsen is fighting to keep his pieces as active as possible. Gukesh advances the bishop from c6 to e4, a very aggressive and powerful diagonal. The bishop on e4 attacks the g2 pawn, restricts white's king movement, and coordinates powerfully with the rook on d4. This is a strong move. A stronger move was available, rook to d2, seizing the second rank and attacking all white's queenside pawns simultaneously, would have been even more decisive. Carlsen steps the king from g1 to h2. This small king move gets out from behind the pawns and starts activating the king, which is essential in all endgames. The king needs to be active, and h2 is the first step toward centralization. With the bishop on e4 threatening g2, the king move is also simply necessary to keep the g-pawn defended. Gukesh repositions the rook from d4 to d3. The rook on d3 puts pressure on white's third rank, ties down Carlsen's pieces, and creates the possibility of rook swings to the kingside or queenside as needed. Rook to d2, seizing the second rank, was perhaps even stronger, attacking white's pawn structure more directly and penetrating to the back ranks. Carlsen marches the king from h2 to g3, stepping toward the center. The king heads toward f4 where it will become an active piece. Centralizing the king in the endgame is correct. A king on g3 controls f4 and h4 and will participate in any ending that develops. King to g1, going the other way, was slightly safer but less active. Gukesh pushes the pawn from f6 to f5. This pawn advance contests space and prevents the white king from using f4 as an entry point. The pawn on f5 is slightly double-edged, it advances aggressively but also leaves the east 5 square available for white's knight. Rook to d2, maintaining the rook activity on the second rank, was probably sharper than this pawn advance. Carlsen brings the king to f4, exactly the active square he was aiming for. From f4, the king controls e5, g5, e3, and g3 simultaneously. In endgames, a centralized king on f4 is often worth almost as much as a piece. Carlsen is using every resource available to him, and the active king is a key component of white's drawing chances. Gukesh plays the pawn to f6, creating a solid pawn chain. The f6 and f5 pawns form a strong defensive wedge, but this also means the east 6 square has been vacated and white's knight can potentially use it. Rook to d1, immediately activating and threatening to infiltrate, was the more decisive option that would have pressed Carlsen harder. Carlsen takes on f5 with the g-pawn, giving check. The king is in check, a forcing move that reshuffles the material and creates complications. Carlsen uses every forcing move available to him, knowing that checks and captures often save games that look lost. Watch how Gukesh responds to the check. Gukesh's bishop captures on f5, taking the pawn that delivered check. The bishop recaptures, stepping away from the check and winning material. A stronger move was available, the king stepping to h5, avoiding the check entirely and centralizing more aggressively, might have created more winning chances. The bishop recapture is safe and keeps material advantage but allows Carlsen to simplify further. Carlsen's knight captures the bishop on f5. Now both sides have traded more material, a knight for a bishop, and the endgame simplifies further. The position now features white's knight against black's bishop in what is becoming a pure rook endgame with minimal material. In these endings, technique matters enormously, and both players know exactly what is at stake. Gukesh recaptures with the e6 pawn on f5. Black takes back and restores the pawn count, but the pawn on f5 is now isolated. The structure around black's king has been opened further, but Gukesh still has the bishop pair memory as a single active bishop, and the king itself is active. This endgame is still slightly better for black in theory. Carlsen plays the pawn to f3, creating a pawn chain on the king side. The f3 pawn supports the king on f4 and prevents any black piece from landing on e4 or g4. White is creating a defensive fortress while looking for any active counterplay. Every pawn move in the endgame changes the geometry of the battle. Gukesh's rook checks the white king, rook to d4, giving check from behind. The check forces Carlsen's king to move and disrupts white's coordination. Forcing moves like rook checks are a classic technique in endgames. They gain tempo, restrict the opponent's king, and keep the initiative. Carlsen must step back and lose ground. Carlsen retreats the king to g3, escaping the check. The king has been pushed back from its ideal central post on f4. This is exactly how Gukesh is chipping away at Carlsen's position, forcing small retreats, gaining tempos, advancing his king and passed pawn step by step. Carlsen is defending accurately, but the pressure is relentless. Gukesh marches the king to g5. The king advances aggressively toward the center, supporting the f5 pawn and threatening to push the king further toward f4 or h4. An active king in the endgame is a real weapon, and Gukesh is using his king to support whatever winning plan materializes. Carlsen repositions the rook from c5 to c2. The rook steps back to the second rank where it becomes more flexible. From c2 it can swing to any file on the second rank quickly. Rook to f5, challenging the pawn and activating the rook much more aggressively, was the stronger option here and would have created more immediate counterplay for Carlsen. Gukesh pushes the h-pawn to h5. This pawn advance creates a passed pawn majority on the king side. h5 and f5 together are a dangerous duo. The idea is to push both pawns forward and create a passed pawn that white cannot stop. A stronger move was available. Rook to d2, seizing the second rank and creating immediate threats, was more direct and powerful. Carlsen moves the rook from c2 to a2. The rook slides to a2, a flexible post but not the most active option. Rook to f2, directly opposing black's f5 pawn and targeting the f-file, was a more active defense that would have created more problems for Gukesh. The rook on a2 feels slightly passive given the urgent need for activity. Gukesh's pawn advances to f4, giving check. The f-pawn delivers check, a beautiful forcing move that both attacks the king and advances the passed pawn chain with tempo. Checks like these are the hallmark of precise endgame play. Every forcing move should accomplish something concrete, and f4 accomplishes a lot. It gains a tempo and pushes the pawn forward. Carlsen steps the king to g2, fleeing from the check. The king is pushed back once again. Gukesh's rook and pawn checks are systematically improving black's position. White's pieces are slowly being driven to passive squares while black's king and pawns march forward. Carlsen is defending but the pressure keeps building. Gukesh brings the king to h4, an aggressive king march. The king is now deep in Carlsen's territory on h4, supporting the f and h pawns and creating real threats. The king is threatening to advance to g3 or h3, further restricting Carlsen's options. A stronger move was available. Rook to d2, adding rook pressure to the already dangerous king advance, would have been even more decisive. Carlsen retreats the king from g2 to h2. The king is being pushed into a corner, literally and figuratively. From h2, the king has limited mobility. A stronger move was available. King to f2, fighting back toward the center, would have given Carlsen more options and kept the king more active. The retreat to h2 is defensive but slightly passive. Gukesh retreats the rook from d4 to d7. The rook steps back, an interesting repositioning that aims to swing the rook to the king side or to target white's pawns from a different angle. Rook to d2, seizing the second rank, was probably the more immediately threatening option, but d7 keeps the rook flexible and ready to swing. Carlsen repositions the rook from a2 to b2. The rook shuffles to b2, looking for the most active post available. From b2 the rook has lateral mobility and can swing to b5 or b8. Rook to f2, directly threatening the f4 pawn, was the more active choice that would have forced Gukesh to spend a move defending. Gukesh transfers the rook from d7 to d3, a strong posting. The rook on d3 eyes both flanks and keeps pressure on white's third rank. It also restricts Carlsen's king mobility by keeping the d-file contested. Every move Gukesh makes in this endgame is purposeful, no tempo is wasted. Carlsen steps the king from h2 to g2, returning to a slightly more active square. The king on g2 is more central than h2 and keeps more options open. With the endgame heading toward a critical phase, Carlsen is navigating carefully, making sure his king is not trapped in a corner while his rook tries to create counterplay. Gukesh moves the king from h4 to g5. The king repositions, staying active and keeping the pressure on white's kingside pawns. A stronger move was available, the king advancing to h3, directly targeting white's pawn on h4 and restricting Carlsen's king further, was more aggressive and might have created more winning chances. g5 is still fine, but h3 was sharper. Carlsen's rook checks from b5, rook to b5, giving check. The rook delivers check and forces black's king to move, disrupting Gukesh's coordination temporarily. Checks in endgames can be significant, they gain tempo and sometimes create perpetual check opportunities for the defending side. A stronger move was available, rook to f5, targeting the f4 pawn directly, was more pressing. Gukesh steps the f-pawn to f5, blocking the check and advancing the pawn simultaneously. The king is protected by the pawn, and the passed f5 pawn is now further advanced. A stronger move was available, king to h4, stepping away from the check and keeping the king active, was slightly more dynamic, but blocking with the pawn is perfectly solid. Carlsen retreats the rook from b5 to b2. The rook steps back, having failed to create a perpetual check threat. A stronger move was available, rook to f5, directly attacking the pawn on f5 and making black defend, would have created more problems. The retreat to b2 is passive and gives Gukesh a free move to improve. Gukesh advances the king from g5 to f6. The king continues its march toward the center. f6 is an excellent square from which the king supports the f5 pawn, controls e5 and g5, and prepares to advance further. A stronger move was available, king to h4, pressing against white's h-pawn and restricting options, was slightly more active. Carlsen pushes the h-pawn to h4, creating a passed pawn of his own on the king's side. This pawn will demand attention from Gukesh. The idea is to create counterplay with the h-pawn. If it advances to h5, h6, and beyond, Gukesh must deal with it. Passed pawns on both sides create mutual danger and potential drawing combinations. A stronger move was available here in more direct rook activity, but the h-pawn push is thematic. Gukesh brings the king to e5, a dominant central square. The king on e5 is extraordinarily powerful, it controls d4, d5, d6, e4, e6, f4, f5, f6 simultaneously. This is what king centralization means in practice. A king on e5 is worth almost a full extra piece. Gukesh's endgame technique is impressive. Carlsen plays the king to f2, finally fighting to centralize his own king. The game ends in a draw, one of the most hard-fought halves you will see. 117 moves, relentless pressure from Gukesh, and Carlsen somehow survives. Carlsen takes a draw here and retains his match lead at 1.5 to half a point, still in control of the quarterfinal. It is a reminder that even when the world's best player is under pressure for most of a game, escaping with a draw is itself a kind of mastery. Magnus Carlsen is at the 2023 FIDE World Cup semi-final, one win away from the final, and his opponent, Abasov, is ready to make the biggest game of his life as difficult as possible. This is Game 1. Carlsen has white. Let's watch how the world's best player opens a knockout match. Carlsen advances the pawn to e4, the most natural, most ambitious first move in chess. It claims central space immediately, opens lines for the bishop and queen, and announces that white intends to fight for control of the board from the very first moment. In a World Cup knockout, there is no reason to be cautious. Abasov responds with the Sicilian defense, pawn to c5. Rather than mirror Carlsen in the center, black creates an asymmetry. White has a pawn on e4, black has one on c5, and they are fighting for different squares. The Sicilian is the most combative reply to e4 at the top level, chosen precisely because it gives black winning chances rather than a quick draw. A sharper try like an immediate d5 was available and slightly more ambitious, but the Sicilian is a perfectly sound choice. The knight comes to f3, development with purpose. It points at the center, it prepares to support an eventual d4 pawn push, and it does not yet commit to any particular Sicilian variation. Carlsen keeps his options open, a hallmark of his style. Let the opponent show their hand before you reveal yours. Abasov brings his own knight out to c6, developing naturally and adding pressure to the d4 square. Both sides are following sound opening principles: control the center, develop pieces, make the king safe. The position is still a blank canvas, but the choices made in the next several moves will define the entire game. Carlsen fianchettos, no, that is the wrong word here. He plays bishop to b5, the Rosso Limo variation. Rather than entering the main open Sicilian with d4, Carlsen pins the knight on c6 and sidesteps entire libraries of theory. The bishop on b5 eyes the c6 knight and introduces the threat of doubling black's pawns. This is a favorite weapon of players who prefer strategic clarity over tactical melee. A pure d4 would have been slightly more testing according to the engines, but the Rosso Limo is deeply principled and perfectly calibrated for a first game in a match. Abasov pushes the pawn to e6, reinforcing his center and giving the dark-squared bishop a future on d7 or elsewhere. It is a solid, measured response. Black is not looking to complicate immediately, but rather to complete development and reach a manageable middle game position. The pawn chain c5 e6 is the backbone of many Rosso Limo structures. Carlsen takes the decision to capture on c6, bishop takes the knight. This is a key structural choice. White gives up the bishop pair in exchange for damaging black's pawn structure. The c6 pawn will now be doubled, and black will have slightly less flexible pawn play on the queen side. In the Rosso Limo, this trade is a long-standing debate. Is the bishop pair worth more than the structural damage inflicted? Abasov recaptures with the b-pawn. The other recapture, with the d-pawn, would have kept the pawns less compromised but given white a half-open e-file. By taking with the b-pawn, black creates the doubled pawns on c5 and c6 but keeps the center more intact. Black now has a pair of bishops and a solid pawn mass, which is the compensation for the structural imperfection. Carlsen plays pawn to b3, a quiet, preparatory move. The plan is to develop the bishop to b2, placing it on the long diagonal where it will eye black's kingside and put pressure on the east 5 square. This is a positional setup rather than an immediate confrontation. Carlsen is building his position methodically before deciding where to direct the tension. Abasov pushes to d6, reinforcing the center and preparing to develop the dark-squared bishop. It is a logical response, but a more energetic try was available. Black could have played pawn to f5 immediately, staking out kingside space and challenging white's future pawn advances. d6 is safer and more conventional, and it does keep the position solid. Carlsen advances to e5, a central pawn thrust that immediately changes the character of the position. The pawn stakes out territory and cramps black's pieces, particularly the knight and the dark-squared bishop. Black must now decide how to respond to this challenge in the center, accept it, block it, or undermine it. Abasov captures on e5 with the d-pawn, trading the cramped d-pawn for a more active pawn on e5. It is a practical choice, opening the d-file and relieving some of the pressure. However, this suggests that a piece move was more accurate here, keeping the tension without creating an outpost. By swapping pawns, black hands white a target to aim at and slightly simplifies on terms that suit Carlsen. Carlsen plays pawn to d3, reinforcing the base of his pawn structure and preparing to challenge the e5 pawn in due course. The mildly prefers an immediate knight to d2 or a direct challenge on e5, but d3 is sound. It solidifies, it keeps the bishop diagonal open, and it maintains flexibility for the pieces behind it. Abasov plays pawn to f6, an ambitious but slightly double-edged decision. Black wants to support the pawn on e5 and challenge Carlsen's central grip, but advancing the f-pawn weakens the east 6 square and removes a defender from the kingside. A calmer developing move with the bishop or queen would have been more circumspect. The f6 advance creates energy but also creates weaknesses that a player of Carlsen's precision will note immediately. The second white knight comes to d2, flexible development. From d2 it can go to c4, targeting the weak c6 pawn, or it can reroute to e4 via f1, supporting the center. Carlsen is not yet committing to a plan, he is simply improving his pieces. The slightly prefers a more direct move, but d2 is a classic Carlsen waiting move. Let the position develop, then strike when the moment is right. Abasov places his king's knight on h6, an unusual outpost for it. The knight heads toward f7 to defend the e5 pawn, but on h6 it stands on the edge of the board, controlling few central squares. A more natural development to e7 or to f6, had the f-pawn not gone there, would have been more harmonious. Carlsen will note that the h6 knight is temporarily offside and plan accordingly. Carlsen shifts the rook from h1 to g1, preparing the g-pawn advance. White is telegraphing a kingside pawn storm, g4, then h4, and eventually attempts to prise open the kingside. This suggests that other moves were slightly more pressing, but the rook lift to g1 is thematic and consistent with the positional plan Carlsen has in mind. It also vacates the h1 square for the rook's potential use later. Abasov develops the bishop to a6, a sharp and ambitious idea. The bishop eyes the c4 square and puts pressure on White's queenside, potentially provoking c4, which would weaken the d4 square. However, the already assesses this as a significant positional concession. Bishop to e7, tucking it safely and allowing queenside castling, was considerably more solid. The a6 bishop looks active but may become a source of difficulty later when White clamps down with pawns. Carlsen advances the g-pawn to g4, the storm begins. This is the commitment. White is going to attack on the king side, pushing pawns and using the g-file to generate pressure. It is a slightly loosening move, it weakens f4 and h4, but Carlsen judges that his lead in development and Black's uncastled king tip the balance in his favor. This is the kind of decision that separates the world's best from the rest. Abasov retreats the knight from h6 back to f7, reaching the destination it was always heading for. From f7 the knight defends e5 and covers some kingside squares. However, it has spent 2 moves to achieve what a direct knight to e7 would have done in 1. A stronger move would have been more active alternatives at this point. The position is becoming difficult for Black, and the knight on f7, while solid, is also quite passive. Carlsen moves the queen to e2, a multipurpose square. The queen supports the eventual e5 push. Once the pawn structure shifts, it keeps an eye on e6, and it begins to coordinate with the rook on g1. The mildly prefers a more immediate challenge, but e2 is a refined, patient move. Everything lines up before White acts. There is no hurry when your position is already objectively better. Abasov develops the dark squared bishop to e7, finally completing development on that wing. It is the right idea, but the notes it was somewhat overdue and that more accurate was an immediate queen activation. The bishop on e7 is useful but passive. Black's position is cramped and Carlsen has more space on both wings. Still, Abasov is trying to consolidate and reach a stable structure. The white bishop slides to b2, Carlsen's fiancé is complete. Now the bishop on b2 bears down the long diagonal toward h8, which becomes a latent threat whenever the kingside opens up. This is the quiet power of the setup. Every white piece has a clear role, the bishops complement each other, and the rooks are aligned to become active the moment pawn exchanges happen. Black, by contrast, still has the queen and rooks to activate. Abasov's queen comes to a5, a probing sortie. Black is eyeing the c3 square and putting indirect pressure on White's position, perhaps hoping to exchange off one of Carlsen's active pieces or at least distract him from the kingside build-up. It also sets a subtle trap. If White plays carelessly, the queen can create nuisances on the queen side. Carlsen will not be distracted, but the queen does need to be respected. Carlsen plays pawn to c4, a useful spatial gain that blunts the queen on a5 and prepares to contest the d5 and d4 squares. It does close off the long diagonal for the b2 bishop temporarily, and the slightly prefers an immediate kingside action, but c4 is a logical positional move that grabs queenside space and prevents Black from playing c4 themselves to target the d3 pawn. Abasov advances to g5, a direct challenge to Carlsen's advancing kingside pawns. Black says, "If you push pawns at me, I will push back." However, this advance further loosens the kingside pawn structure around Black's king. And check suggests that active piece play rather than this pawn advance would have been more accurate. The g5 push creates new weaknesses on f5 and h5 that Carlsen can target. Carlsen plays pawn to h4, probing the g5 pawn immediately. White is testing whether Abasov will advance further or allow the h-file to become a target. This keeps the tension high on the kingside and forces Black into another decision under pressure. The slightly prefers castle queenside first or a different sequence, but h4 is natural. You poke the pawn chain and see what breaks. Abasov plays pawn to h6, a prophylactic move defending against any ideas of h4 taking g5 and then the rook entering on h5. It closes the h-file for now and gives the g5 pawn a little extra security. The position is becoming a battle of pawn structures. White has space in the center and kingside. Black has the bishops and the solid e5 pawn. The white rook moves back to h1, repositioning to the h-file, which will become relevant once pawn exchanges occur. This is subtle rook coordination, with the g1 rook having served its purpose of supporting g4, the h1 rook points at the h-file where white envisions future activity. Carlsen is always thinking 1 or 2 stages ahead. Abasov castles queenside, king to c8. With the kingside pawns compromised and Carlsen's bishops eyeing that flank, castling long is the prudent decision. The king finds relative shelter behind the queenside pawns, and the rooks begin to connect. The slightly prefers waiting moves or a different king placement, but queenside castling is thematically correct given how the position has evolved. Carlsen also castles queenside, king to c1. Both kings have gone to the same side of the board, which normally reduces the attacking urgency because you cannot simply storm pawns at the enemy king without endangering your own. But Carlsen's pieces are far better coordinated, and white still has a spatial advantage. A stronger move would have been a slightly different approach, but the move is logical: king safety first, then exploit the positional edge. Abasov retreats the queen to c7, centralizing it slightly and defending against any ideas of white pushing into the queen side. The queen on c7 also keeps options open. It can go to e7 to challenge, or d8 to defend. This is patient, consolidating chess from Abasov, who is trying to hold the position together against Carlsen's steady pressure. Carlsen brings the knight to e4. Finally the knight reaches the ideal outpost in the center. From e4 it supports the bishop pair, eyes the c5 and d6 squares, and can pivot to f6 or d6 depending on how black responds. A slightly more accurate move was available immediately, that suggests immediate rook activation, but the knight on e4 is a powerful piece and consistent with Carlsen's strategic plan. Abasov takes the g-pawn on h4, captures with the g-pawn. Black has been waiting for this exchange, eliminating one of white's advanced pawns. It also opens the g-file toward white's king. This suggests black was still under pressure regardless, but this practical decision creates some activity and is not a mistake. It is exactly the kind of tension Abasov needs to create counterplay. Carlsen recaptures with the knight on h4, taking the pawn back. The knight on h4 is a little offside, but it controls f5 and g6, and it may reroute to f5 with great effect later. White has maintained material equality and the positional advantages remain: better pawn structure, the long diagonal bishop, and more active rooks. The game continues to be comfortably in Carlsen's favor. Abasov moves the rook from h8 to g8, activating it on the newly opened g-file. This is sensible counterplay. Black will try to use the g-file to pressure white's kingside and potentially target the g1 or g4 squares. The rook on g8 is now a genuine piece in the game rather than a spectator, and Carlsen must factor it into his calculations. Carlsen advances pawn to f4, another pawn thrust, supporting the knight on h4 and preparing to expand further. The idea is clear: push pawns, open lines, increase pressure. The mildly suggests an alternative was more incisive, but f4 is natural and consistent. White is dictating the pace of the game, choosing when to simplify and when to keep tension. Abasov takes on f4 with the e-pawn, capturing the pawn and opening the e-file. This is active, not passive. Black could have blockaded differently, but capturing creates an open file for the rook and removes the cramping white pawn. The notes a slightly better defensive resource was available, but the exchange is acceptable and gives black something concrete to work with on the e-file. Carlsen's knight leaps to f6, capturing the f4 pawn with the e4 knight, jumping straight into the heart of black's position. The knight on f6 is a monster. It forks the rook on g8 and the bishop, it commands key central squares, and it is supported by the whole white position. This is the kind of move that defines Carlsen's play: precise, disruptive, and completely logical from what came before. Abasov is forced to take the knight. Bishop captures on f6. Leaving a knight on f6 is simply not possible. So the bishop pair advantage is gone. Black gives up one of the bishops to eliminate the intruder. The position has simplified somewhat, but Carlsen still retains his structural and activity edge. The bishop on f6 is now a powerful piece itself, but the coordination damage has been done. Carlsen strikes with the queen to e6, capturing the e6 pawn and delivering check. This is pure energy. The queen dives in, wins a pawn, disrupts black's king, and forces Abasov to react. It is a calculated combination, not a speculative sacrifice. White has been building toward exactly this kind of incursion, and the check means black cannot simply ignore it. Abasov's king steps to b8, the only safe square. The king tucks into the corner, which is relatively safe but means the rook on a8 remains inactivated. Black must now find a way to survive the queen's invasion while keeping the pieces coordinated. Carlsen has won a pawn and gained time, a combination that in his hands is often decisive. Carlsen retreats the queen to f6, taking the bishop. 2 pawns have been won in consecutive moves, and the queen remains extremely active. From f6 the queen continues to dominate the board, targeting the h8 rook and keeping black's pieces tangled. Carlsen is playing with the calm efficiency that makes him so difficult to face. Each move is correct, and the margin grows quietly but steadily. Abasov moves the bishop back to c8, a defensive concession, but the only way to try and untangle. The bishop had done nothing useful on a6 and returns home to help defend. Black's position is materially worse now, down 2 pawns, and coordination is difficult. The challenge for Abasov is to create enough counterplay to make the game complicated before Carlsen can simply convert the extra material. Carlsen plays the rook to e1, occupying the open e file. The rook immediately targets the e6 pawn and prepares to support any further advances. Centralized rooks on open files are one of the clearest indicators of positional advantage, and Carlsen is stacking his pieces onto the best available squares. The plan is methodical: improve every piece, give black nothing. Abasov activates the rook to d6, bringing it into the game on the d file. Black is trying to create some activity and contest the central files. The notes that a more active approach was available, but d6 at least centralizes the rook and gives black some defensive resource. The position remains very difficult for Abasov against a 2-pawn deficit and a better coordinated opponent. Carlsen takes another pawn, queen captures on f4. White is now 3 pawns up. This is not a complicated position anymore in the sense of tactics, it is a technical masterclass in how to collect material when you have outplayed your opponent in the opening and middle game. The queen on f4 controls a wide swathe of the board and keeps black's rooks passive. Abasov's rook swings to g4, capturing the pawn there and trying to create counterplay. Black has now won back one of the pawns, and the rook on g4 is an active piece with ideas of penetrating to g2. This suggests this was not the most precise defense, but from a human perspective it makes complete sense: take what you can and keep fighting. Carlsen moves the queen to e3, stepping away from the rook's capture and maintaining the queen on an active diagonal. A stronger move would have been a slightly more energetic option, but queen to e3 is solid. It keeps the queen safe, continues to control key squares, and avoids unnecessary complications. Carlsen is not in any rush, the extra material is not going anywhere. Abasov places the rook on e6, active and centralizing. The rook on e6 contests the open file, eyes the e3 queen, and gives black some genuine counterplay. This is the kind of move you need to make when you are under pressure: create threats, keep the position complex, and hope the opponent makes an error. Against most players, this would be good strategy. Against Carlsen, the margin for error is extremely thin. Carlsen retreats the queen to d2, a slightly imprecise decision according to which preferred keeping the queen more active. d2 is a safe square and prepares to connect the queen with the bishop on b2, but a more accurate queen placement would have maintained tighter control of the position. Still, white remains clearly better, 2 pawns ahead with active pieces and black's king still somewhat exposed. Abasov plays knight to e5, the knight finally reaches a strong central square. From e5 it eyes the c4, d3, and g4 squares, and it gives black a genuine piece in the game. The notes a stronger option was available, perhaps more aggressive queen use, but the knight on e5 is a meaningful improvement in black's position. Suddenly the game has some life again. Carlsen plays king to c2, and here he identifies this as a genuine mistake. The rook lift to e3 was the correct continuation, keeping the rooks connected and maintaining tight control. The king move walks into a zone where it can become a target, and from a practical standpoint it gives Abasov something to aim at. Even the greatest players have moments of imprecision in complex positions, and this is one of them. The swing is significant. Abasov responds with king to b7, activating the king and stepping it toward the center. It is sensible but not the maximum. The suggested a more incisive reply was available. The king on b7 connects the rooks and centralizes the king for a potential endgame, but a sharper piece move would have capitalized more immediately on Carlsen's imprecision. The window is beginning to narrow. Carlsen corrects course with rook to e3, the move that should have come a turn earlier. Now the rook is active, supporting the queen and exerting pressure down the e-file and along the third rank. White has recovered the thread of the position, the rooks are coordinated, the bishop on b2 is still powerful, and the material advantage remains. The moment of uncertainty has passed. Abasov centralizes the queen to e7, a logical square, opposing the white queen and keeping the rook on e5 supported. The queen also creates a potential battery with the rook, threatening to double on the e-file. Black is trying to generate as many threats as possible to make Carlsen's technical task as difficult as possible. This is fighting chess. Carlsen's knight glides to f5, a beautifully centralized square where it cannot be easily attacked. From f5 the knight eyes d6, h6, and e7, and it is a significant nuisance. White's pieces are all working in concert now, bishop on b2, rook on e3, knight on f5, and the queen standing by. This is what positional dominance looks like in practice. Abasov moves the queen to g5, maintaining activity and eyeing the g-file where the rook might penetrate. The queen on g5 creates some threats and keeps the position complicated. Black is doing everything right tactically to stay in the game. The problem is that the material deficit is simply too large against a player of Carlsen's endgame technique. Carlsen's bishop captures the knight on e5, taking the knight that had been sitting so powerfully in the center. This simplification is cold-blooded and correct. Remove the strongest black piece, clarify the position, and proceed to convert the material advantage. The bishop on e5 is now dominant, covering both color complexes from that central outpost. Carlsen is heading for a technically won endgame. Abasov drops the rook to g2, an infiltration. The rook on g2 creates direct pressure on Carlsen's king and ties down White's pieces. This is the kind of resource that keeps a game alive, concrete counterplay against the king. Carlsen must now calculate carefully and not allow a sudden mating attack to appear from nowhere. Against almost anyone else, this would be dangerous. Carlsen retreats the rook to e2, a calm defensive move, blocking the second rank and preventing the g2 rook from causing immediate damage. The rook on e2 also supports the queen and prepares a potential exchange on g2 if that simplifies to White's favor. There is no panic in Carlsen's play. He identifies the threat, neutralizes it, and continues converting. Abasov takes the rook captures on e2. The exchange simplifies the position, but the rooks are now coming off the board and Carlsen's material advantage will become even clearer in a queen endgame or bishop endgame. Sometimes trading pieces when you are behind on material is the right practical decision. Fewer pieces means fewer tricks, but also fewer chances for the defending side. Carlsen recaptures with the queen takes on e2. Now White has the queen and bishop versus Black's queen, with Carlsen still up in pawn count. This is a winning position for White. The question is only one of technique. Queen and bishop is a formidable duo, especially when one side has extra pawns to promote. Carlsen will now begin marching those pawns forward. Abasov's queen captures the knight on f5, finally eliminating the dominant knight. Black wins back some material, but the position has clarified considerably and White's structural advantages, the extra pawns and the better bishop, remain. The queens are still on the board, which gives Black some practical fighting chances, but objectively Carlsen is in full control. Carlsen activates the rook to h5, a slightly imprecise rook placement according to the, which preferred a more direct approach. The rook on h5 targets the h6 pawn and lines up on the 5th rank, but a more active rook post would have been stronger. Still, the position is won regardless. White's pawns and bishop give Carlsen all the winning chances. Abasov brings the queen to f7, defending and keeping the queen active. From f7 the queen defends the h5 rook's target and maintains pressure on the king side. Black continues to resist practically, not allowing Carlsen an easy conversion. This is commendable defensive chess under severe pressure. Carlsen plays queen to h2, and flags this as the second genuine mistake of the game, a significant one. The rook to h1 was the correct and much stronger continuation. It would have kept the rook active, maintained pressure, and avoided giving black any counterplay along the e-file. Queen to h2 removes the queen from the center of the action and gives Abasov a lifeline. Even Carlsen, in a long complex game, is not immune to missing the best continuation. Abasov responds with rook to g6, and here he misses his best chance. The queen to f1 check would have been devastating. It attacks Carlsen's king, creates immediate threats, and according to the could have changed the dramatically. Rook to g6 is still a reasonable defensive move, but it allows Carlsen to regroup rather than forcing the critical issue. These mutual mistakes in time pressure are what make top-level chess human and gripping. Carlsen retreats the bishop to f4, stepping out of the east 5 square and keeping the bishop active. From f4 the bishop covers d6 and g5 and prepares to support the advancing central pawns. The suggests a slightly more energetic move was available, but the bishop on f4 is a sensible regrouping square as white continues to manage the position. Abasov moves the rook to f6, active and centralizing. The rook on f6 targets the f4 bishop and puts pressure along the 6th rank. Black is still fighting, still finding active resources. The notes a more precise defense was available, but rook to f6 keeps the game complicated and forces Carlsen to continue calculating precisely. Carlsen retreats the bishop again, bishop to e3. This looks passive, but it is a deliberate repositioning. The east 3 square is a good diagonal for the bishop, it blocks the e-file if needed, and it prepares to support the central pawns. There is a calmness to Carlsen's play here, no rush, no overreaching, just steady improvement of each piece in turn. Abasov places the bishop on f5, finally activating the dark-squared bishop, which has been dormant for much of the game. From f5 the bishop eyes the c2 king and puts pressure on the position. The suggests a slightly more accurate square was available, but bishop to f5 at least brings another piece into the game for black and creates some concrete threats. Carlsen's bishop captures the c5 pawn, taking a free pawn with check, maintaining the material advantage and keeping the bishop very active. Every pawn that Carlsen collects makes the technical conversion cleaner. The bishop on c5 now controls important diagonals and will support the eventual advance of the queenside and central pawns. This is clean, precise execution. Abasov shifts the queen to g6, maintaining activity and targeting Carlsen's king position. The queen on g6 creates ideas of a queen check on the kingside and puts pressure on white. The notes a more incisive move was available, but queen to g6 keeps black fighting and requires Carlsen to remain alert. Abasov is not giving up, he is looking for every possible resource. Carlsen moves the king to c3, stepping forward and beginning to centralize the king for the endgame. In endgames, an active king is a powerful weapon, and Carlsen is preparing to use his king aggressively once the queens come off. A stronger move would have been a more immediate winning attempt, but king to c3 is the beginning of a coherent plan to activate the king and push the extra pawns home. Abasov retreats the rook to e6, and he identifies this as a mistake. The queen to e8 was the correct and much more resilient defense. It would have kept the queen centrally active and created genuine threats against white's king. Rook to e6 is passive and allows Carlsen to take over completely. The difference is significant. After queen to e8, the fight continues. After rook to e6, black's position becomes very hard to defend. Carlsen plays rook to h4, repositioning rather than immediately exploiting the inaccuracy. The suggests a more direct and incisive continuation was available, and this is a second missed opportunity in as many turns for Carlsen to decisively increase the pressure. Still, the rook on h4 is useful, targeting the h6 pawn and keeping black's pieces tied down. The position remains clearly won for white. Abasov moves the bishop to g4, trying to activate it and create some pressure against white's king and rook. From g4 the bishop eyes the h3, f3, and d1 squares and forces Carlsen to react. The notes a better defensive try was available, but bishop to g4 at least creates some friction and prevents an immediate clean conversion. Carlsen's bishop captures on a7, winning another pawn, and the bishop dives deep into black's queenside. This is a significant material gain. The a7 pawn becomes another weapon in white's arsenal. The bishop on a7 is temporarily somewhat offside, but its ability to control the b8 square and the diagonal is real. Carlsen is just collecting everything that isn't nailed down. Abasov checks with the queen to f6, a last attempt at counterplay, forcing Carlsen's king to move. But the notes this is a mistake. Queen to g7 check would have been the more dangerous continuation, driving the king toward more exposed territory and potentially creating real complications. Queen to f6 allows Carlsen to step away calmly and maintain control. The check is a nuisance, not a genuine threat. Carlsen's king steps to b4, a bold and confident king march. The king goes forward, not backward. On b4 the king is active, and it is not in danger given that black's pieces are not well coordinated enough to create a real attack. This king walk reflects Carlsen's exact calculation and absolute confidence in the position. The king on b4 will help support the advancing queenside pawns. Abasov moves the rook to e5, a centralizing move trying to create activity on the 5th rank. The rook eyes the e3, e2, and b5 squares. The notes a more accurate defense was available, but rook to e5 at least keeps the piece active and in play. Black is running out of moves that genuinely threaten anything, and the margin is shrinking with every exchange. Carlsen advances the d-pawn to d4, the central pawn marches forward. This is a major step in the conversion. The d4 pawn controls more space, threatens to advance further, and begins to use the extra pawns as the winning instrument. This is textbook technique from Carlsen: collect material in the middle game, then use extra pawns to win in the endgame. The pawns are starting to roll. Abasov gives check with the queen to e7, a desperate last attempt to create complications. The check is a nuisance, but Carlsen has calculated everything. Black is probing for a miracle, perhaps white misplays and allows a perpetual check or a sudden tactical resource. The notes a slightly more precise defense was available, but at this stage Abasov is simply trying to keep the position as complicated as possible and hope for an error. Carlsen advances the c-pawn to c5, and with this quiet but devastating pawn move, the game is effectively over. The c5 pawn cannot be stopped from queening in short order, and black has no answer. White's bishop, king, and queen all support the advance, while Abasov's pieces are not coordinated enough to blockade. Carlsen wins game 1 of the semi-final, methodical, precise, and utterly convincing. The path to the World Cup final remains open. Magnus Carlsen arrives at the 2023 FIDE World Cup semi-final already one game ahead, and now, with the black pieces, all he needs is a draw to reach the final. What follows is a positional masterclass wrapped in an endgame of extraordinary patience. Abasov opens with the pawn to d4, staking a claim in the center on move 1. It is the most classical of beginnings, and a perfectly reasonable one, though a case can be made for pushing the pawn directly to c4 first, keeping more flexibility in how the center is eventually structured. Abasov, to his credit, keeps things solid. Carlsen responds with the knight to f6, development and central pressure in one move. The knight eyes d5 and attacks the center without yet committing the pawns, which is exactly the philosophy black wants: stay flexible, develop efficiently, and see what white reveals. The knight comes out to f3 for white, mirroring the theme of sound development. The London system is taking shape, a structure Abasov is clearly comfortable with. One could argue that pushing the pawn to c4 immediately would have been sharper, fighting for central control in a more direct way, but the knight is well placed regardless. Black pushes the pawn to d5, meeting white in the center. Carlsen stakes his own territory and creates a symmetric structure that he can steer into familiar channels. A case could be made for delaying this and playing the bishop out first, preserving more tension, but the central claim is principled and strong. The bishop slides out to f4 for white. This is the London system proper. White wants to develop actively before locking anything in, controlling the diagonal towards c7 and supporting the center. The slightly prefers developing the second knight first, keeping the bishop's options open a moment longer, but this is a thoroughly legitimate approach. Carlsen deploys his bishop to f5, matching white's development with equal symmetry. Both sides now have their light-squared bishops out and active. A more ambitious try would have been placing it on g4, pinning the knight immediately and creating earlier tension, but f5 is a composed, principled reply. Abasov extends the pawn to e3, giving the dark-squared bishop a future and reinforcing the center. It is a modest pawn move that accepts a slightly passive bishop on f1 for now. Pushing to c4 sooner would have kept more dynamism in the position, but the structure remains sound. Black supports the center with the pawn to e6, completing a solid pawn chain on d5 and e6. Carlsen is building a position that is compact and difficult to crack, no weaknesses, every pawn doing its job. This is classic Carlsen, nothing spectacular, nothing loose. The second white knight develops to d2 rather than the more common c3. This is a London system nuance. The knight on d2 avoids being blocked by the c4 push and keeps the option of reorganizing via f1 or b3. It is a patient, well-considered deployment. Carlsen brings his second knight to d7. It is a reasonable developing move, though going to c6 instead would have been slightly more active, putting immediate pressure on the d4 pawn and fighting for central squares more directly. From d7 the knight is a little passive, though it retains flexibility. Abasov pushes the pawn to c4, finally challenging black's d5 pawn and opening the game. This is the moment white has been building toward. The central pawn tension now demands a response. Black cannot simply ignore it. Carlsen captures on c4 with the d5 pawn, accepting the pawn and entering a queenless middle game structure. A stronger try would have been to maintain the tension with a move like c6, keeping the pawn chain intact and avoiding giving white a recapture. But the exchange is not bad. Black will simply develop actively. White recaptures with the bishop from f1 onto c4, activating it beautifully along the diagonal toward f7. The bishop is suddenly very well placed, pointing at the most sensitive point in black's camp. This is a key moment in the opening. White's pieces are starting to find their best squares. The black bishop develops to d6, a natural and solid square. It reinforces e5 and prepares to contest the center. One could consider putting the bishop on e7 as a safer option, keeping it protected and flexible, but d6 is more ambitious. Carlsen wants his pieces active. Abasov advances the knight from f3 to e5, a powerful centralization. From e5 the knight is a dominant piece, attacking d7 and controlling a vast amount of space. White is beginning to put real pressure on the position. Black develops the knight to e4. Abasov advances the f-pawn to f3, pushing Carlsen's knight back and reinforcing his own knight on e5. This move has a small cost. It creates a slight weakness on e3 and makes the kingside fractionally more complex to castle safely. Capturing on e4 first with the knight would have been a cleaner solution, keeping pawn structure more intact. Carlsen's knight swings to d2, capturing white's knight there. This exchange reduces tension and simplifies the position, exactly the kind of trade that black, holding a match lead and needing only a draw, should be happy to make. The pieces are traded, and things calm down slightly. White recaptures with the queen from d1 onto d2, the most natural recapture, keeping the queen active and connecting the rooks. The queen is well centralized and can swing to either side of the board from here. Carlsen pushes the f-pawn to f6, a bold move that drives away the dominant white knight on e5. The cost is that it creates a slight weakness on e6 and leaves the kingside slightly more open, but the plan is clear: remove white's most powerful piece from the center. The white knight captures on d7, exchanging itself for Carlsen's knight. Another round of simplification. Pieces are coming off the board, and the position is heading toward a complex middle game with bishops of opposite colors beginning to loom as a possibility. Carlsen recaptures with the queen from d8 onto d7, centralizing it immediately. The queen is active and the position is roughly balanced. Black has a solid structure, white has the bishop pair. These opposite color bishop tendencies will matter enormously as the game develops. Abasov pushes the pawn to e4, grabbing space in the center. The idea is to build a broad center and potentially advance further. Castling first would have been more natural, completing development before launching pawn advances, but the central ambition is understandable. Carlsen retreats his bishop from f5 back to g6, keeping it active but out of immediate danger. A sharper try would have been to keep the bishop on f5 and invite white to waste time chasing it, but g6 is safe and maintains the bishop's influence on the long diagonal. Abasov swings his rook from a1 to d1, placing it on the d-file before black can establish control there. It is a logical piece of development. Castling first and then doubling rooks would have been more harmonious, but the rook is well placed on d1 regardless. Now Carlsen's bishop slides to f4, capturing the white bishop that had been sitting on that square, a direct exchange. Black eliminates one of white's active bishops and simplifies further. Every trade of this kind nudges the position in a direction Carlsen finds comfortable. White recaptures with the queen onto f4, keeping the queen very active. The queen now eyes b8 and has influence across the board. A pleasant square for the queen, though it will need to keep an eye on potential counterplay from Carlsen. The black bishop retreats from g6 to f7, a slightly awkward square. Though it serves a purpose, the bishop supports the kingside and prepares to reposition. Keeping the bishop on g6 and looking for counterplay with the queen was an alternative, but Carlsen chooses solidity. Abasov walks his king to f2, an unconventional decision. Rather than castling normally, white connects the rooks by hand. The king is slightly exposed here, and castling kingside would have been both safer and more natural, keeping the monarch tucked away. This is a small inaccuracy of ambition. Carlsen centralizes his queen with a powerful maneuver to c6, putting it on a beautiful diagonal and eyeing g2 simultaneously. A yet more direct queen move, such as heading to d4 directly, would have increased the pressure further, but c6 is fine and keeps multiple threats alive. The white bishop retreats from c4 to b3, stepping back from the pressure and keeping the diagonal open. One could argue for more active piece play. A move like queen to e3 would have contested the diagonal more directly, but the bishop on b3 is a sound and patient choice. Carlsen shifts his queen from c6 to b6, applying direct pressure to the b3 bishop and the queenside structure. Keeping the queen on c6 was also fine, maintaining the central influence, but b6 is more testing. White must now deal with this pressure concretely. Abasov retreats the queen to e3, a sensible square, centralizing it and keeping it in play, though a more energetic try would have been queen to d4, fighting for central control and neutralizing black's queenside initiative more actively. From e3 the queen is solid but a little passive. Carlsen castles queenside, tucking the king away to c8 and simultaneously activating the rook on d8. This is an elegant move, king safety achieved in one action, and a powerful rook enters the game. Black's position is harmonious now, everything is coordinated. White brings the rook from d1 to d2, doubling up on the d file. The rook supports the queen and prepares potential pressure down the file. It is a methodical move, no drama, just patient piece improvement. Carlsen mirrors the idea, placing his rook from d8 to d7. Both sides now have heavy pieces on the d file, and the position is rich with tension. Carlsen's rook supports the queen side and keeps an eye on any advances. The second white rook comes to d1 from h1, completing the doubling on the d file. White now has maximum control of that file, which looks impressive. A more flexible continuation would have been to develop with a move like bishop to a4, probing black's structure, but the doubled rooks are a natural and tempting choice. Carlsen responds by swinging his other rook from h8 to d8, matching white's build-up on the d file. Now both sides are fully doubled on the d file, and neither can make progress there without risk. The position has a real strategic tension to it. Abasov moves his bishop back to c4, targeting the f7 bishop and probing black's position. This is a somewhat optimistic bishop journey. It had been on b3 and now returns to c4 without much concrete gain. A stronger plan would have been to activate the kingside with a move like pawn to h4, creating space and keeping options open. Carlsen strikes with the pawn to c5, an excellent break. Black challenges the bishop directly and begins to create queenside counterplay. This pawn advance also stakes a claim in territory and signals that Carlsen is not content to simply wait. Abasov advances the d-pawn to d5, pushing it into black's position and creating a passed pawn. It is a major structural decision. White has a protected passed pawn on d5 that could eventually become very dangerous. But Carlsen is ready. Carlsen captures on d5 with his e6 pawn, taking the pawn and opening the e file. The recapture is forced here. The passed pawn had to be taken or it would have become too strong. The e file is now half open, and the position gains some new dynamism. White recaptures on d5 with the e4 pawn, and now has a powerful passed pawn deep in black's half of the board. The notes that keeping the tension differently was slightly more accurate, but the passed pawn is real and will require constant black vigilance. This is the defining feature of the middle game now. Carlsen moves his king from c8 to b8, a subtle king step, tucking away from the d file and any potential back rank tricks. It is a precautionary move, looking ahead to a complex ending where king activity will matter greatly. Abasov pushes the a pawn to a3, a prophylactic move, preventing any potential black knight incursion via b4. It gained space quietly. A more direct challenge would have been to activate the bishop or push f4, but the move is sensible preparation. Carlsen relocates his queen from b6 to d6, aiming directly at the passed pawn on d5 and the bishop on c4. A more aggressive approach would have been queen to d4, creating even more pressure and potentially winning material, but d6 is a clean and logical square. Abasov pushes the g-pawn to g3, creating breathing space on the kingside and preparing to potentially activate the kingside bishop. This pawn advance slightly loosens the kingside structure, but in this type of position with opposite-colored bishops looming, that matters less. Carlsen slides his rook from d7 to e7, a key repositioning. The rook moves off the d-file and now eyes the e-file, which is potentially open. It also prepares for the rook to become more active on the 7th rank. A direct move to c7 would also have been interesting, but e7 is flexible. Abasov shifts the queen from e3 to c3, repositioning it toward the queen side and keeping pressure on the c-file. A more active queen placement to d4 would have given white more central influence and put direct pressure on black's structure, but c3 is safe. Carlsen advances the h-pawn to h5, a significant decision. This move starts a long-range kingside pawn advance. It is probing white's structure and will eventually threaten to create real danger on the kingside. Black is playing on both flanks simultaneously now. Abasov extends the b-pawn to b4, trying to gain queenside space and keep Carlsen's pieces from settling comfortably on c4 or c5. This suggests that bishop to a4 might have been more direct, targeting black's pieces immediately, but the pawn advance is a reasonable way to claim territory. Carlsen pushes the h-pawn from h5 all the way to h4, the kingside advance is gathering momentum. White's g3 pawn is now a target. Carlsen is methodically building pressure on both wings, a hallmark of his style. Abasov captures on c5 with the b-pawn, removing black's c-pawn and clearing the b-file. This exchange changes the pawn structure slightly and gives white a passed pawn potential on the queen side, though black's passed pawn ambitions on the king side continue undiminished. Carlsen recaptures with the queen on c5, and it gives check. The white king on f2 is suddenly exposed. A more powerful continuation would have been to take with the queen and then immediately target the d5 pawn with further threats, but check is never nothing, it forces a response and gains a tempo. Abasov blocks the check with the queen moving to d4, interposing between Carlsen's queen and the white king. The queen is now a target on d4, and Carlsen has already spotted what happens next. The h4 pawn crashes through to g3, capturing white's pawn and giving check simultaneously. A brilliant and direct move by Carlsen. The white king is under fire and the pawn structure is being shattered. This is the storm that has been brewing. White's pawn captures the pawn on g3. Carlsen's queen swoops from c5 all the way to d4, capturing the white queen and giving check. This is a queen trade initiated by black, and it is the right practical decision. Carlsen enters the ending a pawn up in dynamism and with an active position. A slightly different move order could have maintained even more pressure before trading, but taking the queen and entering this ending is excellent for black. Abasov recaptures with the rook from d2 onto d4, taking the queen back. Queens are off the board. The game has transformed into a rook and bishop ending that is objectively close to equal, but Carlsen, needing only a draw for the match, is now in his absolute comfort zone. Carlsen shifts his rook from e7 to c7, repositioning it to the c-file, where it will have more influence. The rook is more active there, and it allows Carlsen to coordinate his pieces for the ending. A more aggressive rook to g7 would have put pressure on the g-pawns, but c7 prepares long-term queenside play. Abasov pushes the g-pawn to g4, trying to secure the kingside structure and stop black from creating further pawn breaks there. The kingside pawns are already somewhat compromised, and this move attempts to stabilize, though it concedes the h-file and leaves potential weaknesses in the long run. Carlsen brings his rook to c5, a superb square from which it pressures the d5 pawn directly. The rook on c5 is immediately active, and now Abasov must work hard to defend his most valuable asset, the passed d-pawn. This rook placement is the key to black's strategy in the ending. Abasov advances the a-pawn to a4, trying to create queenside counterplay and distract Carlsen from the d5 pawn. A more defensive move like bringing the king closer to the d-pawn would have been more pragmatic. The a-pawn advance gives black a target to work against in the ending. Carlsen retreats his bishop from f7 to e8, a clever regrouping. The bishop is heading somewhere more useful, likely g6 or h5, where it can put pressure on white's position. This is the kind of patient maneuvering that defines elite endgame play. Abasov shifts his bishop from c4 to b3, moving away from the pressure of Carlsen's rook and keeping the bishop active on the long diagonal. Staying on c4 and fighting would have been bolder, but b3 is a safe retreat. The bishop eyes the kingside from there. Carlsen pushes his rook from c5 to c3, an aggressive move, invading white's territory. The rook on c3 attacks nothing immediately but creates discomfort and restricts white's pieces. Abasov now must respond carefully. Abasov moves his rook from d1 to d3, a natural counter, attacking Carlsen's rook and seeking to drive it away or force an exchange. A more active try would have been to advance the d-pawn immediately, using its potential to create threats. The rook trade that follows is essentially forced. Carlsen captures on d3 with his rook, trading the rooks off. The exchange simplifies the position further. With each trade, the game moves closer to a drawn ending, which is precisely what Carlsen needs. He is steering masterfully. Abasov recaptures with his d4 rook onto d3, retaking and maintaining a rook each. The position now has a rook and two bishops each, and the critical question is whether white's passed d-pawn can become a real factor or whether Carlsen can neutralize it comfortably. Carlsen activates his king, stepping from b8 to c7, bringing the king toward the action. In endgames, king activity is paramount, and Carlsen wastes no time centralizing. Heading to d6 directly would also have been very active, but c7 is a natural first step. Abasov repositions his rook from d3 to e3, a reasonable move, keeping the rook active and looking at the e-file. A more direct try would have been to advance the d-pawn, using its past nature to create concrete threats. The rook on e3 is solid but not immediately threatening. Carlsen's bishop emerges from e8 to g6, completing the regrouping begun several moves ago. The bishop is now pointing at the d-pawn support from the side and is generally more active. Heading directly to h5 was also a strong option, but g6 allows the bishop to assess the position first. Abasov pushes the g-pawn from g4 to g5, trying to advance on the kingside and create space for the king. The pawn creates a little tension but also gives Carlsen a target, the f6 pawn, and slightly loosens the structure. Keeping the pawns back and focusing on the d-pawn would have been more restrained. Carlsen swings his rook from d8 to e8, a flexible move that keeps the rook active and potentially connected to the e-file. The rook eyes white's rook on e3 and prepares to contest the file. Everything is being coordinated toward a solid, durable draw. Abasov captures on f6 with his g5 pawn, a structural decision that opens the g-file and exchanges one of black's pawns. Keeping the tension with g5 would have been a more restrained option. After this capture, both sides now have passed pawns in different parts of the board. Carlsen recaptures on f6 with the g-pawn, restoring a pawn on that file. The g-file is now semi-open for white, but black's structure is solid and the king on c7 is well placed to support activity in the center and queen side. Abasov's rook captures on e8, trading rooks. A stronger move was available. Maintaining the rook and trying to activate the king toward the center would have kept more winning chances for white. By exchanging rooks, the position simplifies further, and the drawing probability increases significantly. Carlsen's bishop captures on e8, taking the rook back and emerging with a bishop that is suddenly very well placed. The bishop on e8 will now be repositioned aggressively. Black has navigated the complications beautifully and stands well in a pure bishop ending. Abasov's king steps from f2 to e3, centralizing it for the endgame. The king needs to be active, supporting the passed d-pawn and potentially helping to push it. Both kings will now march toward the center and the game's critical pawn battles. Carlsen pushes the a-pawn from a7 to a5, a key move, activating the queenside pawns and creating a second front. White must now deal with threats on two flanks simultaneously. The d-pawn must be nursed forward while black's a and b pawns march down the other side. A direct king march to d6 was also possible, but a5 opens an important second front. Abasov centralizes his king to d4, an important square where it supports the passed d-pawn and fights for control of the center. Heading to e4 first was another idea, but d4 is the most direct path to supporting the critical passed pawn. Carlsen's king advances from c7 to d6, right next to the white king and the passed pawn. This is a pure king opposition battle now, both monarchs fighting for control of the key central squares. The endgame has become a wonderful technical duel. Abasov extends the f-pawn to f4, trying to create more space on the king side and generate a second passed pawn. Advancing f4 gives white ambitions on the king side but also creates some structural commitments. The more patient king move to e4 would have maintained more flexibility before committing the kingside pawns. Carlsen's bishop hops from e8 to h5, a sharp diagonal, targeting the f3 square and white's kingside pawn structure. From h5 the bishop is well placed to create threats and restrict white's pawn advances. The endgame bishop maneuvers are intricate and exact. Abasov's king steps to e4, giving it more central influence and contesting the key squares. The king on e4 supports both the d-pawn and potential kingside advances. A move like f5 first would also have been interesting, but e4 is a natural and strong centralizing step. Carlsen repositions his bishop from h5 to g4, attacking white's f5 pawn and keeping pressure on the kingside structure. The bishop is very active from g4, and white must be precise not to allow the kingside to collapse under this pressure. Abasov retreats his bishop from b3 to c2, a regrouping, setting the bishop on a different diagonal where it will potentially support the d-pawn's advance or challenge black's pieces. The bishop shuffle is patient endgame technique, both sides are optimizing their pieces. Carlsen's king marches from d6 to c5, an aggressive king activation, heading toward the queen side to attack white's pawns there. The king on c5 is a powerful piece in this ending, threatening to go to b4 and attack the a4 pawn. The king march is a central feature of Carlsen's technique. Abasov moves his bishop from c2 to b3, retreating and keeping an eye on the a4 pawn, preventing the black king from advancing further unchallenged. The bishop on b3 forms a defensive line. Both sides are maneuvering carefully, looking for the right moment to commit. Carlsen sends his bishop from g4 to h3, an interesting redeployment. The bishop eyes the f5 square and the kingside structure from this new angle. Keeping it on g4 and continuing king advances was also a reasonable option, but h3 introduces fresh pressure. Abasov's bishop shuffles from b3 back to c2, the bishops are dancing around each other in classic opposite color endgame fashion. White needs to be careful. If black's king penetrates deeply enough, the position could become uncomfortable despite the opposite color bishops favoring draws. Carlsen retreats his bishop from h3 back to d7, a deliberate repositioning toward the queen side, where the bishop might be used to support the b-pawn advance or to attack white's weaknesses from a different angle. The bishop is being rerouted with purpose. Abasov's bishop moves from c2 to d1, a flexible square from which it can pivot to different diagonals. The bishop on d1 can swing toward the king side or the queen side depending on where the threats emerge. Both sides are in a careful waiting game. Carlsen's king steps from c5 to c4, advancing boldly, now directly threatening to penetrate further into white's position. The king on c4 eyes b3 and is one step away from causing real disruption. Abasov must respond with precision. Abasov's bishop slides to e2, giving check. The check is a useful tempo gain, forcing Carlsen's king to step back momentarily and giving white a brief opportunity to reorganize. It is a good defensive resource in this type of ending. Carlsen steps his king from c4 to c5, the most natural retreat, keeping the king active and in touch with the queenside pawns. Heading to b4 was another option, keeping a slightly different trajectory, but c5 maintains the pressure on the a4 pawn and keeps the king well placed. Abasov pulls the bishop back to d1, another bishop shuffle, the same patient dance we have seen throughout this endgame. White is holding together, but only just. The defense requires constant precision. Carlsen pushes the b-pawn to b6, creating a second passed pawn on the queen side and forcing Abasov to defend even more carefully. Two mobile passed pawns, a5 and b6, combined with an active black king is a formidable weapon. Playing the king to d5 first was another option, but b6 is a concrete threat. The white bishop moves from d1 to c2, retreating again, keeping its defensive posture. The bishop is doing important work here, covering multiple entry squares and trying to hold the line against Carlsen's advancing king and pawns. Carlsen's king steps from c5 back to c4, maintaining the pressure and threatening to invade further. The king is a restless fighter in this endgame, constantly probing for weaknesses. Abasov finds the check with his bishop jumping to d3, another forcing move, using checks to disrupt black's king march. The bishop check gains time and keeps the game from being too straightforward for Carlsen. Carlsen steps his king to b4, moving away from the check and keeping the king close to the queenside pawns. From b4 the king threatens to advance to a3 or b3, getting very close to promoting territory. Abasov must keep answering. The white bishop retreats from d3 back to c2, stepping back and maintaining the defensive diagonal. The shuffle continues. White's bishop is doing a heroic job of keeping the black king from breaking through. Carlsen advances his king from b4 to c3, the king walks right into the center of the board, combining pressure on white's position from multiple angles. A direct king march to b3 was also very active, immediately threatening the a-pawn, but c3 keeps more options open. Abasov retreats his bishop from c2 to d1, the fourth move for this bishop in recent turns. The white bishop is pinned to a defensive role, shuttling back and forth to keep critical squares covered. It is a demanding and exhausting defense. Carlsen walks his king from c3 to c4, the king marches right back to c4, controlling key central squares. The game has entered a remarkable phase where both sides are dancing around drawn positions, testing each other's precision. Abasov delivers check again with the bishop from d1 to e2. Using checks to disrupt black's progress is white's only active resource at this point. A more committed try would have been to push the d-pawn, attempting to queen before black's pawns become decisive, but the check is a useful way to gain time. Carlsen steps his king from c4 to b4, moving away from the check and keeping the king active. The position is one of mutual checks and king maneuvers, with neither side able to make definitive progress. The draw is becoming ever more likely. Abasov pulls the bishop back from e2 to d1 again, the same defensive shuffle. The bishop is remarkably tenacious, continuously holding the line. White has found a defensive method that, so far, prevents Carlsen from breaking through. Carlsen's king goes from b4 to c3, probing again from a slightly different angle. The king dances around the queen side, looking for a weakness in Abasov's defensive setup. The precision required of both players here is remarkable. Abasov pushes the d-pawn all the way to d6, at last activating the passed pawn. This is white's trump card, and with the position becoming increasingly drawn, advancing the passer makes perfect sense. It threatens to advance to d7 and create a real problem for Carlsen. The pawn advance also gives Abasov some counterplay. Pushing the f-pawn instead was another way to create threats, but the d-pawn is the most dangerous. Carlsen moves his king from c3 to c4, right back into the action. The king is holding the key central squares and monitoring both the d-pawn's advance and the queenside pawn majority. Moving the king to d4 to directly block the d-pawn was a slightly more direct option, but c4 keeps maximum flexibility. Abasov's bishop moves from d1 to g4, a fresh diagonal, now targeting the f5 square and potentially creating threats on the king side. The bishop has found a new life and is suddenly looking more active than it has in many moves. Carlsen's bishop springs from d7 to c6, giving check. A beautifully timed check that disrupts white's king and forces it to move. From c6 the bishop is on a powerful diagonal and creates real problems for Abasov. The check gains an important tempo. Abasov's king steps from e4 to e3, moving out of check. The king is now somewhat awkwardly placed on e3, away from the ideal central squares it occupied earlier. The check from Carlsen has disrupted white's king march. Carlsen's bishop captures on a4, snatching the pawn. The bishop on a4 has now won material and threatens to make further inroads. Black now has two connected passed pawns on a5 and b6, a4 and b6, and the white bishop on g4 must deal with multiple problems simultaneously. Abasov pushes the d-pawn to d7, pressing the passed pawn forward with urgency. The pawn on d7 is one step from queening, and white must be hoping this creates sufficient counterplay to compensate for the material Carlsen just won on the queen side. A slower approach would have been to reposition the bishop first, but with black's pawns mobile, urgency is understandable. Carlsen captures the d7 pawn with his bishop from a4, a cool and precise decision. Black takes the pawn and eliminates the threat, leaving white with no immediate counterplay. The simplification is exactly right. Carlsen is not afraid to trade material when it clarifies the position in his favor. Abasov captures on d7 with his bishop, taking Carlsen's bishop. The position is now a pure bishop endgame with opposite-colored bishops, a notoriously difficult type of ending to win. Both sides have passed pawns, and the draw is the most probable result. The game has reached its defining structural moment. Carlsen pushes the b-pawn from b6 to b5, advancing the queenside pawn majority. The b-pawn combined with the a-pawn gives black genuine winning ambitions on that side of the board. The march has begun in earnest. Abasov's king steps from e3 to d2, centralizing and moving toward the queenside to deal with Carlsen's advancing pawns. The king needs to be in the right place to stop the black pawns from queening, or at least to create sufficient threats with white's own pawns on the other flank. Carlsen pushes the b-pawn to b4, relentlessly advancing. Two connected passed pawns on a5 and b4 are a formidable force. Abasov must find precise defensive moves to prevent them from becoming decisive. Abasov's bishop leaps to e6, giving check and gaining a crucial tempo. From e6 the bishop not only checks the black king but also covers important squares on the queen side. It is a well-timed check that disrupts Carlsen's king march. Keeping the bishop on d7 and looking for a different check was another option, but e6 is immediate and disruptive. Carlsen's king steps from c4 to d4, out of check and right into the heart of the board. The king on d4 is a dominant piece, controlling the central squares and preparing to push further. The endgame has become a pure calculation battle. Abasov pushes the f-pawn from f4 to f5, activating the kingside pawn majority and threatening to advance further. With the f and d pawns both advanced, white has genuine threats on both flanks. The position is tense despite its relatively equal. Carlsen advances the a-pawn from a5 to a4, pushing one of his passed pawns forward. Two passed pawns marching down the queenside is the plan. Abasov must defend accurately or face losing to one of them. Abasov's king moves from d2 to c2, heading toward the queenside to intercept the black pawns. The king is the best defender in this kind of endgame, and Abasov correctly brings it across to deal with the most immediate danger. Carlsen's king advances from d4 to e4, a remarkable king march that combines defense and attack. The king steps toward the kingside, where it can potentially support black's pawns or attack white's. Both kings are extraordinarily active in this endgame. Abasov's bishop retreats from e6 to d7, a quiet move that holds things together from this diagonal. The bishop on d7 covers the c6 and e8 squares and maintains a defensive presence. A more active try, like bishop to f5 to contest the kingside, was also possible, but d7 is solid. Carlsen's king marches from e4 to e5, advancing centrally and putting pressure on white's f5 pawn. From e5 the king threatens to capture on f5 next move. This is pure king activity. Carlsen's monarch has become an attacking piece. Abasov's king steps from c2 to d3, getting closer to the action and preparing to deal with whichever threat emerges. Heading straight to c3 would have been more direct, getting in front of the black passed pawn sooner, but d3 is a fine centralizing step. Carlsen advances the a-pawn from a4 to a3, pushing the passer relentlessly forward. The a3 pawn is now one step from a2, and one step further from promotion. Abasov is running out of time on the queen side. Abasov's king retreats from d3 to c2, the king must cover the promotion square before Carlsen's a-pawn arrives. This is a pure race now. Can Abasov's king get in front of the black pawns in time? The defense is precarious but not yet lost. Carlsen's a-pawn advances from a3 to a2, one step from promotion. The threat is immediate and concrete. Abasov's king is right beside it, but the combination of the a and b pawns together creates enormous pressure. Pushing the b-pawn first was also an option, creating a more complex defensive task for white, but a2 is direct and forcing. Abasov's king steps from c2 to b2, moving right next to the a-pawn to block its promotion. The king arrives just in time to prevent an immediate queen. But the problem for white is that black still has the b4 pawn in reserve, and the bishop endgame is incredibly complex. Carlsen advances the b-pawn from b4 to b3, now both queenside pawns are threatening to promote. The b3 pawn challenges the white king directly. Abasov must cover both promotion squares simultaneously, which is an enormous defensive task. Abasov's bishop repositions from d7 to e6, keeping the bishop active and making it more useful in the defensive battle. The bishop on e6 controls the f7 and d7 diagonals and stays relevant. It is patient defensive work. Carlsen's king moves from e5 to e4, a slightly unexpected step. Rather than pushing further with the king, Carlsen takes stock and repositions. Moving the king to f4 and threatening the f5 pawn directly was a more active try, but e4 is safe and measured. Abasov captures the b3 pawn with his bishop from e6, a critical decision. White eliminates one of black's queenside passes and removes an immediate threat. Allowing the pawn to advance to b2 first and then dealing with it was the alternative, but taking the pawn now limits black's practical resources. A stronger defensive try was to simply bring the bishop to b3 without capturing, making it harder for black to advance, but Abasov takes the pawn on b3 directly. Carlsen pushes the a-pawn from a2 all the way to a1, promoting to a queen and giving check. A fresh queen enters the board with a bang, and Abasov's king is checked on b2. This is the moment the entire queenside advance has been building toward. The position is still drawn in the chess assessment, but Carlsen has done everything right to create maximum practical pressure. Abasov's king captures the newly promoted queen on a1, the king takes the queen immediately. This is the correct response. Taking the queen eliminates the check and simplifies the position. White has traded bishop for queen, but the position, now a bare king against rook, wait, actually it is king against king with remaining pawns and one bishop remaining for white. The endgame is as complex as ever. Carlsen's king captures the f5 pawn from e4, picking up a pawn and advancing the king into the king side. Black's king on f5 is now centrally active and well positioned to attack or defend. The material count is equalizing, and the position heads toward a drawn king and bishop versus king and pawn scenario. Abasov's bishop springs from b3 to c2, giving check, disrupting Carlsen's king, and gaining a tempo. White is using bishop checks to keep the black king from settling. A more accurate defensive try would have been a different bishop retreat, controlling the key squares without giving check and leaving the bishop better placed for what follows, but c2 is forcing. Carlsen's king steps from f5 to e5, moving out of check and back toward the center. Heading to g4 to go after white's remaining kingside pawns was slightly more active, but e5 is solid and keeps the king central. Abasov's king moves from a1 to b1, stepping toward the center. The king needs to support the remaining kingside pawns and deal with Carlsen's active king. White's defensive task remains demanding, but the position is objectively very close to drawn. Carlsen pushes the f-pawn from f6 to f5, advancing on the king side and threatening to walk the king further forward. The f5 pawn creates a passed pawn of its own. Playing the king to f4 immediately and going after white's pawns was the more direct approach, but f5 staked a claim first. Abasov's bishop captures on f5, taking the pawn and eliminating the last serious threat. With this exchange, the position has simplified to a level where a draw is inevitable. Both sides agree to share the point, and the game ends with a half each. For Carlsen, a draw is precisely what he needed. He advances to the final of the 2023 FIDE World Cup, winning the match 2-1. Abasov played with great tenacity throughout, but Carlsen's composure in a drawn endgame, the patience, the king marches, the constant pressure, is a masterclass in match play. A remarkable game that shows how the world's best handle knockout chess, not just playing moves, but managing a result. It's the 2023 FIDE World Cup final. Magnus Carlsen, the greatest player of his generation, sits across from a 19-year-old prodigy named Praggnanandhaa. Game 1. Black pieces for Carlsen. Whatever happens in this game sets the tone for everything that follows. Praggnanandhaa opens with the pawn to c4, the English opening, a sophisticated, flexible choice that avoids the sharpest theoretical battles on move 1. Rather than staking a claim directly in the center with the king's pawn, white steers toward a slower positional game. A stronger central option was available here, but the English suits a player who wants to build quietly and keep options open. Carlsen answers immediately with the pawn to e5, staking a bold claim in the heart of the board. This is a direct, uncompromising response. Black is saying he intends to fight for central space from the very first move. The pawn on e5 exerts immediate pressure and signals that Carlsen has no interest in a passive setup. The white knight comes to c3, developing toward the center and preparing to contest Black's e5 pawn down the line. It's a natural, solid developing move. A slightly more ambitious setup was available here, but Praggnanandhaa is content to develop with purpose, keeping the structure harmonious and the position flexible. Carlsen mirrors the logic. The knight comes to f6, leaping into the center and eyeing the east for square. Both sides are racing to develop efficiently and control the middle of the board. The f6 knight is an excellent piece. It defends, it attacks, and it keeps Black's options wide open. The second white knight arrives at f3, targeting the central squares and preparing to castle short. Praggnanandhaa is developing with real purpose here, 2 knights out, both pointing at the center, the position stable and healthy. The plan is clear: finish development, get the king safe, and then decide where to direct the pressure. Out comes Black's second knight to c6, the natural square, reinforcing the e5 pawn and adding another piece to the central fight. Carlsen's setup is already looking solid and purposeful. Both sides have their knights developed, the center is contested, and the real decisions are about to begin. Praggnanandhaa pushes the pawn to g3, signaling a fianchet of the king's bishop. The bishop will go to g2, controlling the long diagonal and supporting the center from a distance. It's a refined, strategic setup. A more direct central approach was possible here, but the fianchet fits White's patient English opening philosophy. Carlsen strikes in the center, pawn to d5. This is the key confrontation. Black is forcing a decision immediately. Either White captures, conceding the central tension, or allows Black to build an imposing pawn center. This is precisely the kind of direct, unambiguous challenge Carlsen loves to pose in the opening. Praggnanandhaa takes on d5, the pawn captures the pawn. This is the natural resolution. White accepts the exchange and removes the central tension. Now the question becomes, who will recapture on d5, and with what? The structure after this capture will define the entire shape of the middle game. The knight on f6 captures on d5, landing in the absolute center of the board. This is a strong recapture. The knight on d5 is powerful, commanding, and very difficult to shift. Carlsen has a centralized knight and good piece activity. The position is opening up into something rich and interesting. The white bishop swings out to g2, completing the fianchet. This is the point of the whole setup. The bishop on g2 eyes the long diagonal from corner to corner, x-raying the center and putting indirect pressure on Black's d5 knight. Praggnanandhaa's pieces are starting to work together with genuine harmony. Now Carlsen retreats the knight from d5 back to f6. It's a slightly unusual decision. The knight had a wonderful post on d5 and leaving it felt premature. Keeping the knight on d5 with a move like the bishop to e7 was the stronger option. The knight to d5 had genuine long-term value that was worth preserving rather than surrendering voluntarily. Praggnanandhaa pushes the pawn to b4, beginning queenside expansion. It's an ambitious idea: space on the queen side, the possibility of b5 to come, and pressure against Black's c6 knight. A quieter developing move like putting the bishop out first was arguably more precise, but White chooses activity and tries to seize queenside territory immediately. Carlsen develops the bishop to d6, a strong and active square. From d6 the bishop eyes the king side, controls key squares, and keeps the position dynamic. Placing the bishop on e7 was perhaps the more solid option, but Carlsen prefers an aggressive, fighting setup. He wants his pieces on their most active diagonals. The pawn advances again to b5, pressing forward and gaining space. Praggnanandhaa is committing to this queenside push with real conviction. A more measured approach was available, but White has decided to be bold. The pawn on b5 immediately challenges Black's knight on c6 and forces Carlsen to make a decision about his piece. Watch this: Carlsen drops the knight from c6 to d4, right into the heart of White's position. A centralized knight on d4 is a dream piece. It controls important squares, it threatens to create complications, and it challenges White's coordination. This is Carlsen's way of saying he will not be pushed around on the queen side. The white queen makes a long journey out to a4, a probing move designed to create tension. From a4 the queen eyes the c6 square and adds indirect pressure to the position. Praggnanandhaa is trying to coordinate queen and bishop to put black's pieces under scrutiny, but the queen will need to be careful not to become a target itself. And here it is, Carlsen's knight leaps from d4 all the way to f3, capturing the white knight, and it's check. The king is forced to respond. This is not recklessness, this is a precisely calculated sequence. By trading knight for knight and giving check, Carlsen disrupts white's coordination and forces the bishop on g2 to abandon the long diagonal it has been working so hard to control. Praggnanandhaa recaptures with the bishop on f3, taking back the knight and clearing the check. But notice what has happened. The beautiful fiancé bishop, the piece that gave white's whole setup its backbone, has left g2 and arrived on f3. The long diagonal is now unguarded. Carlsen has achieved a structural concession without sacrificing a single pawn. Carlsen castles kingside, tucking the king safely behind the pawns. After the complications of the last few moves, this is measured good sense, the king is safe, and the rook on f8 activates. Carlsen has come through the opening skirmish with a solid position, good piece coordination, and his king already secure. Praggnanandhaa also castles kingside. The kings are both safe now, and the position enters a genuine middle game. A more active move was available for white here, something that pressed the queen side immediately, but castling is certainly not a mistake, it's simply a choice to consolidate before creating new threats. Carlsen nudges the pawn to a6, a quiet but precise move. The immediate purpose is to undermine and challenge white's advanced b5 pawn. If black can play pawn takes on b5 at some point, he wins back queenside space and removes the structural pressure. A more direct active move was available, but this patient approach is very Carlsen. The pawn comes to d3, shoring up the center and preparing to give the bishop on f3 a safe retreat if needed. Praggnanandhaa is consolidating the position, removing weaknesses, and ensuring the pawn structure is sound. It's a modest move in the best sense, no overreach, just honest piece maintenance. Carlsen plays pawn to h6, creating a small escape square for the king and preventing any back rank pins. It's a useful prophylactic move. A more assertive continuation was available, perhaps pressing immediately with active piece play, but Carlsen is in no rush. He plays the position with characteristic patience. The white bishop goes to a3, developing to a fresh diagonal and targeting the black bishop on d6. From a3, white has real pressure along the diagonal, the two bishops are about to collide, and an exchange is in the air. A slightly more assertive route was available, but this is a logical, active developing move. Carlsen repositions the rook to b8, aiming it along the b file toward white's queenside pawn structure. The idea is straightforward, if the b5 pawn ever becomes vulnerable, the rook will be perfectly placed to attack it. A more immediately active rook move was available, but black is building pressure methodically. Praggnanandhaa's bishop captures the black bishop on d6, trading the two bishops. This is a deliberate decision. By removing black's bishop, white simplifies the position and tries to reduce Carlsen's attacking potential. The bishop has served black well from d6, and its removal is not a trivial concession. Carlsen recaptures with the pawn. The c7 pawn takes on d6. Now black has a passed pawn on d6, not immediately dangerous, but a long-term asset in any endgame. The structure is becoming more fixed, and Carlsen's task is to activate his remaining pieces and make that passed pawn count. The white rook moves to b1, contesting the b file. Praggnanandhaa is preparing to challenge on the queen side and keep Carlsen's rook from occupying the b file freely. Rook activity on open files is one of the fundamental principles of the endgame, and both sides are now racing to control the most important ones. Carlsen captures on b5, the pawn takes the pawn. After careful preparation, the moment arrives to cash in the queen side. Black eliminates the advanced white pawn and opens the a file as well. A more precise recapture sequence was available, but the fundamental idea is correct: eliminate the b5 pawn and create open lines. The white queen recaptures on b5, taking the pawn. Now the queen sits actively in the center of the board, eyeing multiple targets. A slightly more accurate response was available, but recapturing with the queen maintains pressure and keeps white's pieces active. The position remains close to even. Carlsen develops the bishop to d7, a quiet but important move. The bishop comes out to connect the rooks and prepare for further simplification. From d7, it also keeps an eye on the c6 square, which will become relevant as the queens are exchanged and the position transitions toward an endgame. The white queen advances to b6, pressing forward with aggression. From b6 the queen threatens to infiltrate further and creates pressure along the 6th rank. A slightly more precise option was available, perhaps a move that combined pressure with better long-term structure, but the queen to b6 is a natural, active choice. Carlsen responds with the bishop to c6, a strong and centralizing move. The bishop leaps to an excellent diagonal, directly opposing the white queen on b6 and adding serious pressure to white's position. A more immediate active option was available, but placing the bishop on this dominant diagonal is very good positional play. Praggnanandhaa's queen captures the black queen on d8. The queens are exchanged, a significant milestone in the game. Without queens, the nature of the battle changes completely. It becomes a question of piece activity, pawn structure, and endgame technique. A slightly more precise option was available before trading queens, but the exchange itself is entirely logical. The black rook recaptures on d8, taking the white queen. Now the position is queenless, and Carlsen's rook immediately lands on a dominant central file. The d file is one of the most important open lines in chess, and the rook on d8 will exert lasting pressure. A marginally more active recapture was available, but this is very comfortable for black. White's bishop captures the black bishop on c6, exchanging off another pair of pieces. Praggnanandhaa is simplifying the position, trading down toward a draw. The bishop on c6 had been a powerful piece for Carlsen. By removing it, white reduces the material imbalance and tries to neutralize any black advantage. Carlsen recaptures with the b7 pawn, and now he has a pawn majority on the queen side, plus that strong passed pawn on d6. The position after all these exchanges is still very much alive. Black has a pawn structure that could be converted in a long endgame, and Carlsen's technique in such positions is famously precise. The white king walks to g2, centralizing slightly and preparing to become active. A more ambitious king move or rook activation was available here. The king on g2 is reasonable but not the most energetic choice. Praggnanandhaa needs to find active play to prevent Carlsen from grinding down the endgame. Carlsen's rook retreats to a8, repositioning toward the a file. The a file will become important as the endgame progresses, and the rook is heading toward maximum activity. This is a subtle but important move. Carlsen is aligning his rooks to control the most useful open files available to him. The white rook enters b6, an active post, threatening to press along the 6th rank and targeting black's pawns. A more precisely placed rook option was available, but the rook on b6 is an active, aggressive choice. Praggnanandhaa is trying to create counterplay before Carlsen's passed d pawn becomes a real problem. Carlsen moves the rook to c8, a strong repositioning. From c8 the rook defends the c6 pawn and prepares to shift to the c file or the 7th rank. A slightly more direct plan was available, but the rook on c8 is a sensible, flexible move that improves the coordination of black's pieces. The white rook swings to c1, doubling up on the c file and preparing to challenge on that open line. Praggnanandhaa is constructing a plan around the c file. The rooks need to become active, and c1 is the logical base. The position remains balanced, with both sides having genuine chances. Carlsen advances the pawn to d5, pushing the passed pawn one step closer to the promotion square. This is the key asset in black's position. A passed pawn in the center is enormously valuable in a rook endgame. A slightly more precise approach was available, but advancing the passed pawn is always thematic and dangerous. The white rook drops back to c2, defending along the 2nd rank and covering the c file. A more active rook deployment was available here, something that applied direct pressure, but Praggnanandhaa chooses to consolidate and make sure his own position has no weaknesses before launching further action. The black knight retreats to d7, a fine repositioning. From d7 the knight can go to c5, pressuring white's pieces, or to e5, creating further central control. Carlsen is maneuvering his knight toward its ideal post. The knight on d7 is heading somewhere much better. Praggnanandhaa's rook retreats from b6 to b1, a step back, consolidating the position. The rook on b1 covers the back rank and keeps flexibility for future action along the b file. This is patient endgame play, a defend first, look for counterplay when the moment is right. Carlsen sends the knight to c5, a powerful outpost. The knight on c5 controls important central squares, threatens to come to d3 or e4, and puts real pressure on white's position. A slightly more forceful maneuver was available, but the knight on c5 is an excellent piece and a genuine endgame weapon. The white rook returns to c1, doubling back along the c-file. Praggnanandhaa is maneuvering carefully, not allowing Carlsen to penetrate with the rooks or dominate any specific line. The position is delicate. Black has slightly more active pieces, but there are no immediate breakthroughs available. Carlsen activates the rook to a5, a dynamic move. From a5 the rook can shift laterally across the board. It threatens to invade the second rank, support the passed pawn, or swing to the fifth rank to create problems for white's king. Rook mobility is crucial in these endgames, and Carlsen's rook is maximally flexible on a5. The white knight retreats all the way back to b1. This looks like a backward step, but the idea is to reroute the knight to a better diagonal, perhaps via d2 and toward the center. Praggnanandhaa is willing to take time to improve the knight rather than leave it on a passive square. Carlsen shifts the knight from c5 to e6, a fine centralizing move. From e6 the knight controls important squares, supports the d5 pawn, and makes the knight on e6 a very strong outpost piece. Carlsen is improving every piece systematically. This is textbook Carlsen endgame technique. The white knight travels to d2, making progress in its rerouting journey. A more direct knight route was available, heading toward e4, for example, but the knight on d2 is heading toward more active play. Praggnanandhaa needs the knight to be useful, and d2 is a staging post rather than a final destination. Carlsen's rook moves back from c8 to a8. A more aggressive rook deployment was available, perhaps invading the 7th rank, but repositioning to a8 maintains flexibility on the a-file and keeps the rook in reserve for the right moment. Carlsen plays with patience and does not rush. The knight completes its journey to f3, arriving on an active square from which it can cover the endgame and potentially attack the d5 pawn. Praggnanandhaa's pieces are starting to find decent squares. The knight on f3 is well placed, it controls e5 and pressures d4. Carlsen advances the e-pawn to e4, a bold central push. This pawn advance restricts white's knight on f3, which can no longer hop to e5 or g5. Two connected passed pawns on d5 and e4 would be formidable. Carlsen is building something that requires a very precise white response. White's pawn captures the pawn on e4, the d5 pawn captures on e4, and now Carlsen has a single, advanced passed pawn on e4. It is deep in white's territory, difficult to blockade, and a constant source of danger. A slightly more precise recapture was available, but landing the passed pawn on e4 is the fundamental idea. Praggnanandhaa's knight retreats from f3 to d2, repositioning to cover the e4 pawn and try to establish a blockade. The idea is to get the knight to a square where it can restrain the e4 pawn, perhaps e3 or f1, before it advances further. This is the critical defensive task for white. Now Carlsen advances the pawn to e3, pushing the passer one square deeper into white's position. A slightly more patient approach was available, but the pawn on e3 is already a real menace. It attacks the d2 knight and forces white to make an immediate defensive decision. The pressure is building. The white knight jumps to c4, targeting the passer from the side. From c4 the knight can go to e3, capturing the pawn or blockading it. Praggnanandhaa is doing the right thing. The knight is the ideal blockader of passed pawns, and getting the knight to e3 is the most important defensive task on the board. Carlsen's rook drops into a2, grabbing the pawn on that square. Black picks up material and simultaneously penetrates to the second rank, a devastating combination. A slightly more precise active sequence was available, but entering the second rank with the rook while winning a pawn is a strong practical decision. The knight captures on e3, taking the pawn and establishing the blockade. This is white's best try. The knight on e3 prevents the pawn from advancing any further and gives Praggnanandhaa a genuine defensive resource. The knight on e3 is an excellent piece, and the position is far more complicated than it might look. Carlsen maneuvers the knight from e6 to d4, a superb central post. The knight on d4 is a monster. It controls 8 squares, it cannot easily be dislodged, and it works beautifully with the rook on a2. Carlsen's pieces are coordinating with real elegance at this stage of the endgame. Praggnanandhaa captures on a2 with the c2 rook, taking back the material. White eliminates the invading rook, but a slightly more precise defensive approach was available. The position remains sharp, Carlsen will recapture and continue pressing, and White must defend without allowing any further penetration. Carlsen recaptures on a2 with the a8 rook, bringing the second rook into the game and maintaining the pressure on the second rank. Both sides have exchanged rooks, but Carlsen still has the knight on d4 and a very active remaining rook. The technical challenge for White has not disappeared. The white rook moves to c4, an active post that defends against multiple threats and keeps an eye on the knight on d4. A slightly more precise defensive option was available here, but the rook on c4 is logical. It covers the fourth rank and prevents Carlsen from advancing his remaining pawns freely. Carlsen pushes the c-pawn to c5, creating a passed pawn on c5 and expanding the territory Black controls. With the knight on d4 and pawns on c5 and elsewhere, Black is generating serious endgame pressure. Every pawn advance by Carlsen creates new problems for Praggnanandhaa to solve. Praggnanandhaa's rook captures the c5 pawn, removing one of Carlsen's queenside passes. A more precise defensive sequence was available, but capturing on c5 reduces the material Black has to work with and gives White some breathing room. The position remains difficult for White, but no longer critical. Carlsen's rook swings to e2, picking up a pawn and landing on a superb active square. From e2 the rook is deep in White's half of the board, threatening multiple pawns and creating coordination with the knight on d4. This is Carlsen in his element, grinding, precise, relentless, and the game stretches on into a long technical battle that ultimately ends in a draw, setting up what would become one of the most memorable World Cup finals in recent memory. Game 2 of the 2023 World Cup final. The match is level. Magnus Carlsen has the white pieces, and a teenager from Chennai is standing in his way. Carlsen opens with the pawn to e4, the most direct claim on the center, the move that has started more grandmaster games than any other. It stakes space immediately and opens lines for the bishop and queen. Carlsen is signaling from move 1 that he intends to play for an advantage with White. Praggnanandhaa mirrors it, pawn to e5. Black meets the challenge head-on, refusing to cede the center. This is the open game, one of chess's oldest battlegrounds, and both players know its theory deeply. The symmetry won't last long. The knight comes to f3, attacking the e5 pawn and beginning White's development with tempo. Carlsen is following classical principles, develop with threats. The knight eyes the center and prepares to support future pawn advances or piece maneuvers through the middle. Praggnanandhaa responds with the knight to c6, defending e5 and developing simultaneously. This is the natural reply. The knight belongs on c6 in almost every open game variation. Black is building a solid, classical setup and daring White to declare his intentions. Carlsen brings the other knight to c3. This develops the queenside knight to its most natural square, supporting a future d4 push and adding pressure to the center. A slightly more energetic option here was an immediate bishop to b5 or even d4, which would have sharpened the position more quickly and tested Praggnanandhaa's preparation earlier. The knight jumps to f6 from g8. Praggnanandhaa has now mirrored White's development almost exactly. Both sides have two knights out, both sides control e5 and e4 respectively. The game is heading toward the Ruy Lopez or a four-knight system, and the real decisions are only just beginning. Carlsen slides the bishop all the way to b5. This is the Ruy Lopez, one of the deepest and most studied openings in all of chess. The bishop pins the c6 knight indirectly, raising the question of whether Black can comfortably maintain the e5 pawn. White's long-term plan is to control the center and convert a structural edge. A sharper try like d4 was also available, which would have opened the position more aggressively right away. Rather than defend passively, Praggnanandhaa plays the knight boldly into d4, the Ruy Lopez for knights with the bird variation. That knight sits on an outpost in the very heart of the board, threatening to take on f3 and damage White's pawn structure. It's an aggressive, concrete response that says Black is not here to be squeezed slowly. Carlsen takes the knight with his own knight, capturing on d4. He could have retreated the b5 bishop, but exchanging makes more sense here, removing the powerful centralized piece and maintaining a small, clean advantage. Now Black must decide how to recapture, and the choice will define the structure. Praggnanandhaa takes back with the e5 pawn, recapturing toward the center. This gives black a pawn on d for pushing into white's half, and opens the e-file. It's principled, black gains space and activity, but it also means white's b5 bishop is now less constrained. The position is entering uncharted, lively territory. Carlsen advances his pawn to e5, kicking the f6 knight. This is a key tempo-gaining push. White gains space, forces the knight to move, and begins to dominate the center. The question now is where that knight goes. Its retreat will shape the next several moves for both sides. The pawn on d4 captures on c3, taking white's remaining knight. Praggnanandhaa snaps off a piece rather than retreat the knight, accepting a structural concession on c3 in exchange for material and open lines. White now has doubled pawns on the c-file, which can be a long-term weakness but also provides the open b-file. Carlsen's pawn on e5 crashes forward to f6, taking the knight. In one move, white eliminates a key black defender and tears open the f-file. The position is becoming sharp and tactical. Both kings are still in the center and the game is beginning to resemble a middle game brawl rather than a patient positional struggle. Praggnanandhaa recaptures on f6 with the queen, activating it immediately into the center of the board. The queen on f6 is powerful. It controls key squares, eyes the c3 pawn weakness, and keeps pressure on white's position. Black is getting full value from the open lines created by the exchange of pawns and pieces. Carlsen's pawn on d2 takes on c3, recapturing the pawn and straightening out white's structure to some degree. This removes the doubled pawn problem and restores some solidity. White still has a bishop on b5 that is now under question. It needs to find a good square or black's bishops and queen will seize the initiative. Praggnanandhaa develops the bishop to c5, a beautiful active square. From here it aims directly at f2, one of the most sensitive points near the white king. Black is developing with threats and building toward a kingside or central attack with real venom. The position is extremely sharp. Carlsen plays queen to e2, giving check. The check forces black to react immediately and is also a smart structural move. White keeps the queens on the board and blocks the e-file. A more aggressive option was available, moving the bishop off b5 to pin or target black's pieces more directly, which would have maintained the initiative more forcefully. Nonetheless, the check disrupts Praggnanandhaa's rhythm. Praggnanandhaa retreats the queen to e6, blocking the check and contesting the e-file. The queens now face each other on the same file, a tense configuration. This was playable, though a more active queen retreat or an immediate castle was potentially stronger, keeping more tension and avoiding the queen trade that is about to unfold. Carlsen drops the bishop to f4, developing his last minor piece and adding pressure to the east 5 square. From f4 the bishop eyes the entire diagonal and coordinates with the queen. The position is rich and complex. A stronger option here might have been to challenge black's bishop or play more aggressively on the queen side, but Carlsen opts for development and coordination. Praggnanandhaa plays queen takes queen on e2, giving check. The queens come off the board, simplifying the position dramatically. Exchanging queens when behind in development can sometimes relieve pressure, and here Praggnanandhaa judges that the resulting endgame is comfortable enough. A more ambitious option was to avoid the queen trade and keep complications alive, but black chooses clarity. Carlsen's king steps forward to take the queen on e2. With queens gone, the king becomes an active piece rather than a liability. This is a common pattern in these queen trade endgames. Carlsen has already centralized his king, a small but real advantage heading into what will now become a technical endgame battle. Praggnanandhaa advances the pawn to c6, reinforcing the queen side and challenging the b5 bishop. The pawn prepares to support a d5 advance and solidifies black's structure. A marginally more active try was available. Developing the dark-squared bishop immediately would have coordinated the pieces faster, but c6 is solid and principled. Carlsen retreats the bishop back to d3, a good square where it stays active, eyes the h7 square, and supports future pawn advances in the center. The bishop on d3 is a long-term asset. White's position is slightly more comfortable, the king is centralized, the bishops are well placed, and there are no structural weaknesses. Praggnanandhaa plays the pawn to d5, a central break that fights for space and challenges white's bishop. This is an ambitious and double-edged choice. It opens the d-file and creates a strong passed pawn structure if black can maintain it, but it also invites white to complicate with c4. A more restrained option was available that would have kept the structure tidier. Carlsen plays pawn to c4, immediately challenging the d5 pawn. This is a natural reaction, fighting for the center, but a stronger option was available here, for instance, consolidating with a bishop move or a rook to d1, which would have improved coordination before committing the c-pawn. The text move allows black to simplify the structure in a way that neutralizes some of white's advantage. Praggnanandhaa captures on c4 with the d5 pawn, accepting the pawn trade and opening the d-file for both sides. The exchanges are simplifying the position steadily. Black has solved the immediate problem of the c4 challenge and now has a relatively solid structure, though white retains the bishop pair and the more active king. Carlsen recaptures with the bishop to c4, restoring his strong diagonal and placing the bishop on one of its best squares. From c4 the bishop is aggressive, it controls the f7 square and eyes the king side. White has the bishop pair and an active king. The endgame is still complex, with both sides having chances. Praggnanandhaa develops the bishop to f5, activating his last minor piece and challenging white's control of the east 4 square. The bishop on f5 is well placed for the endgame, it controls central diagonals and could become a powerful piece if the position opens up. A slightly more precise option was available, placing the bishop on e6 first would have coordinated better with black's pieces immediately. Carlsen lifts a rook all the way from h1 to d1, occupying the open d-file. Control of the d-file in an endgame is often decisive, it allows the rook to penetrate to the 7th rank and create threats. White is converting his opening advantage step by step, improving pieces methodically in pure Carlsen style. Praggnanandhaa castles kingside, finally bringing his king to safety on g8 and connecting the rooks. Black has been slightly slow to castle, but with queens off the board the king was not in immediate danger. Now the rooks can coordinate, and black's position, while slightly worse, is solid and defensible. Carlsen retreats the bishop from c4 back to d3, a repositioning move. The bishop was well placed on c4 but Carlsen sees a better diagonal opening up, and d3 is a flexible square from which the bishop can go to c2, e4, or even f5 depending on how black reacts. Patient, precise maneuvering. Praggnanandhaa moves the bishop to e6, consolidating the dark squares and challenging white's rook on d1. The bishop on e6 is solid and defends key squares, but a more active option was available. Placing the rook on d8 immediately to contest the d-file would have been a sharper response and kept more pressure on white. Carlsen walks the king to f1, heading toward the king side. With queens off, the king belongs in the center or toward the action, and f1 is a natural staging post. White is in no hurry, the plan is to improve every piece slightly before launching any concrete operation. Endgame technique at its most elegant. Praggnanandhaa places the rook on e8, targeting the e-file and indirectly pressuring Carlsen's king. The rook on e8 will become relevant if the e-file opens further. Black is setting up counterplay and refusing to sit passively, a healthy instinct when defending a slightly worse endgame. Carlsen advances the pawn to b3, a quiet move preparing to support the c4 advance or to give the bishop a retreat square on b2. It also prevents any black piece from landing on c4 or b4 with annoying effect. A stronger try was also available, an immediate rook lift or pawn advance in the center would have kept more tension. Praggnanandhaa brings the other rook from a8 to d8, doubling on the d-file and contesting white's control of it. With both black rooks now on central files, black has solved most of his development problems and achieved a position where the material is equal and the structural differences are minimal. Carlsen shifts the rook from d1 to e1, targeting the e-file and preparing to challenge the e8 rook. An alternative was to keep the rook on d1 and use it more aggressively, but Carlsen prefers to reposition toward the e-file where his king also stands. The rook maneuvering is intricate but the position remains close to equal. Praggnanandhaa advances the pawn to h6, a useful prophylactic move preventing any back rank tricks and giving the king a square on h7 if needed. A more aggressive option was available, a queenside pawn advance or a rook move to d2 would have been sharper, but h6 is a sensible, low-risk improvement. Carlsen's rook moves from a1 to d1, reclaiming the d-file. With the rook now on d1, white has influence over the open file and can threaten to penetrate to d7. A more incisive try was available here, playing the bishop to f5 immediately would have put direct pressure on black's structure rather than simply improving rook placement. Praggnanandhaa moves the king from g8 to f8, centralizing slightly and keeping the rooks connected. It's a modest improvement, though a more active approach was available. Pushing the queenside pawns or activating a rook more aggressively could have counterplay. The king move is safe but slightly passive. Carlsen plays pawn to f3, solidifying the kingside pawn structure and preventing any back rank intrusions. The move also prepares a possible king march via e3 or f2. A slightly more direct continuation was available. Advancing the kingside pawns or improving the bishop would have kept more pressure on Praggnanandhaa, but f3 is solid. Praggnanandhaa retreats the bishop from c5 to b4, an interesting redeployment. From b4 the bishop pins nothing immediately but exerts pressure on the queen side and eyes the c3 square. A sharper try was available. Placing a rook on d2 to contest the second rank would have been more active and created real problems for white. Carlsen lifts the rook from e1 to e4 or a central, active square from which it can swing to either side of the board. The rook on e4 supports a possible kingside advance and keeps an eye on the e-file. A sharper continuation was available, but Carlsen is building up quietly, in no rush to force matters. Praggnanandhaa retreats the bishop back to c5 from b4. The bishop is shuffling without finding a definitive square. A more decisive option was available here, either committing to a concrete plan on the queen side or exchanging into a pure rook endgame might have been cleaner. The bishop indecision is a small but telling sign that black is struggling to find a plan. Carlsen brings the rook from d1 back to e1, regrouping. It looks like rook shuffling, but white is waiting for the right moment to activate decisively. A sharper continuation was available, but Carlsen has the luxury of time. His position is safe and he can afford to improve incrementally before striking. Praggnanandhaa slides the bishop from e6 to d5, occupying a central outpost. The bishop on d5 is a powerful piece, controlling both diagonals through the heart of the board. However, a more dynamic option was available. Advancing the queenside pawns with a5 and b5 could have genuine counterplay rather than simply repositioning. Carlsen's rook on e4 sweeps all the way to e8, capturing the black rook and giving check. A clean, forcing move. White trades rooks on the 8th rank and forces Praggnanandhaa to recapture, opening the e-file. The position is simplifying, and Carlsen is driving the exchanges. Praggnanandhaa takes back on e8 with the d8 rook. The recapture is forced and natural. With only one rook each remaining, the endgame is becoming cleaner and more technical. The material is now perfectly balanced, rook and bishop versus rook and bishop, and the result will hinge on king activity and pawn structure. Carlsen moves the bishop from d3 to f5, a probing move targeting the e6 bishop and controlling key diagonals. The bishop on f5 is well centralized and ties down black's defensive resources. A slightly more ambitious option was available, pushing a queenside pawn to gain space immediately, but the bishop move is positionally sound. Praggnanandhaa's rook takes white's rook on e1, giving check. A forcing move, black eliminates one pair of rooks and checks the king, driving it to an active square. After the exchanges the position will be a pure bishop endgame, and the result depends entirely on whether Carlsen's bishop and king can outplay Praggnanandhaa's defenses. Carlsen's king captures on e1, taking the rook. The king is now centralized on e1, perfect positioning for a bishop endgame. White has a small structural pull but the position is very close to equality. Everything now depends on the skill with which both sides manage their bishops and pawns in the pure endgame. Praggnanandhaa centralizes the king to e7, the ideal king square for the endgame, right in the center of the board, equidistant from both sides. Both kings are now active. This is how endgames should be played. The king is not a piece to hide, it's a weapon. The technical battle is finely balanced. Carlsen advances the pawn to c4, grabbing queenside space and preventing black's bishop from settling on d5 permanently. The move slightly improves white's structure and gives the bishop on f5 more relevance. A more precise try was also available, a direct king march or a bishop improvement, but c4 is logical and maintains a small edge. Praggnanandhaa retreats the bishop to e6, a solid defensive square where it supports the king and controls key diagonals. The bishop on e6 is well coordinated with the king on e7. Black's position is compact and hard to crack. Carlsen will need to find something concrete to make progress. Carlsen exchanges bishops, taking on e6 with the f5 bishop. The trade simplifies the position and enters a pure king and pawn endgame, or very nearly. A stronger continuation was available, keeping the bishops on the board and using the bishop pair to create more winning chances on both wings simultaneously. The exchange leads naturally toward a drawn result. Praggnanandhaa captures back with the king on e6. The king is perfectly centralized, it sits on e6, controlling the key central squares and ready to support any pawn advances. With all minor pieces off the board and only kings and pawns remaining, the endgame is very likely drawn. Both kings are active and neither side has a decisive pawn advantage. Carlsen nudges the pawn to h3, a small prophylactic move preventing any back rank or pawn majority tricks on the king side. In king and pawn endgames, every pawn move carries permanent consequences, there is no taking them back. Carlsen is being careful, ensuring no accidental weakness is created on his own king side. Praggnanandhaa advances the pawn to h5, space gaining on the king side. With the h-pawn pushed forward, black creates a potential outside passed pawn threat on the king side that will need to be watched. Both sides are now maneuvering their kings and testing pawn structures, looking for any tiny imbalance to exploit. Carlsen steps the king to e2, moving toward the center and the queenside pawn majority. A slightly more direct king route was available, heading to d2 and then c3 would have challenged the queenside more efficiently, but the king move is still purposeful, aiming to shepherd the c and b pawns forward. Praggnanandhaa pushes the pawn to g6, the final move of the game before the draw is agreed. The g6 pawn solidifies the kingside structure and creates a fortress-like configuration. Neither player can make progress, the position is simply drawn. Carlsen, the world's best player, could not crack the teenager from Chennai. The match stays level, and the tension carries forward. This is a World Cup final. One slip, and it's over. Magnus Carlsen has the black pieces, and a teenage prodigy named Praggnanandhaa is trying to end his run. Praggnanandhaa opens with the pawn to e4, the most natural move in chess, staking an immediate claim to the center. In a rapid tiebreak, this also signals intent. He wants open lines, tactical complications, something that might unsettle the world's best player. Carlsen mirrors it symmetrically, matching pawn with pawn in the center. This is the oldest reply in the game, and it tells us black is comfortable with a direct fight. Both sides now have equal central presence, and the character of the position is still wide open. The knight comes to f3, white develops purposefully, attacking black's central pawn and preparing to castle. This is standard, healthy chess, put the pieces on good squares before committing to a plan. Carlsen responds in kind, bringing his own knight to c6 to defend the e5 pawn and stake a claim in the center. Both sides are following the same logic, develop toward the middle, contest key squares, keep options flexible. Praggnanandhaa places his bishop on c4, the Italian game, one of the oldest openings in chess history. The bishop eyes the f7 square, a chronic soft spot near black's king. Retreating to d3 first was slightly more precise, keeping the bishop flexible, but the Italian is perfectly sound and a reasonable choice at this level. Carlsen develops his second knight to f6, returning pressure toward the center and gearing up to castle. He could have played an early bishop to b4, testing the Italian structure immediately, but this solid developing move is fully consistent with his approach. White plays the pawn to d3, this is the slow, Gukesh pianissimo setup, meaning very quiet game. Rather than hunting for a quick attack, Praggnanandhaa is constructing a solid foundation, planning to maneuver knights and gradually build pressure. It's a mature choice for someone who wants the game to last. The bishop slides out to c5, and now both sides have mirrored development, symmetrical bishops on active diagonals, knights in the center, kings not yet safe. The position is balanced and rich. Carlsen is perfectly comfortable here. Praggnanandhaa nudges his pawn forward to a4, a move designed to slow any queenside expansion by black. The idea is to discourage the pawn from b5, which would otherwise challenge white's bishop. It is a reasonable prophylactic thought, though castle kingside first was arguably more urgent. Carlsen responds with the pawn to d6, reinforcing the e5 point and preparing to redirect his bishop. He could have struck immediately with d5, seizing more space, but d6 is a patient, solid choice, he is in no hurry. White castles kingside, tucking the king behind the pawns and connecting the rooks. This is sound chess. Pressing forward on the king side with knight to h4 was an aggressive alternative, but safety first is sensible, especially with an open center still to be resolved. Carlsen pushes his pawn to a5, halting any further expansion on that side of the board. It fixes the pawn structure on the queen side and takes the b4 square away from white. The position is crystallizing into a slow strategic battle. The bishop develops from c1 to e3, adding a defender to the center and eyeing the black bishop on c5. The knight to d2 first was a more flexible sequence, keeping options open, but this is solid enough. White is completing his development. Carlsen simply takes the bishop, exchanging on e3. This is a principled decision. Black removes a well-placed piece and forces white to recapture with a pawn, which will slightly restructure the kingside pawns. Every trade is a choice about what kind of position you want. White recaptures with the f-pawn, opening the f-file and giving the rook on f1 a half-open line. The pawn structure on white's kingside is now slightly loosened. The f-pawn has moved away from its natural post. That said, the open file is genuine compensation, and this is the most natural recapture. Carlsen castles kingside as well, completing his development. Both kings are now safe, both sets of rooks are ready to connect, and we are heading into the middle game proper. The position remains balanced, but Carlsen is characteristically patient. He knows the game is long. The knight comes to d2 from b1, keeping it off c3 where it might block the bishop, and preparing to route it toward the kingside or center via f1 and e3. The plan is flexible. Knight to c3 was a sharper alternative, centralizing immediately, but d2 fits white's slow build. Carlsen retreats his knight to e7, a slightly unusual destination, but deliberately so. The idea is to reroute it toward g6 or f5, controlling key squares near white's king. He could have gone to d4 more directly, but this maneuver has positional depth. Praggnanandhaa moves his knight to h4, aiming at the g6 square and suggesting the idea of jumping to f5. It's an ambitious plan, but h4 is on the edge of the board, away from the central action. A knight on the rim is dim. The principle here is real, and it costs white some coordination. The pawn advances to c6, a useful consolidating move that supports d5 and prepares to expand in the center. Carlsen is methodically building his position. He could have gone directly with d5 here, grabbing space, but c6 first is precise and flexible. Praggnanandhaa lifts his queen to e1, an unusual square, but it has a purpose. From there the queen can slide to g3 or h4, joining the kingside pressure the knight began. It's a slow maneuver but part of a coherent plan to build an attack. Carlsen strikes in the center with the pawn to d5, an important moment. This pawn advance challenges white's whole setup, gains space, and opens the diagonal for black's pieces. The position is now more dynamic. He could have prepared further, but timing this correctly is a hallmark of Carlsen's style. The bishop retreats to b3, a safe, unambitious square. On c4 it was well placed, on b3 it is largely a spectator. White has lost a tempo, and black's central pawn now controls more space. This is an important moment. Carlsen is beginning to take over. Carlsen brings his queen to d6, a strong central post from which it covers many squares, eyes the white king side, and coordinates with the rook. He could have gone immediately to g3 with his queen to put direct pressure on white, but d6 is elegant. It prepares everything at once. The white queen travels to g3, an aggressive square where it threatens to break into the king side. This is Praggnanandhaa's answer. If he cannot match Carlsen in the center, he will create threats around the black king. The challenge for white is that black's position is sturdy. Carlsen retreats his knight from f6 to h5, an invitation. The knight offers itself as a target while angling for g3 if the queens trade. He could have kept the knight centrally placed, which was probably stronger, but this sets up an interesting dynamic of its own. White's queen advances to g5, maintaining the pressure and targeting the h5 knight. The position is getting tense, both queens are active, and Praggnanandhaa is probing for weaknesses. But black's position remains solid underneath this surface activity. The pawn goes to g6, a move that drives away the queen but weakens the squares in front of black's king. f6 immediately, keeping the pawn structure intact, was the cleaner choice. The g6 advance creates a small but real weakness that white might later exploit. Here is the turning point. Praggnanandhaa jumps his knight to f5, and it is a mistake. Retreating to f3 first was correct, the knight would return to the center, the game would remain balanced. Instead, jumping straight to f5 allows Carlsen to capture it and take material, opening the position in black's favor. In one move, the balance shifts. Carlsen takes the knight immediately with his bishop, capturing on f5 without hesitation. This is a clean material gain, black wins a piece and resets the dynamic of the game. The rest will require technique, but Carlsen's technique in endgames is arguably the finest in history. White recaptures with the e-pawn, opening the e-file and removing the material deficit from the board. He has a pawn for the piece, but a pawn is not a knight. The question now is whether Praggnanandhaa can generate enough activity to compensate. Carlsen steps his king to g7, a precise move that activates the king slightly and keeps it connected to the rooks. In endgames, particularly when up material, the king becomes a fighting piece. Carlsen understands this better than almost anyone. White moves his king to h1, stepping aside from the open g-file. This is a passive choice, pressing forward with active rook play was more urgent. Carlsen now has time to organize his extra piece, and every additional move he gets free is valuable. The queen swings to f6, a dominant central square. From there it attacks the e-pawn, threatens to coordinate with the rooks, and poses questions White must answer. Carlsen is consolidating smoothly, there is no rush, just steady improvement of every piece. Praggnanandhaa's queen takes the black queen on f6, giving check. This trade is practically forced, the queen was too powerful sitting there. With queens off the board, the position simplifies into an endgame, and in endgames a piece ahead is almost always decisive. The knight recaptures from h5, taking the white queen on f6. The dust has settled, black has a knight for pawns, a coordinated position, and a pawn structure that is manageable. Carlsen will now steer this into a technical endgame with quiet precision. White pushes the pawn to g6, capturing and creating a passed pawn. It is an attempt to complicate, a passed pawn deep in enemy territory demands attention. But Carlsen has seen this coming, and his extra piece outweighs the pawn activity. Carlsen captures the pawn on g6 with his h-pawn, restoring the pawn count and eliminating the immediate threat. Recapturing with the h-pawn keeps black's kingside connected. The position is now a knight versus pawns endgame, heavily favoring black. White advances the e-pawn to e4, pushing toward the center and trying to create a mobile pawn mass. The idea is to give the pawns energy, if they can advance together, they become dangerous. Against a lesser opponent, this might work. Against Carlsen, it is unlikely to be enough. Carlsen takes the pawn on e4 with his d-pawn, simplifying the structure. He could have kept more tension, but exchanging pawns while ahead in material is sound. Fewer pawns on the board generally helps the side with extra pieces. The endgame is tightening in black's favor. White recaptures with his d-pawn, taking on e4. Both sides have cleared the central debris, and the position now has a clear shape. Carlsen has his extra knight, White has mobile queenside pawns. The question is technique versus activity. The rook moves to d8, occupying the only open file and seizing control of it. Rooks belong on open files, this is foundational endgame principle. From d8 the rook eyes the entire d file and will coordinate beautifully with the knight. Praggnanandhaa places his rook on f2, defending the second rank and keeping the rook active. He is fighting hard, there is no passive resignation here. But every accurate move Carlsen makes narrows the margin of error. Carlsen slides the rook to d4, a magnificent square. From d4 it sits in the middle of the board, controls the fourth rank, and immediately threatens to invade further. This is classic Carlsen endgame play, put the rook on its best square and make the opponent answer questions. White doubles rooks by bringing the other one to f1. This is solid defensive technique, keeping both rooks on the f-file and maintaining some coordination. Praggnanandhaa is defending accurately given the circumstances, but the deficit remains. The knight retreats to g8, a temporary step backward to regroup. It is headed for h6 or f6, where it can influence both flanks. Carlsen's pieces are all active or being repositioned with purpose. There is no waste in how he plays. White pushes the pawn to c3, stabilizing the queenside structure and preparing eventual b4 expansion. A stronger approach was to centralize the rooks more aggressively first. The c3 pawn move is a bit slow given the pressure building across the board. Black brings the rook to d7. White repositions his rook from f2 to e2, targeting the e-pawn. This is active defense. By pressing on black's center, White hopes to tie down Carlsen's pieces and generate some counterplay. The rook on e2 is well placed. The rook transfers to e7, contesting the e-file directly and meeting the white rook's pressure head-on. Carlsen is not going to yield the file without compensation. He could have been more aggressive, but control of the open file is a fundamental priority. The bishop retreats from b3 to c2, a slightly passive move. On b3 the bishop had some future activity, on c2 it is boxed in. More energetic was to press with the rooks directly. This minor inaccuracy allows Carlsen to maintain his comfort. Carlsen's knight moves from f6 to d7, a rerouting maneuver. From d7 it can go to c5, hitting the bishop on c2, or swing to e5 or f6 to dominate the center. Centralizing more directly was perhaps sharper, but this knight maneuver maintains black's edge. The white knight finally gets a good central square, jumping to c4. This is a meaningful improvement. From c4 the knight targets d6 and eyes the a5 pawn. Praggnanandhaa is trying to create counterplay on the queen side before Carlsen's technique becomes overwhelming. The rook retreats from f8 to a8, a calm, prophylactic move. From a8 it guards the a-file and prevents any white incursion on the queen side. Carlsen is in no hurry, he simply keeps his pieces in good coordination and waits for the right moment. Praggnanandhaa pushes the g-pawn to g4, an ambitious attempt to advance on the king side and create threats. The problem is that this pawn advance weakens the squares around white's own king and hands black targets. A more restrained move first would have been safer. Carlsen responds with the pawn to f6, but this is a mistake. The knight from g8 to f6 was the correct move here. It would have centralized the piece immediately, activated black's position decisively, and kept all the queenside coordination intact. The pawn to f6 is passive by comparison, conceding the initiative briefly. White's rook shifts to g2, occupying the g-file and supporting the pawn advance that is now in motion. Praggnanandhaa is fighting for counterplay. If he can push the g and h pawns, they may become dangerous. Carlsen must now be precise. The knight from g8 hops to h6, a somewhat awkward square on the edge of the board. The idea is to eventually bring it to g4 or f5, but for now it is somewhat passive. Carlsen is temporarily regrouping after the earlier pawn inaccuracy. White pushes to g5, advancing the pawn chain and gaining more space on the king side. The pawns are moving, and if Carlsen is not careful, they could become a genuine problem. This is exactly the type of counterplay Praggnanandhaa needed. Carlsen captures the pawn with his f-pawn, taking on g5 and stopping the advance in its tracks. By taking the pawn, black denies white a mobile passed pawn and keeps the structure manageable. The material balance has shifted slightly, but black still holds the advantage. The white rook recaptures on g5, taking the pawn and placing the rook on an active square. From g5 the rook is a nuisance, pressing into black's king side. Carlsen now needs to be careful about his king's exposure. The knight transfers from h6 to f7, a good centralizing move. From f7 it covers the e5 and h6 squares, defends the king side, and supports the rook's activity. Carlsen is tidying up his position methodically. The white rook pulls back to g2, a more restrained choice. Keeping the rook on g5 was more aggressive, pressing into black's position. The retreat allows Carlsen to consolidate without facing immediate pressure. A missed opportunity for white to maintain activity. Carlsen's rook moves to e6, a strong centralized post. From here it defends across the board and connects with the e7 rook to double on the file. The coordination of black's pieces is consistently better than white's. White shifts his rook to d2, a passive repositioning. Better was to use the rooks more aggressively on the king side or the e-file. This rook move allows Carlsen to continue improving his position without having to respond to any real threat. The rook advances to f6, taking control of that important central file. From f6 it eyes both flanks and coordinates with the other rook beautifully. Carlsen is slowly tightening the grip. White trades rooks on f6, capturing with his f1 rook. This trade is somewhat forced, allowing the rook to sit on f6 indefinitely would be worse. After the trade, white has exchanged one of black's active rooks, but the knight will recapture and remain excellently placed. The knight takes back on f6 from d7, recapturing and landing on one of the best squares on the board. From f6 the knight dominates, it attacks the e4 pawn, controls g4 and h5, and is immune from pawn attack. An excellent piece. Praggnanandhaa pushes the b pawn to b4, probing on the queen side and trying to open lines for his rook. It is an active attempt to generate counterplay. Carlsen now has a decision to make about how to handle the queenside pawn tension. Carlsen captures, taking the pawn with his pawn on b4. This simplifies the queenside pawns and opens the a file slightly. With precise play, black will be able to use that open file to invade with the rook. White recaptures with the c pawn on b4, maintaining the pawn on the queen side. The pawns have been exchanged, and the resulting structure gives both sides targets. Carlsen will now maneuver to exploit white's weaknesses with the superior piece. Carlsen steps his king to f8, activating the king in the endgame. The king marches toward the center where it will be a fighting piece. He could have gone to e7 more directly, which was slightly more purposeful, but the approach is sound. White's king moves to g2, centralizing. Praggnanandhaa is trying to activate his own king, but a more constructive approach was to press with the rook along the second rank first. The king moves lack some urgency. The king advances to e7, a strong, active square. From e7 Carlsen's king defends its own pieces, supports a potential advance of the e-pawn, and covers the d-file. In endgames this type of king centralization is decisive. White pushes the a-pawn to a5, an attempt to advance a passed pawn and create a distraction on the queen side. Pressing on the king side with the rook first was arguably more active, but Praggnanandhaa is trying to find any source of counterplay. Carlsen brings his rook all the way to h8, activating it on the king side. From h8 it eyes the h-file and prepares to create pressure there. Carlsen is opening new fronts, with a rook and a dominant knight against white's bishop and rook. The technique is becoming inevitable. White's rook shifts from d2 to e2, this was slightly slow, and pressing immediately on the a-file or activating the bishop was stronger. Still, the rook on e2 eyes the e-pawn and keeps some defensive presence. Carlsen is not bothered. The knight retreats from f6 to h5, a deliberate regrouping. From h5 it will swing to g3 or f4, where it can press on white's king and the e-pawn simultaneously. Carlsen is simply finding better and better squares for his pieces. White steps his king back to g1, passive, and somewhat counterproductive. The king was more active on g2, and retreating now costs time. Staying on g2 and keeping the king central was stronger. Every small inaccuracy adds up. Carlsen plants the knight on f4, a dominant central post. From f4 the knight attacks the e-pawn, threatens to reach d3 or h3, and sits immune from pawn attack. This is the kind of knight placement that makes endgames look easy. The white rook goes to d2, covering the d-file and preparing to contest the d-file or support pawns. Praggnanandhaa is holding on, but the defensive task is becoming more difficult with every move. Carlsen just needs to maintain the pressure. Carlsen's rook swings to h3, a probing move that creates threats against the white king. From h3 it eyes the third rank and coordinate with the knight on f4. Knight to g5 immediately, threatening to land on h3 with devastating effect, was even sharper, but this rook move is still strong. Praggnanandhaa pushes his pawn to a6, and this is the mistake that likely ends the game. The bishop retreating to d1 was correct, it would have defended the bishop, kept the pawns intact, and maintained coordination. Instead, after a6, Carlsen captures and gains an outside passed pawn, and white's queenside structure collapses. Carlsen takes immediately with his b-pawn, capturing on a6. The passed pawn is gone, and black now has a connected queenside majority with no real counterpart for white. Praggnanandhaa is running out of resources. The bishop retreats to a4 from c2, an attempt to cover the queening square on a file and keep the piece active, but it is already too late. Carlsen's position is overwhelming, dominant knight, active rook, and connected pawns. The defense is becoming purely theoretical. Carlsen shifts his rook from h3 to c3, pressing toward the c-file. Knight to g5 immediately was even stronger, threatening to leap to h3 with a devastating check, but c3 is not a bad move. The rook now targets white's pawns and keeps the pressure alive across the whole board. Here, Praggnanandhaa's knight leaps to a5, and it is a serious mistake. The rook to c2 first was necessary, challenging Carlsen's rook on c3 and keeping the position defended. Instead, the knight on a5 is misplaced, away from the critical action, and black's rook and knight now combine to devastate white's position. Carlsen's knight springs to g5, a beautiful, threatening move. From g5 it eyes h3, where it can deliver check, and also threatens to invade on the queen side. White is suddenly facing threats on multiple fronts at the same time, with few resources to respond. White's rook moves to c2, but rook to d1 was necessary here, keeping the defenses together and stopping the knight from invading on h3. The rook on c2 is too late to help where it's needed. Carlsen recognizes the moment immediately. The knight leaps to h3, check. A spectacular invasion. Carlsen's knight has jumped from the edge of the board, past every white defender, and now sits forking the king and threatening to win decisive material. White's king must move. The king steps to f1, the only legal square. Praggnanandhaa has narrowed options and is essentially shuffling his king under pressure. Carlsen now has his rook on c3, his knight on h3, his king active on e7, every piece is working. The rook slides from c3 to a3, a precise move. From a3 it eyes the a file and will either win the a pawn or create a passed pawn of its own. Black is now converting two different advantages simultaneously. Praggnanandhaa plays his knight from a5 to c6, capturing the a6 pawn and giving check, a last fighting attempt. He wins a pawn back and creates a discovered check to make life awkward. Carlsen must step his king, but he has seen this coming. Carlsen walks his king to f6, and with that single move, the game is decided. The king steps away from the check, stays central and safe, and leaves white's position utterly without resource. The knight on h3, the rook on a3, the king on f6, they form a net from which there is no escape. Praggnanandhaa resigns. Carlsen advances to the next round of the World Cup final. Game 4 of the 2023 World Cup final. Magnus Carlsen holds a one-game lead, but in a tiebreak, that means almost nothing. One slip, and 18-year-old Pragg ties the match. The pressure is total. Watch how the world champion handles it. Carlsen opens with the pawn to e4, the most direct claim to the center, the same first move that Morphy, Kasparov, and Fischer preferred. It immediately stakes out space and opens lines for the bishop and queen. White declares from move 1 that he intends to control. Praggnanandhaa answers with the pawn to c5, the Sicilian defense, the sharpest and most combative reply in all of chess. Rather than mirror white's center, black immediately attacks it from the flank. A stronger reply was available that would have created slightly more immediate tension, but the Sicilian is Pragg's home territory. Carlsen chooses pawn to c3, the Alapin variation. Instead of the main Sicilian complexities, he stakes out a solid pawn chain and prepares to build a broad center with a later pawn to d4. A sharper approach was available, but the Alapin suits a player who wants a calm, grinding advantage without theoretical risk. The knight comes out to f6, developing toward the center and immediately pressuring white's pawn on e4. It is active and natural, though a stronger square existed that would have put more immediate heat on white's formation. Still, this is sound, healthy development. Carlsen pushes the pawn all the way to e5, a bold space claim that drives the knight back before it settles. White gains a mobile central pawn that threatens to advance further, and black is now on the back foot, forced to choose where to retreat. The knight retreats, but cleverly, to d5, the most active square available. From d5, it sits in the heart of the board, difficult to chase away without white making concessions. Pragg is not passive, even in retreat, the knight reaches for influence. Carlsen develops the knight to f3, pointing it at d4 and e5, reinforcing the center. A more aggressive deployment existed, one that would have increased pressure immediately, but this choice is flexible and keeps multiple plans alive. For now, Carlsen is content to build quietly. Pragg brings the second knight out to c6, completing his minor piece development and applying more pressure to d4. Two knights well centralized, the Sicilian player is doing exactly what the opening asks, creating counterplay before white's center becomes overwhelming. Now Carlsen pushes the pawn to d4, completing the ideal central duo alongside e5. This is the moment the Alapin has been preparing, two pawns commanding the middle of the board, white with extra space and the initiative. The opening phase is almost over, and white stands comfortably. Praggnanandhaa captures on d4 with the c-pawn, an exchange that releases the tension and gives black a solid, if slightly passive, position. He accepts that white keeps more space, but in return the position simplifies slightly. It is a practical choice: avoid overextension and fight from a sound structure. The bishop glides out to c4, a beautiful diagonal pointing straight at the vulnerable f7 square, long a target in open games. This is the Italian bishop, classic and dangerous. Carlsen is not in a hurry, he develops efficiently and allows the position to speak for itself. Pragg retreats the knight from d5 back to b6, chasing the bishop off that diagonal. It is a logical reaction: the knight on d5 was going to be challenged anyway, and from b6 it eyes the bishop and keeps the center under observation. Rather than defend the bishop's post, Carlsen slides it back to b3, unhurried, maintaining the diagonal toward f7 at a safer distance. The bishop on b3 is a long-term weapon, patient and poised. White has no desire to trade it off cheaply. Black pushes the pawn to d6, challenging white's advanced e5 pawn and preparing to free the position. It is the principled break. Pragg wants to dissolve white's space advantage and reach a balanced middle game where his two active knights can operate freely. Carlsen takes on d6 with the pawn, a clean exchange that keeps the tension and opens the e-file. White gives up the advanced passer but in return keeps a slight lead in development and leaves black with a slightly awkward queenside structure to sort out. Pragg recaptures with the queen to d6, active and natural. The queen steps into an open central file and gains tempo. Material is level, but white still has the slightly freer game. Every piece is developed, and Carlsen's coordination is seamless. Carlsen castles kingside, tucking the king away and connecting the rooks. King safety first, a principle that has served champions for centuries. A more aggressive try was possible that would have sharpened the game immediately, but Carlsen prefers a solid foundation before creating complications. Pragg develops the bishop to f5, an active post that pins down white's options and eyes the rooks. A stronger continuation existed. Queen to b4 would have created immediate pressure and complicated Carlsen's plan significantly, but the bishop development is natural looking. The question is whether it belongs on f5 long-term or whether it will become a target. Carlsen captures on d4 with the knight, snapping off the central pawn and entering the heart of the board. The knight on d4 is a dominant piece. From there it eyes b5, c6, e6, and f5 simultaneously. White picks up the pawn and gains a magnificent outpost in one move. Pragg takes back with the knight on d4, he cannot allow Carlsen to occupy that square unchallenged. The trade is forced in spirit, even if the technique varies. Both sides have been exchanging in the center, and the pawn structure is beginning to clarify around the endgame-shaped position that follows. White recaptures with the c-pawn, and suddenly the position looks quite different. Carlsen now has a powerful, mobile pawn on d4, connected to e5, dominating the center. What was a night trade has become a structural gift. This is how Carlsen builds pressure, quietly, move by move, until the advantages accumulate. Pragg plays the pawn to e6, blocking the diagonal and creating a solid defensive structure. He accepts a slightly cramped position in exchange for solidity. The kingside is not yet fully developed, and black needs a few more moves to complete coordination, time he can ill afford to waste. The knight comes to c3, Carlsen's final piece entering the game. White is now fully developed, both knights active, both bishops mobile, the king safe, the rooks connected. There is no weakness in white's position. Pragg, by contrast, still has work to do. The bishop steps to e7, a modest square, but a necessary one. Pragg is completing his development calmly, preparing to castle and untangle. The bishop on e7 is not glamorous, but it serves its purpose, clearing the back rank so the king can find safety. Carlsen swings the queen to f3, a powerful centralizing move that eyes the b7 pawn and prepares to apply pressure on multiple files simultaneously. The queen on f3 connects with the bishop on b3 and the knight on c3. White's pieces are beginning to hum together. Pragg castles kingside, completing his development and finally activating the rooks. Both kings are now safe in theory, but White's lead in coordination is undeniable. The question for Pragg is how to create counterplay before Carlsen's positional pressure becomes too great to manage. Carlsen advances the pawn to d5, a deep thrust that clamps the center and threatens to crack Black's position open. The pawn on d5 c6 and e6, creating an immediate crisis. Pragg must respond accurately, or White's space advantage will become something more serious. Here Praggnanandhaa retreats the bishop to g6, and this is the turning point of the game. The correct response was queen to b4, an attacking move that put direct pressure on White's rook and created real counterplay. Instead, the bishop sidesteps to a passive square, and Carlsen's advantage becomes substantial. It is a subtle error, but at this level, subtle errors decide matches. Carlsen strikes immediately, the pawn captures on e6, blasting open the center. This is the tactical consequence of Pragg's previous error. With the queen misplaced on d6 and the black king exposed, White seizes the moment. The position is opening precisely when Black is least prepared for it. Pragg recaptures with the f-pawn on e6, keeping the position together as best he can. But notice what this does, the f-file is now half open, the e6 pawn is isolated and under pressure, and the black king's cover on the kingside has been weakened. Carlsen has everything he needs to press. White plays the queen to e2, and here Carlsen misses his chance. Capturing on b7 with the queen would have been devastating. It wins a pawn immediately, attacks the rook on a8, and maintains all of White's central pressure. The quiet queen retreat lets Pragg breathe. It is the one inaccuracy in an otherwise superb performance from Carlsen, and it invites complications that did not need to exist. Pragg moves the king to h8, a cautious, defensive step, tucking the king into the corner for safety. A stronger defense was available, but the king move is a practical choice, reduce the number of open lines around the king and make White prove the advantage concretely. Carlsen captures the e6 pawn with the queen, an active lunge into the heart of Black's position. There was a more efficient continuation available, but the queen on e6 is powerful, attacking the bishop on g6 and eyeing the rooks. Carlsen is pressing, if not with maximum precision. Pragg trades queens, capturing on e6 with his own queen. It is the right instinct. When your position is under pressure, exchanging the most dangerous attacking piece can relieve the stress. The queens come off the board, and the game moves toward a technical endgame. Carlsen recaptures with the bishop on e6, and now the position crystallizes beautifully for White. The bishop sits in the middle of the board, dominating. White has a slight material edge in structure, active pieces, and the initiative. But with queens gone, it will take precision to convert. Pragg brings the bishop to c5, a fine reactive move that challenges the powerful White bishop directly and activates his own piece. From c5, the bishop eyes e3 and threatens to complicate the endgame. Pragg is not giving up, he is fighting for every tempo in the technical phase. Carlsen develops the remaining bishop to e3, a natural consolidating move that guards the key diagonal and prepares to swap off the active black bishop. Both sides now have their pieces coordinated. The game enters a phase where small advantages are fought over with great care. Pragg takes on e3 with the bishop, simplifying the position further. Each exchange reduces the number of pieces on the board, and in a slightly worse endgame, trading off one of White's active bishops is sound strategy. The material balance remains roughly even, but White's structure is healthier. The f-pawn recaptures on e3, and suddenly Carlsen has a passed pawn on e3 and a pawn structure that is not without its own weaknesses. The f-file is open, and the doubled pawns on e3 create long-term targets. The endgame is more complex than it appears. Pragg activates the rook to e8, an excellent move, occupying the open e-file immediately. The rook on e8 puts pressure on White's bishop on e6 and prepares active counterplay. This is the Praggnanandhaa who nearly eliminated Carlsen earlier in the tournament, composed, precise, finding the best moves in a difficult position. Carlsen retreats the bishop from e6 back to b3, a calm, consolidating move that keeps the long diagonal active while removing the bishop from the pressure on the e-file. White still has the slightly more comfortable position, but the endgame is a battle, not an execution. Pragg seizes the moment, the rook captures on e3, winning the pawn. Now Black has won material, and the game has shifted. This is the endgame complication Carlsen had to calculate, whether giving up the e-pawn was acceptable, or whether he had allowed Pragg back into the game completely. Carlsen slides the rook to e1, activating his final piece and creating immediate counter-threats. A stronger move existed that would have given white more practical chances, but the rook enters the game and contests the e-file. Both rooks are now eyeing each other, and the position requires absolute precision from both sides. Pragg captures on e1 with the rook, exchanging down into a rook and minor piece endgame. With queens gone and rooks trading, the game is heading toward a drawn outcome. Pragg has defended with tremendous resourcefulness after the critical error of bishop to g6, and Carlsen, despite his earlier advantage, cannot find a winning path. The game will be drawn, and the match moves to rapid tie breaks.